Chapter 1: The Noble B Rank Artifact Spirit. Luo Licheng. Tianhua Yuling Academy. Hundreds of students had already gathered on the huge playground. On the platform in front of the students, there is a transparent crystal ball the size of a basketball. It is specifically designed to test the talent of spirit masters and the level of their spirit avatar. Today marks the day of the new round of tests for spirit masters and spirit avatars. This is also a necessary step in the reselection and class reassignment process. The 3-year beginner class only teaches the basic knowledge related to spirit control and artifact spirits. Only those spirit masters and spirit avatars who have successfully passed the talent level test can continue with the 4-year advanced spirit master training program. As a girl placed her hand on the crystal ball, a burst of crimson light shot out from it. Then, a long sword burning with red flames appeared inside the crystal ball. Liu, flowing fire sword, B-grade weapon spirit. Upon hearing the teacher's announcement, all the students immediately cast envious glances at the platform. What? A B-grade artifact spirit. The first B-grade artifact spirit has appeared. I never expected it to be Liu. And it's one of the strongest sword spirits in terms of combat power. If a B-grade artifact spirit forms a contract with a B-grade spirit master, its future prospects are simply limitless. If both parties are B rank, after the contract is formed, they can at least reach the Grandmaster level Spirit Master level, which is a level that completely transcends class. You should know that a Grandmaster level Spirit Master combination can easily kill alien races below the 5th rank with a casual move, and a 2nd rank alien race crystal core is worth 1 million gold coins. I wonder who Liu will ultimately choose to contract with, Wang Haozuan or Zhang Chang. Both of them tested out their B-level spirit control talent this time. That's hard to say. Liu and Lin Tian have always been quite close, haven't they? I heard they've been classmates since elementary school, childhood sweethearts. She'll probably make a contract with Lin Tian. That depends on what kind of talent Lin Tian will reveal. You know, most childhood sweethearts go their separate ways after the test. Listening to the discussions among the students around him, Lin Tian looked around in astonishment. Looking at the incredible scene on the high platform, he still couldn't believe that he had actually traveled through time. Just a few minutes ago, I was sitting in the office working overtime. I never expected that I would fall asleep and end up in this world. As a series of memories flooded his mind, he understood what kind of world this was. This is a planet called Blue Star, which is similar in shape to Earth in my previous life, but is more than 10 times larger. 300 years ago, this world opened a dimensional portal, which led to the invasion of countless alien races and ferocious beasts from other dimensions. Of course, the humans in this world are not without resistance. After approximately 90% of Earth was invaded by alien races, human genes changed. Men gained the talent of spirit control, and women were able to transform into weapon spirits such as knives, swords, guns, and clubs. Any man with the talent to control spirits can become a spirit master and gain powerful combat abilities after forming a contract with a woman who can transform into a spirit. The male-female pair who have formed a contract are collectively called spirit masters. Men who have not yet formed a contract are called spirit masters, and women are called spirit incarnations. Furthermore, the combined strength of the contracted spirit masters can reach 100% of their combined combat power, which is far greater than the sum of its parts. After 300 years of effort, humanity has now reclaimed some of its land, built defensive fortifications, and established cities that symbolize the beginnings of humankind. Luwali City is an A-level city of fire seeds. Although it only accounts for 30% of the entire planet, compared to the hopeless extinction it once faced, humanity has managed to continue, and this range is expanding as the spirit masters among humanity become more and more powerful. Humans of this era believe that in the near future, they will be able to completely eliminate all the alien beasts and restore human glory. Over the course of these 300 years, the human spirit master system has become fully systematized. All newborn humans, after completing their basic cultural knowledge studies, will enter the Spirit Academy to study spirit control. Furthermore, a talent test is uniformly conducted after the age of 18, and then the Spirit Master and the Spirit Weapon are paired up to form a contract. The talents of Spirit Masters and Spirit Weapon Spirits are uniformly divided into F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS, with F being the lowest and SSS being the highest. As Lin Tian watched Liu walk down from the platform, he learned about her relationship with him based on the merged memories. He also learned that the original body, who shared the same name as him, was a simp. Liu and he were indeed childhood sweethearts, but despite the original owner's repeated expressions of love, she never made any clear statement. It's simply an attitude of neither rejecting nor accepting. Although she didn't explicitly say so, she readily accepted the original owner's care and dedication. Feeling these memories, Lin Tian was speechless for a moment. In a world where people choose their contract partners only after their talents are determined, most people don't fall in love with anyone beforehand. Because it concerns one's future destiny, most people are very cautious and suppress their restless hearts. However, the original owner of this body committed a major taboo of this era. If the talents of the two people can match in the end, then it will be a happy ending and a match made in heaven. However, if they don't match or the gap is too large, one of them will inevitably become the clown and a laughingstock. In this world where people are vying for survival with other races, all romantic love seems insignificant, only personal strength matters. Soon after Liu stepped down, more than a dozen students went up to test their talents, and then it was Lin Tian's turn. As he was about to press the crystal ball, many people in the audience looked at him curiously. Because Liu had previously been found to have a great artifact spirit, everyone was now eager to see what talent Lin Tian would ultimately possess, and whether he was worthy of Liu. Liu couldn't help but look over at this moment. If he can also be identified as having B-level talent, I might consider forming a contract with him, Liu thought to himself. After all, she is already a noble B-level spirit. Not to mention that there are already 2 B-level spirit masters in the same school. If she can get more compatible, she might even be able to find an A-level spirit master to form a contract with. Somewhat nervously, I placed my palm on the crystal ball. There were no major phenomena or lights. A flash of lightning appeared in the crystal ball, followed by the emergence of a single letter. D. Lin Tian, a D-rank spirit master. As the test teacher finished speaking, Lin Tian's talent was revealed. Rank D? Only rank D talent? Will Liu still talk to him now? I knew it. Liu already has a B-grade talent that's 1 in 100, how could Lin Tian possibly have a B-grade talent too? Before, Lin Tian relied on the fact that he and Liu were classmates since childhood and often fawned over her. Now let's see if Liu will still pay attention to him. The difference is so big, I guess Liu doesn't even want to know him anymore? How many people have been as emotional as him before the test? He's just a complete clown, ha. Although D rank is already considered a good talent, Liu is a noble B rank artifact spirit. From now on, they are not from the same world at all. Chapter 2, The Many Children, Many Blessings Lottery System. Upon seeing Lin Tian's test results, many people in the audience who knew about his and Liu's situation began to gloat. Liu, who had been watching him, had somehow already shifted his gaze and was now glancing at Wang Haozuan and Zhang Qing in the distance. Hearing the discussions below the stage, Lin Tian couldn't help but frown slightly. Although he has no interest in Liu now, he doesn't want his talent to be so worthless. Based on his previous memories, he already had a certain understanding of talent levels. In this world, the realms of contracted spirit masters are roughly divided into Master, Spirit Master, Profound, Grandmaster, Great Grandmaster, City Lord, Lord, Domain, Emperor, and Transcendent. Each realm is further divided into 9 ranks, with the first rank being the lowest and the 9th rank the strongest. Even with a D-rank talent and a compatible D-rank artifact spirit, the highest level a talent can reach is only advanced. If the talent is E rank, it might only reach the Spirit Master level. Such talent, while already far superior to that of most spirit masters in this world who are only E or F level, at least ensures a comfortable life. However, as a time traveler, Lin Tian was clearly not very satisfied with this result. I've already transmigrated, can't I at least have some top-tier talent? Lin Tian thought to himself as he stepped off the stage. And at that very moment, ding! Qualified host detected. Successfully bound to the Many Children, Many Blessings lottery system. Congratulations, host, you have received a welcome gift, 4 chances to win a prize. Upon hearing the system's voice, Lin Tian was overjoyed. He originally thought that after finally transmigrating, there was no system, but he didn't expect it to appear as soon as he complained. The ancients were right. Quickly, explain the system's functions. Lin Tian thought to himself with great joy. Replying to the host, this system is a Many Children, Many Blessings lottery system. It can randomly refresh lottery opportunities. In addition, the host will receive mysterious rewards after having children, and the more children the host has, the richer the rewards will be. You have 4 chances to participate in the lottery. Would you like to participate? Upon hearing Lin Tian's question, the system's mechanical voice immediately responded, while also asking him if he wanted to participate in the lottery. A many children, many blessings lottery system? The more children you have, the richer the rewards? Good heavens, this is going to make me build them like crazy. Draw the prize now. Without hesitation, after a moment's reflection, Lin Tian immediately chose to participate in the lottery. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed a lottery draw and obtained SSS level talent. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed a lottery draw and obtained the Way of Limitlessness. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed a lottery draw and obtained the Age of Artifacts. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed a lottery draw and obtained Eye of Truth. As the system's voice sounded continuously, Lin Tian drew all 4 lottery tickets at once. At the same time, he felt a very mysterious sensation in his body, as if a change had occurred at its very source. At this moment, his Spirit Master talent has directly changed from D level to SSS level. If he were to take the test again now, it would absolutely shock everyone and cause a huge sensation. Not just Luoli City, but probably all the Fireseed cities in the entire Huaxia region will be discussing this. Lin Tian glanced at the introduction of the Wuji Dao. It was a cultivation method that could multiply one's power. As long as one formed a contract with the spirit of the artifact, one could cultivate by absorbing crystal cores. There were 9 levels in total. With each level, the multiplier of the amplification would be higher and the duration would be longer. The age of the artifact, that's amazing. It can actually change the time of the artifact spirit by continuously deepening the contract and cultivation with it. Simply put, it can alter the passage of time for the spirit's avatar. For example, if Lin Tian has accumulated enough artifact time, he can make a weapon spirit that has existed for a long time return to its original state when it was first formed, or make it reach a state of decay at some point in the future. The Eye of Truth seeing directly grants Lin Tian the ability to see through most illusions, while also allowing him to investigate the true information of other spirit masters or artifact spirit incarnations, as well as spirit masters he has contracted with. After receiving the 4 rewards, Lin Tian was in a great mood. As expected of a system product, each of these rewards is absolutely phenomenal. With his SSS level talent, as long as the spirit he contracts with isn't too bad, he is destined to reach the pinnacle of this world in the future. While checking the reward details, Lin Tian unknowingly walked up to Li Yu not far away. Having just changed his talent and drawn 4 incredible rewards, Lin Tian couldn't suppress his smile and kept grinning from ear to ear. But Li Yu misunderstood, thinking that he had come shamelessly to beg her to make a contract with him. There's no need to say anything more. You should understand the difference between D rank and B rank. Go find a spirit contract that matches you and stop bothering me to avoid causing unnecessary misunderstandings. Seeing Lin Tian walking towards her with a smile, Li Yu spoke first. What? What are you saying? I was just passing by, aren't you overthinking this? Upon hearing Li Yu's words, Lin Tian was completely dumbfounded. Since this is the result, I hope you can accept reality. There's no need to say such things. What do you mean I'm overthinking things? Li Yu was a little unhappy after hearing Lin Tian's words. What does passing by mean? What do you mean by I'm overthinking? You were the one who came to me smiling, begging for a contract. So you just said you were passing by after being rejected? You're already at the D level, are you still trying to maintain your pathetic sense of self-esteem? However, Lin Tian rolled his eyes at Li Yu's words and turned to leave. Are you kidding me? This woman seems to be acting a bit too dramatic. We've come to accept reality. Does he really think his B-grade artifact spirit is that awesome? I wouldn't even bother looking at a spirit that's only B-grade and looks so ordinary. We're from different worlds, there's absolutely no need for us to waste our breath talking to each other. Lin Tian had no desire to get involved with her any further. Li Yu was very surprised by Lin Tian's performance. She never expected Lin Tian to have changed his gender today and dare to talk to her like that. Could it be because of the D-level test results that he gave up on himself? Forget it, we're destined to be from different worlds from now on, there's no need to argue with him anymore. At least it won't bother me anymore. Thinking about these things, she quickly relaxed her brow. Lin Tian, who had walked to the other side, shook his head and ignored the interlude. I have top-tier skills and rewards, but I haven't even fully explored them yet. Feel the changes within yourself. He naturally wouldn't go up to test his talent again, he didn't want to become the center of attention. As an Earthling who had read a lot of transmigration stories before transmigrating, he knew that in a world ravaged by alien races and teeming with powerful individuals, being too conspicuous was not a good thing. The ability to slowly grow stronger while remaining cautious is a quality that a transmigrator should possess. No matter how talented you are, if you don't grow and develop, it's all just an illusion. You never know when someone might kill you. You'll have nowhere to cry when the time comes. As the artifact ages, Lin Tian has not yet formed a contract with an artifact spirit and cannot accumulate experience. Since Wuji Dao cannot cultivate without a contracted artifact spirit, he tried using the Eye of Truth. He looked at a female student who had just come up on stage to prepare for the test. Chapter 3 Panga's Axe, Level Unknown? Name, Su Qingge. Age, 18. Height, 173 centimeters. Appearance rating, 99. Size, C+. Body size, 99. Spirit form, Rusty Iron Axe rank F. Contract purity, 100%. Note, Panga's axe level? Has been weathered by countless ages and has now lost all its divinity. After he investigated the female classmate, Lin Tian's pupils widened instantly. Panga's axe that split the heavens and earth? Has its divinity been lost through the trials of time? Grade? Seeing the data and description on the panel, his eyes burned with fervor as he stared intently at Su Qingge as she stepped onto the stage. Lin Tian was no stranger to this female classmate. According to my memory, this female classmate named Su Qingge had just transferred to the school this semester. I heard that he had been living in another human city before, but for some reason, he came to Luoli City to stay with relatives half a year ago, and then came to Tianhua Yuling Academy to study. And this girl is so beautiful. At first glance, Lin Tian was deeply attracted. Even with memories of 2 lifetimes, Su Qingge was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. The cropped jeans hugged her long, shapely legs, revealing a section of slender calves with smooth, fair skin. Beneath the tight jeans, her buttocks were perky and full, like tempting peaches. Her waist was slender and delicate, as if it could be grasped in one hand. And on that slender waist, even a loose white t-shirt could not hide a pair of ample breasts. Lin Tian couldn't help but worry that such a slender waist might not be able to support those 2 enormous fruits, which looked as if they might fall off at any moment. Her long black hair was tied into a ponytail, which perfectly showcased her exquisite face. Her eyebrows were arched, her phoenix eyes were captivating, her nose was small and straight, her face was fair and delicate, and she had an undeniable youthful charm. Her small cherry lips were like delicious cherries, pink and rosy. Both her figure and her looks are absolutely top-notch. A woman like this, once she transferred to the school, became the focus of the entire school, and was even voted by the nosy male students as the most beautiful schoolflower in Tianhua's history. However, because their talents had never been tested, although most of the boys in the school admired Su Qingge, they were all very restrained and none of them took the initiative to pursue her. The day of the talent test has finally arrived, and Su Qingge's talent will finally be revealed to the public. At this moment, everyone on the field, whether male or female, had high expectations for her talent. Boys naturally want her to have the same talent as them, while girls expect the exact opposite. Most girls are secretly cursing her, hoping that her talent will be an F. After all, ever since Su Qingge transferred to the school, she has stolen the spotlight from all the girls. Even Li Yu, who had already tested and found to have B-level talent, raised her eyebrows and looked at the stage. She was only of average appearance, and if it weren't for Lin Tian's predecessor being too stubborn, she would have been completely ignored and inconspicuous. Su Qingge was completely unaware of what the male and female students below were thinking. All she could see was the crystal ball in front of her. Because a year ago, her parents disappeared while following a powerful figure in a battle to eliminate Lord-level alien races. They were nowhere to be found, neither alive nor dead. Now she only wants to improve her talent as much as possible, because only in this way can she become stronger and find her parents. However, life is often unsatisfactory. When her delicate, snow-white palm pressed against the crystal ball. But not even the slightest ripple was stirred. Half a day later, a rusty iron axe and a line of authentication marks appeared in the crystal ball. Rusty iron axe, F-rank talent. Upon seeing this result, Su Qingge's vision went black, and she almost fainted on the spot. Su Qingge, born with a rusty iron axe, F-level talent. This result, this magical device, left even the most experienced monitoring teachers completely baffled. Fortunately, he was quite professional and, suppressing his surprise, he fully explained Su Qingge's talent and spirit. What's going on? Are you kidding me? Suchinga only has an F-level talent and her weapon spirit is a rusty iron axe? There are actually artifact spirits like this?
Ignoring its level, whoever forms a contract with such a spirit is probably doomed for 8 lifetimes.
A rusty iron axe, let alone the lowest level of alien beasts, probably couldn't even kill our own domestic fowl, right? Whoever makes a pact with her is destined to be poor and destitute for life, never to rise again?
An E-rank spirit master who had previously hoped that Suchinga would have the same talent as him said, although she is indeed very beautiful, it is impossible for me to form a contract with such a spirit. I take back what I said before, that I would pursue her even if she were F-rank.
Not only E-rank spirit masters, but even many F-rank spirit masters began to regret their decision. A rusty iron axe? Are you kidding me?
Even if they're both F-rank, I would never form a contract with a spirit like that. I still want to eat my fill, I don't want to starve to death.
The moment Suchinga's talent and spirit were revealed, the entire audience erupted in excitement.
The boys who had initially hoped to form a contract with her all began to back out and avoid her like the plague. The girls breathed a sigh of relief, their faces beaming with satisfaction. I told you to steal the spotlight, to be beautiful, the most beautiful school belle in history, and that's it?
So what if I weigh 150 pounds? This princess is the spirit of an E-grade fine steel greatsword. Can beauty feed you? Can beauty kill alien races and ferocious beasts? School beauties? Times have changed.
Even Liu couldn't help but smile slightly at this moment.
Thankfully, Suchinga was finally out of the picture this time.
Only I am the brightest star in this test, and only I am the only one with a B-level talent, the sword-shaped weapon spirit. Suchinga's eyes were vacant and blank, as if she had lost all her spirit. She staggered down from the testing platform, and the students along the way, regardless of gender, quickly put a great distance between themselves and her. As a useless spirit, no one wants to have much to do with her now, because from now on, she is destined to no longer be a part of their world.
However, just when everyone in the room was disgusted with Suchinga and trying to avoid her at all costs,
a tall, slender figure suddenly appeared in front of her, blocking her way.
Blocked from her path, Suchinga, with red eyes and head down, walked aimlessly without any initial reaction. She simply changed direction and continued walking.
But before they could take 2 steps, they were blocked by that figure again. Then she changed direction and tried to walk again, but she was still blocked. At this moment, Suchinga finally had no choice but to look up at the person in front of her. This was a tall, handsome young man with delicate features, about a head taller than me. The boy had a faint smile on his face, and with the sun just blocked by his head, he looked as if he had walked out of the sunlight. This caused her extremely cold body and mind to unconsciously warm up slightly.
Suchinga, form a contract with me and become my spirit. Be my spirit after chapter 4.
That was the first thing she heard him say. Like the warm sun rising in the dead of winter, like being awakened from a nightmare.
Suchinga's rosy eyes gradually refocused.
I have the talent of a D-rank spirit master, so you can form a contract with me from now on.
It wasn't until Lin Tian spoke again that Suchinga finally realized she hadn't misheard.
She remembered that Lin Tian had indeed tested his talent as a D-level spirit master when he went on stage. She had heard a lot about Lin Tian and Liu from the classmates around her, and having been in the same school for so long, she was also curious about what kind of talent he would find.
So Suchinga was not unfamiliar with Lin Tian.
She just didn't expect that as a D-level talent spirit master, although she couldn't compare to Liu's B-level spirit talent, she could still live a good life as long as she found a suitable spirit.
Why would she want to make a contract with a useless spirit like herself? Was it to spite Liu?
However, before Suchinga could even sort out her thoughts, the men and women present were in an uproar, bursting out incredulous exclamations.
Holy crap! Really? Lin Tian has gone mad? Didn't he hear the teacher announce what kind of spirit she was? This is a useless spirit artifact. If you form a contract with it, you'll be ruined for life. Lin Tian actually took the initiative to form a contract with her? He's a D-rank spirit master. Even if he doesn't pursue D-rank, there would be plenty of E-rank spirits vying to form a contract with him if he wanted to, right? He's practically ruining his own life. Could it be that because Liu, whom he has always liked, tested positive for a B-level artifact spirit, Lin Tian wants to spite Liu?
I just saw Lin Tian go to find Liu after the test results came out. I don't know what Liu said to him, but then I saw him walk away on his own. They were chatting and laughing before the test started, but when the test results came out, Lin Tian went to find Liu, and it seemed like neither of them looked quite right.
Does Lin Tian think that this method will provoke Liu into making a contract with him? A square-faced boy scoffed, "It's like a toad trying to eat swan meat. Doesn't he even look at himself in the mirror? Trying to provoke Liu, who has B-level talent, is just a clown."
This person is Zhang Qing, who possesses a B-level spirit control talent. Hearing these exclamations and discussions, Suchinga's body and mind, which had just warmed up, began to cool down again.
Really? What a coincidence! How could a D-rank spirit master possibly form a contract with a useless spirit like myself? Why am I so useless? Not only is my artifact spirit useless, but now I'm being used as a tool for fighting spirit.
Thinking of this, Suchinga's eyes dimmed, and she lowered her head again, preparing to leave in another direction. But this time, just as she turned her head, but Lin Tian grabbed her wrist directly.
"I'm not joking. If you don't believe me, come with me to the contract hall now to complete the contract."
Without waiting for Suchinga's agreement, Lin Tian pulled her along to the contract hall of Tianhua Academy. Seeing Lin Tian pulling Suchinga toward the contract hall, the teacher in charge of the test couldn't help but advise, "Lin Tian, contracting a spirit artifact is related to your future achievements.
You must not act impulsively."
Although both of them were his students, the gap between them was too great, and he didn't want Lin Tian to go astray.
"Thank you for your concern, teacher. This is a decision I made after careful consideration."
In Lin Tian's eyes, this was an ancient divine artifact, the Pango axe that split the heavens and earth. If she gets away, I'll suffer a huge loss, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Don't be fooled by the fact that Suchinga is now just a rusty iron axe, a useless weapon spirit. But as long as you form a contract with her and then deepen your cultivation with her, allowing the artifact's age to accumulate to a considerable level, you can restore this rusty axe to its former state in no time and re-enlighten it. Perhaps as his cultivation deepens and he acquires enough time and experience from the artifact, he will be able to recreate the earth-shattering power of Pangu when he created the world. It was only then that all the male and female students realized that Lin Tian wasn't joking, wasn't trying to anger Liu, but was actually going to make a contract with Suchinga.
Watching Lin Tian pull Suchinga towards the contract tower from behind,
Liu looked a little jealous at this moment, but she quickly relaxed her brows again. It must have been a deliberate act to take her to the contract hall for a while.
A D-level spirit master is destined to be from a different world than me.
Even now, she still refuses to accept reality.
There's no need to pay attention to someone like that anymore. Lin Tian led Suchinga to the contract hall.
The talent test on the playground is also nearing its end. After testing 5 or 6 students, the talent test for Tianhua Yuling Academy in the new calendar year 308 came to a successful conclusion. The 3 people with the best talent in this test were Liu, Zhang Qing, and Wang Haozuan.
3 B-level talents are a relatively rare achievement.
After all, Luoli City is just a small to medium-sized city, not one of those large human cities, and its population and resources are far inferior. In all the previous years, Tianhua Academy could barely maintain 1 B-level talent each year, and sometimes there was no B-level talent at all, only C-level or below. The college leadership is very satisfied with this year's results. Then comes free time, plus a month-long vacation. This time is not only to allow students who have just completed their beginner level of spirit summoning to relax, but also to give everyone enough time to find a contract partner. Although there is no requirement to complete the contract at this time, most people will try to find their ideal contract partner during the vacation after the test. Because the formal spirit taming courses in the following 4 years included a lot of practical training.
If the contract is not fulfilled, you cannot participate at all.
Without a contracted spirit, one cannot improve their spirit control realm, nor can they take practical combat classes. The longer the time drags on, the more they will fall behind others. Moreover, if they cannot find a contract partner in their final year, they may not even be able to graduate smoothly. Not being able to graduate means no more resources, and when you reach a certain age, the government will cut off your living expenses, and no one will even hire you if you go out to work.
If you weren't a second-generation rich kid, you might even starve to death.
Therefore, for the sake of their future life and to keep up with their peers, most people will complete the contract as soon as possible. This is why, over a period of about 300 years, humanity successfully regained control of 20% of the land that had been occupied by other races, while also maintaining the continuation of the human race. Because of this almost coercive method, as long as the newborn humans reach adulthood, they will automatically become part of the great revival of the human race. On the playground, many talented boys and girls of the same grade who already had someone they liked began to exchange feelings and get to know each other. Some are also planning to use the holiday to observe the situation for a while longer, hoping to find the most suitable contract partner. After all, Luoli City also has another spirit academy, where there are many peers who have just completed their talent tests. In addition, there are 4 or 5 other fire seed cities that maintain communication with Luoli City, and those with the means can also find suitable contract partners with each other. At this point, those men and women who had found their contract partners chose to go to the contract hall to complete the contract after confirming their identities. The contract hall was developed 100 years after humans awakened their spirit-controlling talents and artifact spirit incarnations. Its function is to guarantee a 100% success rate for contracts.
Chapter 5 test is over, everyone finds their soulmate.
Before the contract hall existed, in the era when spirit masters and their spirit avatars formed contracts with each other, it was common for contracts to fail and talents to disappear.
If the contract fails, then he will be completely useless. This loss reached 30% at the time. Roughly 3 out of every 10 contract combinations would fail and the person would become an ordinary person without talent. Thanks to the development of the contract hall by ancient sages and powerful beings, there are no longer ordinary people without talent among humanity. There are only differences in talent, strength, and weakness. This is also why Su Chinga, with her F-rank talent, is still a useless, rusty iron axe spirit, and thus faces discrimination from everyone. Because of the lowest level of talent combined with such a rusty artifact spirit, in an era where everyone has some talent, he is almost no different from a useless person. Of the 3 B-level talents in this year's competition, Wang Haozuan, whose family is well off and whose parents are both C-level talents, had already arranged to meet with several other families who were likely to produce talents of C-level or higher. So shortly after the talent test ended, he left the academy and went home.
Of the Class B members present, only Li Yu and Zhang Qing remained. Zhang Chang is 1.75 meters tall, with a square face. His appearance is only average. He's not ugly, but he's not handsome either. He had witnessed everything Lin Tian had done. He was the one who had called Lin Tian a toad trying to eat swan meat. After Li Yu was found to have a B-level talent, he had already decided in his mind that she was the object of his pursuit. Although Li Yu is not particularly beautiful, she is the spirit of the sword.
Sword spirits are generally rare and hard to come by.
They are often more powerful than most other spirits and are exceptionally elegant in battle. Most young people who have just tested their talents prefer the spirit of the dream.
Zhang Cheng chatted with Li Yu with a smile.
Because they were classmates in the 3-year junior class, they knew each other's situations to some extent. Li Yu initially planned to think about Zhang Qing's pursuit for a while to weigh the possibility of finding an A-level spirit master. However, seeing the men and women heading towards the contract hall one after another, she seemed to have thought of something and, without hesitation, agreed to Zhang Qing's request to form a contract with him.
I'm willing to form a contract with you. Let's go and complete the contract. Zhang Chang was overjoyed by Li Yu's directness and readily agreed.
He couldn't wait to finalize the contract. He was afraid that once he left the academy, other B-rank or higher spirit masters would snatch him away. After all, it is a sword spirit, so it has a significant advantage. The Tianhua Contract Hall has a total of 16 contract rooms.
Today is the day of the talent test, and there are many spirit masters and artifact spirit avatars who want to form contracts. The students are all queuing up in an orderly manner.
As Zhang Chang and Li Yu entered, someone from a contract room came out, and Zhang Chang immediately led Li Yu inside. They completely ignored the students queuing outside. This angered many students, who dared not speak out.
No way.
Once the contract is completed, their initial contract level will be much stronger than those of us with low-level talents. They simply can't afford to mess with a B-level spirit control combination.
Why haven't the people in contract room 8 come out yet? Is it broken? But the indicator light keeps showing that someone is inside.
At this point, some people who had been in line for a long time suddenly noticed a problem. Contract room number 8 had not been opened since they entered.
Contract room number 8.
Looking at Lin Tian sitting opposite her, each holding a crystal core and cultivating. Su Chinga still can't believe that she has actually formed a contract with a D-level spirit master. Moreover, she discovered that Lin Tian's talent was not as simple as it appeared to be, which was only at the D level. Because after completing the contract with the other party, an F-level artifact spirit and a spirit master actually reached the 6th level of the spirit master realm. These discoveries gradually calmed her initially uneasy heart and also gave her hope. The fact that her contract partner was so extraordinary was an incredible stroke of luck for her. Looking at Lin Tian, who was diligently cultivating, Su Chinga seemed to have thought of something, and a blush appeared on her beautiful, fair face. Although Su Chinga was very shocked that she had already reached the 6th level of the Guardian realm after just signing a contract. However, what he didn't know was that Lin Tian was at the 6th level of the spirit realm when he first completed the contract.
He's on a whole different level from her. This is the display of SSS level talent. If both of them have SSS level talent, their initial realm will be even higher and stronger.
Moreover, after completing the contract, Lin Tian also received a chance to win a prize from the system.
He used it directly and extracted 100 second-order crystal cores.
Having just formed a contract with a spirit, he was already able to cultivate the Tao of limitlessness, so he immediately began absorbing crystal cores to cultivate.
This contract room is one way.
As long as there is a life force inside, people outside cannot enter unless the person inside opens the door.
It also automatically isolates probes.
Given the perfect training ground, Lin Tian simply told Su Qingge to wait until he had finished absorbing the crystal core before leaving. At this point, he had absorbed more than 60 second-tier crystal cores and cultivated the Wuji Dao to the 2nd level for 30 minutes. He completed the first level of cultivation using only 10 crystal cores, and the cultivation time lasted for the full hour. For this second layer, he used more than 50 crystal cores, and the duration was only half an hour.
It's easy to imagine that the more you cultivate, the more crystal cores you'll need.
However, the Wuji Dao is too heaven-defying, so it's normal that it's so difficult to cultivate. After all, it represents a power increase many times over. The first level increases by 1x, the second level by 2x, the third level by 4x, the fourth level by 8x. If he were to cultivate to the 9th level of perfection, Lin Tian couldn't imagine how terrifying his power would become. Soon, time passed.
Lin Tian absorbed all 100 second-tier crystal cores he won in the lottery.
The way of Wuji has finally been cultivated to the 2nd level, lasting for a full hour. After completing his cultivation, Lin Tian did not open his eyes immediately, but instead had the system display his interface in his mind.
Host, Lin Tian. Age, 18. Height, 185 centimeters. Spirit Master Talent, SSS?
Spirit Master Realm, level 6 strength up to 1500 gene.
Skill, Eye of Truth. Abilities, level 2 of the Path of Limitlessness, duration 1 hour, age of vessels 0. Contracted Spirit, Su Qingge Rusty Iron Axe, grade F.
Looking at the panel in his mind, Lin Tian was very satisfied. With the power of a 6th level Spirit Master, plus the amplification from 2 stages of the Limitless Path, he directly reached a strength of 6000 gene. With this level of power, he could deal with a 2nd-tier alien race on his own without needing a spirit. As a novice Spirit Master who has just completed the test, this is undoubtedly a leap forward. Then Lin Tian opened his eyes and saw a stunningly beautiful face, with her knees drawn up to her chest, tilting her head and looking at him curiously. But soon, his gaze was drawn to the arc that ran out from Su Qingge's knees.
Cough, cough. Okay, let's go out. If we wait any longer, I'm afraid you'll crush that thing.
He reached out and patted her head, smiling slightly as he spoke. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Su Qingge was stunned for a moment, but following Lin Tian's gaze, she quickly realized what he was talking about. Instantly, Su Qingge's snow-white neck and delicate, beautiful face turned bright red. She quickly stood up and replied shyly, okay. Soon, Lin Tian and Su Qingge walked out of contract room number 8. As the door opened, those who had lined up outside finally saw who was inside.
Holy crap, contract room 8 is open. Chapter 6, Provocation and Crushing Defeat.
The crowd, who had been looking forward to it, instantly fell silent when they saw Lin Tian and Su Qingge emerge from contract room number 8. Turns out it's the worst spirit taming team in our school's history, ha.
I wondered who it was. A D-rank spirit and an F-rank rusty axe, taking this long to form a contract? Are they just too embarrassed to show themselves? Various mocking remarks rang out from all around. Until a loud bang was heard. Everyone looked ahead and saw that the door to the contract room where Liu and Zhang Qing had just entered was open. The two walked out side by side, exuding a powerful aura. In an instant, all envious gazes were focused on Liu and Zhang Qing. Liu looked smug, then turned and saw Lin Tian and Su Qingge not far away, and gently clenched her fist. If Su Qingge, who was standing behind Lin Tian, hadn't witnessed Lin Tian's aura just now, she would have been shocked by this scene. Could it be that Lin Tian deliberately delayed, timed his appearance perfectly, and wanted to run into our Li Jinling so she would regret it? Someone in the crowd said something like that. Liu proudly raised her chin, and Zhang Qing next to her couldn't help but let out a sneer. Lin Tian, you don't need to resort to such despicable means. Today I'll tell you everything.
Zhang Qing was self-righteous, but before he could finish speaking, Lin Tian ignored him and pulled Su Qingge away. Seeing that the other party didn't take him seriously, Zhang Qing was furious and immediately circulated his spiritual power, striking Lin Tian with a palm. The latter had clearly anticipated this, easily dodging the attack and then delivering a powerful spinning kick that sent Zhang Qing flying several meters away. Fortunately, Liu caught Zhang Qing in time, preventing him from falling in a sorry state. The onlookers naturally witnessed what had just happened.
That shouldn't be the case.
How could Lin Tian have dodged a B-level Spirit Master's palm strike so easily?
I think Zhang Cheng went easy on him.
That's right, Zhang Cheng already showed mercy. Lin Tian, you went too far. Upon hearing this, Liu was also filled with anger and glared at Lin Tian.
Lin Tian, you've gone too far. I've already made a contract with Zhang Cheng. I advise you to give up on me as soon as possible. Stop daydreaming.
Lin Tian silently withdrew his hand. He hadn't expected that such a light touch would have such great power.
He couldn't wait to test his true strength. So what if it's excessive?
You. I don't even look at you, he replied indifferently, as if he were talking to a stranger.
Liu looked unwilling, glanced at Zhang Qing, manipulated his spiritual power, and instantly transformed into a weapon spirit.
A sword flashing with a cold blue light flew straight into Zhang Qing's hand as if it had a master.
Grade B Spirit Sword. Spirit Fusion State. Spirit Master Realm, level 9 damage can reach up to 1500. Strength, 300. Ultimate skill, Azure Light Slash. Contracted Spirit Master, Zhang Qing rank B Spirit Master. To Lin Tian's surprise, Liu was so impatient that she directly transformed into a weapon spirit to fight. But this suited him perfectly, he could finally test his abilities. Seeing this, Su Qingge tugged at Lin Tian with some fear. The opposing team is a B-level combination, after all their combined strength will only be greater. Lin Tian smiled reassuringly at Su Qingge. The onlookers seemed to enjoy watching the drama unfold.
Given the strength of the B-level spirit controlling combination, Lin Tian would probably be shattered into nothingness. Ignoring the surrounding discussions, Lin Tian circulated his spiritual power, focused his energy on his dantian, and charged forward at the moment Zhang Cheng, wielding the azure sword transformed from Liu's, charged at him.
That's right, now.
Without hesitation, Lin Tian suddenly struck out with his palm, using the force of thousands of pounds to directly impact Liu and Zhang Qing.
By the time Zhang Qing realized something was wrong, it was too late.
The excruciating pain that tore through his internal organs instantly numbed his nerves, and the cyan sword in his hand fell to the ground due to the pain in his body. With a snap, Zhang Qing lost all fighting ability and knelt on the ground in a sorry state, spitting out blood. He stared wide-eyed at Lin Tian in disbelief.
Lin Tian simply calmly withdrew his palm. You, how could this happen? Why did this happen? I may be level spirit master, how could I lose to a piece of trash like you? Zhang Cheng was filled with resentment. Watching Liu's power disappear and his human form return. Could it be that Liu didn't go all out, and still had some feelings for this former sycophant? This led to...
For a moment, Zhang Qing's gaze toward Liu seemed to be poisoned. Liu wasn't blind, she naturally understood what Zhang Qing meant.
It wasn't me.
Before he could finish speaking, Liu suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, lying on the ground in a disheveled state, completely losing all his former charm.
Lin Tian calmly glanced at the two people on the ground. Don't look down on me. And you too, don't mess with me or my spirit again. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to fight you one-on-one again.
Seeing that Lin Tian was about to circulate his spiritual power again, Zhang Qing was so frightened that he crawled backward. At first, those who gathered to watch the spectacle all hung their heads. They were all very curious. How could Lin Tian, a D-level spirit master, possibly have such great power? Could it be that he has learned some unorthodox methods?
Su Qingge walked to Lin Tian's side.
Just when things seemed hopeless, a soft cough was heard. Everyone turned around and saw that it was Zhou Jingtian, an elder of the academy. Zhou Jingtian, with his white hair, walked over with steady and powerful steps. He looked at the disheveled Liu and Zhang Cheng on the ground and shook his head. If you're not ashamed enough, get up now. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Jingtian looked at Lin Tian.
This matter ends here. Liu and Zhang Qing have paid the price for their actions. What do you say, Lin?
Zhou Jingtian's words were completely unquestionable, and Lin Tian silently withdrew his hand. Since he had just arrived in this world, the original owner had almost no memory of Zhou Jingtian. However, judging from Zhou Jingtian's aura, this person is at least at the level of a grandmaster or above.
It's not suitable to confront them head-on yet. Lin Tian nodded and bowed. I will obey the elder's orders. Zhou Jingtian smiled with satisfaction and left the contract room with the indignant Li Yu and his companion.
Before leaving, Zhang Cheng bumped into Lin Tian hard as they passed each other.
Just you wait, one day I'll make you pay the price.
The others also obediently lined up again, waiting for the contract.
Zhou Jingtian took Li Yu and Zhang Cheng back to his office. What exactly happened? How could a B-rank spirit master like you be no match for a D-rank trash?
Master, it was my carelessness. It's all that damned Lin Tian's fault. I thought he was just a lowly D-rank, so I was going to go easy on him. But I didn't expect him to take advantage of the situation. Only Li Yu and Zhang Cheng knew that they had already given it their all, but they were still no match for Lin Tian. But in order to escape from Lin Jingtian's clutches, Zhang Cheng had no choice but to say this.
Chapter 7 and 8 Divine Strength?
Upon hearing this, Zhou Jingtian thought about it carefully and subconsciously felt that the D-level spirit master was no match for the B-level one. It was probably because Zhang Cheng and the other two were careless that Lin Tian had an opportunity to take advantage of them. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Jingtian summoned 2 jade crystals and handed them to Li Yu and Zhang Cheng. This can help you reach a higher level, heal your injuries as soon as possible, and stop embarrassing me. After saying that, Zhou Jingtian turned and left, and Zhang Cheng visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Li Yu's eyes lit up as she looked at the jasper in her hand. Since the alien races occupied the land, although the humans have awakened their spirit control abilities, they have very few resources. This jasper stone can only be obtained by killing intermediate or higher level alien races.
1 piece is enough to fetch a high price, let alone 2. Li Yu accepted the jadeite and glared at Zhang Cheng. What did that look you gave me in the contract room just now mean?
Zhang Cheng got angry just thinking about what had just happened.
You're just a B-rank artifact spirit, how come you only have that much skill? Or did you really go easy on Lin Tian on purpose?
Zhang Cheng, it's your good fortune to form a sworn brotherhood with me.
There are plenty of people outside who want to do the same. Li Yu retorted without backing down. But then again, why is that? Lin Tian actually possesses such astonishing power.
The two exchanged a glance, clearly both puzzled. After thinking about it, Zhang Cheng came up with a reasonable solution.
Is it possible that Lin Tian is born with superhuman strength? That's why he won by luck. Now that we've formed a contract, if we cultivate diligently, we'll definitely leave Lin Tian far behind. After all, we're both B-level. Innate superhuman strength? Li Yu hadn't noticed it before. You don't understand this.
It's recorded in the book that this kind of talent, which is unrelated to spirit masters, has appeared in a few humans long before they even awakened as spirit masters. However, due to their lack of growth potential, they were useless against high-level ferocious beasts. Furthermore, because their numbers were too small, they offered little help to humans at the time. In the end, we could only watch helplessly as those powerful, cross-class ferocious beasts led their tribes to destroy 90% of humanity's living space. It wasn't until humanity awakened the Spirit Master combination with growth potential that humanity truly had the power to fight against the alien races. Those who know about this talent would scoff at it, considering it unrelated to Spirit Masters. After all, among the many ferocious beasts and alien races from other dimensions, some strong and some weak, only those with the ability to develop their talents and become warriors, like Spirit Masters, could truly resist all-dimensional invasions.
After Zhang Cheng's words, Li Yu nodded, half believing and half doubting.
As they spoke, they gradually walked from the office to the outside, onto the wide road.
By the way, how about we have dinner together tonight? Let's get to know each other better?
Zhang Cheng casually leaned closer to Li Yu, his face full of ill intent. This made the latter feel disgusted. Li Yu was already angry that he had been defeated by his former sycophant, who was only a low-level D rank. Besides, Zhang Cheng wasn't exactly good-looking, so Li Yu naturally didn't give her a friendly look.
No, see you when school starts. After saying that, Li Yu left directly.
Although she was angry, she was also relieved that her room for advancement was huge and easy. Lin Tian was 2 levels below her, and even if she won by chance this time, it would only be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Seeing Li Yu leave, Zhang Cheng was so angry that he kicked a tree trunk next to him. Unexpectedly, unable to control the spiritual energy, the tree fell straight down.
He clenched his fists tightly. Lin Tian, we'll see.
Just when Zhang Qing was at his angrier, he never expected that Lin Tian would be standing not far behind him, with Su Qingge by his side. Seeing Lin Tian's thoughtful expression, Su Qingge hesitated for a moment, but finally spoke awkwardly.
Thank you.
Upon hearing this, Lin Tian realized what was happening, but was somewhat confused. But then he remembered what happened in the contract room and smiled. It's okay, you can go home first.
Good.
No sooner had Su Qingge left than Lin Tian took out his phone and dialed the city's law enforcement team. Although he was a transmigrator, he had an intimate knowledge of the original owner's memories and the rules of this world. Having taken care of everything, Lin Tian left.
Someone is in trouble.
Seeing that it was getting late, Zhang Qing was preparing to head back. He had only taken 2 steps forward when suddenly he was subdued by 2 strong wrists. Because the other party used so much force, Zhang Qing was in pain and knelt on the ground, unable to break free at all.
Who is it? Do you know who I am?
Zhang Qing was furious and shouted it out, then turned around to look. Looking at the 2 tall men behind me, I could see the badges they wore on their chests. Zhang Qing was stunned for a moment. It's the city enforcement team, and the requirements for recruiting people for the city enforcement team are extremely strict. They all need at least AB level talent and are selected from among thousands. They are all elite soldiers.
Zhang Qing chose to be honest. Big brother, what did I do wrong? Why are you arresting me? He had only been standing by the roadside for a while. What had he done to offend the city's law enforcement team? Zhang Qing couldn't understand it.
However, the other party ignored him and pointed to the tree that Zhang Qing had just kicked down. His eyes were cold, and without saying a word, his gaze said it all. The air was silent for a few seconds, and Zhang Qing still couldn't figure it out. The head of the law enforcement team came out. Someone reported you for damaging valuable public property, vegetation, and human assets.
Come with us. What? Zhang Qing's eyes widened.
He had forgotten that since the human world was invaded by alien dimensions, even a blade of grass was now considered extremely precious and was subject to special protection.
Lin Tian received a phone call as soon as he left school. After answering the call, I found it was from my teacher. Teacher, is there something you need? Lin Tian, come back here. Someone wants to see you. I've already notified Su Qingge.
After the teacher finished speaking briefly, he hung up the phone without waiting for Lin Tianho to reply.
Left with no other option, Lin Tian had to turn back.
Back at the school gate, Su Qingge arrived just in time. At that moment, a tall man walked out of the school. Lines of information gradually appeared before Lin Tian's eyes.
Name, Sun Mo. Age, 35. Height, 188 centimeters. Weight, 75 kg. Spirit Master Talent, Rank B. Spirit Master Realm, Advanced Level 2. Contracted Spirit, Suru Grade C, Vidra Greatsword Unverifiable. Unable to verify? What does this mean? Teacher Sunday. Lin Tian greeted him politely. Su Qingge nodded to Sun Mo as well. You two come with me, the old headmaster wants to see you. Headmaster?
Lin Tian and Su Qingge exchanged a glance and finally decided to follow Sun Mo. After some twists and turns, we arrived at a quaint little courtyard filled with flowers and plants. In this world, it is truly rare to find a small courtyard with so many flowers and plants. While Lin Tian was still reflecting, he struck him with a palm, catching him completely off guard.
Chapter 8 almost exposed. However, Lin Tian's reaction was also very quick.
Just as his opponent was about to use his second move, Lin Tian immediately activated his defensive stance. Meanwhile, Su Qingge, upon discovering that her Lin Tian had been attacked, did not hesitate to transform into an iron axe and attach herself to Lin Tian's hand. Looking at the weapon that had suddenly appeared in his hand, Lin Tian gave a wry smile.
Su Qingge, thank you for your hard work. Although it was just an F grade, unblemished, rusty iron axe, it had such courage to fight alongside him. This is enough to prove that Su Qingge truly regards him as her only partner in this life. Upon seeing the magical weapon in Lin Tian's hand, even his opponents couldn't help but chuckle. Humph, a D-rank spirit master, yet his weapon is just a rusty iron axe? Do you really intend to live off the wind for the rest of your life?
These 2 sentences also allowed Lin Tian to discover his opponent's weakness. Although the opponent was quite capable, he was unable to discern the true identity of the iron axe in his hand.
This is Panga's axe that split the heavens and earth.
Although it has lost its luster over the years, Lin Tian believes that as long as he diligently upgrades the device, he will one day be able to help Su Qingge re-enchant the iron axe and restore its former glory.
Enough with the nonsense, beat me first. Lin Tian was caught off guard because he was ambushed.
But now that he has a weapon in his hand, and given that he is an SSS level talent, no matter what the opponent does, they cannot defeat him.
Arrogant.
With a sharp shout, the opponent came at full speed, as fast as lightning, a palm with the force of 1,000 pounds aimed straight at Lin Tian's chest. In that instant, Lin Tian finally saw the other person's face clearly. His hair was gray, and he looked to be nearly 70 years old. It's surprising that such an old person is still so agile. He must be quite strong.
Could this be the old principal that Teacher Sun was talking about? With time running out, Lin Tian didn't have time to read the opponent's data.
In desperation, he quickly withdrew the iron axe in his hand and simply extended his left palm to withstand the opponent's fatal blow.
Even though I just made a bold claim, I absolutely cannot let the other side defeat me.
But if the other party really was the former principal, Lin Tian would never dare to harm him in the slightest. However, the simple defensive posture made the attacker feel as if he had been struck by a force of 1,000 pounds. As soon as he touched Lin Tian's body, he was slammed to the ground by an invisible force. This scene was witnessed by Teacher Sun, who arrived later.
Old principal, are you alright? Sun Mo didn't even notice what move Lin Tian used to easily knock down the old principal.
Surprised, he quickly ran over and helped the old principal up.
I'm fine, but this student, your abilities are truly extraordinary.
Although he was defeated by his own student, the old principal did not blame Lin Tian at all. Instead, he looked at him with an appreciative eye. Su Qingge, who had just transformed into an iron axe and attached herself to Lin Tian's hand, silently returned to her human form. The look in her eyes as she looked at Lin Tian again was now tinged with even more admiration.
Is he really a D-level talent?
If it were just a simple D-level talent, its abilities would definitely be reduced by the contract with itself. Even with exceptional talent, it would be good enough if they could avoid falling below E-level, let alone face someone like the old principal alone.
At this moment, Lin Tian finally had time to check the old principal's information. Name, Zhou Weijun. Age, 71. Height, 178 centimeters. Weight, 60 kilograms. Spirit Master Talent, Rank A. Spirit Master Realm, Grandmaster Level 1.
Contracted Spiritual Weapon, Lu Huaqing Steel Spear, Grade A. After seeing the old principal's AA level contract level, Lin Tian felt a chill of fear.
A AA grade contract is extremely rare in the entire Luoli city.
Furthermore, given the old headmaster's long cultivation, if paired with a spiritual weapon, his abilities could reach a terrifying S grade.
If I could easily knock the old principal back several meters away with a single palm strike, wouldn't that be a bit like revealing my abilities? Just as I was considering how to explain this to the two leaders, Teacher Sun spoke up first.
I had only heard that Lin Tian had single-handedly defeated a contracted combination of 2B level experts. I didn't believe it at the time, but after witnessing it with my own eyes tonight, Lin Tian is indeed exceptionally talented. Being praised by the teacher made Lin Tian feel quite pleased with himself. But she still forced a smile and explained, "Not at all, I just happened to win against the old principal."
Teacher Sun, you flatter me. I think you're being too modest.
The old principal dusted off his hands and said meaningfully, "To be honest, I am an A-level spirit master, and my old partner is also an A-level spirit artifact incarnation. The reason I didn't bring my old partner today was because I didn't want to bully the students too much.
Now it seems I underestimated your strength."
The old principal looked at Lin Tian with eyes full of affection. As an educator at the Spirit Academy, the old headmaster's favorite thing to do is to discover the exceptionally talented people around him. Although the new student's ability test revealed 3B level talents, it still did not satisfy the old principal. Although humanity has reclaimed 30% of its land resources through centuries of war, the abilities of dimensional beasts and alien races have been steadily increasing in recent years. If the entire city relies solely on B-level talents to fight against the alien race, it will undoubtedly not be able to hold out for long. Therefore, whenever a student with exceptional talent was discovered, the old principal would personally test his abilities. Now that he could feel the immense power within Lin Tian, the old principal finally got his wish. He extended his hand in a gesture of invitation, preparing to have a more in-depth conversation with Lin Tian.
"Student Lin, please come to my office for a chat." Lin Tian nodded, took Su Qingge's hand, and walked into an old building with the old principal.
On the way, the old principal couldn't help but ask, "Student Lin, I heard that you defeated a B-level spirit-controlling duo in the school today.
How did you manage to do that? I'm not really sure either. I think it was just brute force.
I didn't feel like I used much power, but I sent my opponent flying several meters away."
Lin Tian pretended to be a newbie and deliberately explained the process in a very vague way.
"Oh? Then how much of your strength did Lin use to repel my palm strike just now?"
It should be about 90%.
This time, Lin Tian deliberately increased the power he used, but the old principal clearly didn't believe him. Suddenly turning around, he stared intently into Lin Tian's eyes and asked again, "Answer me honestly, how much of your power did you use?" That palm strike just now was clearly a reactive reaction made in desperation. Moreover, it's impossible to gather 90% of one's power into one's palm in such a short time.
This is enough to prove that Lin Tian deliberately kept the matter from him. Chapter 9 Hidden Strength. Lin, you can spot a lie in an instant.
The old principal suddenly smiled, turned around, and opened the office door. Seeing that the old principal refused to believe what he said, Lin Tian immediately realized something was wrong.
Is it about to be revealed to the public the SSS level talent I just acquired?
If that were the case, I might be taken away by some organization and subjected to some strange research. But right now, the old headmaster is an A-level spirit master after all, and with his years of experience in observing people, he might actually be able to see through my talent at a glance. In this situation, Lin Tian also became somewhat hesitant and stammering.
Principal, actually, I only used 30% of my strength just now. I think it's more than that.
The principal chuckled twice, then suddenly looked like he knew everything, and stood up and walked over to Lin Tian. Lin Tian's heart jumped into his throat, and he could clearly hear himself swallowing. Su Qinghuan, who was standing to the side, also noticed something was wrong and felt a pang of worry for Lin Tian.
Could it be that Lin Tian really possesses extraordinary strength, but the crystal ball simply hasn't been able to sense it?
You only used about 20% of your strength just now.
Have you always felt that your physical strength is extraordinary since you were a child?
Shu. Lin Tian breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the old principal's question. They were all on edge, genuinely believing that this old leader could see something.
Yes. I've been very strong since I was little.
When I was just a few years old, I could lift stones that weighed several kilograms. As I got older, my strength increased a lot.
That's right.
As if he knew something, the old headmaster turned around and calmly said, "You have awakened the primordial power of ancient times. This kind of strength is a kind of extraordinary power possessed by early humans, enabling them to fight against each other. In those days, humans used brute force to expand their territory with each other.
Although this brute force cannot compete with alien races compared to spirit control techniques, the descendants who can inherit this brute force are all heroes of humanity in the early days."
Next, the old principal introduced a lot of knowledge about this kind of brute force, which allowed Lin Tian to gradually gain a deeper understanding of the Wuji Dao. The so-called Wuji Dao is actually a cultivation method practiced by humans in the early stages of the Spirit Master era.
However, with the arrival of the Spirit Control era, this technique was abandoned.
However, the gods of the upper realm, those who were among the early humans who transcended social classes to become immortals and gods, secretly modified the abilities of the Wuji Dao in order to restore its glory. As a result, Lin Tian's current cultivation of the Wuji Dao not only grants him primordial power but also allows him to absorb alien crystal cores for cultivation, thereby enabling him to enhance his strength across different levels. This is also why Lin Tian stayed in the contract room for so long. After 2 hours of absorption and evolution, coupled with his SSS level extraordinary talent, Lin Tian, a newcomer, possessed the divine strength to shake 6,000 jin, approximately 3,000 catties.
While it sounds impressive, doesn't it seem a bit impractical in this day and age? Lin Tian naturally couldn't easily reveal his true strength. So he came up with this excuse to try and get out of it.
Although we can't compete with the alien races, in this era, people who possess both ordinary talents and spirit master talents are still extremely rare. To prevent Lin Tian from feeling inferior, the old principal quickly explained, "Over the years, you are the first person in our school to possess 2 talents at the same time.
Moreover, if you can skillfully utilize your ordinary talents in your past cultivation, you can greatly enhance your spirit control talent."
After saying that, the old principal suddenly turned his gaze to Su Qingga and fell into a brief moment of contemplation. He had already seen the spiritual energy that Su Qingga had transformed into when he fought Lin Tian earlier. Although Lin Tian's D-grade talent is lower than that of ordinary people, if he were to pair it with a suitable D-grade spiritual weapon, he could cultivate his power to the initial C-grade level after many years of training. However, the magical artifact that Su Qingge transformed into was truly indescribable. Not to mention that it is already the lowest grade F spirit weapon. Just the appearance of Hideyoshi alone is enough to make other spirit masters of the same grade hesitate. Fortunately, Lin Tian possesses two talents simultaneously and has formed a contract with Su Qingge across different levels, which barely ensures that the two of them won't go hungry in the future. Seeing the old principal start to scrutinize her, Su Qingge immediately felt ashamed. In this era where everyone is insecure, she possessed a stunning appearance that would attract everyone's attention even before her talent was tested. Previously, she was the center of attention, attracting the gaze of all the boys in the school. But ever since the talent test results came out, Su Qingge's popularity has plummeted. Compared to the tragic love story between Lin Tian and Qingmei, her ending was clearly no better. Fortunately, Lin Tian didn't look down on her talent and insisted on having her sign a contract. Otherwise, given the outcome at the time, Su Qingge might have even considered finding a secluded place and hastily ending the rest of her life. Seeing Su Qinggewan's embarrassment, Lin Tian quickly explained on her behalf. Old headmaster, I know you've also noticed the spiritual weapon that Su Qinggewan transformed into. Although its level is relatively low and its practical combat effectiveness isn't strong, I believe that with my diligent cultivation of these two talents, I will definitely be able to help her transcend levels in the future. Even if she can't leave the F rank, we must at least ensure that she can live peacefully in this world. After saying that, Lin Tian felt a little smug. Fortunately, I was a transmigrator and was able to awaken a magical system. Otherwise, if one is as blind as an ordinary person and doesn't recognize Su Qingge's Pango Axe, then one would truly be at a huge loss. Once the Pango Axe is re-enchanted, and with their SSS level talents, the two of them will surely become the strongest combination in the world. Originally, the old principal wanted to advise Lin Tian to change his contract partner as soon as possible, but after hearing what he said, he had no choice but to swallow his words. As the saying goes, nothing is more likely than a coincidence. Perhaps Lin Tian's unexpected choice will change the fate of both of them in the future. Since Lin has spoken first, I will not comment further. After saying that, the old principal turned around, took out a file, and placed it in front of Lin Tian. Because of your special status, I need to report to the main campus. Lin Tian nodded and picked up the file to take a look. Lin Tian filled in all the other information truthfully. However, the Spirit Master's level is still listed as D. Now that his abilities have surpassed 95% of humans, Lin Tian has become increasingly low-key. This godlike talent, along with the many children, many blessings lottery system, must be deeply buried in my heart. Then, by taking things one step at a time and growing slowly under the watchful eyes of everyone, that's the most satisfying ending. By the way, if anything goes wrong with either of your talents in the future, you must tell me immediately. After glancing at the documents, the old principal couldn't help but add another word of advice. Chapter 10: The Rise of an Era. Lin Tian nodded, said goodbye to the old principal, and then left the old courtyard with Su Qingge. On the way, Su Qingge couldn't help but take Lin Tian's arm. After being personally called out by the former principal, Su Qingge's dependence on Lin Tian became even stronger. Although she was just a transfer student, Su Qingge had heard that the old principal rarely met with students. People who can interest him must radiate an extraordinary brilliance. Furthermore, when she first formed a contract with Lin Tian, she witnessed him defeat two B-level spirit beast combinations single-handedly. Today, in the courtyard, he even repelled the attack of the A-level spirit master, the old principal, with a single palm strike. Although Lin Tian's ancient brute strength has never been valued by modern spirit masters, Su Qingge has at least witnessed his current strength firsthand. Feeling a warm little hand gently holding him, Lin Tian turned around and looked at that beautiful face, feeling a surge of comfort in his heart. This is the life that reborn people should experience. Possessing unparalleled abilities surpassing 90% of others, and with a beautiful woman by his side, if Lin Tian were to return to his former world now, he would probably feel reluctant to leave. Qingge, you've seen my abilities. From now on, stay by my side and I'll make sure you can live safely in this world. Lin Tian smiled and gently stroked Su Qingge's forehead. Su Qingge blushed and unconsciously tightened her grip on Lin Tian's hand. On the other side, after Lin Tian left, the old principal also hurriedly took the files and rushed to the main campus overnight. In the office at the main campus, an elderly man with gray hair, already in his twilight years, sat upright at his desk, seemingly waiting for news from the former principal. Upon seeing the old principal rushing over, the old man stood up with delight and repeatedly welcomed him, saying, "Come, sit down and let's talk." The old principal nodded hurriedly, and as soon as he sat down, he said, "Old leader, I have brought the student information you requested. Just as you predicted, this student has carried the bloodline of an ancient war god since childhood. He is a person who possesses two talents at the same time." Not bad, not bad. The old leader stood up, gently stroked his beard, and said meaningfully, "For so many years, we have been searching for this kind of person, and fortunately, we have finally encountered them in our lifetime." After saying that, he took the file and started reading it.
When he saw that Lin Tian's spirit control level was only D, he couldn't help but frown. His spirit control level seems a bit low. He stroked his beard again, then asked the old principal, "I wonder how good this student's practical combat skills are. Have you sparred with him?" "Of course. We sparred as soon as we met, and this student Lin's skills are extraordinary." "Oh? What do you mean?"
Upon hearing that Lin Tian possessed extraordinary abilities, the old leader immediately became interested. "As you know, old leader, after many years of cultivation, I have reached the level of a level spirit master. But when I sparred with Lin Tian today, he blocked my full force attack with just a casual extension of his left palm in a moment of desperation." You must not want to hurt the students, so you deliberately didn't use your full strength." The old leader chuckled and looked at the old principal with amusement. "That's absolutely not true." At this moment, the old principal desperately wanted to vindicate Lin Tian and let his former superiors witness his extraordinary abilities. Moreover, before me, Lin Tian single-handedly defeated two B-level Spirit Master combinations, a fact that has already spread throughout Tianhua Spirit Master Academy. Hearing this, the old leader's furrowed brows relaxed slightly. It seems that in the future, the legend of Lin Tian will surely spread throughout Tianhua Academy. Late at night, the office was suddenly filled with the hearty laughter of two elderly people. From then on, the old leader repeatedly instructed the old principal to provide Lin Tian with as much help as possible in his life and cultivation. After returning to school, Lin Tian also began to cultivate diligently. Although he possessed extraordinary talent from the start, Lin Tian did not intend to give up. After all, Suchinga still needed to be taken care of, so he had to upgrade the level of the artifact as soon as possible to help Suchinga reforge the divine power of the Pango Axe. These days, the former principal has also changed his usual style and frequently visits Tianhua College. He tried his best to provide Lin Tian with whatever he needed during his cultivation, which made many students in the academy very jealous. No, what makes Lin Tian so special? He only has a D-level talent, yet the old principal is treating him like this? Just because you defeated Zhang Cheng in Liyu's B-rank spirit-controlling duo last time, you think you're superior to everyone else? That's not all. Have you heard? After defeating Zhang Cheng in his duo, the old principal also personally sparred with Lin Tian. I heard that Lin Tian defeated the old principal with just one palm strike. No way. Our old headmaster is an A-level spirit master, how could he possibly be defeated by Lin Tian, a D-level spirit master? Outside the cultivation room, it was said that the old principal had personally gone in to assist Lin Tian in his cultivation, and soon a crowd of students gathered around to watch. They discussed the matter extensively, but most people shared the same opinion about Lin Tian. They did not believe he possessed such extraordinary abilities. Listening to the murmurs of the crowd, Suchinga, who had been sitting to the side, suddenly burst into tears. Although Lin Tian had formed a contract with her, as his partner, Suchinga was unable to help Lin Tian in the slightest in terms of cultivation. Moreover, she often caused him trouble, which made Suchinga, who had always been very strong-willed, become increasingly self-conscious. Suchinga waited silently outside for over an hour until Lin Tian finished his cultivation for the day. Only then did she calm down and quietly accompany him out of the cultivation room. On the way, seeing that Suchinga was in low spirits, Lin Tian also noticed something was wrong. "Chinga, what's wrong with you today? You've been looking downcast." Thinking back, it seemed that Suchinga's mood had been very bad ever since she returned from the old principal's place. Could it be that she felt unworthy of him because her talent level was too low? Thinking of all this, Lin Tian suddenly stopped in his tracks. Looking at Suchinga with deep affection, he took the initiative to say, "Chinga, through these few days of cultivation, I feel that my strength has improved a lot. Why don't we go to the contract hall and make a deep contract?" Deep contract? No. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, Suchinga shook her head frantically. She is now very resistant to getting to know Lin Tian better, and these days she has even started to consider whether to terminate her contract with him. After all, his future was bright, while he himself was destined to struggle desperately in endless darkness. Unexpectedly, the next second, Lin Tian suddenly knelt down on one knee, took Su Chinga's hand and said affectionately, "Chinga, since I have chosen you, I will not care about your talent level. Please come with me to the contract hall." Chapter 11: The Secret Hidden in the Heart. Looking at Lin Tian kneeling on the ground, gentle and affectionate, Su Chinga's heart trembled once again at that moment.
Lin Tian, you really don't mind my F-rank talent, and that rusty iron axe.
Recalling the first time Lin Tian rushed close to her without hesitation, Su Chinga suddenly felt that she couldn't quite figure him out. After discovering his talent, almost all the boys in the school avoided him like the plague, looking at him as if he were a ghost. But Lin Tian was the only one who took the initiative to approach her, which gave Su Chinga a glimmer of hope in her life.
Lin Tian, what exactly made you approach me in the first place? Why didn't you look down on my talent?
When asked again, Lin Tian did not answer. Instead, he smiled and gently stroked her forehead, saying softly, "Go to the contract hall, and you'll find out then."
After saying that, he took Su Chinga's hand and walked towards the contract hall. On the way, Su Chinga was very uneasy, wondering if her contract with Lin Tian would be successful.
The two quickly arrived at the contract hall. Without saying a word, Lin Tian opened his right palm and placed it on the contract crystal.
"Alright, Chinga, it's your turn."
Looking intently at Su Chinga, Lin Tian smiled slightly, dispelling her inner fear. With her eyes closed, Su Chinga also reached out and placed her hand on the contract crystal. As a current-like force surged into his body, the contract crystal began to function. Taking advantage of this moment, Lin Tian quickly closed his eyes and activated the many children, many blessings lottery system in his mind.
"System, I need your help." Beep, sensing the host's call, the multiple children, multiple blessing system is activated.
After several days of cultivation, my artifact age has reached the 3rd level.
I now request the system to reforge my spiritual artifact, the Panga Heaven Opening Axe. System received.
Initiating the reforging of the magical artifact. Then, a rusty iron axe appeared in Lin Tian's mind. The axe was then surrounded by a transparent crystal and began to be forged again. Soon, Lin Tian noticed that the rust on the iron axe was disappearing at a rapid pace. 10 minutes later, a brand new iron axe appeared before Lin Tian. Beep, due to the low age level of the artifact, it can currently only be reforged to grade F. Very well, I'm not in a rush. After all, everything should be done one step at a time. After dealing with the spirit artifact, the contract crystal emitted a mechanical voice. "Congratulations on the successful deep binding of the spirit master combination. The binding cannot be undone at this time." Upon hearing this voice, Su Chinga slowly opened her eyes.
She turned to look at Lin Tian, her eyes seemingly asking him, "Won't you regret doing this?"
But Lin Tian didn't have time to dwell on personal feelings with Su Chinga right now. Instead, he took the initiative to ask, "Chinga, now that you've transformed into a spiritual artifact, I want to test the level of tacit understanding we've developed after our deep contract." Upon hearing that she was about to transform into that broken axe again, Su Chinga hesitated for a moment.
Ultimately, after Lin Tian's persistent pleading, she transformed herself into a spiritual weapon. But the next second, Su Chinga was surprised to find that the rusty iron axe from before was now brand new. To help Su Chinga regain her confidence, Lin Tian deliberately brandished his axe and used 2 different moves. Then she was transformed back into human form. What happened? "Lin Tian, my axe, why is it new now?"
At this moment, Su Chinga also stopped being depressed and excitedly asked questions. Seeing this, Lin Tian smiled mysteriously and explained, "Actually, I not only possess ancient divine power, but also a special skill. This skill helps you upgrade your spirit weapon's level every so often. Now your spirit weapon is no longer a defective product, but a proper F grade."
After hearing Lin Tian's words, Su Chinga opened her mouth in surprise, not knowing how to respond for a moment.
No wonder Lin Tian was so determined to sign the contract with me back then. It turns out he really could pull me out of the abyss. Lin Tian, I am now a true F-level spiritual energy user. Although I am still 2 levels lower than you, at least I no longer feel inferior. A few minutes later, Su Chinga finally came to her senses and happily hugged Lin Tian. As long as the quality of her spiritual weapon can be improved, it means that she will be able to cultivate together with Lin Tian in the future. "Don't worry, with my skills, I'll make sure you stay at F rank forever. As long as you keep training with me every day, I believe that in the near future, the quality of your spiritual weapon will also rise to D rank." Lin Tian is not yet ready to tell Su Chinga everything about his being a time traveler. Besides, it takes time for a person to process things. There's plenty of time. He plans to slowly reveal the truth.
Su Qingge didn't ask too many questions about Lin Tian's secrets.
After all, the fact that she could continue to grow and improve herself like an ordinary person was already great news for her. A few days later, the teachers of Tianhua College gathered the students together again. After a period of vacation, most people have found suitable contract partners and have been cultivating for a while. Real-world experience is the best teacher, and the teachers naturally didn't want their students to live in theory forever. So, after discussing with the school leaders, they decided to take the new generation of spirit masters to the battlefield to have a real battle with the beasts. Standing on the school's podium, the teacher began to explain the divisions of the military to the students in detail. The entire Spirit Guardian army is divided into elite troops, night raid troops, and ordinary troops. Obviously, to join an elite army, the quality of the spirit master and the spirit weapon must be at least C grade. For a night raid, both sides' spirit levels must be at least E level. The remaining ordinary troops are those combinations below level E. After hearing the teacher's detailed explanation, the students in the audience began to exchange ideas with each other. After their eyes met, Zhang Chang and Liu both turned their gazes toward Lin Tian and Liu. Although Lin Tian is a D-level spirit master and qualified to join the night raid army, his spirit weapon level is too low, not even reaching F level. Therefore, the two agreed that Lin Tian would definitely be assigned to a regular army unit this time. This kind of army may seem capable of fighting on the front lines, but in reality, they are just doing odd jobs for the other two armies. After all, their abilities are too weak, and if they were to fight against the alien beasts, they would most likely be injured. At that moment, Lin Tian also noticed two pairs of eyes staring straight at him, whispering among themselves. But he ignored him and directly suggested to Su Qingge, "Qingge, why don't we apply to join the night raid army this time? While fighting off the alien beasts, we can also help you find your lost parents. What do you think?" Chapter 12. What makes you think you can do this? Before Su Qingge could answer, Zhang Chang, who was not far away, sneered. "TCH, you two think you can join the night raid? Lin Tian, did you not listen carefully to what the teacher said just now? To join the night raid army, both parties need to be at least E rank. You have a burden with you, how dare you say such outrageous things?" Upon hearing the words burden, Su Qingge immediately lowered her head in shame. Although she had just improved the quality of her transformed spiritual weapon a few days ago with Lin Tian's help, its level was still the lowest, F rank. She was indeed not qualified to join the night raid army. Furthermore, ever since the quality of her spiritual artifact was determined, she had been the focus of her classmates' discussions. Therefore, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Su Qingge didn't want to be too flamboyant and embarrass herself. She quickly tugged at Lin Tian's sleeve and whispered, "Lin Tian, how about we just forget about it? Let's join the regular army first, and we can deal with the rest later." At least for now, Su Qingge no longer needs to worry about not being able to improve the quality of her spiritual weapon. As long as she stays by Lin Tian's side and gradually improves the quality of her spiritual weapon, she believes that one day she will be able to advance to an E-grade spiritual weapon. Qingge, ordinary soldiers have no chance to fight against strange beasts on the battlefield. Moreover, you have been separated from your parents for many years. If you don't take advantage of this time to find them, the future will only be more dangerous. Lin Tian's words of advice made Su Qingge hesitate. Yes, she is now 18 years old, and her parents are almost 50. If we really have to wait until the quality of the spirit weapon reaches level E, it will probably be 5 years later. By then, it's hard to say whether my parents will still be alive. He muttered to himself, about to agree, when laughter erupted from all around him once again. "Ha, everyone come and see. A combination like Lin Tian and Su Qingge dares to dream of joining the night raid army? Isn't that a bit too arrogant?" As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of laughter erupted from the surrounding area. "Lin Tian, were you born to be a joke? If you had thought things through back then and found a D-grade spirit weapon combination, you could be joining the night raid army now. But your spirit weapon partner is Su Qingge. A broken axe that will never be upgraded in this lifetime. Ha ha ha. Exactly, your quality isn't even F rank. You're just a nobody who'll only ever live a life of idleness and waiting to die. What makes you think you can join the night raid?" Hearing the sarcastic remarks, Su Qingge finally couldn't hold back and exploded. "Who said my level can't be increased? My magical artifact was suddenly blessed a few days ago and it's completely renewed." Lin Qingge was careful not to reveal Lin Tian's secret about how he was able to reforge the magical artifact. Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter again, thinking that Lin Qingge must be crazy, otherwise why would she say such nonsense? Since the birth of the spirit control era, 300 years have passed, and no one has ever heard of anyone's spiritual artifact being able to be consecrated by itself. Not to mention a magical artifact like Su Qingge, which was born useless. Seeing Lin Tian and his companion being targeted by the crowd again, Zhang Qing stepped forward and continued to mock them. Su Qingge, Lin Tian, I advise you to give up on joining the night raid team. Otherwise, you'll be the ones who are embarrassed when the teacher rejects you. A single sentence brought Su Qingge back to reality, but Lin Tian snorted dismissively and stepped in front of her to block her view.
Hey, isn't this Zhang Cheng? If I remember correctly, you're one of my defeated opponents?
When the matter was brought up, Lin Tian immediately became radiant.
2B rank spirit masters were easily defeated by me, a D rank spirit master. How dare you stand up and talk to me? Lin Tian, don't be so arrogant.
When the scandalous affair was brought up again in public, Zhang Qing became furious and embarrassed. He immediately pointed at Lin Tian's nose and retorted, Lin Tian, Liu and I were just unfamiliar with each other that day, which allowed you to take advantage of the situation. If you have the guts, spar with me again today, and I'll make you admit defeat wholeheartedly.
Zhang
Qing, you seem like the kind of person who never learns from mistakes.
Lin Tian, don't be so arrogant.
Seeing Lin Tian constantly humiliating her, a B-level spirit master, Liu finally couldn't stand it anymore and walked up to Lin Tian with an arrogant expression. Lin Tian, I know you've been trying to regain your lost face because I rejected you, but there's still a difference of 2 levels between us. As he spoke, he adopted a condescending attitude, saying, I admit you do have some brute strength, but that brute strength is really too useless when it comes to dealing with alien beasts.
But the 2 levels between us are social classes that you can never cross in your entire life.
So Lin Tian, I advise you to be more honest, lest you make too many boasts and try to attract attention.
Oh, a mere B-grade spirit artifact avatar dares to be so arrogant?
Although you have the highest level in the school, there are always people stronger than you, and there is always a higher level to reach.
In the entire human race, you are just an ant. Seeing how arrogant the 2 of them were, Lin Tian couldn't help but sneer.
The reason they were so arrogant was simply because they were mocking their D-class status beneath their outward appearance. If he were to reveal his SSS level spirit master status directly, even the teacher on stage would probably be so frightened that he would kneel on the ground. After all, the old principal had cultivated for so many years, but in the end he was only at the A-level grandmaster level. If Lin Tian were to reveal his identity, he would probably be directly transferred to the S-level Fireseed City to become a senior mentor for the new generation of students.
But Lin Tian still held back.
As the saying goes, people cannot be compared on the same day, and he has no need to compare himself with these people from the bottom of society. Lin Tian, the way you talk makes it sound like you're some high-ranking person.
If our B rank group is just an ant, then what are your D rank, crippled F rank group? A pile of shit?
As soon as Zhang Qing finished speaking, he was met with another burst of laughter from the crowd. Su Qingge was the only one who kept a close eye on Lin Tian's micro-expressions and felt that he was acting very confidently at the moment. Moreover, this confidence doesn't seem to be deliberately put on, rather, it comes from a genuine sense of self-assurance, which naturally exudes a sense of accomplishment.
Could it be that Lin Tian's level is not just ordinary D level, and he simply used some method to deliberately conceal his true strength?
Recalling how she had helped him rebuild his magical artifact, Su Qingge immediately realized that this was no ordinary person. She's too embarrassed to ask Lin Tian about these things right now, but if he's willing to tell her, he will in the future. When I came to my senses again, the farce still showed no signs of ending. The teacher on stage noticed the commotion below the stage and finally followed the crowd to find the source of the commotion. All right, students, stop arguing.
What happened? Chapter 13, Isolated Again. Teacher, it's Lin Tian, that guy. He came in shouting that he wanted to.
When Zhang Qing saw the teacher walking towards the crowd, he immediately wanted to go up and tattle on her. But when the teacher heard the name Lin Tian, he immediately frowned, ignored Zhang Cheng, and went straight to Lin Tian. After all, even the former principal has been very concerned about Lin Tian these past few days. If the teachers neglect Lin Tian, they will definitely be punished if the principal finds out.
Lin Tian, is there anything I can help you with?
Although Lin Tian was caught off guard by the teacher's enthusiasm, based on the original owner's memories, he realized that this was the first time he had been taken care of by the teacher in this way. It seems the old principal still commands a lot of respect. The teachers no longer dare to look down on him. Looking to the side, it was the B-rank spirit master whom the teacher usually liked the most who was now publicly humiliated, his face turning ashen. In this situation, Lin Tian couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at Zhang Qing. Then, he solemnly reported to the teacher, "Teacher,
Su Qingge and I have discussed it and want to join the Night Raid army. I wonder if the teacher agrees." That's possible, but Qingge's spiritual weapon level. Even the teachers felt a little embarrassed when Su Qingge was mentioned. If Lin Tian were to choose a contract partner of the same level, he wouldn't even need to apply, he could join the Night Raid team directly. Unfortunately, the stumbling block on his life's path was precisely the contractual partner he had actively chosen. Seeing that the teacher was hesitant, the surrounding students started to jeer. This time, Lin Tian didn't give them a chance and took the initiative to assure the teacher, "Teacher, you must have heard some things from the old principal. As long as I'm here, I will definitely not hold the Night Raid team back." Seeing Lin Tian's resolute attitude, the teacher didn't want to waste any more time and agreed immediately. "Alright, in that case, you absolutely must ensure your safety and that nothing goes wrong." Lin Tian nodded solemnly, and then the teacher dismissed everyone so they could go back and make their preparations. On the way back, Su Qingge couldn't help but discuss with Lin Tian, tomorrow's battle against the alien beasts will be extraordinary. If you really can't hold on, we can withdraw from the Night Raid army and switch to the regular army. What are you saying? Seeing that Su Qinghuan still didn't quite believe him, Lin Tian quickly stopped and explained to her. "Qingge, don't worry, as long as I'm by your side, there will never be any failure. Besides, killing exotic beasts is a rare way to quickly improve one's cultivation. I will take this opportunity to find more exotic beast cores for you, so that your spiritual weapon can grow faster." Now that she's free from the problem of defective products, Su Qinghuan only needs to honestly accompany Lin Tian in grinding monsters. Perhaps in a very short time, she can directly skip the F level and advance her spirit weapon to the E level. "Okay. Lin Tian, from now on I will listen to you. I will do my best to play my part and will never be a burden to you again." At this moment, Su Qingge's gaze towards Lin Tian was incredibly firm. Silly girl. Being favored by such a beautiful woman made Lin Tian feel like he was living in a fairyland every day. Fortunately, Su Qingge's Pangu axe was almost completely eroded by time, otherwise Lin Tian would not have been able to exploit such a large loophole. The following morning, the teacher assigned the students to 3 armies according to the final level of each contract combination. Subsequently, the army marched in a mighty force straight towards the front lines of Luoli City. On the way, Lin Tian appeared rather lazy because the Night Raid army had no combat missions during the day. Seeing this, the surrounding classmates all disgustedly avoided him, as if encountering Lin Tian would bring bad luck. Meanwhile, the elite troops immediately engaged in combat upon arriving at the battlefield. This time, Zhang Cheng and Li Yu cooperated very well, killing many low-level beasts along the way, and were praised by many classmates. After all, Zhang Cheng and Li Yu were the only B-level spirit-controlling duo in this elite army, while Wang Haozuan went to the neighboring school because there were no suitable candidates at his own school. This made Zhang Cheng and Li Yu the center of attention. Although Zhang Cheng and Li Yu are of average appearance, in this era that values ability, they are still idolized by many students. Although they were both members of an elite army, many C-level spirit control combinations were defeated by second-tier beasts early on because their abilities were inferior to Zhang Cheng and his companion. During the halftime break, seeing the two of them still fighting energetically on the battlefield, everyone cast envious glances at them. Wow, this duo of BS is amazing. They've been fighting for almost an hour, and they don't even seem tired yet. Sai, Li Yu's sword-type spiritual weapon is a relatively high-end B-grade weapon. If he can properly absorb the alien beast's crystal core, he might even be able to upgrade its quality to a grade. TSK Tisk, I'd be more than satisfied if my partner and I could ever reach the C-level Grandmaster level. Is there anything harder in the world than that? With a group of C-level troops making sarcastic remarks, the elite army once again turned its attention to the Night Raiding force in the rear. Everyone acted in unison, turning their attention to Lin Tian and his duo. Of course there are things that are more difficult than this, but haven't we already handed those over to Lin Tian to handle? This idiot thinks he can handle the beasts with brute force? Wait until tonight on the battlefield, and see if those high-level beasts don't beat the crap out of him. Just as the two were making fun of Lin Tian, Zhang Cheng and his partner finally withdrew from the battlefield. I'm so tired. I killed 15 alien beasts in one go. I can now aim for the top spot on the alien beast kill leaderboard. Zhang Cheng proudly showed off to everyone, while Li Yu deliberately raised her voice, as if she wanted Lin Tian to hear her. Wow, this duo of BS is practically invincible on the front lines in Luwali City.
Zhang Cheng and I easily killed 15 alien beasts, 6 of which were second tier.
I wonder if a certain team can kill a tier 1 alien beast and break their 0-kill record by tonight?
The reason why the Night Raid army operates at night is because those tier 1 alien beasts are afraid of the elite army's attack during the day, so they choose to ambush some weaker spirit control groups at night. But even this small tier 1 beast is a nightmare for many groups below tier C. After Liu teased him like that, the other group's partners also started laughing at Lin Tian. Yes, Lin Tian, tonight you try your best to take that rusty, broken axe and chop off the head of a strange beast. If you really can't understand it, a little cut is fine too. After all, the rusty axe is also known as the tetanus axe. Haha. I just don't know if the beasts will be infected with this disease. Chapter 14 Extraordinary Abilities. Hearing the bursts of mockery, Su Qingda's mood plummeted once again. He glared fiercely at those people and hysterically shouted, "I told you, my magical weapon has been completely renewed and is no longer a broken axe that can't be upgraded."
Never mind. Lin Tian stopped Su Qingda and led her away from the group.
Although he had transmigrated and possessed top-tier talent, Lin Tian also experienced the deep malice of humanity in this world. However, in a dog-eat-dog world, no one will pity the weak. Fortunately, he himself is not weak, he just likes to play the fool in this era. The two walked in the opposite direction of the group for a while, and when they were alone, Lin Tian called Su Qingda to stop.
"Qingda, since they all look down on us, how about we act alone tonight?" Acting alone. Upon hearing this, Su Qingda hesitated for a moment.
Although she already had a general idea of Lin Tian's strength, this was, after all, the front line. If the two of them ventured deep into enemy territory alone, they would have to face hordes of strange beasts.
Moreover, although low-level alien beasts appear more frequently at night, occasionally large groups of high-level alien beasts will come out to hunt for food.
Those spirit-taming combinations with quality below grade E are the targets of high-level exotic beasts.
Moreover, when Su Qingda thought about her background, she couldn't help but feel even more afraid of it.
Lin Tian, sometimes we have to admit our weaknesses.
Going it alone is too dangerous. Why don't we stick with the main group? Qingda, you must believe in my abilities.
Lin Tian walked up to her and gently placed his hands on her shoulders, instantly making Su Qingda feel a strong sense of security.
Those people look down on us so much, don't you want to take this opportunity to prove yourself? If we go back in such a sorry state, wouldn't they look down on us even more? That.
Su Qingda's lips trembled slightly, then she looked at Lin Tian earnestly. "Lin Tian, I agree to act alone with you, but if we encounter a beast of too high a level, you mustn't be reckless. Don't worry, with me here, I will never let you come into any danger."
After saying that, Lin Tian led Su Qingda directly into the depths of the dense forest.
Immediately, the many children, many blessings system also gave Lin Tian a prompt in his mind.
Warning! This is an area infiltrated by high-level killers. Please be extremely careful, host. This area is prone to encountering Tier 4 beasts danger level, 60%. System, what level of talent is needed to defeat a Tier 4 alien beast?
Reporting to the host, a double A level combination is needed to defeat the 4th tier alien beast.
Only at the double A level? This system is underestimating me a bit too much, isn't it?
Lin Tian snorted coldly, ignoring the system's prompts, and directly pulled Su Qingda's hand into the dense forest.
The deeper you go, the more eerie the surroundings become.
Suddenly a chill swept over her, making Su Qingda shiver.
She quickly grabbed Lin Tian's sleeve and said nervously, "Lin Tian, this place looks so eerie, why don't we go back? What's there to be afraid of?" The more danger he sensed, the more Lin Tian wanted to explore the depths of the dense forest.
If we have the chance to encounter some 4th tier killers, we will definitely be able to extract a large number of crystal cores from the alien beasts. These crystal cores can completely help Su Qinghuan upgrade her spiritual weapon to the next level.
As Lin Tian quickened his pace, roars echoed around him.
Beyond the bushes in front of them, they saw several 4th tier beasts fighting together.
Lin Tian. Shouldn't we retreat? This is a 4th tier beast.
Su Qinghuan vaguely remembered that when she was a child, she went to the front line with her parents and encountered a group of strange beasts like this. The situation was urgent, so the parents had to team up to fight the monster, while Su Qinghuan was rescued by the main force that arrived later. It was during that time that she was completely separated from her parents and became an orphan with no one to care for her.
It's too late.
As the two appeared, the strange beast also noticed them.
After a few roars, the beast charged towards Lin Tian and his companion in droves.
In this critical moment, Suchinga disregarded her anxiety and transformed into a magical artifact to combine with Lin Tian. Faced with the attack of a 4th-tier beast, Lin Tian remained completely calm and immediately activated his SSS level skill. Although his current SSS level attributes are only at the initial level of a master, he can still easily kill a 4th-tier killer. As Lin Tian unleashed his full power, even the axe in his hand emitted a strange light, illuminating the surroundings as if it were daytime. Although the 4th-tier beast was starving, it could still tell that Lin Tian's abilities were extraordinary. Instantly, the beasts turned around and tried to escape in a panic. Lin Tian wasn't about to let them get away. He quickly pushed off the ground with both feet and caught up with the fleeing beast like a bolt of lightning. The axe in his hand seemed to be blessed, making it as easy as cutting melons and vegetables to hunt down 4th-tier alien beasts. In just a few minutes, the battlefield was littered with corpses, and all the 4th-tier beasts lay dead on the ground. Gear dropped. The strange beast died, and its crystal cores were exposed to the air. Lin Tian happily picked them all up. At that moment, Su Qinghuan transformed back into human form, staring wide-eyed at the corpses scattered on the ground. "This is unbelievable, Lin Tian, how did you do that?" "See? I told you, as long as you're with me, I'll never let anything happen to you." Lin Tian smiled proudly and said gently to Su Qingga, "Qingga, let me improve the quality of your spiritual weapon." "Ah, me." Su Qingga knew that the reason she was able to succeed this time was entirely due to Lin Tian's personal ability, and had almost nothing to do with the spiritual artifact she had transformed into. 5 crystal cores also exploded from those 4th-tier beasts. If they could help Lin Tian improve his cultivation, they would definitely allow him to reach a higher level. "Why don't you just take it and use it yourself? Qingga, we have already formed a deep contract. Now you are just like me. If I only focus on improving my own cultivation and let you stay in the same place, our overall strength will never improve." Having said that, he immediately sat down on the ground and silently opened the path of infinity. Subsequently, through their contractual agreement, they began to improve the quality of Pango's heaven-opening axe. After a long period of time, all the crystal cores were finally digested. At this point, the system also provided an upgrade. "Congratulations, host. Your contracted spirit artifact has reached rank F, Lord status." Wow, the quality improvement of low-grade spiritual artifacts is really fast. With just 5 crystal cores, it's already upgraded directly from the level of a controller to that of a lord. If we find 10 more crystal cores, wouldn't that directly upgrade Su Qinghuan's heaven-opening axe to level E? Chapter 15 Star Moments. Alright, Qingga, now feel the difference in your spiritual weapon. Lin Tian smiled gently and looked at Su Qingga. Su Qingga nervously closed her eyes and began to sense the level of the spiritual artifact. Soon, she opened her eyes in surprise, her mouth agape. "Lin Tian, my axe has actually reached the lord level? 5 4th-tier beast cores have allowed you to leap several levels. I've calculated that if you can collect 10 more cores, the quality of your axe can be directly upgraded to E grade." Suddenly, the many children, many blessings system gave another prompt. "Host, the effect will be even better if you can upgrade it using the artifact's age." When the topic of the artifact came up, Lin Tian realized that he hadn't used it in a long time. If this talent were used now, it would definitely make Su Qingga feel ashamed. After all, they hadn't known each other for very long, and Su Qingga was the school beauty who was adored by the entire school at the time. How could she easily do such intimate things with a man? Forget it, let's talk about the passage of time with the artifacts later. He silently replied to the system in his mind, but unexpectedly, the system started acting up. "Host, if you use the artifact age talent, you can upgrade your partner's artifact to E grade in just half a month without using a crystal core." Ahem, let's wait a while. Who sleeps with someone they've just met? Having just finished communicating with the system, Su Qingga unexpectedly threw herself into Lin Tian's arms the next second. "Lin Tian, thank you. I can't even imagine what my life would be like if I hadn't been bound to you. Qingga, now that I've chosen you, I need to think about your future. I believe that one day, we will become the world's top spirit-controlling duo." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Tian felt a warm sensation on his cheek. Su Qingga lowered her head in shame, not daring to look at him. That warmth just now came from Su Qingga's lips. Then, she lowered her head and said timidly, "Lin Tian, since we both need to think about the future, then, now that we're adults, it's time to strive for the next generation of spirit masters." "Ah? Qingga, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by striving for the next generation?" "Ugh.
You're just asking a question you already know the answer to. Do you really want me to spell it out for you?
Meanwhile, Zheng Cheng and his elite troops, after a period of rest, also joined the night raid team and launching their operation late at night.
After all, they were the strongest combination in the entire school, and Zhang Cheng and his companion also played to their fullest advantage on the night raid side. Whenever they encountered hordes of low-level beasts, and the night raid army was routed and forced to retreat, Zhang Cheng and his companion would rush to their aid. Their powerful momentum swept away the hordes of low-level beasts in no time. What followed was, of course, the admiration of everyone. I'm so envious. AB-rank duo, currently the strongest in the school.
If they continue training like this, they might even be able to raise their quality to a rank in this lifetime. After the boy next to him finished speaking, he looked at his partner with a look of disgust. He was, after all, a D-rank spirit master, but his partner was an E-rank. In actual combat, he truly experienced what it meant to be a burden. If he had chosen a D-grade spiritual artifact as his contract partner back then, after a period of actual combat, he would likely have directly raised his strength to the C level, thus joining the elite army and killing more alien beasts. The contracted partner not only has a spirit weapon of a lower level than himself, but its quality is also not the best among E-grade spirit weapons. It can only be considered so-so. The boy even saw a resemblance to Su Qingge in her. Sigh, now I can understand how tough Lin Tian was back then. With the two of us like this, we'll probably never be able to advance in rank. He gave his contract partner another disdainful look, which immediately angered the other party.
Zheng Kai, what do you mean? You were the one who said you like me and took the initiative to form a contract with me, but now you're complaining about the level of my spiritual weapon. Damn it, I was just being foolish, thinking that good looks could put food on the table. Now it seems that in this day and age, a beautiful woman without ability is nothing more than a vase. She looks exactly like Su Qingge. Zheng Kai, you. Being compared to Su Qingge by the contract partner was like a slap in the face to this girl, leaving her utterly ashamed. Upon noticing a fight between classmates nearby, Zheng Qing, who was in the heat of the moment, immediately came over to mediate. Hey guys, your combination of D rank and E rank isn't bad at all. Why bother arguing just because the other person is a lower rank? Listen to me, as long as you train hard and kill monsters to level up, you'll eventually be able to advance. Looking at Zhang Qing's sincere eyes, the boy sighed again. Sigh, Brother Qing, I really regret it now. Back then, several ordinary-looking D-grade spirit artifact avatars wanted to form a contract with me, but I was blinded by greed and ended up with this burden. Unlike you, who is so good at seeking advantages and avoiding disadvantages, you immediately formed a contract with Li Yu and became the strongest partner in the whole school. Hearing someone from another group praise her abilities, Li Yu, who was standing to the side, also began to feel smug. However, to maintain harmony among classmates, he responded modestly, Zheng Kai, since you have already made a pact with Sun Chai, please stop saying such disdainful things. After all, only when two people work together can they achieve great things. That's what they said, but deep down they were filled with pride. Indeed, in this era, people who are good-looking but useless will be disliked. Just like Su Qingge back then, when she first transferred to the school, she was almost adored by all the boys in the school. But what happened after her level was revealed? She became utterly despised and hated by everyone. Only a fool like Lin Tian, who clearly has some ability, would choose a pretty face who can't even make a living. As for herself, although she was of average appearance, she became very popular with many boys after the quality of her spiritual weapon was determined. Before forming a contract with Zheng Cheng, quite a few C-rank spirit masters wanted to form one with her. But for the sake of her future, Li Yu did not hesitate to choose Zheng Cheng. During the short break, the two were surrounded by praise, which made them feel quite smug. When Zhang Qing recalled killing those low-level alien beasts again, he clearly felt a loss of interest. Moreover, dealing with these second-tier beasts requires defeating almost 20 of them to obtain a single crystal core, making the drop rate extremely low. If they could go out on their own, even if they encountered some tier 3 beasts, they could increase their drop rate. So Zhang Qing took the initiative to ask Li Yu, why don't we go on our own and find some high-level beasts to fight? Chapter 16 You don't have that strength. Okay. Without hesitation, Li Yu agreed immediately. The drop rate of crystal cores from these low-level alien beasts is just too low. At this rate, when will I ever reach the B-level Grandmaster stage? Since the signing of their contract, the two have been diligently cultivating every day. In addition, the two of them already possessed considerable talent, so they quickly reached the advanced B-level stage.
However, the crystal cores used for cultivation on a regular basis are subsidies issued by the school leaders every now and then to cultivate high-level contract partners. It wasn't until he was actually on the battlefield that Liu realized just how difficult it was to collect a crystal core. In this nearly day and night battle, the two of them had put in a lot of effort but gained very little. They killed dozens of second-tier alien beasts but only managed to collect a mere 3 crystal cores. With such a small amount of stuff, it's impossible to even improve it to be grade quality by 5%.
If we delay any longer, things will only get harder and harder. Let's act now.
Under the cover of night, the beast's fighting strength should be weakened.
If we can find a group of third-tier beasts, we might even get 3 crystal cores if we're lucky.
After saying that, Zhang Qing took Liu's hand and walked into the depths of the dense forest. Zhang Qing claimed he was going to kill high-level beasts to improve his cultivation, but he still had some ulterior motives for this trip. Thinking back to when they were in the contract hall, the two of them joined forces but were defeated by Lin Tian alone. It was an utter disgrace to their lives. With only a D-level talent, he should be bowing down to them and groveling every day. I really don't know where he got the courage to dare to challenge the two of them. Knowing that Lin Tian had already taken Su Qingge deep into the dense forest, Zhang Qing also planned to take this opportunity to avenge his previous humiliation. After all, when they first formed the contract, Zhang Qing and the other person's B-level talent was only at the initial stage of the charioteer. He has already cultivated to a high level, and is only 40% away from reaching the Grandmaster realm.
What makes Lin Tian think he can defeat him again?
As the two went deeper into the area, Liu suddenly remembered something.
By the way, Zhang Chang, didn't Lin Tian bring Su Qingge here earlier? I wonder how they are doing now.
At this moment, Liu's desire to see Lin Tian make a fool of himself was even greater than his desire to kill the high-level alien beast.
These are the ones I'm looking for. Overconfident fools, with their strength, they dare to venture alone into the dense forest where high-level beasts roam?
If I were unlucky, I might have already been killed by a high-level beast. That's good, it saves us the trouble of taking revenge ourselves. Liu felt a burning hatred for Lin Tian whenever he was mentioned. Back then, he was her most loyal admirer. As a child, Lin Tian treated her like a goddess, and would share any good things his family had with her immediately. But ever since they discovered each other's qualities, Lin Tian seemed to have become a different person. He ignored her and even seemed to dislike her.
What gives him the right to look down on himself?
According to the script, Lin Tian should be even more obsequious to him than before, yearning to make a contract with him every day. Then, he would make another deep pact with Zhang Chang, and together they would mock this lowly sycophant.
That was the life Liu had always dreamed of. But now, this guy is actually taking the school's most beautiful goddess to the dense forest to search for high-level exotic beasts? Since Lin Tian is still alive this time, he must be taught a profound lesson and let him know who is the overlord of this school. The two chatted and laughed as they walked through a dense forest, when suddenly they saw the corpses of 2 high-level beasts lying in a clearing not far away. Beside the corpse, Lin Tian was squatting on the ground, extracting a high-end crystal core from the alien beast's body. Damn it, this is a 5th-tier beast. Lin Tian, let alone fighting it, would probably be killed the moment he met it. But why did those 2 strange beasts die here? Could it be that they were fighting each other, and Lin Tian, who happened to be passing by, took advantage of the situation? That must be it. The two thought of this almost simultaneously, and Zhang Qing shouted to stop Lin Tian's actions. Lin Tian, you are shameless. You actually took advantage of the fight between 2 high-level alien beasts, ambushed and killed them, and even wanted to extract the high-level crystal core? Lin Tian, hand over the crystal cores now. You don't deserve them.
At this moment, Lin Tian was squatting on the ground, looking at the 5th-order crystal core with great joy. After all, just 1 crystal core of this quality is enough to upgrade Su Qingge's spirit weapon level directly from Grandmaster to Lord. If she could possess 2 of them at the same time, then it wouldn't be long before Su Qingge's spiritual weapon quality would successfully advance to grade E. For low-level spirit-controlling combinations, crystal cores at this stage are like the bright moon in the starry sky, desirable but unattainable. What should have been a celebratory occasion turned into a major disappointment for Lin Tian due to the appearance of Zhang Qing and his companion. Lin Tian calmly picked up the crystal cores, put them in his pocket, and then stood up to look at Zhang Chang. Why should I give you the crystal core when I killed the beast with my own strength?
You think you can take me on?
Lin Tian, I know you have the talent of ancient divine power, but those things were eliminated hundreds of years ago. If your spirit control level doesn't improve, it's impossible for you to kill 2 5th-level murderers. Zhang Qing simply refused to believe that Lin Tian had killed such a high-level beast. After all, killing a 4th-tier beast requires a combination of 2 A-level members. And these 5th-tier exotic beasts require their contract partners to reach the advanced level of S rank at the same time.
What a concept that is.
Even if Zhang Qing and his companion cultivated every day until they were 70 years old, they might not be able to reach the S-level of the Royal Guardian stage, let alone the advanced stage. That is something that can only be longed for but never reached. Lin Tian is just a D-level spirit master, and Su Qingga is the worst of the F-level spirit artifacts. If they were to fight a 5th-tier beast head-on, they wouldn't even have a chance to take a hit. Lin Tian, stop showing off. If you don't hand over the crystal core today, the 2 of us will make this place your burial ground.
Oh? A B-level duo dares to say such arrogant things?
Lin Tian looked at Zhang Cheng with disdain. Zhang Cheng, you really don't learn your lesson easily.
Have you forgotten how I taught you a lesson back in the contract hall? If you 2 are determined to die, I wouldn't mind giving you a hand.
The fact that his old wounds were being exposed made Zhang Qing furious. Without saying a word, Liu transformed into a magical artifact and merged with Zhang Cheng. In the darkness, the B-grade sword spirit in Zhang Qing's hand emitted bursts of cold light, sending chills down Su Qingga's spine.
Lin Tian, are you really going to fight them? Qingga, hide behind me and watch my performance. Chapter 17, completely crushed again.
You didn't even bring any magical artifacts, Lin Tian.
Do you really think we're still in the same state as when we first formed our contract?
This time, Lin Tian still did not team up with Su Qingga, which made Zhang Qing completely underestimate his opponent.
So what if you've been promoted? In my eyes, you're nothing more than B-rank ants. Lin Tian, don't be so arrogant. One sentence completely enraged Zhang Qing.
In the end, Lin Tian only possesses 2 talents at the same time, and the first talent was already obsolete hundreds of years ago. His spirit control level is only D-level, a bottom-tier existence.
What makes him so arrogant?
But Zhang Cheng never imagined that the Lin Tian in front of him was no longer the classmate who would only fawn over him. His level had already been successfully upgraded to SSS level after his talent was tested. Even without using magical artifacts, Lin Tian could deal with a B-rank team as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. With a furious shout, Zhang Cheng, his eyes red, charged straight at Lin Tian. The long sword in his hand seemed to have accumulated countless rages, and when it pierced towards Lin Tian, it emitted endless cold light.
Lin Tian, watch out.
Su Qingga had never seen such a scene before, and covered her eyes in horror.
But the next second, Lin Tian easily dodged Zhang Qing's fatal attack.
Immediately, Lin Tian struck Zhang Qing on the back, slamming him hard to the ground. Instantly, Zhang Qing felt as if his back had been crushed by a boulder weighing thousands of kilograms, and the pain was so intense that he could not stand up.
As blood continued to gush from his mouth, Liu quickly transformed into human form and tenderly picked up Zhang Cheng.
She was also seriously injured at this time, her whole body was sore and weak, and she could hardly walk.
Lin Tian, how could you hurt Zhang Qing like this? He's your classmate.
Liu turned around and screamed hysterically at Lin Tian.
Classmate?
Lin Tian walked up to the 2 of them with a gloomy face and said in a deep voice, when you were laughing at me back then, did you never think that I was also your classmate? Liu, I admit that I've been fawning over you since I was a child, but things are different now.
From now on, we are no longer from the same world.
As he spoke, he leaned down gently, looking at Zhang Qing's terrified face, and said, Zhang Qing, remember this, your double B-level combination will always be nothing but ants in my eyes.
Do you know you're wrong? A deep, resonant question terrified Zhang Qing. I know I was wrong. Lin Tian, please let us go. Get out of here.
Remember, you can insult me in the future, but if I find out you talk about Su Qingga again, I will never forgive you. At this moment, Lin Tian was like a god descending to earth, his entire being exuding a sense of oppressive power. This sense of awe was suffocating for Zhang Qing. He even felt, in a daze, that Lin Tian was a god high above him, and he was just an ant.
Why aren't you leaving yet? Do you want to see my abilities again? With another deep question, Liu was so frightened that she quickly helped Zhang Qing up and fled. After the 2 left, Su Qingga slowly walked out from behind. Looking into Lin Tian's blood-red eyes, she felt a sudden sense of unfamiliarity. Lin Tian, how did you do that? Why do I always feel that your strength is immeasurable? Qingga. The moment he saw her, Lin Tian's expression softened. There are some things I will tell you slowly.
If I tell you everything at once, I'm afraid you won't be able to process it all at once. In short, if you encounter danger in the future, you just need to hide behind me. Su Qingge looked at Lin Tian with deep affection, her eyes filled with love. On the other side, after Liu brought Zhang Qing back to the main group, the classmates asked him about the reason for his injury. Zhang Qing only mentioned that he encountered a high-level alien beast outside, but he didn't mention a word about being completely defeated by Lin Tian again. Subsequently, Zhang Qing was also sent directly to the logistics sanatorium to recuperate due to the severity of his injuries. On the hospital bed, Liu held Zhang Qing's hand tenderly, still expressing her anger towards Lin Tian.
How dare he? Lin Tian, with only a D-level aptitude, cripple you in a single move. Could it be that Lin Tian really killed those two high-level beasts? I think so.
This time, Zhang Qing also began to acknowledge Lin Tian's strength. He just couldn't understand why Lin Tian's ancient talent, which had long been obsolete, was so powerful. Liu, could it be that Lin Tian's ancient talent is also one of the stronger types? Or is it that he can improve his ancient talent every time he participates in actual combat? Perhaps that's really the case.
Although Liu harbored resentment towards Lin Tian, she still acknowledged his abilities. So what if his ancient talent is powerful?
Suddenly remembering something, Zhang Qing sat up abruptly from the bed. He coughed heavily twice from the exertion.
No matter what, we also have double B-level talents.
When we killed the alien beasts before, our strength was obviously much stronger than others. It's just that because we haven't cultivated for long enough, we've fallen behind Lin Tian in terms of innate talent. Hearing Zhang Qing say this, Liu nodded repeatedly. Yes, we are only at the advanced B level now. If we cultivate for a longer period of time and both of us advance to the Grandmaster level, even Lin Tian will not be able to contend with us.
That's right.
From today onwards, we must cultivate even more diligently and strive to reach the Grandmaster realm as soon as possible. On the other hand, Su Qingge felt that Lin Tian's actions this time were rather heavy-handed. After all, they were classmates. If Zhang Qing went back and reported him to the teacher, it would definitely be detrimental to Lin Tian. Unexpectedly, Lin Tian smiled and replied directly, if it weren't for the fact that we were classmates, I would have killed them all long ago. Every time Lin Tian thought of Liu, he felt disgusted and hated the original owner for groveling before her. This woman is mediocre in talent and appearance, and is not worthy of me at all.
Although B-level talent is considered relatively high at Tianhua Academy, it can only be considered the initial stage in the entire spirit control era.
Even now, although the Pango axe that has withstood the test of time has not yet been put to use, as long as Lin Tian frequently fights monsters and gives all the crystal cores to Su Qingge to absorb, one day her spiritual weapon will also become an SSS-level ultimate quality weapon. By the way, you don't need to worry that Zhang Qing will tell the teacher when he gets back. Based on my understanding of him, he will definitely tell his classmates that he was only injured because he encountered a very high-level beast and was no match for it.
Chapter 18, Strength Unknown. As Lin Tian had predicted, Zhang Cheng was a person with a very strong sense of self-respect.
After returning home, he did not mention a word about being completely defeated by Lin Tian. It was only in the sanatorium that he felt resentful about this experience. Lin Tian wasn't in a hurry to go back, but instead led Su Qingge deeper into the dense forest. Having encountered a fifth-tier beast earlier, Su Qingge felt increasingly uneasy as she ventured deeper into the area.
Lin Tian. I think killing only some fifth-tier beasts is enough.
Almost every beast of this level will drop a high-level crystal core, which is more than enough for the two of us. After all, the teacher had explained it in detail before the trip. To kill a fifth-tier beast, you need a double A-level contract combination, and both of them need to reach the Grandmaster stage to kill it easily. In just 5 levels, it directly surpassed the 6 levels of a Spirit Master, which is enough to prove how powerful the beast is.
If we encounter a Tier 6 beast earlier, wouldn't it take a double S rank team to defeat it?
Lin Tian, on the other hand, had no such worries. He pulled Su Qingge forward while responding to her. Qingge, although the drop rate of crystal cores from 5th-tier beasts is around 90%, you still need at least 5 of these crystal cores to help you advance to the next tier.
It's just too slow.
If we're lucky, we'll encounter a 6th-tier beast a little further on, and the drop rate is 100%.
Plus, each crystal core can raise your current tier by 50%.
At Tianhua Academy, only top students can receive a weekly subsidy of crystal cores from the school, which is why Zhang Qing and his companions' overall strength has improved so quickly. As for Su Qingge, who was recognized by the entire school as someone who could never advance any further, she was no longer noticed by the school after the quality of her spiritual weapon was determined. The reason she was able to quickly upgrade that rusty iron axe was entirely due to Lin Tian killing these wild monsters outside. If it weren't for the contract with Lin Tian, Su Qinghuan might have really remained stagnant. But it takes a double S rank combination to defeat a 6th tier beast. When this was mentioned, Su Qingge felt somewhat inferior. Lin Tian, as you know, I can't help you much in actual combat.
You have to face everything on your own.
Faced with the choice of whether to go and kill the high-level beast or retreat, Su Qingge seemed somewhat hesitant. After all, as her partner, she also wanted to obtain more high-level crystal cores so that she could advance quickly and match Lin Tian's level. But as the two ventured deeper into the heart of the strange beast's territory, the surroundings became increasingly dangerous. If Lin Tian makes even the slightest mistake, the two of them will likely perish here. As soon as Su Qingge finished speaking, before Lin Tian could respond, a system notification appeared in her mind.
Ding!
The system has detected that the host's spirit companion now fully trusts the host. The host is now being rewarded with an upgrade to the age level of their enhancement device. If the host forms a deep contract with the spiritual artifact, it can be directly upgraded to its maximum quality.
What is the highest quality? Lin Tian was a little confused by what he said.
He didn't understand whether this maximum quality meant maximizing the F grade, or whether using the years of the weapon once would directly awaken the Pango Axe, making it a true SS grade spiritual weapon.
To the host, this is a mystery the system has left for you. You'll only know the answer after you try it yourself. You son of a bitch.
What angered Lin Qi the most was that this system always liked to keep things mysterious.
But everyone is still on the front lines, so Lin Tian can't exactly find a bush to do that kind of thing, can he? Since that's the case, why not go find some high-level exotic beasts to fight?
If we can bring back some materials for the teacher, it will definitely impress the students. Seeing that Lin Tian hadn't responded, Su Qingge assumed that he was disgusted with her. Large tears slid directly from the corners of her eyes.
Qingge, why are you crying? I was just thinking about something, that's why I couldn't respond to you. Lin Tian, do you also think I'm useless? How could that be?
Lin Tian turned around, tenderly cupped Su Qingge's beautiful face, and said softly, "Let's kill some high-level monsters first, so we can prove ourselves to our teacher when we get back.
Then, when we get back to school, I'll give you another surprise." Like the system, Lin Tian kept Su Qingge in suspense, not directly telling her what the surprise was. Left with no other choice, Su Qingge could only follow Lin Tian deeper into the dense forest.
This time, they indeed encountered a 6th tier beast. Meanwhile, as dawn broke, the teacher, while taking attendance, discovered that Lin Tian and his companion had not returned home all night. Among the entire student team, only Zhang Qing and Zhang Qing had truly witnessed Lin Tian's abilities, so the other students had various opinions about the matter. Sai, do you think Lin Tian's insistence on going deep into the forest to kill a high-level beast, could it be? With his strength, he probably couldn't even defeat a 3rd-tier beast.
I reckon he's already eaten by a high-tier beast by now.
Several classmates expressed their disgust when Lin Tian was mentioned. After all, in everyone's eyes, this person is really too pretentious. Despite having such a low talent level, he is always incredibly arrogant, even disregarding the strongest duo in the academy, Zhang Qing and his companion. As the saying goes, evil people will be punished by heaven. If Lin Tian was killed by a high-level alien beast this time, it was entirely his own fault. Just then, Zhang Cheng also came out of the sanatorium. After hearing the information his classmates were exchanging, he immediately revealed an evil smile.
Lin Tian only has himself to blame.
Many people may not know this, but the reason I was injured by a high-level alien beast was entirely to save Lin Tian. But when faced with a 5th-tier beast, Lin Tian only cared about escaping, leaving Liu and me stranded in the dense forest. If it weren't for our formidable strength, which allowed us to escape from a 5th-tier beast, we would probably be the ones being eaten right now. After Zhang Qing said that, some students immediately believed it. Wow, escaping from a 5th-tier beast. Zhang Qing, you two are getting more and more powerful. Yes, we've heard that to kill a 5th-tier beast, you need a combination of 2A rank members, both of whom must be at the Grandmaster level. For noobs like us who are only C or D rank, we'd probably be killed by the beast before we even have a chance to react.
After Zhang Qing's boasting, the other classmates became even more convinced of their abilities.
Upon hearing these words, the teacher nervously approached Zhang Cheng and asked if what he said was true. After all, Lin Tian was a student whom the old principal personally instructed to take extra care of. If he really got into trouble in the wilderness, the teachers would also be punished by the principal. When suddenly asked by the teacher, Zhang Qing became hesitant and stammering. I'm telling the truth. Chapter 19: Significant Disparity in Strength. Oh no! Upon hearing this, the teacher quickly summoned several groups of powerful spirit-controlling warriors to search for Lin Tian and his companion in the dense forest. Just as everyone was preparing to set off, they saw Lin Tian calmly walking towards them, holding Su Qingga's hand, in the morning light. Upon seeing his teacher, Lin Tian smiled and took a package from his waist and handed it to him. On the way back, Lin Tian secretly communicated with the system again and confirmed that as long as he went back and used the Age of the Artifact talent, these crystal cores would not be of much use to him. Perfect, I can bring it back to show off to the teacher and prove my abilities at the same time. With some doubt, the teacher opened the package and was so shocked that she almost dropped it. There are 4 6th tier beast cores. There are also 10 5th tier beast cores remaining, and even more 4th tier beast cores. Lin Tian, did you kill all these strange beasts with your own hands? Lin Tian nodded, but didn't forget to pull Su Qingga aside and say, of course, I couldn't have accomplished something so amazing on my own. I have to thank my contract partner, Su Qingga, for all of this. When the students heard that Su Qingga could also help, they were all incredulous. Lin Tian, I know that you possess 2 talents at the same time, and the other ancient talent is also quite strong. The school leaders have already confirmed this to everyone. But Su Qingga, isn't her axe unable to advance in rank? In battle against alien beasts, what's the difference between you wielding a rusty iron axe and fighting alone? Who told you that Qingga's magical weapon is still that rusty axe? Seeing that the students were still misunderstanding Su Qingga, Lin Tian looked directly at her and nodded affirmatively. Su Qingga understood immediately and transformed into a magical artifact, which came into Lin Tian's hand. Although it was almost dawn, everyone could still see that the sharp axe in Lin Tian's hand was emitting a cold light. Judging from the surface alone, this already advanced axe is even more dazzling than the sword spirit that Liu is transformed into. No way. Lin Tian, did you secretly feed Su Qingga a crystal core outside? Otherwise, how could her quality have advanced so quickly? Seeing such a huge change in Su Qingga, many girls began to feel envious. The boys, on the other hand, became very frustrated. In terms of spirit master level, many of them present were a level higher than Lin Tian. I didn't choose Su Qingga back then because I was afraid she would be a burden to me. If they had known that her magical artifacts could also be upgraded using crystal cores, these boys definitely wouldn't have missed the chance to woo her. After all, once people have eaten their fill, the only thing they often think about is the relationship between men and women. Now that I think about it, once Lin Tian and Su Qingga form a deep contract, he can have close contact with an unparalleled beauty every day. It's like living the life of a god. Su Qingga seemed to have noticed the thoughts written on the boys' faces, and after reverting to human form, her gaze towards them became more aloof than before. Since forming a contract with Lin Tian, Su Qingga has no place for any other boy in her eyes. Just as everyone's attention was focused on Lin Tian, a boy suddenly thought of something and turned to ask Zhang Qing. By the way, Zhang Qing, didn't you just say that Lin Tian sought your help because he was no match for a high-level beast, which led to your serious injuries? But he's back perfectly fine now. Yeah, and you even brought back so many high-level crystal cores. Zhang Qing, you didn't run into trouble yourself, so you're deliberately framing Lin Tian, did you? Hearing his classmates' discussion, Lin Tian finally understood that Zhang Qing was so shameless. Not only did he fail to steal the crystal core from him, but he also had the audacity to say that his injuries were caused by saving him. Bah! What a shameless scoundrel. Seeing people who discussed him, Lin Tian began to look forward to the day when the system could reward him with a talent that could punish others. In this way, he could directly lock Zhang Qing's talent level, keeping him permanently at level B. When questioned by his classmates, Zhang Qing quickly retorted, I did see Lin Tian fighting with a high-level alien beast. Out of consideration for our friendship, I joined the battle without thinking. Who knew Lin Tian was so powerful? The further Zhang Qing spoke, the less confident she became, until finally her voice was so soft that only she could hear it. After she finished speaking, she looked nervously at Lin Tian, afraid that he would reveal that she had failed to steal the crystal core. Seeing that Zhang Qing had become the focus of the students' questions, Liu also felt embarrassed and made an excuse to take him away from the crowd. On the way, Liu felt a burning sensation on her face, and it showed no sign of dissipating. That damn Zhang Qing, not only is he weaker than Lin Tian, but he also talks big all the time. Now Lin Tian has proven himself with his strength, while Zhang Qing has become a clown in the eyes of his classmates.
When Li Yu left the crowd, she vaguely heard two classmates talking.
They said that the strength of the double B level combination was nothing special. They could do something against low-level alien beasts, but if they encountered high-level alien beasts, they would have to rely on Lin Tian's super talent. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, so he started lashing out at Zhang Qing.
Zhang Chang, I beg you, please stop bragging in front of your classmates, okay?
If I hadn't pulled you out in time, Lin Tian would have exposed our theft of crystal cores right there and then.
How would we ever be able to face our classmates again?
How was I supposed to know that Lin Tian's special talent was so powerful that he could even kill a 6th-tier alien beast? That requires a double S-level spirit control combination to deal with. Zhang Cheng looked at Li Yu pitifully, afraid that Li Yu would despise him because of this. But this time, Li Yu genuinely felt that Zhang Qing was a coward.
TCH, what do you think? Didn't the old headmaster confess before that he was an A-level spirit master and he couldn't even last 2 rounds against Lin Tian? Lin Tian could kill a 6th level beast with ease, couldn't he? Why are you always siding with Lin Tian now?
Didn't we agree to go back and cultivate diligently, striving to avenge the contract hall as soon as possible?
Why don't you look in the mirror and see yourself? In terms of looks or ability, in what way can you compare to Lin Tian?
All he does is talk big, but when faced with real problems, he starts to back down.
He's a complete coward.
Sigh, I was so blind back then, how could I have chosen to make a contract with you? If I had known Lin Tian had such great talent, I would have made a contract with him.
I would probably be happily absorbing high-level crystal cores at home right now.
Seeing that Li Yu's dislike for him was becoming more and more obvious, and that she even started to use Lin Tian to attack him, Zhang Qing's face instantly turned green.
Chapter 20 Promotion Beyond One's Level.
As for Lin Tian, ever since he single-handedly killed a high-level alien beast and donated its crystal core to the school free of charge, he has once again become the focus of discussion among his classmates. This time, however, most of the praise was for Lin Tian's low-key and compassionate nature, while derogatory words were rarely used.
After passing this trial, the teachers organized the students to return to school. Many students chose to go home to report to their parents upon returning to school, but Suchinga was the only one who could only go to the school dormitory. After all, since being separated from her parents, she has been like a cat wandering in an alley, seemingly free but actually homeless. As the contractual partner and Suchinga's companion for the rest of her life, he also took the initiative to escort Suchinga to her dormitory building after she returned to school. Thinking about their impending brief separation, Suchinga looked at Lin Tian with reluctance, her heart filled with sorrow. After the two spent some time cuddling downstairs, Suchinga suddenly took the initiative to speak.
Lin Tian, now that we're under a contract, it's only natural that we live together from now on, what do you think? The longer Suchinga spent with Lin Tian, the more she felt inseparable from him. After all, Lin Tian was the only person in the world who cared about her. Actually, on the way, Lin Tian had already wanted to ask Suchinga to continue the deeper contract, but he was afraid that Suchinga would disagree, so he didn't bring it up.
Lin Tian was pleasantly surprised when Suchinga took the initiative to speak.
Looking into Suchinga's clear eyes and her blushing face after saying those words, Lin Tian smiled to himself.
Ugh. Lin Tian, I've already taken the initiative twice, are you going to agree or not?
After saying that, Su Qinghuan felt even more ashamed, her face turning as red as a ripe apple.
Lin Tian placed his hands on Suchinga's shoulders and nodded affectionately.
How about this, I'll go find a place to rent now, and that will be where we cultivate together from now on.
Oh, right, do you remember the surprise I told you I was going to save for you? Once we complete the deep contract, you'll know what the surprise is.
You bastard, Lin Tian. After hearing all this, Su Qingga felt as if she had been tricked.
Lin Tian, the surprise you mentioned, could it be the next generation of spirit masters?
Su Qingga knew what a deep contract meant, and in her heart, she regarded Lin Tian as a guy who appeared to be charming on the surface but was actually a lecherous man at heart. Lin Tian chuckled at her words.
He deliberately cornered Su Qingga against the wall and asked her in a deep voice, "Is this how you evaluate me?" I didn't. Lin Tian, get out of the way. Lots of classmates are watching.
Thinking that Su Qingga was just shy, they were surprised to find that many spirit-controlling pairs were indeed looking in their direction when they turned around.
Forehead. Seeing this, Lin Tian was a little embarrassed and quickly asked Su Qingga, "Qingga, since you're moving out, do you want to pack your things? I'll come up and help you."
As soon as he said this, many girls immediately took Lin Tian as their role model.
Look at Lin Tian.
Not only is he incredibly strong, but he also takes such good care of his magical weapon combination.
Li Wen, when will you ever have that kind of awareness? Exactly. Just think about how everyone disliked Su Qingge back then.
She was a spirit weapon that was even worse than an F-grade weapon, but Lin Tian managed to nurture it to the point where it was almost an E-grade weapon.
If I had a partner like that, I'd be laughing in my sleep. Amidst envious glances from everyone, Su Qingge quickly pulled Lin Tian to the dormitory.
After packing their things, the two found a suitable low-rent apartment nearby.
Although Lin Tian is quite capable, he is still a newcomer and lacks funds.
In this era, to rent a good house, you need to exchange some high-level crystal cores. Unfortunately, Lin Tian was too generous and gave all the crystal cores he had obtained from hunting to the school. Fortunately, Su Qingge wasn't picky about the type of house she stayed in, and the two of them squeezed into a small room, which actually made it feel more cozy. After settling in, Lin Tian didn't rush into a deep contract with Su Qingge. Instead, he found a suitable spot and began meditating. He claimed he needed to continue improving his cultivation, but in reality, he secretly opened the system. For ordinary people, it would be much easier for Lin Tian to improve his cultivation level.
After killing the alien beasts, those people need to take the crystal cores to the advancement hall to absorb them in order to improve their abilities.
Lin Tian only needs to participate in a few real battles to accumulate points in the system, and then he can easily improve his cultivation level anywhere after returning.
System, let me see what level my cultivation can be raised to with my points.
Congratulations, host. Through this practical exercise, you have accumulated 100 points, enough to advance to the SSS level City Lord stage.
Would you like to advance now? Oh my god. The system's response shocked Lin Tian.
You should know that when he first obtained the system, he was only at the initial stage of SSS level. He never expected that after fighting a few alien beasts, he would be promoted to City Lord directly.
Promotions will begin immediately. Lin Tian chose the promotion almost without hesitation.
Improving his own cultivation level would also help Su Qingge complete her next advancement as soon as possible. As the system notification indicated that the advancement was complete, Lin Tian sat on the ground and chuckled to himself.
Lin Tian, what are you grinning about like an idiot over there?
In the meantime, Su Qingge had already finished showering in the bathroom, and her whole body exuded a fresh fragrance. Startled awake by Su Qingge's call, Lin Tian glanced at her, who was as beautiful as a lotus emerging from water, and suddenly let out a sly laugh.
Hee hee, what else could I be thinking about? Of course, it's about the two of us. Ugh, I've been out for days.
Lin Tian, you should go take a shower too.
I've already boiled the hot water for you. Su Qingge said coquettishly, and forcefully pushed Lin Tian into the bathroom. Lin Tian was incredibly excited as he entered the bathroom. Is tonight the start of the most enjoyable thing in my life?
Just as he was taking a shower, the system suddenly reappeared in his mind. Host, we have detected a significant increase in your abilities.
Would you like to help your contracted artifact improve as well?
Of course.
If Qingge's spirit weapon could also reach SSS level, I'd be laughing in my sleep.
As soon as Lin Tian finished speaking, the system responded to him immediately.
Host, your time talent has been activated.
You only need to complete your first deep contract with the artifact tonight to level it up.
Wow, so your method is to make me do that right now?
Hearing this, Lin Tian also started to get anxious. He quickly washed himself, put on a bath towel, and went out. After all, this was the first time he had spent a romantic night with such a stunning beauty.
Chapter 21 A Glimmer of Inspiration. Lin Tian, be gentle with me.
The gentle night marked their first in-depth exchange, during which Lin Tian displayed his most valiant side, giving Su Qingge an unforgettable and enjoyable night.
The next morning, the surprise Lin Tian wanted to give Su Qingge finally appeared.
As dawn broke, Lin Tian was still fast asleep when the system's voice appeared in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have formed a deep contract with the artifact and awakened the years of the artifact. The Pango Axe has advanced to the SSS level master stage.
What the heck? As if electrocuted, Lin Tian suddenly woke up and exclaimed in surprise, what the heck? He went straight from F rank to SSS rank? Lin Tian, what's wrong with you so early in the morning?
Su Qingge rubbed her sleepy eyes and looked at him with a puzzled expression. Although Su Qingge hadn't washed or put on makeup that morning, her natural beauty still made her look as stunning as a lotus emerging from the water. Lin Tian gazed at her exposed, snow-white shoulders with fascination and couldn't help but pull her into his arms, saying, "Chinga, the surprise I promised you has come true."
What surprise? You're upgrading my spirit weapon to SSS level? Lin Tian, you're not mistaking a dream for reality, are you?
Although this surprise was indeed very tempting for Su Chinga, she also knew that it was simply a pipe dream to advance a spiritual weapon from the lowest level to the highest level overnight.
Chinga, you don't believe me? Lin Tian looked into her shy eyes and affectionately flicked her nose. Get up and get ready. I'll take you to the crystal ball to test it again. Lin Tian, isn't that unnecessary? If my magical artifact still doesn't flash golden light, wouldn't that be even more disappointing?
Su Chinga still felt some resistance towards the crystal ball. After all, the first time she had fallen into despair in her life was when she started testing her level. As for Lin Tian's claim that his spiritual weapon had been upgraded to SSS level overnight, she simply did not believe it. If such a miraculous thing really exists, then wouldn't she and Lin Tian become the strongest duo in the entire academy? They could even be considered the strongest combination in the entire Luwali city. Chinga, when have I ever lied to you? Lin Tian smiled and continued, trust me this time, be brave and take the test, okay? After hesitating for a moment, Su Chinga decided to trust Lin Tian this time. After all, even if the test results are not as she wished, at least she has experienced the lowest point, and even if it is worse, it can't be worse than the previous results. Moreover, the fact that his own spiritual weapon was able to transform from a piece of scrap metal into a spiritual weapon capable of advancement was all thanks to Lin Tian's help. After getting up, washing up, and dressing, she changed her mood and went to the crystal ball with Lin Tian. With a nervous heart, Su Chinga closed her eyes and gently placed her hand on the crystal ball. With a burst of intense golden light, even Lin Tian, who was standing to the side, felt a sense of intimidation. Su Chinga opened her eyes in surprise the next second, only to see that the spirit weapon level on the crystal ball had changed to SSS level. Beneath the axe that radiated golden light, 5 large characters were clearly written.
Panga's axe that created the world. Oh my god.
At that moment, Su Chinga simply couldn't believe her eyes. She had always thought her axe was mediocre, but she never expected it to be an ancient artifact. Seeing the undisguised joy on Su Chinga's face, Lin Tian felt very gratified.
Alright, Chinga, put your hands down. From now on, this is a secret between the two of us. Don't reveal your strength until the crucial moment. Su Chinga happily withdrew her hand and playfully made a face at Lin Tian.
Suddenly, Lin Tian deliberately asked Su Chinga, "Chinga, your spiritual weapon has now been tempered by the years of its creation and has regained its former glory.
Moreover, your level is so much higher than mine. If you meet a better spirit master in the future, will you abandon me?" Ugh. Lin Tian, is that really who I am in your heart? Su Chinga pinched Lin Tian's waist hard and said coquettishly, "Do you think I'm likely you, who likes to kick you when you've served your purpose? Even if your spirit mastery level drops to F, I will still stay by your side forever." Ha ha. F rank? How is that possible? Even if I, Lin Tian, were to live again, I would never be reduced to F rank. As he spoke, Lin Tian placed his hand on the crystal ball. A brighter light immediately followed. In an instant, the light seemed to pierce the sky, so bright that Su Chinga could barely open her eyes. She quickly covered her eyes with her hands, barely managing to see a few large characters through the gaps. Spirit Master level, SSS level City Lord stage. Lin Tian, weren't you a D-level talent? How did you suddenly become an SSS level talent, and even at the City Lord stage? In the past few days, Su Chinga had learned a general understanding of some of Lin Tian's secrets, but when he truly revealed his identity, Su Chinga was still quite surprised. He thought to himself, no wonder his Pango axe was able to have its attributes reactivated. It turns out that Lin Tian had secretly helped him. Lin Tian, how did you do that? Why did your talent level suddenly become so high? Want to know? I'll tell you all about it when we get back to the rented apartment. Lin Tian looked at Su Chinga with a sly grin and deliberately licked his lips. Lin Tian, you big pervert. After their talents were tested, the two returned to their residences hand in hand. However, on the playground near the crystal ball, many students began to discuss the matter. Hey, did you guys see that just now? Right there in the crystal ball where we test talent, it suddenly emitted a golden light. Nonsense, anyone who isn't blind can see it. That golden light shot straight into the sky. It must be some kind of genius coming to the school for a test, right? Holy crap! If he's really a god-level player, what level would he be? Is it SSS-level attributes? That's terrifying. As a student living in a B-level Fireseed City, the highest level of spirit masters we usually see is only a level. This A-level qualification is only held by the most senior principal of Tianhua Academy. As for S-rank spirit masters, many of them have lived for 18 years without ever encountering one, let alone the highest-ranking SSS rank spirit master. Hey, have you guys ever thought that this SSS-level spirit master might be Lin Tian? After all, his abilities are ridiculously strong. Last time he went out alone, he actually managed to kill a 6th-tier beast. I think that's impossible, right? Lin Tian's strength is entirely due to the protection of his ancient talent. If he were really an SSS-level expert, he would have shown it during the first test. Chapter 22, Making a Fortune. The students discussed the matter of Jin Guang, but could not find a suitable answer. Some nosy students even reported this to the school's higher-ups, but the higher-ups searched the entire school and still couldn't find out who this person had visited Tianhua College. Ultimately, the matter was dropped, and Lin Tian and Su Qingge did not reveal their identities as a result. During the few days after they returned to their residence, Lin Tian also intensified his dual cultivation with Su Qingge, hoping to reach the top level of talent as soon as possible and become a true powerhouse in this world. But in the following week, Su Qingge would gag whenever she did strenuous activity. She quickly bought a pregnancy test and found out that she was pregnant. Surprised and delighted, Su Qingge approached Lin Tian and said shyly, "Lin Tian, didn't we say before that we would strive for the next generation of spirit masters? Congratulations on your success. It worked?" Upon taking the test strip, Lin Tian felt a mix of emotions. I never expected that my first attempt at planting hard-earned seeds would yield such a bountiful harvest. The thought of becoming a father in the near future filled Lin Tian with undisguised joy. But what followed was a slight sense of loss. Damn, I've been sharing a bed with this beautiful woman every day, and I haven't even had a chance to experience more of the joy yet, and now I'm about to start living like a widow? After thinking it over carefully, Lin Tian suddenly asked Su Qingge shamelessly, "My dear wife, look, we're about to have the next generation of spirit masters together. As the child's father, in order to understand the child's daily life, may I visit him often in the future?" At first, Su Qingge didn't understand the meaning behind Lin Tian's words. But after thinking about it carefully, her originally fair face instantly turned bright red. "Lin Tian. I'll beat you up, you rascal who's always so unserious." After another round of playful banter, Lin Tian suggested that they go out for a big meal to treat Su Qingge. Su Qingge readily agreed, and the two found a fairly upscale restaurant to enjoy their first candlelight dinner since the start of their contract. During the meal, Su Qingge couldn't help but ask, "Lin Tian, it's just the two of us today. Can you tell me about your secrets?" "Yes, Qingge, actually I'm a time traveler." "Time travel, isn't that something that only happens in novels?" Su Qingge had indeed heard too many explosive news stories these days, including why Lin Tian's spirit control level suddenly changed from D level to SSS level. And this time traveler, it's unbelievable. However, there are some clues to this matter. Although Su Qingge was a transfer student, she had heard about Lin Tian's persistent pursuit of Liu since arriving at Tianhua Academy. Although the kind-hearted Su Qingge did not belittle Lin Tian in private, she still felt that what he did was very inappropriate. After all, their talent levels have not yet been tested. Falling in love prematurely in this martial arts apocalypse would undoubtedly put them in a deadly situation. But ever since the results of the talent test came out, Lin Tian seemed to have become a different person, treating Liu with great indifference. Perhaps only time travelers can receive this honor in this world, gaining top-tier talent upon rebirth. Su Qingge is lucky in this respect. Fortunately, she agreed to Lin Tian's request without hesitation and became his contract partner. This allowed him to upgrade his spiritual weapon to the ultimate stage in just 1 month. "Lin Tian, how lucky am I to have met you in this vast sea of people." Looking at the innocent and naive Su Qingge, Lin Tian suddenly remembered why he had chosen her so resolutely in the first place. That was what was seen through the eye of truth, the true identity of the magical artifact that Su Qingge had transformed into the Pango axe that opened the heavens. At that time, he naturally had some ulterior motives, but for the sake of the stability of their relationship in the future, he decided to keep it to himself. "My dear wife, meeting you is the luckiest thing that has ever happened to me. The spiritual weapon you have transformed into has absorbed the essence of the world since ancient times. If it can return to its original source in the future, it will definitely become one of the most powerful spiritual weapons in the world."
After finishing their dinner, the two strolled hand in hand down the street. Passing by a small river, Suchinga suggested taking a walk along the riverbank to digest their food. Lin Tian naturally agreed, saying he was willing to go anywhere as long as he could stay by Suchinga's side. Lin Tian, look, there are so many little fish here. On the riverbank, Suchinga looked around with childlike innocence, savoring the hard-won sense of ease. If it weren't for the efforts of the spirit masters who reclaimed 30% of the territory, she would never have had the chance to appreciate the beauty of nature. Lin Tian, there are still a few little shrimp here. I envy their carefree life. Unlike us, we're destined to be caught up in war from birth. Lin Tian, look at this patch of soil, there seems to be something that looks like a scepter. Originally, Lin Tian deliberately stopped to look at his wife in order to make her happy. Unexpectedly, this glance gave him a hint from his eye of truth. Weapon, spirit scepter. Level, unknown. Parameters, due to the passage of time, it is currently impossible to determine. The spirit scepter? Although the Eye of Truth could not verify the attributes of the spiritual artifact for the time being, a memory about it still surfaced in Lin Tian's mind. Legend has it that when the era of spirit masters arrived, a celestial being descended to the mortal realm and sowed seeds, thus giving rise to the current era of spirit masters. Later, just as the celestial being was about to return to the heavenly realm, he suddenly witnessed the scene of those novice spirit masters being slaughtered by alien races. To save these newly reborn humans, the celestial being, wielding the spirit-controlling scepter, transformed himself into one of them and participated in the first war of the spirit-controlling era. After the war, the gods were urgently summoned back to the heavens, and in their haste, they mistakenly left their scepters behind in the mortal realm. And this scepter before us is the very one that the gods left behind back then. Did I find another treasure? The more children, the more blessings system. Host call detected, system activated. Check the initial level of the spirit scepter. Ding, the system is checking data, please wait. A few minutes later, upon receiving the system's response, Lin Tian was so excited he almost jumped for joy. In response to the host, according to the data, the spirit scepter was initially SSS level, City Lord stage. Due to the passage of time, it is now severely decayed and needs to be repaired through the time of the artifact before it can be contracted with the host. Holy crap, I can contract 2 SSS grade spiritual artifacts at the same time? To the host, because the spirit control scepter is an unclaimed spiritual artifact, it can form a contract with the host. Chinga, we really hit the jackpot today. Chapter 23, the focus of the crowd. Lin Tian, what's gotten into you again? This is just a broken scepter. Maybe some guy who likes to make things lost it. As soon as she finished speaking, Suchinga suddenly thought of something and opened her mouth wide in surprise. Lin Tian, you wouldn't be talking about this scepter. As someone from the spirit control era, Suchinga naturally knew about the legend of the descent of the gods back then. I've heard that when the gods descended to the mortal realm to help the spirit masters slay the alien races, the weapon they used was a scepter. Could it be? That's right, this scepter is the weapon that the gods left behind in the mortal world back then. Seeing that no one was around, Lin Tian quickly dug the scepter out of the mud and took Suchinga back to their residence. After returning, Lin Tian didn't rest. He immediately sat down to meditate and activated his talent, the Age of Artifacts. Because he still had some points left from defeating monsters, Lin Tian quickly started reforging the spirit control scepter. An hour later, with a system notification, the spirit scepter successfully returned to its state 300 years ago. Subsequently, with the help of the system, Lin Tian directly completed the contract with the spirit control scepter. Inside the room, Lin Tian, who had just been meditating, suddenly emitted a 7-colored light from his hand. The next second, what came into Suchinga's view was the newly renovated and dazzling spirit control scepter. Lin Tian, have you terminated your contract with me? Upon seeing this scene, Suchinga's first thought was that the spirit control scepter was of a higher level than her own Pango axe. After weighing the pros and cons, Lin Tian chose to break his contract with himself and thus formed a contract with the spirit control scepter, becoming a true powerhouse. Silly girl, I only contracted with one more SSS grade spiritual weapon. We've already formed 2 deep contracts, how could we possibly break them now? Simultaneously contracting 2 SSS grade spiritual weapons, Lin Tian, how did you do that? Suchinga opened her mouth wide in surprise, but this was quickly followed by heartfelt joy and satisfaction. It seems that Lin Tian is not a heartless person and will not choose to terminate the contract with me just because he has a better spiritual weapon. It's very simple. I've already told you today that I'm a time traveler.
Therefore, you will see many more amazing things in the future.
Soon, it was time for the school to assess the results of the previous practical training.
All the teachers and students gathered on the playground.
In order to make a good impression on her classmates, Zhang Qing took the initiative to lead Liu to the front of the line. On the other side, after seeing Zhang Qing, Lin Tian also took Su Qing's hand and stood at the front of the line. When Zhang Qing saw Lin Tian again, it was like meeting an enemy. Her eyes were filled with hatred, and she glared at him fiercely.
Lin Tian naturally understood Zhang Qing.
The reason he stood at the front of the line was so that he could make a good impression on the teacher. But this time, Lin Tian deliberately prevented him from showing off.
Moreover, in the last actual battle, he single-handedly killed so many high-level alien beasts and even handed over the crystal cores to the school.
Although Zhang Cheng is a B-level spirit master, when he signed up to join the elite army this time, Zhang Cheng and his partner only killed some second-level alien beasts. These achievements are nothing compared to Lin Tian's. With the principal having finished his speech on stage, the commendation ceremony officially began. As soon as the teacher in charge of hosting stepped onto the stage, he turned his gaze to Lin Tian, who was standing in the first row. Instantly, a murmur rippled through the crowd. Before the meeting, many students were making bets and speculating about who the teachers would honor at the conference. The outcome seemed predetermined from the very beginning of the conference.
I knew it.
Although Zhang Qing's contracted team is a double B-level team, in this actual battle, Lin Tian clearly made the biggest contribution to the team.
Yes, our C-level contract combination didn't gain anything in actual combat.
On the contrary, the high-level crystal core that Lin Tian handed over to the school helped us improve our quality. Sai, in this era, there are really not many people like Lin Tian who are selfless and dedicated. Back then, we all thought Lin Tian would become the laughingstock of the whole school, but it seems that I was too naive.
We must support Lin Tian. We can't let such a talented person go to waste. As several classmates egged him on, the cheers supporting Lin Tian grew louder and louder, and the noise in the room completely drowned out the teacher's voice.
On the other side, as Lin Tian gradually became the focus of attention throughout the school, Zhang Qing's expression became increasingly unpleasant.
So what if he killed a few high-level beasts just because he has two talents?
As long as we cultivate diligently in the future, we will be able to surpass Lin Tian one day.
Even if his ancient talent is strong, it's still an outdated thing.
A talent that can't be advanced is no different from trash in this era. He thought Liu would stand with him against the common enemy, but Zhang Qing's words only earned him a deep eye roll. At this moment, Liu also began to deeply regret the choices she had made before. How could I have been so blind to choose Zhang Qing, a good-looking but useless piece of trash? As a B-level spirit master, not only could he not beat Lin Tian's D-level opponent, but he also kept making sarcastic remarks in front of him, which annoyed Liu to no end these past few days.
Zhang Qing, stop talking bad about Lin Tian.
I really don't know why I ever fell for you in the first place. You've repeatedly fallen to Lin Tian's feet, yet you have the nerve to speak ill of him here.
Zhang Qing, you're such a coward. What's wrong?
Startled by Liu's sudden retort, Zhang Qing opened his mouth wide in surprise. The students who had been discussing the matter nearby immediately stopped talking after hearing Liu's words.
Hey, look!
Liu has started cursing at Zhang Qing.
Sigh, what a pity. A couple that so many people thought would be a perfect match is now falling apart. What can be done?
It's Zhang Qing's B-level spirit master title is undeserved, and every time he loses to Lin Tian, Zhang Qing slanders him behind his back.
Now it seems that Lin Tian was right to look down on this duo back then. Hey, what do you guys think will happen next? Will Liu choose to break off the contract with Zhang Qing and then go back to Lin Tian to get back together? It's not like she can just get back together with me whenever she wants now. Look at Lin Tian, he's all lovey-dovey with school beauty Su Qing every day now. Why would he still be interested in Liu, a spirit weapon incarnation with mediocre looks and not particularly high aptitude?
As the group was discussing, they saw Liu tidy herself up and walk shyly to Lin Tian.
Lin Tian, we were childhood sweethearts back then, do you still remember those things? Chapter 24. Who is your childhood sweetheart?
Hearing that all too familiar voice, Lin Tian rolled his eyes at the other person in annoyance.
When the love rivals met, Su Qingda also looked at Liu with disgust and questioned, Liu, you were the one who gave up on Lin Tian back then, but now you're turning around and trying to get back together with him. Don't you have any shame? Hey, you vixen. You seduced Lin Tian away with your beauty back then, Su Qingda, who's the shameless one here?
Lin Tian was initially too lazy to pay attention to Liu, but when he heard her cursing Su Qingge, he immediately became unhappy.
Liu, I was the one who chose Qingge back then.
Besides, even though we've known each other since we were little, the Lin Tian who used to fawn over you is long gone.
Right now, Qingge is the only one in my heart. Please don't bother us anymore.
Ha! The surrounding classmates seemed to have expected this, and they sighed as Liu was rejected. This time, for the first time ever, many people did not sympathize with Liu's plight, but instead felt that she deserved what she got.
When you were so arrogant and treated Lin Tian like a dog, why didn't you think about the consequences?
Alas, as the saying goes, leave a way out for others, so that you may meet again in the future.
Liu was so arrogant back then, looking down on Lin Tian completely. Now that the tables have turned, how could Lin Tian possibly look up to her? Yes, it seems that Lin Tian's ancient talent has indeed brought him considerable power.
After all, he was able to revitalize even a spiritual artifact like Su Qingge's.
As long as the two of them cultivate diligently in the future, they will definitely become the strongest pair in the school.
Seeing that Lin Tian rejected her request to get back together, Liu was still unwilling to give up.
After another round of pleading and cajoling, Lin Tian remained unmoved and even pulled out his ultimate weapon in front of all the classmates. Liu, Qingge has already begun to nurture the next generation of spirit masters, so please behave yourself and don't bother me anymore. Wow, Lin Tian, you two are progressing so fast? It's only been a few months since you signed the contract, and already.
Upon hearing such shocking news again, everyone urged Liu to give up. But she remained obstinate and, in full view of everyone, began to tell Lin Tian about their past.
She was trying to awaken Lin Tian's true feelings for her in this way. Listening to Liu's offensive remarks, Su Qingge secretly laughed.
She probably couldn't have imagined, no matter how hard she tried, that Lin Tian was no longer the sycophant he used to be.
He came from another planet and had never had any feelings for Liu. He was a completely new and ruthless person.
In the end, Liu also began to lose control of her emotions and shouted at Lin Tian, we are childhood sweethearts.
We are a match made in heaven. Why are you so heartless to me? Please, I beg you.
As long as you break your contract with Su Qingge, I won't care about your past.
From now on, I can focus on cultivating with you, and we can even raise the next generation of spirit masters together. Such explicit content was too much for the surrounding classmates to bear.
Everyone turned around at the same time to look at Zhang Qing, whose face had turned completely green. TSK, as Zhang Qing's spirit weapon, Liu actually said such explicit words to another spirit master in public.
If it were me, who could stand it?
Moreover, Lin Tian maintained his aloof demeanor, asking Liu in a deep voice, who is your childhood sweetheart? Seeing that the farce was starting to spiral out of control, the teacher hurriedly stepped down from the stage to defuse the situation. Fellow students, based on Lin Tian's performance this time, and in addition to his previous personal application, I hereby announce that I approve the contract pairing of Lin Tian and Su Qinghuan to join the Night Raid Army Reserve.
Then, the teacher turned his gaze to Zhang Qing and said with a hint of regret, Zhang Qing, although you and Liu are a double B-level spirit master combination, due to your poor performance in this practical trial and the serious injuries you sustained on the battlefield, the school will temporarily not approve your idea of joining the elite army. But don't worry, as long as you practice more in the future, you will still have the opportunity to join. As the teacher finished speaking, another wave of sighs swept through the room. Wow! It's a good thing Lin Tian didn't apply to join the elite army before, otherwise, with such a big difference between him and Zhang Chang, I think Zhang Chang would definitely have broken down again. Sigh, this B-rank spirit taming duo, who were once the center of attention, is now being looked down upon even by their teachers. Yeah, no matter what, he and Liu were the strongest pair to emerge from our school this year. It's surprising they couldn't even join the elite army. On the other hand, as the teacher announced the list, even many double C-level spirit combinations became reserves for the elite army. Seeing that she and Zhang Qing were gradually becoming the laughingstock of the whole school, Liu also developed a complete loathing for Zhang Cheng. Already frustrated by not being able to join the elite army reserve, Zhang Qing's anxiety intensified when Liu ignored him. Watching Liu's departing figure in the distance, Zhang Qing quickly quickened his pace to catch up. You are... Grabbing Liu's arm, Zhang Qing voiced his dissatisfaction. You're my spiritual weapon. We've made a contract. Although our progress isn't as fast as Lin Tian's, you can't say those kinds of things to Lin Tian in front of so many classmates. In this era, if one's own spirit weapon were to publicly propose to another spirit master to have a child together, it would be tantamount to putting a huge green hat on one's own head. Instead of feeling ashamed, Liu disgustedly shook off Zhang Qing's hand and asked him, What, you're a good-for-nothing,
and you won't even let me pursue better options?
Lin Tian has only a D-level talent, yet he can easily kill dozens of 5th-tier beasts.
At this rate, he'll soon be promoted to B-level.
What advantage will you, Zhang Qing, have in front of Lin Tian then? How is that possible?
Lin Tian won by brute force. That kind of talent can't advance to the next level. Zhang Qing tried to argue, but Li Yu had already lost patience.
Zhang Qing, are you just naturally stupid?
It's true that Lin Tian's ancient talent can advance, but when he came back from the depths of the forest last time, he clearly had absorbed enough high-level crystal cores on his own, which is why he donated the excess to the school for free. If I can form a contract with Lin Tian, I'm sure I can quickly advance from a B-grade spiritual weapon to an A-grade one. Also, if you're really unhappy, we can go to the contract hall right now to terminate the contract.
From now on, you can go your way and I'll go mine. Chapter 25: The Real Clown. The argument between the two attracted onlookers again.
Several boys with lower talent levels couldn't help but sneer when they saw Zhang Qing being disliked. What the hell is this world? Zhang Qing is the highest level spirit master in this year's competition, yet he's being so disliked by his own contracted spirit weapon.
Sigh, so what if he's high level?
A B-grade talent is just a mortal in this world.
But Lin Tian is different.
If he can make good use of his ancient talent, he can achieve great things.
Sigh, only now do we realize who the real clown is.
If Li Yu had chosen Lin Tian without hesitation back then, he would probably be an A-grade spiritual artifact by now. Hearing the whispers behind her, each one belittling her, Zhang Qing turned around and looked at her classmates in disbelief. Back when his talent was first discovered, he was a B-rank spirit master that everyone envied.
But ever since Lin Tian acquired many high-level crystal cores in actual combat, these classmates who once admired him so much have overwhelmingly flocked to Lin Tian's side. You bunch of traitors! You fence-sitters! In his anger, Zhang Qing began to curse his classmates in a nonsensical manner. What the hell, Zhang Qing, are you out of your mind? How did we become fence-sitters? Exactly. You're incompetent, so why should we blame you for not supporting you? Zhang Qing, wake up. If you really can't provide Li Yu with a stable future, you might as well terminate the contract now and make room for someone else.
At this moment, many lower-level spirit masters also began to make their own plans. After Lin Tian rejected Li Yu's request several times, it seems he is destined to only have a contract with Su Qingde in this lifetime. If Li Yu really breaks off the contract with Zhang Qing, then these lower-level spirit masters will have plenty of opportunities to pursue Li Yu's noble B-grade spirit weapon. If I can successfully form a contract with Li Yu, even if I can't kill a 6th-tier beast like Lin Tian, I can at least fight a 3rd-tier beast and get some crystal cores for my cultivation. In this apocalyptic era, everyone is thinking of their own interests. Zhang Qing's downfall naturally won't garner any sympathy from others. All he could sense was that everyone was kicking him while he was down, and all the spirit masters would rush to pursue Li Yu.
You guys are something else. Once I reach the A-level spirit master stage and obtain a high-level crystal core, you won't be able to take a single one from me.
Zhang Qing was furious and could only try to get the other people's interest in this way.
To everyone's surprise, the classmates still looked disgusted. TCH, Zhang Qing, if we wait until you advance to an A-level spirit master before we divide up the crystal cores, wouldn't that take forever?
As soon as he finished speaking, he was met with a burst of laughter from the crowd.
Zhang Qing, don't you even use your brain? If we just build a good relationship with Lin Tian now, we'll have plenty of opportunities to cultivate with high-level crystal cores in the future, won't we? Zhang Qing, do you see that? These days, your classmates would rather befriend a D-level spirit master than worship you, a B-level spirit master.
If you have any sense of this, you should break off your contract with me as soon as possible, lest I despise you even more in the future. Li Yu was already quite unhappy about being rejected by Lin Tian. Now, after being brainwashed by her classmates' comments, she naturally disliked Zhang Qing even more. After uttering these harsh words, Li Yu angrily left alone. Zhang Qing's face was also ashen, and he stood there dumbfounded, not knowing how to end the situation.
Meanwhile, news of Lin Tian's swift killing of numerous high-level alien beasts in his first combat exercise quickly reached the old principal. As expected, Lin Tian was once again called to the principal's office for a talk. Inside the office, the old professor looked at Lin Tian's combat record data and still couldn't believe it. After all, Lin Tian only has a D-level talent. Even with the blessing of ancient talents, it would be quite an achievement for him to kill a few 3rd-tier alien beasts on the battlefield. How could he possibly kill a 6th-tier alien beast?
However, considering that Lin Tian had knocked him down with a single palm strike, it wasn't surprising.
Lin Tian, can your ancient talent help you improve your spirit master cultivation? After a moment's thought, the old principal asked this question. After all, Lin Tian's talent for controlling spirits is quite mediocre.
If his ancient talent could help him grow, it would allow him to quickly improve his cultivation level in a short period of time. After listening to the old professor's question, Lin Tian secretly glanced at Su Qingge, and the two exchanged a knowing smile. Before leaving home, Lin Tian was considering what excuse he could come up with to fob off the old professor, but the professor's question gave him a sudden inspiration. After all, Lin Tian would never tell anyone that he was a time traveler and also possessed a system.
Apart from Su Qingge, there is no one else in the world who knows Lin Tian's secret.
Lin Tian nodded affirmatively and replied, during cultivation, I can feel my ancient talent helping me advance quickly without my noticing. Yes, in actual combat, when I transformed into a spiritual weapon and fought alongside Lin Tian, I could also feel the powerful aura within Lin Tian's body.
Su Qingge, who was standing to the side, also tactfully explained on Lin Tian's behalf.
Now that you put it that way, your extraordinary abilities make sense. The old professor nodded and then said, that's a good thing.
I wonder what level of spirit control Lin has reached now. It's already at grade C. Lin Tian answered without hesitation.
When the old principal asked that question, Lin Tian quickly started calculating in his mind. To kill a 6th tier beast on the battlefield, you need a combination of 2S rank spirit masters to kill it easily. During his previous encounter with the old principal, Lin Tian learned that the old principal's spirit control level was a grade.
Although there is only one level between the two, each level is further divided into 9 realms.
Even if one's ancient talent is strong, combined with a D-level spirit mastery talent, it is impossible to achieve the effect of an S-level spirit master. As for Su Qingge, she only has the lowest level, F-grade talent. If I portray myself as being of too low a rank, the old headmaster certainly won't believe me. By the way, Qingge has successfully upgraded from an F-grade spiritual weapon to an E-grade spiritual weapon thanks to my high-level crystal core.
Oh?
I heard that Qingge's spiritual weapon was deemed to be unable to advance during the initial testing phase.
I didn't expect it to advance now?
By sheer coincidence, I directly fed it a 6th order crystal core, and unexpectedly, the spiritual artifact that Qingge transformed into was awakened. Lin Tian is now quite adept at lying.
Chapter 26 Light Speed Phase Change.
After listening to Lin Tian's explanation, the old principal took out the file again and wrote level C in the spirit control level column for Lin Tian.
Alright, I need to report this information back to the main campus.
Lin Tian, if there are any changes to your talent level in the future, please let me know in advance.
The students understand. It was already dusk when I came out of the old principal's office.
After passing the assessment, Lin Tian was quickly assigned to the elite training group by the school. Although he could easily join an elite army with his abilities, he preferred to stay with the night raid unit. Firstly, the night raid troops are under less combat pressure, so Lin Tian can take advantage of his free time to help Su Qingge find her missing parents. The second point is that at night, students from any military unit would not easily go out and wander around. Lin Tian took this opportunity to act alone with Su Qingge, and also to experience the supreme and unparalleled pleasure brought by the dual SSS level command combination. Soon, the school group summoned Lin Tian and his companion to the elite group's training room. Although Lin Tian achieved excellent results in his first battle and provided the school with many high-level crystal cores to help his classmates advance, the two of them still faced disdain from some spirit controlling groups when they actually arrived at the elite group's training room.
What the hell is wrong with this school? They actually put Lin Tian in our group too. Sai, a D-level spirit master with an F-level contract partner, and this combination is recognized as an elite team by the school? Does Tianhua Academy really have no one else to rely on? Hearing these mocking words, Lin Tian couldn't help but snort coldly. They really are a bunch of ingrates. We fed them so many high-level crystal cores, and this is the result they got? Su Qingge could no longer tolerate these disgusting words and retorted directly, who told you that Lin Tian still has a D-level talent? Although we eventually handed over many high-level crystal cores to the school free of charge, before that, Lin Tian and I also absorbed quite a few crystal cores, and his current spirit control level has already been raised to C-level. Moreover, I am no longer the useless person you all remember, someone whose spiritual artifacts can never be upgraded. With Lin Tian's help, my spirit weapon has also been upgraded to level E. As long as we kill more high-level beasts in the future, one day we will become the strongest duo in the entire school.
The students in the elite group could believe that Lin Tian could successfully advance to sea level in a short period of time. But if you were to say that Su Qingga's rusty iron axe could not only break through the bottleneck of not being able to advance, but also leap to become an E-grade spiritual weapon, almost no one would believe it. Immediately afterwards, a sea-level duo began to mock them. Su Qingga, if you say Lin Tian is now a sea-level spirit master, we'll believe you, but you say you've already advanced to E-level, dare to transform into a spirit weapon and let us see? Provoked by the challenge, Su Qingga was about to transform into a magical artifact to let them witness the glory of Pangu's heaven-opening axe, but she quickly realized something was amiss. Lin Tian had repeatedly warned her not to reveal her true level unless absolutely necessary. If I were to transform into Pangu's axe right now, the strange light emanating from the axe would not only blind everyone present, but would also directly reveal my identity. But Su Qingga felt unwilling to just endure it. Not transforming into a spiritual artifact meant she had given up. Ever since the level test results came out, she had suffered countless scornful looks at school, and now she really wanted to get her revenge. Lin Tian, who was standing nearby, noticed the complicated expression on Su Qingga's face and quickly opened the system. With the many children, many blessings system, is there a good way to make Qingga's Pangu's axe less dazzling? The system is currently processing the host's question. Ding, reporting to the host, each SSS level spiritual artifact can coat its surface with a layer of camouflage color to confuse enemies. The system has now acquired this talent. Host, which spirit artifact would you like to bestow this talent upon? Nonsense, of course it's the Pangu axe that my contracted partner transformed into. Lin Tian couldn't help but curse at this unnecessary question. Although he had already obtained the spirit control scepter, in future battles, the one that would most often fight alongside Lin Tian was naturally the spirit weapon that Su Qingga had transformed into. Lin Tian would not easily summon both divine artifacts unless absolutely necessary. System received. Immediately bind the talent to Pangu's heaven-opening axe. A few minutes later, Lin Tian suddenly turned around, smiled knowingly at Su Qingga, and nodded affirmatively. Su Qingga immediately understood Lin Tian's meaning, and transformed herself into a sharp axe, which came into Lin Tian's hand. With the help of his disguise talent, the appearance of Pangu's heaven-opening axe is no longer so exaggerated, but its surface is still dazzling, and it doesn't look like an E-grade spiritual weapon at all. Wow, Su Qingga actually got promoted? But I feel like this axe's true level is at least A? Upon seeing the magical artifact that Su Qingga had transformed into again, everyone was amazed, and the previous mocking voices disappeared. This earned them a round of praise, and some students with good memories compared the results in their minds and came to the same conclusion. The axe was even more dazzling than the sword that Liu had transformed into. Sigh, look how lucky Su Qingga is. She's got a contract with Lin Tian, so her path to advancement is dozens of times faster than the average person. Yes, if another month goes by, this contracted duo will probably completely surpass Zhang Qing and his companion, and directly become a double B level. Seeing the complete change in the expressions of the people around him, Lin Tian couldn't help but let out a cold snort. These guys are bullies who prey on the weak and fear the strong. Back when Zhang Qing and his companion were at their peak, these people were always groveling and fawning over them. But now that he has proven himself with his strength, they have turned around and are now fawning over him. If he hadn't already reached his peak and was too lazy to bother with these worms, Lin Tianjin would have wanted to kill all those guys who liked to speak ill of others. Then, Su Qingga transformed into human form and came to Lin Tian's side with satisfaction. Lin Tian glanced around and prepared to cultivate with Su Qingga. However, when his gaze fell on a girl in the corner, he suddenly felt that her behavior was a bit strange. And some images also appeared in Lin Tian's mind. These images were actually of the leaders of the alien races riding strange beasts during the invasion. Among them is the image of a female warrior. Chapter 27 Strange Appearance. A girl from another race, a female warrior? Turning his gaze back to the girl in the corner, Lin Tian immediately understood why he had found it strange. Fortunately, after transmigrating, Lin Tian preserved some of the original owner's memories, which allowed him to understand the appearance of the alien race. Although the girl had put on some disguise, her height and facial micro-expressions were similar to the foreign girl he remembered. Could this petite girl also be a female warrior from another race? Lin Tian stared at his opponent incredulously for a while, finding it hard to imagine whether someone with such a short stature could withstand even one round of combat with him. Lin Tian, what are you looking at? Seeing Lin Tian staring intently at a girl not far away, Su Qingga immediately felt jealous. Cough cough. To avoid alerting the enemy, Lin Tian took Su Qingga's hand and led her to the restroom behind the training room. Shinga, that short girl standing in the corner earlier, I have a feeling she might be a spy from another race. We need to keep a close eye on her later.
A girl from another race? How did she get into the school?
And in the elite group's training room no less, could it be? The quick-witted Su Chinga thought for a moment and immediately guessed the other party's intention. Lin Tian reacted quickly, replying, "That's right, she disguised her face and body, so she should have gotten past the teacher."
As for their purpose in infiltrating, they should be acting on orders from their superiors to assassinate our elite squad.
In fact, every year when a new batch of elite spirit masters is selected, the alien races use some underhanded tricks. After all, those who are assigned to elite teams will pose a great threat to alien races after a period of training. Although the alien races have invaded Earth for many years, for some reason, their offspring do not reproduce as quickly as humans. Most of those actually fighting on the front lines were the alien beasts raised by the other races. Most of those high-level alien beasts were brought to the S-level Fireseed City by the alien races to fight against S-level and above spirit control combinations.
The remaining low-level beasts were exiled to be level Fireseed cities like Luwali City.
Every year, these elites selected by the school can slaughter those third-tier alien beasts at will after almost half a year, which greatly improves the speed of human land reclamation. It seems that in order to stop humanity from reclaiming lost territory at its root, the alien race has planted spies in various schools to assassinate all the new generation of spirit masters when the opportunity arises.
You want to exterminate my human race? You'll have to see if I, Lin Tiantong, agree.
Although his classmates weren't kind to Lin Tian, they were still his fellow countrymen.
Like lips and teeth, if humanity couldn't cultivate a new generation of spirit masters, Lin Tian and his companion alone wouldn't be able to contend with the entire alien race.
After all, they still occupy 70% of the land on Earth. On this planet, which is more than 10 times larger than Earth, 70% of its land area is even several times larger than the ocean area on Earth.
Shinga, during training later, let's keep a close eye on that alien girl and see what her intentions are. Su Chinga nodded seriously. Su Chinga is also selfless in protecting the human race's fire.
After all, she was one of them, and with Lin Tian's help, she had already raised her spirit weapon to the SSS level, so dealing with a female warrior from another race would be very easy for her. The elite group's training began quickly. After Lin Tian and his companion returned to the training room, they deliberately stayed next to the alien girl. As the female classmates around her transformed into magical artifacts and began dual cultivation with their contracted partners, the difference became even more apparent for the alien girl, who remained alone in the back row.
This female student, you are the embodiment of a spiritual artifact.
Logically, since you were assigned to the elite team, your contract partner should have come along too.
Why are you alone?
The girl from another race was clearly flustered when suddenly questioned. But having received training, he quickly returned to his original state.
Well, he wasn't feeling well today, so I came here by myself.
Oh?
Wouldn't that delay the best time for training? We'll be going out for real combat in a few days.
If you keep delaying like this, you might get kicked out of the elite group. Lin Tian smiled slightly, appearing very concerned about the other person.
However, his repeated questioning made the foreign girl uncomfortable.
It's all right. Both my contract partner and I are C-level, so even if we're delayed for a day, there won't be much of a loss.
A C-grade spiritual artifact? TSK, my partner's spiritual artifact is only E-grade. Apart from Liu, I haven't seen any other high-grade spiritual artifacts. Could you transform into a spiritual artifact and let me see it?
If my contracted partner finds out that I'm cultivating with other spirit masters in the cultivation room, he'll definitely be jealous.
As a non-human, the girl naturally could not transform into the form of a human spirit artifact.
However, the alien races also possess similar talents to the spirit masters, except that the spirit weapons their girls transform into are mostly blood-red blades filled with malevolence. Even if such a blood-stained blade were mixed in with a bunch of magical weapons, it would still be easily recognizable.
As you just saw, I, Lin Tian, am considered a fairly well-known spirit master in the elite group. Lin Tian snorted and began to seduce the alien girl.
Furthermore, I possess two talents simultaneously. When I went out for actual combat before, I still had a few high-level crystal cores on me. If you are willing to transform into a spiritual weapon and cultivate with me, I am willing to use these crystal cores to help you improve your level.
No need. I collected some crystal cores last time, and I haven't used them all yet.
The girl from another race waved her hand, refusing Lin Tian's offer.
How is that possible? In the last actual battle, everyone's skills were not yet proficient.
Therefore, in the entire elite army, only Zhang Cheng and Liu's double B level combination were truly able to extract crystal cores from the alien beasts.
As he spoke, Lin Tian suddenly grabbed the alien girl's wrist and questioned her. You just said that you and your contract partner are both double C level.
Since your abilities are inferior to Zhang Cheng and the other two, where did you obtain the crystal cores?
As Lin Tian's voice grew louder, the other students were also drawn over. This girl looks unfamiliar. Excuse me, which class are you in?
Yeah, I didn't see her when we were divided into groups before.
And, this person's figure looks weird, kind of like.
Seeing that she was about to be exposed, the alien girl quickly put her hands into her waistband, preparing to draw her weapon and assassinate him.
Chapter 28 Captured on the Spot. Everyone be careful. Seeing that things were not going well, Lin Tian took immediate action and subdued the alien girl with a single grappling move. Let me go.
The alien girl struggled, but Lin Tian was incredibly strong. His grip on her hand felt like it weighed 10,000 pounds, making her struggle seem futile.
What exactly is your identity?
Sensing Lin Tian's difference, the girl's pupils gradually dilated, and an invisible sense of pressure instantly swept over her entire body.
I'm just a D-rank spirit master. If you can't even beat me, how are you going to assassinate these elite trainees? Lin Tian snorted coldly.
He deliberately made his identity sound so humble in order to break the girl's guard. After all, the alien races that are assigned to assassinate the elite must at least be able to defeat a B-level team on their own.
Otherwise, wouldn't it be a pointless death to break into a school full of spirit masters? A D-rank talent. How is that possible?
Based on my judgment, you should at least have an S-rank talent.
Lin Tian smiled.
S-level talents were nothing but ants in front of him. If Lin Tian were to take out two SSS-level spiritual weapons on the spot, everyone present would probably be scared to death. Seeing that the girl refused to believe that Lin Tian only had a D-level talent, several elite members beside her began to tease him.
TSK, alien girl, the person in front of you was indeed only a D-level when he first tested his talent, and his contract partner was even lower, at the lowest level, F level. However, because this person also possesses ancient talents, he can enhance his strength in actual combat. Back then, when our former principal sparred with him, even an A-level grandmaster was defeated by Lin Tian with a single palm strike. In front of him, you are nothing more than a lamb to the slaughter. After hearing the elite team's explanation, the alien girl still shook her head desperately, refusing to believe that Lin Tian's strength was only so-so. Inside the alien camp, the girl also underwent rigorous testing. She was more perceptive of everyone's abilities than anyone else. Therefore, when carrying out assassinations, the alien girl would first choose the easiest targets. When she heard that the entire elite group of this year's students were basically C-rank spirit masters, she was certain that this assassination would succeed. Unexpectedly, there was someone with Lin Tian's strength among this crowd. Alright, I'm too lazy to waste words with you. Now that we've caught you, I'm going to hand you over to the school leaders to ask for credit. Lin Tian arranged for several people to tie up the alien girl, then used the excuse that he needed to speak with the old principal alone, taking only Su Qingge with him to the office. It was already late, and there was hardly anyone walking on the school paths. While escorting the alien girl, Lin Tian chatted with her. Little girl, do you really want to know my strength? As the girl struggled, she murmured, during our training at the camp, I also received the ability to sense the strength of spirit masters. So even if you deny your abilities, I can still sense that your spirit master level is definitely not below S rank. Moreover, it would be impossible for you to defeat an A-level grandmaster spirit master with a single palm strike if you only relied on that outdated ancient talent. With that, the girl snorted coldly and mocked. Hundreds of years ago, when the first leaders of our alien race led their warriors to Blue Star, killing those humans who only had ancient talents was as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. If it weren't for a god descending to Earth back then and imparting the talent of spirit control to humans, you would have been wiped out long ago. Indeed, without divine intervention, the humans here would no longer exist. But you are so young, would you like to see the true face of a god? After saying that, Lin Tian suddenly burst into laughter, and took the opportunity to gently extend his arms to the left and right, instantly conjuring up a spirit control scepter. Under the darkness, the spirit control scepter shone brightly, but in order not to alert the enemy, Lin Tian dimmed its light. The Spirit Master's Scepter. How do you have something like that? Upon seeing this, the girl was shocked and looked at Lin Tian in disbelief. As I just said, if you want to see the true face of a god, I can show you.
There were many people in the training room just now, so Lin Tiankai deliberately concealed his strength. But now that he was all alone, he was ready to display his true strength in an even more exaggerated way. This also serves as a warning to those assassins sent by alien races, telling them to stop plotting against Tianhua Academy in the future. After showing the spirit control scepter, Lin Tian winked at Su Qingge.
Su Qingge understood immediately and transformed into Panga's axe, merging with Lin Tian. Panga's axe that splits the heavens? Both of these spiritual weapons are of SSS grade quality. Who exactly are you, and how can you contract two spiritual weapons at the same time?
There are many things you don't know. When you see our old headmaster later, if he dares to tell anyone about this, I will chase him all the way to your camp and make sure all your relatives are killed. Realizing she had truly offended a powerful figure, the alien girl completely gave up resisting.
The Spirit Master's staff is still in the mortal realm.
It seems humanity's hopes of reclaiming their territory are growing ever stronger.
Good that you know. If you're smart, you'd better go back to your planet. You want to wipe out humanity? As long as I, Lin Tian, am alive, I will not let you succeed. After delivering the alien girl to the old headmaster, Lin Tian was praised again. The following day, Lin Tian returned to the elite training room and summoned everyone together. Although he possessed extraordinary abilities, if he truly wanted to reclaim humanity's lost territories and ensure the continuation of humankind, he would still need the help of these elites. So he began to plan to organize all the elites together so that they could stick together and support each other. These elites were naturally a little unhappy about being summoned by Lin Tian so early in the morning. Lin Tian, what kind of trouble are you causing this morning?
That's right. Don't think that just because you captured a girl from another race yesterday, we'll believe you.
That girl doesn't seem to be very strong. You just got lucky and captured her.
Knowing that these people would disagree again the next day, Lin Tian snorted and handed over a certificate of strength. This certificate was made for him personally last night by the old principal, just to test the true strength of that alien girl and thus prove Lin Tian's strength. Seeing this, the others all crowded over to take a look.
Out-of-town girl. Age, 18 years old. Height, 168 centimeters. Overall strength comparison, can easily handle a AA level spirit beast combination.
When these words were laid out before them, even this group of self-proclaimed elites were completely dumbfounded. A girl from another race who can single-handedly deal with a AA level spirit controlling combination.
If they were to fall into the hands of this girl alone, wouldn't they only face certain death?
Chapter 29: A defeated old warrior. Lin Tian, once again, single-handedly captured a girl from another race with extraordinary abilities. This means that, with his current strength, he is fully capable of contending with a pair of AA level contract combinations.
What's going on? He just has one more talent than the average person, how can he behave so abnormally? Lin Tian, I admit you got away with it again. But damn it, why do all the good things happen to you? We, the C-level team, are like newbies in front of you. Alright, let's stop arguing with Lin Tian.
Lin Tian, tell us your reason for gathering us here. Seeing that the crowd was beginning to trust him, Lin Tian nodded in satisfaction. He then said, everyone, you are all elites selected by the school. Although your levels are not as high as our school's strongest BB level combination, at least you will have a better chance to improve yourselves after joining the elite group. Last time, everyone saw me kill a high-level alien beast and get the crystal core. Now, the alien race is constantly sending assassins to our school. Therefore, we must stick together for warmth.
This time, I plan to lead everyone to kill high-level alien beasts and obtain crystal cores to enhance your strength. I wonder if you all agree.
Damn, Brother Tian, you're such a great guy.
Hearing that there were crystal cores to be shared, these people became enthusiastic and crowded around Lin Tian.
Although we receive a weekly stipend from the school as an elite group, those few Tier 3 crystals are really not enough to fill a gap. Brother Tian, with your help in the future, I believe everyone will be able to raise their strength to rank B very soon.
Sai, I have to say, it was the right thing to side with Brother Tian back then.
If we had teamed up with Zhang Qing to put Brother Tian down, we'd probably be starving by now. With benefits to be had, the elite group members began to shower Lin Tian with commercial praise, calling him Brother Tian repeatedly.
After winning people's hearts, Lin Tian did not delay and immediately led his team to the front line to kill the alien beasts.
Unexpectedly, just as this group of people stepped out of the cultivation room, they bumped into Zhang Qing and his companion at the door. When Zhang Qing met Lin Tian again, it was as if they were old enemies meeting again.
Hey, isn't this Lin Tian? Haven't seen you in a few days and you've become the captain of the elite team? With your pathetic skills, you think you're qualified to lead an elite team?
Seeing that Zhang Qing was still the same as before, a leopard can't change its spots. In just a few days, he had started barking at him again.
Zhang Qing, who gave you the courage to act tough in front of me? Didn't I beat you into submission the last 2 times?
If Zhang Qing weren't her classmate, Lin Tianjin would have loved to punch him to death to stop this fly from constantly bothering her. Lin Tian, as the saying goes, a scholar should be looked at with new eyes after 3 days of separation. In the past few days, I have used my connections to obtain many high-level crystal cores, and I have been cultivating with you every day.
What do you have left to contend with me now?
Oh? Zhang Qing, I didn't expect you to still be so short-sighted.
You think a few mere third-tier crystal cores are high-level crystal cores? Would you like to submit to me and work with me obediently from now on? Don't worry, if we get another 6th-tier crystal core, you'll definitely get your share. I think you're the one who's short-sighted.
In front of Lin Tian, Zhang Qing deliberately exaggerated, saying, I have 2 relatives who are both double S level. Last time, they directly gave me several 7th-level crystal cores. As long as I cultivate for a few more days, my ability will be able to be upgraded to a level. After hearing Zhang Qing's boasting, Lin Tian immediately sneered. If a B-level spirit master can be nourished by a 7th-tier crystal core, their strength can reach a level within a few days. But he had already checked through the system. So far, Zhang Chang and his partner have only raised their strength to the B-level City Lord stage. Since you think you can defeat me, why don't we have another match? Fine, that's exactly what I've been waiting for. This time, we'll settle both our old and new scores, and I'll make you pay for everything you've done. With that, Zhang Chun walked directly in front of Lin Tian. This time, he planned to defeat Lin Tian on his own, without Liyu's help. But the ending was the same as always. Although Zhang Qing was very nimble this time, he was still like an ant in front of Lin Tian's true strength. With just one palm strike, Lin Tian knocked Zhang Qing to the ground, causing the crowd to burst into laughter. Even Su Qingge, who is usually very quiet, couldn't help but cover her mouth and secretly laugh when she saw Zhang Qing making a fool of himself. Ha! Is this the strength of a B-level spirit master? Zhang Qing, I didn't expect you to still be so weak after just a few days. It was one thing for the others to mock him, but seeing Su Qingge, who had the lowest rank, laughing at him also broke Zhang Qing's defenses once again. Standing up and going to Liyu's side, Zhang Qing shamelessly said, quickly transform into a spiritual weapon, let's teach this arrogant guy a lesson together. Pooh. In the past few days, Zhang Qing did indeed obtain some 4th-order crystal cores, and even gave half of them to Liyu. It was precisely because of these benefits that Liyu agreed to reconcile with Zhang Qing and cultivate together. But today, her partner was once again beaten up for mocking Lin Tian, which made Liyu feel extremely embarrassed. Zhang Cheng, Lin Tian is right, you really are a piece of trash. Even if your spirit control level is higher than Lin Tian's, you're still a piece of trash. The two of you are so different, yet you were knocked down by Lin Tian with a single palm strike. I really don't know what I was thinking back then, to actually get back together with a piece of trash like you. After uttering a few harsh words, Liu didn't want to stay there any longer and left angrily. Before leaving, he threatened Zhang Qing, saying he planned to terminate the contract with him the next day. Seeing that his magical artifact was rejecting him again, Zhang Qing squatted down on the ground, losing his previous radiance. Sigh, Zhang Qing, although we all acknowledge your spirit mastery level, I still advise you not to oppose Lin Tian anymore. He can already kill 6th-tier beasts, and I'm afraid his strength will far surpass yours in less than half a year. This time, everyone was completely convinced of Lin Tian's abilities, and under Lin Tian's call, the group prepared to go to the front line to kill the alien beasts. But no sooner had Lin Tian left than Zhang Qing suddenly called out to the elite regiment. Brothers! There's something I didn't tell you in front of Lin Tian. This Lin Tian, all the ancient talents he possesses are rubbish. When I sparred with him just now, I could clearly feel that the energy in my body was being absorbed by a powerful force emanating from Lin Tian. Chapter 30, Taking it for oneself. Is this really true? Hearing Zhang Qing say this, everyone was once again captivated. He began to understand why Lin Tian possessed such extraordinary strength. It turns out that the ancient talent within him was like a thief, specializing in stealing the power of others. This also explains why Lin Tian was still able to easily defeat the old principal, who was at the A-level Grandmaster stage, when they sparred again. Therefore, it seems that when Lin Tian fights with the alien beasts, he will also take the opportunity to absorb the energy inside the beasts to enhance his own strength. Oh ho ho, Lin Tian, that liar, always said that his ancient talent could help him improve his spirit control strength, but it turns out he just steals other people's energy.
Humph, so he's just a con man. With such despicable abilities, he thinks he can rally our elite force? Everyone, don't be fooled by Lin Tian again. Seeing that everyone believed what he said, Zhang Qing quickly added fuel to the fire. Yes, everyone, I, Zhang Qing, am now a B-level city lord. Killing a third-tier beast is a piece of cake for me. If Lin Tian hadn't cheated, how could I have been defeated by him? As he spoke, he continued to try to win people's hearts. Everyone, don't believe what Lin Tian says. Knowing him as I do, even if he really did get the crystal core of a high-level alien beast, he would never share it with you directly. After listening to Zhang Qing's words, everyone thought about it and felt that there was indeed some truth to them. After all, the last time Lin Tian brought back a high-level crystal core from outside, he also handed it over to his teacher. After capturing the alien girl, Lin Tian didn't even bring anyone else to claim credit. This guy is so selfish, yet he always pretends to be selfless. In reality, he's full of bad intentions. After being successfully brainwashed by Zhang Qing, the elite group members once again acknowledged Zhang Qing as their leader and went to the front lines with him to kill some third-tier alien beasts. This time, Zhang Qing proved himself with his abilities. After hearing that Zhang Qing had become the leader of the elite regiment, Li Yu went to him again and begged to get back together with him. Zhang Qing, it was all my fault before. I shouldn't have belittled your strength. Let's get back together. After all, I am also a B-grade spiritual artifact incarnation. If you lose me, your strength will also be weakened. Humph, Li Yu, didn't you think highly of Lin Tian before? Why don't you go back and keep looking for him? In front of all the elites, Zhang Qing naturally had to put on a good show. Having been repeatedly cursed by this woman, he had long harbored resentment towards Li Yu. Last time, because he lost to Lin Tian, this woman showed him no mercy at all and started cursing him as a piece of trash in front of everyone. Now that I've proven my abilities, and Li Yu wants to get back together with me, why should I let her control me? Li Yu, I advise you to go back and reflect on yourself. I, Zhang Qing, am a well-deserved B-level spirit master, and I have already reached the city lord stage. Without my nurturing, why would your level have improved? No wonder someone like Lin Tian wouldn't even look at you, you ingrate. After cursing Li Yu, Zhang Qing finally felt much better. Meanwhile, upon hearing that the elite group had betrayed him and directly recognized Zhang Qing as their leader, Lin Tian inexplicably wanted to laugh. Sure enough, these opportunists never completely obeyed orders. They would break ties with him at the slightest hint of gossip. At this moment, Lin Tianjin wanted to take them to the crystal ball again to show his true strength. But after thinking about it, I decided against it. Since Zhang Qing was so eager to compete with me, I would make him admit defeat in front of me one more time. Lin Tian took Su Qingge with him to find Zhang Qing and his group, and they made a pact on the spot. Zhang Qing, if you want to be the leader of the elite regiment so badly, you should prove yourself with your strength. How about this, you can team up and fight me to the death, while we go to the front lines to kill high-level alien beasts and prove ourselves. Most of you are double C-level combinations, so you'll work together to fight the 4th-tier alien beasts. Qingge and I will deal with the 5th-tier alien beasts. Whoever kills the most will be the leader of the elite squad. Upon hearing Lin Tian's challenge, everyone felt it was quite reasonable. This time, Zhang Qing, eager to prove himself, readily accepted Lin Tian's challenge. That night, everyone went to the front line and searched for the strange beasts in 2 separate dense forests. Since killing some high-level alien beasts last time, Lin Tian's skills in this area have become more and more proficient. In addition, he and Su Qingge worked together seamlessly, and before long they had killed more than a dozen 5th-tier alien beasts and obtained a lot of high-tier crystal cores. Just as they were cleaning up the battlefield, Zhang Qing suddenly darted out of the dense forest and stealthily approached the corpses of the strange beasts. Zhang Qing's strength had clearly decreased significantly after fighting a 4th-tier beast without the aid of a magical artifact. After a great deal of effort to kill one, they dissected the carcass and found that there was no crystal core inside. Left with no other choice, he also decided to use some tricks to directly seize Lin Tian's resources for himself. Just then, a 7th-tier beast appeared in front of Lin Tian. Although both he and Su Qingge possessed SSS-level talents, dealing with 7th-tier beasts was not as simple as killing 6th-tier ones. While Lin Tian was fighting with the alien beasts, Zhang Qing took out a pen and marked the 5th-tier alien beasts.
They also took the opportunity to steal nearly 10 5th-tier alien beast cores.
The night passed quickly.
The next morning, when Lin Tian happily returned to clean up the battlefield, he discovered that all the crystal cores he had painstakingly obtained had disappeared.
Lin Tian, what are you doing sneaking around in front of my spoils?
Suddenly, Zhang Qing led a group of people into the dense forest and began to slander Lin Tian.
Your spoils?
Zhang Qing, your operation last night wasn't here, so where would your spoils be? I thought it was boring to kill 4th-tier beasts over there, so I came here alone.
As he spoke, he walked directly to a 5th-tier beast, pointed to the markings drawn on it, and said, "See? These are all markings I made."
After saying that, he took out a few more 5th-order crystal cores and distributed them directly to some people present. Seeing Zhang Qing's shameless behavior, Lin Tian simply sneered. No wonder when we cleaned up the battlefield this morning, we found that all the crystal cores were gone. It turns out this guy stole them. It seems Zhang Qing has really gone to great lengths to win people's hearts through these crooked and unethical means.
TSK, Lin Tian, if you're not capable, just admit it now.
It's not shameful to be Zhang Qing's defeated opponent.
Exactly.
You forcibly took someone else's spoils and then shamelessly claimed to have killed them yourself.
You're truly shameless.
Having received benefits from Zhang Qing, some people gradually gravitated towards his side.
Lin Tian, has your ancient talent disappeared? Otherwise, why would you be so pathetic today? In that case, let's be fair. I challenge you with the strength of a double C-level lord. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Chapter 31 Martial Arts Tournament.
Just as Lin Tian was preparing to accept the challenge, the people next to him suddenly started teasing him again.
Brothers, let's not compete with Lin Tian in terms of combat strength, shall we? This guy's ancient talent can steal other people's energy. Even if we have SSS level ultimate talents, we'll still have our strength stolen by Lin Tian. Exactly, what's the point of comparing us to a thief?
Besides, this time, Lin Tian even tried to steal Zhang Qing's spoils of war.
What else is he incapable of doing? What nonsense are you talking about? When did Lin Tian ever steal someone else's energy?
In just a few days, the group's attitude towards Lin Tian underwent another complete reversal, which disgusted Su Qingge. Lin Tian instantly understood why these guys had suddenly sided with Zhang Qing. It turns out that in order to belittle himself, this guy lied and claimed that his ancient talent could steal his strength, which made those elite reserves believe it.
I'm telling you, aren't you guys a bit too brainless? If I could steal other people's strength, wouldn't the old headmaster have noticed it long ago?
Lin Tian rolled his eyes at the group of people as if they were idiots. Besides, even if I could steal your strength through ancient talents, that would still be a manifestation of my overall abilities. If I could fully utilize this talent on the battlefield, wouldn't I be able to kill any beast at any stage at will? After listening to Lin Tian's analysis, everyone agreed that it made sense. Yes, if Lin Tian could truly steal others' strength in battle, it could actually make him the most invincible being in the world.
Moreover, since the first real battle, Lin Tian killed dozens of 6th-tier alien beasts in one fell swoop.
If everyone follows Lin Tian, the benefits they can gain will naturally be much greater than those who follow Zhang Qing. After all, no matter how strong Zhang Qing is, he's only a B-level spirit master at the moment. Furthermore, he and Li Yu are on the verge of a falling out, so if he cultivates alone, his strength will improve very slowly.
Could it be that I'm going to switch sides with Lin Tian again today, like a reed in the wind? If that were the case, wouldn't it make everyone seem like they have no principles? Just when everyone was starting to get anxious about this, the person who had previously clamored to compete with Lin Tian spoke up again. Alright, Lin Tian, since you've brought up the old principle, we'll tentatively believe your ancient talent isn't so despicable. Since everyone's strength is evenly matched, I now formally challenge you. I wonder if you dare to accept. What's said is said, and one shouldn't let others laugh at them. Su Wen, are you really going to challenge me? Lin Tian was quite clear about the strength of these people.
Su Wen and his contracted partner are both at the double C level, and they have already reached the domain stage. They can be said to be the fastest advancing pair in the entire elite reserve force.
Lin Tian, what makes you so arrogant?
Since I, Su Wen, dare to say these words, I naturally have no fear of you.
Let's set up the arena and begin. Okay, but if I accidentally hurt you badly, don't blame me.
Lin Tian beckoned to the other person with his finger, then got up and left the dense forest. Although it was a martial arts competition, the dense forests on the front lines were fraught with danger. Although Lin Tian was not afraid of these dangers, he still had to ensure the safety of these elite reserves. After all, they are the students the school values most, and the hope for the future of humanity. After some discussion, everyone returned to school and set up a ring on campus. Hearing that someone dared to challenge Lin Tian, many students from the school came to visit. On the stage, Suwon looked arrogantly at the crowd below, as if his victory was already destined even before the match began. Wow, there are actually people who dare to challenge Lin Tian. Even a duo like Zhang Qing and Li Yu were defeated by Lin Tian. I really don't know what these people are thinking. I bet there's no one in the entire school who can stand up to Lin Tian. Although the elite reserves have been targeting Lin Tian recently, the members of the Night Raid Army and the regular army still admire him greatly. As expected, when Lin Tian stepped onto the stage, everyone around him instantly felt a strong sense of pressure. Suwon, you're too kind. Lin Tian, today I'll teach you a lesson about your arrogance. As soon as he finished speaking, Suwon merged with his contracted partner and charged toward Lin Tian with murderous intent. Meanwhile, Lin Tian was still dealing with everything alone, and even Su Qingge stood calmly below the stage watching, as if she had always thought that Suwon would not win this battle. With a sharp shout, Suwon nimbly flashed behind Lin Tian, his magical weapon aimed directly at the back of Lin Tian's neck. Wow, is this for real? If Lin Tian can't dodge this, then from now on. Just when everyone thought Lin Tian was bound to be hit by this move, a purple light interrupted Suwon's attack in the next second. Holy crap, what's going on? That purple light, isn't that a skill only high-level beasts possess? How come Lin Tian? Just as everyone was still shocked, Lin Tian turned around and punched Suwon in the chest. The force of this blow was too much for Suwon to withstand, and he collapsed on the stage. How could that be? As he lay dying, Suwon looked at Lin Tian with a look of disbelief and fear. Suwon, Suwon! The first person to rush to the ring to rescue Suwon was Zhang Qing. After noticing that Suwon was weak after being hit by Lin Tian, he glared fiercely at Lin Tian. Lin Tian, you stole the high-level crystal core of the monster I killed last time, and even used it to cultivate evil techniques. I'm going to tell the old headmaster about this and see how he punishes you. That's right, Lin Tian, we're all classmates, how could you treat Suwon like this? Although Lin Tian won the entire martial arts competition, the final result was that he was targeted by the entire elite reserve force. All of this played right into Zhang Qing's scheme. Seeing Lin Tian become the target of everyone's criticism, Zhang Qing's lips curled into a wicked smile. Meanwhile, the alien girl who had been imprisoned in an abandoned room at school after hearing that Lin Tian was being targeted there secretly contacted her fellow aliens outside the school. Zhang Qing was humming a tune and walking aimlessly by the roadside when he happened to pass by and bump into the girl contacting someone else. I heard that this is the alien girl that Lin Tian captured in the elite reserve training room? Suddenly, he remembered the strange beast energy that Lin Tian released during his martial arts competition today. Could this be related to his getting close to that alien girl? Chapter 32 Zhang Qing, with the wrong intentions. He secretly hid to the side, observing the alien girl's every move. Zhang Qing did not make any sudden moves, but waited until the alien who came to contact the girl left before quietly approaching the room. Little girl, you're the alien girl that Lin Tian captured, right? This guy is really wicked, he even bullies little girls. Zhang Qing walked out the window with a grin and deliberately tried to get close to the foreign girl. Who are you? The alien girl looked out the window with a puzzled expression. She never expected that among humans, there would be someone who would think she was innocent. Although he didn't know Zhang Qing's identity, he didn't feel any hostility towards him because he had a square face and his appearance wasn't scary. Can you help me escape from here? The alien girl looked at Zhang Qing innocently and asked a question. Of course, but I'd also like to know some secrets about Lin Tian from you. Lin Tian? I only met him once, there's no secret between us. The girl from another race tilted her head in surprise, wondering what the person in front of her wanted to ask. Today, Lin Tian competed against our school's elite students and actually used skills that only high-level beasts possess on the stage. I'd like to ask, did he learn these skills from you? A skill only possessed by mythical beasts? That can't be. The girl shook her head innocently and explained, high-level alien beasts are a type of combat pet that our alien race raises. The talents they possess were bestowed upon us by the nature of our planet at that time. We humans cannot learn the skills of alien beasts. Oh? It seems Lin Tianjin is truly gifted, able to steal skills from strange beasts. Seeing that the girl refused to tell him the truth, Zhang Qing didn't bother to talk to her anymore and turned to leave.
Seeing this, the girl quickly asked, "Sir, you just said you would find a way to get me out of here, is that true?"
On the other hand, ever since Lin Tian defeated Su Wen, the elite reserve soldiers have become even more resentful of him. In particular, they discovered that Lin Tian also possessed the talent of a strange beast, and even directly accused Lin Tian of being a spy. In the following days, there were one martial arts competition after another. On the field, Lin Tian showed no fear in the face of countless elite teams, continuing to use his beast talent to defeat them one by one. In just 2 days, Lin Tian defeated almost all the elite regiments and became a highly praised leader in the Night Raid army.
Although her fame had skyrocketed elsewhere, Su Qingge was very worried about Lin Tian.
After all, his sudden acquisition of the talent of exotic beasts is not a good thing for a spirit master. If those elite troops insist on labeling Lin Tian a traitor, he could very well be expelled from school. In this way, even if Lin Tian kills all the elites of the alien races in the future, he will not be recognized by humans. Just as they were considering how to persuade Lin Tian to give up this talent, the old principal suddenly called Lin Tian in for a talk. Inside the office, the old principal looked at Lin Tian's familiar face, but suddenly felt that he was a complete stranger. Ever since he defeated Zhang Qing's team, the old principal has been unable to fathom Lin Tian's true strength. This time, Lin Tian challenged the entire elite team of the school all by himself, which made the old principal both happy and worried. The good news is that Lin Tian is exceptionally capable and will surely become a pillar of society in the future. His worry stemmed from the concern that if Lin Tianxin's newly acquired beast talent were misused, it might very well devour his will in the future.
Lin Tian, where did you learn this talent for exotic beasts? Could it be from that alien girl? Last time, Lin Tian captured the alien girl in the elite regiment's training room and brought her to his side not long after.
If it's true, as rumored on campus, that Lin Tian's ancient talent allows him to steal other people's energy, then he could very well have acquired some talent from the alien girl in a short period of time. Faced with the old principal's question, Lin Tian vaguely replied, "Principal, I only had contact with that alien girl for a short period of time.
How could I have had the opportunity to learn anything from her? As for the beast's talent, it's something I accidentally comprehended while cultivating with a high-level beast crystal core. To be honest, I don't know what happened to me. Suddenly I had a special talent."
After explaining, Lin Tian secretly reviewed the logical relationships and found that there were no major errors. After carefully considering Lin Tian's words, the old principal also felt that they made some sense.
Since Lin Tian himself was confused, he could only let it go. After leaving the office, the two headed towards the elite regiment.
Meanwhile, Zhang Cheng had been somewhat annoyed for the past few days because the girl refused to tell him the truth. After some scheming, he used a trick to have the girl brought out of the prison cell and met with her alone behind the elite regiment's training room. This time, Zhang Qing showed no mercy and directly took out a dagger and held it to the neck of the girl who was bound hand and foot.
"Hey girl, I know there's something between you and Lin Tian.
Tell me, how did you teach him to learn beast skills?"
I didn't. Ever since Lin Tian sent me to your principal's office, I haven't seen him again, so how could I have taught him skills?"
The girl was confused by the question and directly resisted Zhang Qing. Her mission at the school was to assassinate the elite reserve officers.
Since she had a grudge against the human race, why would she teach human spirit masters to learn alien talents? "Oomph, you still won't talk, huh? Then I'll kill you today." "Stop." Just as Zhang Qing was about to make his move, Lin Tian and Su Qingge happened to pass by. He was furious to see Zhang Qing meeting with a girl from another race without permission and even threatening and enticing her. He immediately kicked Zhang Qing, knocking him to the ground, and the dagger accidentally stuck in Zhang Qing's calf. "Oh no, Lin Tian has killed someone."
Inside the training room, several people heard a commotion behind the room and came out to check what was happening. Seeing people approaching, Zhang Qing's eyes darted around, and he pointed at Lin Tian, saying, "Everyone, come help. This Lin Tian is indeed colluding with the alien girl." Just now, when he saw me interrogating her, Lin Tian directly pulled out a knife against me.
"Lin Tian, you've gone too far. You've hurt my fellow countrymen for the sake of some alien. I'll teach you a lesson today."
One of the reserve experts believed it and immediately swung his fist at Lin Tian.
"Careful."
Because Su Qingge was too close to him at that moment, in order not to hurt her, Lin Tian had no choice but to retaliate. He picked up the classmate who was rushing towards him with one hand and then slammed her to the ground. "Hey Lin Tian, you've injured our classmate again for that alien." Seeing Lin Tian injure another person in full view of everyone, Zhang Qing quickly seized on this incident to make a fuss.
Chapter 33: The Struggle for the Leadership of the Gang. Lin Tian, are you trying to rebel? That's right, Lin Tian, the classmate you just injured is named Zhao Chang. He's one of the elite among our reserve elites. If the leader finds out, he'll definitely skin you alive. I think this guy is completely bewitched by that alien girl, otherwise he wouldn't have learned the beast's skills. Let's not argue with him, let's just grab him and send him to the chief for disposal. Seeing Lin Tian become the target of public criticism again, Su Qingge began to get anxious. Hey Lin Tian, look at you, how could you be so reckless? That alien girl is still here, and you've injured another classmate. Even if we had 100 mouths, we still wouldn't be able to explain ourselves. Su Qingge knew, of course, that Lin Tian's words of caution were directed at her. But Zhang Qingming was clearly determined to slander Lin Tian, and even hoped that he would be expelled from the school and removed from the campus, so how could he give up such a good opportunity? Just as Su Qingge had predicted, after Zhang Cheng got up from the ground, he immediately blamed all the mistakes on Lin Tian. The other elite reserve students were also swayed by Zhang Cheng. Together they went to the leader of the elite regiment, intending to have him report Lin Tian's injury to his superiors so that Lin Tian could be severely punished. Unexpectedly, when everyone reported to the leader that Lin Tian had injured Zhang Cheng and Zhao Cheng in succession, the leader suppressed the matter. After gathering Lin Tian and the others together, the leader explained to everyone, although Lin Tian injured 2 people this time, I still admire his outstanding abilities. Furthermore, you all fell out with Lin Tian because of the instigation of a certain classmate. In the end, you can't blame Lin Tian entirely for this, can you? After saying that, he deliberately looked at Zhang Cheng. Of all the elite troops, the leader admired Lin Tian the most. And the person he disliked the most was Zhang Cheng. Although Zhang Cheng is a B-level spirit master, since he joined the team, he has often formed cliques and repeatedly led the group to provoke Lin Tian, making the whole team a mess. If he really had to choose, the person this leader most wanted to cultivate would still be Lin Tian. Upon hearing the leader's words, Zhang Cheng stammered, unsure of what to say. Zhao Cheng, who was injured by Lin Tian this time, was not convinced. Chief, aren't you being a bit too protective of someone by speaking like that? As members of the elite regiment, we deserve to be treated fairly by you. Moreover, Lin Tian only learned some evil arts because he colluded with that alien girl, and even turned against us. Why don't you punish him? Zhao Cheng, everything requires evidence. You only heard Zhang Qing's side of the story, how can you conclude that I colluded with the alien girl? In this apocalyptic era, all spirit masters should have united against the invasion of alien races. But these guys, ever since they formed a gang with Zhang Qing, have been thinking about how to deal with their own people every day, which disgusts Lin Tian. Besides, the fact that I was able to injure you is enough to prove that I am exceptionally strong. Why doesn't the leader think highly of me? Lin Tian raised an eyebrow at Zhao Chang, making the other man's hair stand on end in anger. You, Lin Tian. When you joined the elite group, didn't you say you wanted to become the leader of the gang? Well then, I'm issuing you another challenge today, let's have a contest and see who can ultimately become the leader of the gang. Just as Lin Tian was about to reply, the system suddenly gave him a prompt. Beep, host's interaction with the elite group detected. New mission issued. Mission, defeat all opponents and become the leader of the gang. Upon successful completion of the mission, the host will receive a large number of rare rewards. Oh. He wasn't particularly interested in becoming the leader of a club before. But now that the system has given him this suggestion, Lin Tian has become interested instead. After all, if Lin Tian only accepted Zhao Cheng's challenge to manage this group of rebellious guys, he would find it troublesome. But now that the system wants to reward him, he has no choice but to give it a try. Alright, I accept your challenge. Let's spend a week winning people over. The one with the most people wins, how about it? It's a deal. Over the next few days, Lin Tian began working to win over people's hearts. Although many reserve experts had challenged Lin Tian, most of the elite group still didn't like to join in the fun. Compared to the troublemakers, they were less experienced and therefore didn't bother forming cliques. Moreover, all those who challenged Lin Tian ended in failure, and the worst one is currently recuperating at home. These mediocre people, if they weren't stupid, wouldn't choose to be enemies with Lin Tian. It was precisely because of this that, after Lin Tian's call to action, many people quickly joined his team. This matter quickly reached the leader's ears. Although he had high hopes for Lin Tian, in order to ensure the fairness of the competition, he still issued 3 tests to Lin Tian and Zhao Chang. Only those who can pass these 3 tests within a week can become the true leader of the club.
Lin Tian readily agreed, but after hearing about it, Zhang Qing started causing trouble again. Considering that Lin Tian's reputation is bound to suffer recently due to injuring too many reserve members, it's clear that his reputation is not very good. Therefore, Zhang Qing took advantage of the past few days to spread the news of Lin Tian and Zhao Cheng's struggle for the leadership of the club throughout the entire school. Upon hearing this, some students from the Night Raid Corps also began to discuss the matter. However, most people still support Lin Tian, believing that he has the ability and should take on this important task. Another group of voices accused Lin Tian of secretly learning alien skills, suggesting he must have ulterior motives. The news quickly reached the school leadership, and several principals paid close attention to the matter. Inside the office, several principals gathered together to discuss issues concerning Lin Tian. This Lin Tian is capable, but he's also a troublemaker. Look at how many problems he's caused at school since his ancient talent was discovered. If he becomes the leader of a club, will he be able to command respect? Principal Zhang, our common enemy now is the alien race outside. As long as Lin Tian has the ability to kill high-level alien beasts, why can't he be the leader of this club? That's right. I've also learned the general outline of what's been happening recently. The reason Lin Tian injured some students was because they were instigated by others and deliberately provoked Lin Tian. Principal Zhang, why don't you think about this? When Lin Tian killed the 6th-tier alien beast for the first time, he gave the crystal core to the school for free. How could someone like that possibly cause trouble on his own initiative? Oh dear, I know Lin Tian is exceptionally capable and willing to make sacrifices, but right now, it's those reservists who refuse to believe in Lin Tian. Chapter 34 Alien Talent. Since being released from the prison, the alien girl seems to have become much more obedient than before. Seeing this, the old headmaster stopped imprisoning her, and because of this incident, the alien girl gradually became closer to Lin Tian. Besides winning people over, Lin Tian also spent his free time interacting with the alien girls. After all, if Lin Tian could gain the trust of the alien girl, he might be able to extract some secrets about the alien race from her. After talking for a few days, Lin Tian learned that the girl's name was Lien. Lin Tian, thank you for saving me last time. Although you were the one who captured me the first time, after experiencing so many changes, I've realized that among your human race, you are the kindest-hearted one. Over the past few days, the girl from another race has grown increasingly fond of Lin Tian, and she can't help but praise him every time they talk. While Lin Tian was saying thank you, he had his own thoughts in his heart. His approach to the alien girl was, to be honest, not much different from Zhang Qing's original intention. If there's any difference between the two, it's that Lin Tian is better at disguising himself. Just like his current strength, although he already possesses a terrifying SSS-level talent, he still appears quite weak in front of others. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Lin Tian asked directly, Lien, what do you rely on for cultivation among your alien race? In our alien homeland, there is a spiritual spring. The spring water is pure white and clear, and every day it overflows with a lot of gas, which we call spiritual energy. If a person from another race wants to improve their cultivation, they need to rely on this spiritual energy to replenish the divine power within their body. When Lin Tian heard the word spiritual energy, he couldn't help but think of the cultivation practices on his own planet. In Earth's metaphysics, it is said that people in the past were able to ascend to immortality by absorbing the spiritual energy of the Earth. However, as times changed, the spiritual energy had become extremely scarce by the time of his generation, so ordinary people could no longer see those immortals. So much so that in the later Dharma ending age, many ordinary people, upon hearing the term cultivating immortality, would feel that it was too mysterious and should not be believed to be true. In his previous life, Lin Tian was just an ordinary person on Earth. It wasn't until he accidentally traveled to Earth that he discovered that humans could indeed learn superpowers. The Spirit Master talent he is currently learning is something unimaginable on Earth. So, if you want to improve your cultivation, you have to return to your own planet and absorb spiritual energy every day? The girl shook her head decisively and explained, if that's the case, it's too far. The return trip takes so long each time that there's simply not enough time to fight against your human race. Do you know why we keep alien beasts as combat pets on Earth? Why? Because there is a small amount of spiritual energy in the crystal cores inside the alien beasts. You usually improve your cultivation by absorbing the crystal cores, which is also done by relying on spiritual energy. Oh. No wonder. Upon hearing this explanation, Lin Tian finally understood that, regardless of the region or Earth, in this vast universe, the method to grant someone superpowers relies on spiritual energy to continuously enhance the energy within their body. After the two had finished their conversation, the system suddenly triggered another task. Ding, congratulations host for successfully uncovering the secrets of the alien race.
Now departing for a new mission. Mission: cultivate the alien race's martial arts techniques and reach rank D.
Upon completion of the mission, the host will receive a substantial reward.
Holy crap, this system is really all-powerful. It can even help me cultivate alien techniques? Upon receiving the mission, Lin Tian felt a surge of joy.
According to the stages of a spirit master, Lin Tian is currently close to reaching the peak. However, if one wants to contend with more alien races in the future, the talent for controlling spirits at the peak of one's life is far from enough. In addition, in this post-apocalyptic world, people's hearts are unpredictable, and each spirit controlling group is acting independently. Even within the school, it is difficult for them to stick together. If Lin Tian could learn more about the alien race's talents and directly raise his cultivation level to SSS, then he could truly be called invincible. Over the next few days, Lin Tian began rapid cultivation using the energy crystals and cultivation manual provided by the system. In just 2 days, Lin Tian underwent some visible changes.
The most obvious thing is that there are 2 bulges on his shoulders.
These bulges are like sharp claws. If an ordinary person accidentally strikes them with his palm, it will probably pierce through the hand. Upon discovering these differences, Lin Tian became extremely excited. Thinking about it, if Zhang Qing causes trouble again in the future, he can teach Zhang Qing a lesson without even lifting a finger. Subsequently, with the help of his alien talent, Lin Tian once again led Su Qingda to the front line. This time, he directly chose to kill an 8th-tier beast. I thought this kill would take some effort, but to my surprise, the 8th-tier beast was completely no match for Lin Tian, who possessed 3 talents at the same time. Lin Tian only had 1 spiritual weapon, yet he killed the 8th-tier beast with a single blow.
Seeing Lin Tian's strength increase again, Su Qingda also became curious.
These days, besides winning people over in the elite training room, Lin Tian spends his time alone with the alien girl, and even Su Qingda rarely sees him. After the two of them killed more than a dozen 8th-tier alien beasts, Lin Tian's cultivation level was directly raised to the SSS level City Lord stage. Even so, after carefully observing Lin Tian and discovering that he had a form similar to that of an alien race, Su Qingda couldn't help but remind him, "Lin Tian, you've been spending a lot of time with that alien girl lately.
Could it be that you've secretly learned some alien talents?
The alien races are different from us humans, so you'd better be careful. Don't go astray and become an outcast in everyone's eyes."
Lin Tian smiled and waved his hand. "It's alright, I know what I'm doing." Although Su Qingda already knew many secrets about Lin Tian, she still had no idea that he possessed talent. Since cultivating his alien talent, Lin Tian's reputation in the elite reserve team has grown stronger. Later, with the system's help, Lin Tian tested his talent level again in front of everyone. The crystal ball clearly displayed the Spirit Master's level, C-level Transcendent stage. Damn, Lin Tian, have you been secretly practicing some kind of unorthodox magic lately? How come your spirit control level has increased so quickly? No wonder Lin Tian dared to compete with Zhao Chang for the position of reserve regimental commander. It turns out this guy is about to become a B-level spirit master. Chapter 35: Seeking One's Own Death.
A week later, as Lin Tian's reputation grew, the number of reservists who joined him gradually increased. However, the leader had previously given an order that simply relying on numbers to compete for the position of reserve club leader was far from enough. In order to hold a fair competition, the reserve leader also rallied all the students in the school. On the stage in the playground, the reserve leader held a microphone and said passionately, "Fellow students, you must have heard recently that our elite reserve is going to elect a regimental leader. In this competition, in addition to Lin Tian and Zhao Chang volunteering, the rest of the elite reserves can also participate." Of course, in the week prior, Lin Tian had already won over many hearts among the elite reserves with his exceptional abilities.
If he can win this battle, he will become a true gang leader. Chief, you've only talked about the game mechanics, but where do you plan to lead us all? Even though the news that Lin Tian had become a top-tier C-level spirit master had been revealed, everyone was still eager to compete for the position of captain after hearing that all the reserve elites could vie for it. However, some mediocre people in the reserves voluntarily gave up their opportunities. Sigh, forget it. These are things that only the elite can compete in. For us nobodies, we should just stay in the back and watch the show. That's right. Lin Tian's current spirit master level is already at the C-level extraordinary stage. I suppose in the entire elite group, only Zhang Qing can rival him. Zhang Chang? Don't be ridiculous, everyone.
This guy has already lost to Lin Tian several times, and he never learns his lesson.
I think the position of regimental commander definitely belongs to Lin Tian.
In the group, Zhang Cheng heard his classmates talking about him again, and his face gradually turned ashen. "Humph, you bunch of people, all you know how to do is back down when faced with a problem, so how dare you judge me? Even if I failed a few times, I'm the only one in the entire elite group who dares to challenge Lin Tian multiple times." Seeing that everyone's impression of him was getting worse again, Zhang Qing secretly made up his mind that this time he must surpass Lin Tian and become the real leader of the elite group. In the afternoon, led by their leader, the students returned to the front line. Since it's a time to test our strength, we naturally need to engage in some real combat.
To prevent the elite reserves from killing each other, the leader chose a secret realm within the alien territory as the battleground. This secret realm is home to many high-level exotic beasts.
The task of the spirit masters is to kill these high-level alien beasts, take their flesh and skin, or obtain some crystal cores.
Now, I will reiterate the mission rules.
Within the secret realm, spirit masters must discard their cultivation and rely on their physical abilities to kill alien beasts and obtain their hides, flesh, and crystal cores to prove their strength.
Let Lin Tian go first for the first test. Teacher, this task is clearly biased towards Lin Tian.
As you know, he originally possessed ancient talents, and recently he seems to have learned some unorthodox methods from the alien girl.
If we only rely on physical strength to win, how can we possibly defeat Lin Tian? Upon hearing the mission rules, some of the elites began to complain. Ancient talent? I simply won't use it.
Seeing that the others were starting to criticize him again, Lin Tian simply waved his hand, indicating that he would not use the ancient talent in the battle. Of course, even if one admits they can't use this innate superhuman strength, it will still play a role in battle. Besides, he has recently learned some of the alien race's talents. Even if he cancels out the Spirit Master talent and the ancient talent, he will still have talents to use. After everyone entered the secret realm, Lin Tian found a place where many strange beasts appeared and began to run the dungeon alone. Unexpectedly, those guys, in order to outdo Lin Tian, also secretly started plotting and scheming within the secret realm. Led by Zhang Qing, the Spirit Masters took the initiative to form a small team to deal with Lin Tian. Everyone, although Lin Tian didn't use his Spirit Master talent, you all know that his ancient talent can still be used.
If Lin Tian can cheat, why can't we? If we unite and try to kill more monsters, and then attribute it all to one person, won't we be able to surpass Lin Tian? After hearing Zhang Qing's trick, the others all expressed their agreement.
Subsequently, wherever Lin Tian went in the secret realm, he was followed by a large number of people. Seeing this, Lin Tian sneered and immediately set up a barrier in front of him.
This skill was also learned by Lin Tian while cultivating his alien talent.
On the other side, those powerful beings with extraordinary strength would draw a protective barrier around themselves during their daily cultivation to avoid being disturbed by others. Then, Lin Tian silently recited the incantation again, and soon attracted countless alien beasts through his alien talent. Although it is said to be a secret realm where high-level exotic beasts appear, Lin Tian looked around and saw that the highest level of the exotic beasts in this secret realm was only 4th level. Of course, the leader also said in the mission settings that if you want to kill a monster that meets the criteria, you must kill it with your own body. Therefore, 4th-tier beasts are considered a relatively difficult challenge in the entire mission. On the other side, seeing Lin Tian lock himself in a circle by a barrier, Zhang Qing reacted quickly and sneaked in before the barrier closed. Then he discovered that dozens of strange beasts had gathered inside the barrier. Upon seeing this, Zhang Qing immediately realized that Lin Tian was cheating again. With a sharp shout, Zhang Qing decisively rushed in front of Lin Tian, intending to drive him away. Thinking that Lin Tian might not be able to beat him now that he had stopped using his spirit control talent, Zhang Qing felt a surge of joy. Hearing a sound behind him, Lin Tian immediately turned around and frowned.
What's going on?
I clearly sealed off the barrier, so how did Zhang Qing still manage to break in?
The next second, before Lin Tian could even speak, a fist the size of a sandbag swung towards his forehead. Zhang Qing, you are truly unrepentant.
While dodging the punches, Lin Tian momentarily forgot about his recent cultivation of alien talent.
But as the fist flew towards Lin Tian's shoulder, a scream followed immediately. Hey!
Lin Tian, you bastard, you were secretly hiding a weapon on your shoulder. Zhang Qing painfully withdrew his hand, only to find that there were several places where the skin and flesh had separated from his fingers, and blood was constantly gushing out from them.
Chapter 36 Severely injured Zhang Qing. The murder weapon? Lin Tian sneered. You're just too weak. I only gave you a light punch.
I advise you to leave now, or don't blame me for being impolite.
Zhang Cheng glared at him, arguing defiantly, you clearly cheated. The requirement for this level is that you can only use physical strength, but you clearly used a secret technique from another race.
Lin Tian responded with an "oh," his indifferent attitude only making the other party angrier.
Lin Tian, don't be so arrogant.
Once I get out, I'll tell the reserve leader everything you've done, and see if you still have the right to compete for the leader's position. Although Zhang Qing was somewhat disheveled at this moment, he refused to back down verbally. Lin Tian frowned, looking somewhat impatient.
This is a barrier I set up. You can leave now. If you want to win, you have to show your true skills. Stop just talking big.
We're all men, this is really boring. Faced with Lin Tian's blatant mockery, Zhang Cheng refused to accept it, gathered all his strength, and attacked Lin Tian. At this moment, the strange beast was also affected by the energy fluctuations and rushed towards the two of them. Zhang Cheng was extremely cunning. These strange beasts were all attracted by Lin Tian, so he concealed himself and moved between the beasts and Lin Tian, seizing any opportunity to strike ruthlessly.
This is a barrier, no one will see him use his talent recklessly. Lin Tian was already used to such double standards. Fortunately, this batch of alien beasts was easy to deal with.
With a swift and decisive move, combined with his alien talent, he easily dealt with these beasts, grabbed Zhang Cheng who was hiding, and gave him a heavy punch. Zhang Cheng spat out a mouthful of blood and fell heavily to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Lin Tian stretched his muscles and bones, removed the flesh and skin from the strange beast, and reaped a rich harvest.
However, this is far from enough.
Lin Tian ignored Zhang Qing lying on the ground and directly activated his supernatural ability to summon two more high-level alien beasts. The roar of the strange beast echoed through the mountains and forests, sending chills down one's spine even before it had fully approached. Lin Tian's eyes were full of excitement, while Zhang Qing was immediately shocked, because judging from the size of the beasts, one of them was a fourth-order beast.
Lin Tian, you're insane.
Zhang Qing quickly got up, not caring about anything else, just wanting to escape as soon as possible. Given his current condition, it's clearly a pipe dream for him to fight against a fourth-tier beast. He hadn't expected Lin Tian's strength to have reached this level.
Open the barrier. I need to get out.
Lin Tian looked at his cowardly appearance and smiled disdainfully.
Trying to run now? Don't you think it's too late?
No sooner had he finished speaking than the fourth-tier beast was right in front of him, and it immediately locked its target on Zhang Cheng. It's not surprising, really, since Zhang Qing was covered in a bloody aura, which naturally piqued the interest of the strange beasts. Lin Tian also wanted to teach the other party a lesson, so he stepped back to the side and concealed his aura.
Lin Tian, what do you want? You despicable scoundrel, we're just vying for the leadership, do you want to kill me?
Zhang Qing's voice sounded terrified as he scrambled to avoid the beast's attacks. However, his combat power had decreased at this time, and he was thrown away by the beast's long arms after only a few dodges. He spat out another mouthful of blood, looking utterly disheveled. Lin Tian watched the commotion from the sidelines, with no intention of offering any help.
People always have to pay the price for their actions.
He had already kindly set up a barrier, so why did Zhang Qing insist on barging in?
Lin Tian, save me. Everyone knows I entered the barrier. If I die here, you won't escape the blame either. Do you want to be the one to blame for my death?
Zhang Qing had a sudden inspiration and came up with a plausible reason.
Lin Tian rolled his eyes.
He never intended to kill anyone, he just wanted to teach Zhang Qing a painful lesson. With such a burden around, he really can't perform well. If Zhang Qing manages to find a loophole and gets him into an unlicensed taxi, then it would be a huge loss for him.
Alright, stop arguing.
As soon as Lin Tian finished speaking, a blur rushed towards the direction of the beast.
With a punch, the beast swayed twice and let out a roar.
Lin Tian stood in front of Zhang Qing, stretched out his hand and recited an incantation, and the barrier opened a small gap.
What are you still looking at? Get out of here!
With a loud shout from Lin Tian, Zhang Cheng was thrown out of the barrier and rolled out covered in blood. The other members were shocked to see Zhang Qing in such a disheveled state.
Zhang Cheng, what happened? Are you all right? These injuries, could they be from being beaten up by Lin Tian?
This wound doesn't look like it.
You didn't encounter a fourth-tier beast inside, did you?
The group chattered amongst themselves, their words filled with shock and apprehension towards Lin Tian.
Stop talking nonsense and help me out of here.
Zhang Cheng spat out a mouthful of blood, looking at his incompetent teammates with a sense of disappointment and frustration. I need to see the principal and the reserve commander.
Someone cheated.
Zhang Qing gritted his teeth fiercely, completely forgetting that he was only able to get out because Lin Tian had given him a break. He was taken back by his teammates, who reported Lin Tian for using alien power in advanced barriers, and even showed his wounds as evidence. At the same time, he also had his other teammates in the reserve spread rumors in an attempt to make the matter a fact. The reserve leader did not express his opinion. He always only cared about results, and the position of leader was something that only capable people could obtain. Looking at Zhang Qing's injuries, he felt a sense of disdain. Zhang Qing, you should go and heal your wounds first. Whether you were injured by a strange beast or beaten by Lin Tian, it only proves that you are incapable. Seeing the disdainful look on the reserve leader's face, Zhang Qing's face turned red with anger.
Chief, are you openly protecting Lin Tian? You created these rules yourself. If you don't care about them at all, why bother?
The leader snorted coldly, Zhang Qing, don't push your luck.
Do what you're supposed to do and prove your strength so that people will respect you. Otherwise, empty talk is useless. You. Principal, do you think so too? Can't you really see that Lin Tian used alien power to injure my wounds?
After seeking help from the reserve leader proved futile, Zhang Qing could only pin his hopes on the principal, hoping he could help him get justice. After a moment of contemplation, the principal uttered words that utterly chilled Zhang Qing's heart.
Let's wait until the results are in before discussing anything else. The Lin Tian I know wouldn't do something so despicable. I trust my judgment and abilities. You should go and heal your wounds first. Chapter 37, Second Assessment.
After the principal spoke, Zhang Qing, despite his resentment, clenched his fists tightly, his eyes seemingly filled with venom. In contrast to his resentment, Lin Tian, who was still at the assessment site, looked calm and composed. Although something went wrong, the assessment was still ongoing. The moment the bell rang in the secret realm, it also signaled the official end of the first assessment. With a look of satisfaction, the old principal and the reserve leader walked from the crowd to the center.
I hereby announce that Lin Tian has won the first test. The second test will be held tomorrow. The rules will be released today, please take note. Even those who were unconvinced at the scene had to admit their own limitations after witnessing Lin Tian's true strength during the assessment. In the second test, the spirits you have contracted will fight to refine the crystal cores of the exotic beasts. The one with the most crystal cores at the end will win. When the principal announced the rules for the second assessment, the eyes of everyone who had been disappointed instantly lit up. In the first match, they had no chance against Lin Tian, but the second match would be different. Everyone knows that Lin Tian's weapon spirit, Suchinga, is just a broken, worst axe. Please be on time for the competition tomorrow. After the crowd dispersed, Suchinga quietly walked to Lin Tian's side. She knew about the rules for the second round of assessments as soon as they were released. Seeing the desolation in Suchinga's eyes, Lin Tian smiled. You can do it, don't feel pressured. The former seemed to have heard it too, and gave a seemingly relaxed smile. At that time, Zhang Cheng, who was recovering from her injuries, also learned about the second assessment. This is truly heaven's help. Lin Tian, let's see how you win this time. Best of 3, he lost the first game, but he still has 2 more chances. He is determined to get the team leader position. You should be confident with Suchinga's broken axe, right? Zhang Qing raised his head and looked at Liu, who was leaning against the doorframe. Of course. Thinking of the humiliation she had suffered at Lin Tian's hands several times before, Liu clenched her fists in anger. This time, she's going to show Lin Tian that she's more capable than Suchinga, and make him regret his choice. The second day of the assessment proceeded as scheduled. Early in the morning, a large number of people gathered in the square. Lin Tian and Suchinga arrived at a time that was neither too early nor too late. Walking behind Lin Tian, Suchinga kept her head down the whole time. In the middle, many flashes of light streaked across the sky. Suddenly, a blinding red light, like a rainbow, fell to the center of the square, leaving everyone in awe. C rank Spirit Crescent Hook Name, GU. Spirit Fusion State. Spirit Master Realm, Lord Level 8 damage can reach up to 7,000. Strength, 800. Special Skill, Crescent Moon Spin. Contracted Spirit Master, Wu Yu Rank B Spirit Master. See Great Artifact Spirit Crescent Hook, Lord Level 8. Wu and Yu? And who is it?
The information surfaced in Lin Tian's mind, but the name Wu Yu was somewhat unfamiliar to him. Until she saw the crescent hook transform back into human form and walk to the side of a slightly mature and composed man.
I remember now, Senior Brother Wu Yu. I didn't expect Senior Brother Wu Yu to be participating in the competition too. Is it Wu Yu, the most outstanding student among the recent graduates of our college?
That's right, it's him, Senior Sister Ji Yu and Senior Brother Wu Yu. They were the contracted pair that everyone envied in the previous year. I heard they were 100% compatible. Hearing the discussions of the crowd around him, Lin Tian finally got a general idea.
On another note, why didn't he see Wu Yu in the first match yesterday?
Your Senior Brother Wu Yu went to the front line yesterday and missed the first round, but he will participate in the second and third rounds. The old principal came out from the side and explained to everyone. Noticing Su Qingge behind him, Lin Tian patted her hand.
Hey, look who's here. A broken, rusty axe, and he actually dares to participate in the competition? I wonder if he'll still have the face to show his face when he turns back to his original form.
A sarcastic voice rang out.
Looking back, Zheng Qing and Li Yu came into view. Zheng Chang, is your injury from yesterday healed?
Lin Tian smiled and looked down, seemingly asking casually, but in fact, it deeply touched Zheng Qing's heart.
You, don't be too smug. It's not certain who will win or lose today. And I believe the school will definitely find out what happened yesterday and give me an explanation. Lin Tian, we'll see.
After saying that, Zhang Qing tried to push Lin Tian aside, but the latter clearly noticed and simply moved slightly to the side. Zhang Qing missed and stumbled, almost falling to the ground. Li Yu caught Zhang Qing in time, preventing an embarrassing situation from arising.
Lin Tian. Heaven and earth bear witness, I didn't do anything.
Lin Tian shrugged helplessly, spread his hands, and put on an innocent look. During the argument, Wu Yu and Ji Yu walked over side by side. Upon seeing the two, Zhang Qing instantly changed his expression and was about to fawn over them when Wu Yu stepped forward first and said in a cool tone, "Junior, please make way."
Let's.
Zhang Qing stood there, stunned and at a loss, clearly not having reacted yet.
In the end, it was Li Yu who pulled Zhang Qing to the side.
To the astonishment of the two, Wu Yu and Ji Yu walked up to Lin Tian.
Damn it, as long as Lin Tian is here, wait.
Zhang Qing seemed to have thought of something, and looked at Li Yu with ill intent, a plan forming in his mind.
You said, what if Lin Tian lost his artifact spirit? Are you trying to get me to make a move against Su Qingge in the second assessment? Li Yu hit the nail on the head. Zheng Cheng did not refute. Although Su Qingge is insignificant, it doesn't matter as long as she can injure Lin Tian.
Senior brother, senior sister.
Out of politeness, Lin Tian greeted Su Qingge.
The other person nodded, and after exchanging a glance, Ji Yu, with an air of superiority, walked up to Su Qingge and stood in front of her.
Junior Su, why bother? Going on stage will only make you look bad. Why not withdraw from the competition and save face? Lin Tian, I've heard of you.
You're this year's dark horse.
Why not choose a different spirit that can help you? Then you can fight alongside us.
Wu Yu remained silent in response. Lin Tian hadn't expected that this was actually the reason these two had come.
We've already lost without a fight. We're not cowards.
Since I chose her, I won't abandon her.
Su Qingge is my only spirit.
As he spoke, Lin Tian tightened his grip on Su Qingge's hand. These words gave Su Qingge great confidence, and she grasped Lin Tian's hand in return.
See you on the field, senior.
After their attempts to persuade him failed, Wu Yu and Ji Yu left without saying anything more. The bell rang to signal the start of the second assessment. The former principal and the reserve leader walked onto the chairman's platform. With the manipulation of spiritual power, the old headmaster easily opened the barrier and tore open a gap.
3 hours, everyone, let's set off. Chapter 38. Li Yu makes his move.
At a command, Ji Yu was the first to transform into a crescent moon shape and enter the crevice.
The other artifact spirits followed closely behind.
Su Qingge released Lin Tian's hand, manipulated her spiritual power, and transformed it into a rusty axe to begin the second assessment. The reserve leader, sitting on the chairman's platform, looked at the old principal, his words filled with worry.
Lin Tian's weapon spirit is just an F-grade rusty axe. Compared to her, Ji Yu and Li Yu are outstanding in this competition. I guess the final winner will most likely be one of these two. That's not necessarily true. The spirit inside the arena and the spirit master outside the arena complement each other.
This competition tests not only the spirit but also the cooperation between the spirit master and the spirit master.
Let's see.
The old principal smiled, a smile that seemed rather unfathomable. The reserve leader was somewhat bewildered. After saying that, the old principal waved his sleeves, and virtual screens appeared in the sky above the square.
Corresponding to this are each of the artifact spirits within the arena.
To prevent a repeat of what happened in the first round, this round will be monitored in real time to ensure fairness and impartiality. No one objected to this, but a hint of panic flashed in Zhang Qing's eyes.
In that case, then. At this moment, the spirits inside the arena were completely unaware that their every move was being monitored in real time. Su Qingge moved through the dense forest through the gaps, maintaining a defensive posture the entire time. Shortly after, a notification appeared in mid-air.
Congratulations to Jiyu for killing a mid to high-grade exotic beast and obtaining a mid to high-grade crystal core.
Absorption, 90%. Absorption, 70%. Absorption, 50%. Absorption, 30%. Absorption complete.
Those watching from the sidelines naturally saw the same notification. Moreover, Jiyu's virtual screen had just perfectly displayed the scene of Jiyu killing a high-grade exotic beast. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe it as clean and efficient.
Soon after, the other artifact spirits also obtained crystal cores of various qualities and successfully absorbed them. Throughout the entire field, only Su Qingge and Li Yu remained completely still.
Lin Tian was sweating bullets, but in his heart, he still believed in Su Qingge.
But what's going on with Li Yu?
Looking at the screen displaying Li Yu's image, it appears insignificant among the many screens.
Li Yu walked into a cave and came out dressed in black. A costume show suddenly started on stage? I'm afraid it's not that simple. After half a day of searching, Su Qingge finally made a discovery.
Looking at the mid-grade four-legged beast taking a nap not far away, Su Qingge was ready to make her move. Lin Tian, standing outside, didn't look at Su Qingge.
He watched Li Yu quickly darting through the woods.
As the scenery around him became more and more familiar, he realized it was the same path Su Qingge had just taken. Lin Tian immediately sensed that something terrible was about to happen.
Careful!
In desperation, Lin Tian shouted loudly. He quickly looked towards Su Qingge, and Li Yu's attack was aimed directly at Su Qingge.
The latter was clearly unaware and took the hit head-on. As Lin Tian roared, many people outside the arena noticed Su Qingge and Li Yu.
Seeing the attack Li Yu launched, Zhang Cheng wished he could dig a hole and disappear on the spot. Who knew that for this second session, the school would suddenly choose to monitor it in real time? Su Qingge coughed up a mouthful of blood, her eyes wide as she stared at the black-clad man rushing towards her. Naturally, she wouldn't sit idly by and wait to die. She grabbed a handful of dust from the side and threw it at the man as he got closer. Taking advantage of the moment, Su Qingge launched an attack, slapping away the black-clad man's disguise with a single blow. After seeing the other party's true colors, Su Qingge clenched her fists. It was Li Yu. I'm not afraid you'll find out. After all, the dead can't talk. Prepare to die. When the truth was revealed, Li Yu wasn't worried at all. On the contrary, she felt that dressing in black was a bit unnecessary. Just as she was about to launch another attack on Su Qingge, the four-legged beast that was taking a nap was awakened by the fluctuation of spiritual energy. It raised its head, its face fierce, and looked at the intruder, drooling all over the ground, before standing up abruptly. Compared to the four-legged beast, Su Qingge and Li Yu appeared so small. That is not some ordinary four-legged beast, it's clearly a superior-level exotic beast, the Tao Tai. Superior-level crystal cores are already rare, and upon sensing the appearance of a superior-level beast, many artifact spirits rushed towards Su Qingge's location. Li Yu couldn't care less about anything else. His first priority was to get rid of Su Qingge. She gathered her spiritual power again, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Su Qingge. Sensing the other party's murderous intent, Su Qingge also decided to go all out.
Meanwhile, the crowd in the square outside looked on with amusement.
The old headmaster hurriedly activated his spiritual power, intending to summon Li Yu back.
But Lin Tian knew it was too late.
Wait a minute, the way of Wuji. Lin Tian quickly activated his spiritual power, and a naturally formed spiritual power descended from the sky and surged into Su Qingge's body. Faced with Li Yu's all-out attack, Su Qingge simply flicked her finger and knocked him to the ground.
Just then, the old headmaster activated the magic array and quickly teleported Li Yu out.
Li Yu lay sprawled in the center of the square, feeling inexplicably guilty as she looked at the stares coming from all around her. But as if she had suddenly become certain of something, she spoke up in a panic.
Principal, leader, Suchinga is trying to kill me.
At this moment, Suchinga, who was still in the dense forest, felt her whole body filled with power, as if her broken bones had been rebuilt. She looked at the Taotai rushing towards her with its blood-red maw wide open. With a single, gentle blow, the Taotai roared in fury, its body shattering into 85 pieces, leaving only a blood-red crystal core behind.
Congratulations to Suchinga for obtaining a high-grade crystal core. Absorbing. Surrounded by an endless stream of power, Suchinga was enveloped in light. By the time Jiyu and the others arrived, Suchinga had already completely absorbed the superior-grade crystal core. Due to this unexpected turn of events, the assessment has been terminated.
In an instant, all the spirits in the arena were teleported to the plaza, and the screen that had been suspended in mid-air was completely shut down.
The atmosphere around us was very oppressive.
The newly emerged spirits were all unaware of what had happened. Liu stood in the center with a look of fear on her face, while the old principal scrutinized her with a serious aura.
Seeing that she was safe, Suchinga was completely exhausted.
Fortunately, Lin Tian caught her, preventing her from falling and making a fool of herself.
Principal, it's her. She's the one who tried to harm me. Liu pointed at Suchinga and continued her accusations. No one present paid any attention to Liu. Zhang Qing's hands trembled uncontrollably as he stepped forward and kicked Liu hard.
Principal, this was all her own initiative. I knew nothing about it beforehand.
Liu took the blow and looked at Zhang Qing in confusion, completely not understanding what he was talking about. What's wrong? What happened? You.
During the assessment just now, we temporarily turned on real-time monitoring, Zhang Qing whispered. Upon hearing this, Liu collapsed to the ground, realizing that something terrible was about to happen.
Chapter 39. Half of the energy dissipated.
Staring intently at Liu, Zhang Qing lowered his voice to a whisper.
You take the blame, or we'll all die. Upon hearing this, Liu's face turned pale.
The entire process was monitored, and she has been exposed. She has no choice but to take the blame. Just as she gritted her teeth and made her decision, Zhang Qing grabbed her by the throat.
How dare you act behind my back? I'll kill you.
As he spoke, he suddenly tightened his grip, looking as if he really wanted to kill him. Seeing this, Lin Tian gave a cold smile.
How could he bear to kill his weapon spirit? It was all just an act. Sure enough, as soon as Zhang Qing made a move, Liu stepped forward and grabbed his wrist. Don't be impulsive. Although your spirit has done something wrong, it doesn't deserve to be killed. The competition must continue. What will you do without her?
Hearing someone try to persuade him, Zhang Qing pretended to be red-eyed and held onto Liu's neck tightly, but the strength in his fingers noticeably loosened.
She dared to do such a terrible thing behind my back. She's humiliated me. I can't quell my anger without killing her.
Seeing that they had given their stance, the old principal and the reserve leader stood up.
Zhang Qing, stop. Hearing this, Zhang Qing still didn't let go. We were wrong about this, and I need to give Lin Tian an explanation.
Seeing that he was not taking the opportunity, Lin Tian's smile grew even colder. Turning to look at the old principal, whose face showed little expression, the old principal understood the meaning perfectly. They pursed their lips and remained silent. Zhang Qing was still waiting for their next move, but when he didn't hear them speak, he broke out in a cold sweat.
Since no one spoke up, was he really going to make a move? Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Zhang Qing dared not fake it. He could only grit his teeth and forcefully break through the qi on Liu's body. As soon as this energy broke, Liu's face turned pale, his body trembled, and he hung in Zhang Qing's hand as if all his energy had been drained, at Zhang Qing's mercy. Seeing that he had finally made a move, Lin Tian finally smiled. Zhang Qing was putting on a great show. If he didn't give him a chance, wouldn't that be a disservice to his performance? At this moment, his weapon spirit energy was broken. Even if he showed mercy, it would be extremely difficult to recover. This matter suited him perfectly. Turning to look at Suchinga, Lin Tian's eyes held a hint of warmth. He asked her with his eyes if she felt better. Seeing his gaze, Suchinga nodded. That felt so good, so satisfying. When Liu's anger subsided, Zhang Qing finally let go of her hand, turned around and knelt in front of the old principal and the reserve leader, repeatedly admitting that he was the one who was wrong. The old principal glanced at Lin Tian and raised his hand to Zhang Qing. Your spirit hasn't committed any serious offense, so I'll spare its life for now. Take it back and discipline it properly. If it doesn't behave well and this happens again, then just destroy it.
Upon hearing this, Liu felt a chill run down her spine. At this moment, Zhang Cheng nodded and said something even harsher. Liu bit her lip tightly, her eyes red, and dared not utter a sound. With this matter concluded, the old principal directly announced the winners of the second round, Lin Tian and Su Qingge. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Lin Tian raised Su Qing's hand high. Beside him, Su Qingge blushed slightly, but still proudly raised her head. They won, even with sabotage, and they deserved it. As the two raised their hands, countless eyes fell on their faces. Wu Yu and Ji Yu stared at them, their faces showing a thoughtful expression. As the crowd dispersed, Zhang Qing helped Liu up, clenching her teeth tightly.
How about it? Good. Although Liu said that, she was clearly exhausted and her body was weak. She could only stand up by relying on him. Zhang Qing felt extremely sorry for her and told her to lean all her strength on him. When someone's gaze fell on them, Zhang Qing gritted his teeth and said, "There's definitely a trap here. Su Qingge is just a low-level spirit master, how could she possibly have obtained so many crystal cores?" As soon as Zhang Qing said this, many people secretly gravitated towards their side. Sensing their movements, Zhang Qing slightly raised her voice. Su Qingge's abilities are obvious to everyone. How could a low-level spirit master like her be so extraordinary? Lin Tian cheated in the first assessment to win, so their methods must not be clean this time either. Otherwise, with Wu Yu and Ji Yu around, how could they have won? Su Qingge is nothing but a rusty broken axe. What is she anyway? After saying this, Zhang Qing secretly pinched Liu. Understanding what he meant, Liu spoke weakly. I noticed something was wrong with her and wanted to rid the world of this scourge, so I took action. I didn't expect them to be so skilled, and I ended up getting you into this mess. I'm so sorry. Hearing this, Zhang Qing was quite satisfied. It doesn't matter. They rose to power through dirty tricks. We disdain associating with such people. Some things are understood by those who understand. After saying this, he pretended to casually glance around and saw that everyone was frequently looking in their direction and muttering to themselves. He smiled with satisfaction and left with Liu. Su Qing's condition wasn't very good. Lin Tian had already left and had no idea what happened afterward. As rumors spread, he was tending to Su Qingge's wounds. A stream of spiritual energy flowed in, and Su Qingge exhaled a long breath of stale air. How are you feeling? Much better, about today's events. That's enough for today. Liu got what she deserved. Even if Zhang Qing shows leniency, things won't get any better for her. Hearing this, Su Qingge nodded. The next morning, everyone gathered again. Lin Tian stood at the edge, sensing that the gazes of the crowd were somewhat strange. He looked up, and everyone immediately pretended nothing was wrong, avoiding his gaze. But as soon as he looked down, all eyes fell on his face again. He frowned, his expression turning cold. At this moment, Wu Yu walked over and stood directly in front of him. Lin Tian, your low-level spirit control performed well yesterday. Lin Tian immediately understood the meaning behind those words. Although Su Qingge is a low-level spirit master, I am not just a pretty face. Yesterday's assessment was not only about spirit masters, but also about the level of teamwork and our strength. You can't say that you didn't contribute anything to senior sister Ji Yu's side, can you? Lin Tian told the truth, but Wu Yu's face darkened. He stared at Lin Tian with a half-smile on his face. Some principles are not understood by everyone. I advise you to keep your claws to yourself to avoid getting into trouble. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian straightened his back. I have nothing to hide, I have nothing to fear. If anyone is dissatisfied, they can come directly to me. Chapter 43rd Round of Assessment. When Wu Yu spoke, the crowd began to murmur amongst themselves. After Lin Tian spoke, some people stopped talking abruptly. They had no way of knowing who was right and who was wrong, but Lin Tian's strength was enough to shut them up. Sensing the changes around him, Wu Yu's face curled into a cold smile. This Lin Tian is completely different from what he imagined. He's quite interesting. While both sides remained silent, the former principal and the reserve leader arrived. Sensing that something was off about the atmosphere around them, the two inquired about the situation briefly. After learning about it, they discussed it and the reserve leader decided that the third round of tests would be a free-for-all. There is only one rule throughout the entire test: no one can be killed.
You can suppress others at will, but no matter how strong you are or how ruthless your methods are, you cannot take a life. The rules have sparked much discussion.
This test, as long as no one is killed, doesn't it give them a chance to turn things around?
For a moment, many people showed joy on their faces beaming with happiness. Zhang Qing twirled his thumb, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Just as he was about to turn around, several people came up behind him and blocked his way. Sensing something, Zhang Qing quickly turned around. Before he could even speak, the group pulled him aside.
Zhang Qing, we want to cooperate with you.
Upon hearing this, Zhang Qing was overjoyed. He had this in mind, and unexpectedly someone came to him on their own initiative. Although they are not as strong as Wu Yu, they are still reserve experts.
If they join forces to deal with Lin Tian, how could he not be defeated?
What are your thoughts? Their gazes shifted, and one of them said, "Come closer." Zhang Qing leaned in close, and the man whispered something in his ear. Listening carefully, Zhang Qing smiled.
Alright, then let's do as you say, we'll gang up on him in the adversity arena.
Both sides reached a consensus and immediately decided on a strategy. Lin Tian noticed them and, although he couldn't hear what they were saying, he could guess what they were saying. He curled his lips into a cold smile, his eyes filled with disdain.
With those few ugly, incompetent people, they think they can outsmart him? What a joke!
When the time came, the reserve leader announced the official start of the third round of assessments. Everyone entered the secret realm, with Zhang Qing and the others following directly behind Lin Tian.
Lin Tian strode forward, sparing them not even a glance.
As everyone entered the secret realm, the old headmaster and the reserve leader exchanged a glance, and then pressed down with both hands at the same time. An aura appeared on their knees, and soon figures materialized. The two leaned back in their chairs, their eyes slightly lowered, taking in everything inside. This time, they were secretly monitoring others, and no one else knew about it except for the two of them. While everyone was discussing the matter, they had already grasped the entire situation inside. Upon arriving at the secret realm arena, Lin Tian rubbed his wrists and leaped into the air. Su Qingge followed behind him, standing close to him. As soon as the two of them stood still, Zhang Qing and the others surrounded them. Lin Tian glanced up at them, his expression completely unchanging. Seeing his nonchalant attitude, Zhang Qing gently curled the corners of her lips. Lin Tian, you won't be able to win the championship this time. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian gave a cold laugh.
Just the few of you?
As soon as he said that, the faces of the several reserve experts instantly turned cold.
Lin Tian, although you are strong, you cannot withstand our combined attack. Now that you are fighting alone, what right do you have to talk big?
If you have the strength, you naturally have the right to stand up to me, unlike you, who need to join forces to dare to confront me.
So what? It's allowed by the rules. We haven't broken any rules. So what? You're just maximizing your own selfishness within the rules, without even considering your own limitations?
Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, the expressions on the faces of the others changed drastically. Zhang Chang ground his back teeth, staring intently at Lin Tian, and said, "Stop talking nonsense.
We'll find out what you're made of once we take you out for a spin."
As soon as he finished speaking, he launched an attack on Lin Tian. Seeing a surge of spiritual energy rushing towards him and forming a large net in front of him, Lin Tian sneered, raised his hand, and struck, directly breaking his move.
As soon as the net broke, bursts of spiritual energy fell down.
Lin Tian seized the opportunity to strike, pushing his palm forward and aiming straight for Zhang Qing's shoulder. Sensing his powerful aura, Zhang Qing was startled and instinctively dodged. Just as he turned around, the reserve experts behind him immediately stepped forward, and the group of them joined forces to block the attack for him.
Although they managed to withstand it, they were all affected by the aura and took several steps back.
They had to pull each other to avoid losing face. However, Lin Tian's attack completely ignited their anger. Gritting their teeth, they exchanged glances and released their auras together, forming a large blue net in midair. His imposing aura instantly drew the attention of everyone on the stage.
Even Wu Yu was frequently drawn to it.
While everyone inside was terrified, the principal and the reserve leader outside were also extremely nervous. The group of people who joined forces with Zhang Qing were all reserve experts. The reserve leader knew their strength all too well.
Now that they had joined forces in anger, it was uncertain whether Lin Tian could withstand this attack.
For a moment, both of them were on tenterhooks. Just when everyone was holding their breath for Lin Tian suddenly pushed Su Qingge forward.
This move completely surprised everyone. Suchinga is nothing but a rusty, broken axe. How could she possibly withstand the combined might of so many people? Just as everyone was surprised by Lin Tian's actions, Zhang Cheng and the others launched a joint attack. The powerful aura was overwhelming, and everyone around was stunned. However, Suchinga stepped forward despite the immense pressure, and even raised her hand to them. Lin Tian stood behind Suchinga, his expression unchanged, but his eyes were somewhat gloomy. His palms rotated continuously, and in a short moment, a powerful force entered Suchinga's body. Noticing this change, Suchinga's eyes reddened slightly, and a bloodthirsty expression appeared on her face. Pressing forward under pressure, she suddenly chopped down with her delicate hand. It seemed like a harmless move, but it actually created a hole in the net that everyone had worked together to form. The spiritual energy was leaking out wildly. Lin Tian gently curled the corners of his mouth and flicked his finger forward. Suchinga felt her blood rushing to her head and felt as if she had inexhaustible strength. She stood there under pressure and suddenly stretched out her hands and grabbed the edge of the hole in the net tightly. Upon seeing her actions, Zhang Qing's eyes instantly changed. He knew that none of this was done by Suchinga, that rusty, broken axe, but by Lin Tian. I never expected him to be so powerful. Even his spirit beasts could withstand the combined attack of all of them. It's outrageous. Chapter 41. A relaxed response. Come on over. With so many of us being suppressed by Lin Tian alone, wouldn't it be incredibly shameful if word got out? Zhang Qing shouted angrily, but calmly led Liu to the back of the group. Upon hearing this, everyone channeled their inner energy once more, focusing all their power onto the damaged net. Under the impetus of spiritual power, the cracks in the net were slowly being repaired. Lin Tian's eyes sharpened, and he unleashed another burst of spiritual energy. Suchinga, who was initially locked in a stalemate with the net, suddenly felt her exhausted arms instantly regain their strength. A steady stream of spiritual energy flowed into her body. With a sharp shout, Suchinga tore apart the large net formed by everyone's spiritual power as she exerted force with both hands. It turned into specks of starlight, scattered, and disappeared. Everyone took a step back, blood spilling from their mouths. Aside from Zhang Qing and Liu, who had been hiding at the very back of the group and had already seized the opportunity to withdraw their spiritual power, there were no others. A mere F-rank broken axe. How could you possibly win? One of the reserve experts standing at the very front shouted in disbelief. Immediately, he summoned his weapon spirit to materialize. This one in my hand is also an axe. But my weapon spirit's talent is B grade. Let's see how arrogant you can be this time. He raised the gleaming axe high in his hand and charged at Lin Tian without warning. Lin Tian remained unfazed and stood firmly in place. With a wave of her hand, Suchinga transformed into an axe with an antique color but radiating a glassy luster, which flew into Lin Tian's hand. At this moment, the reserve expert who rushed up seemed to sense something, and his axe suddenly began to hum. Then, it flew back uncontrollably, transformed back into human form, and stood there, trembling. Let's go, let's not get involved in this. The spirit trembled and begged the spirit master. I'm no match for her. A head-on confrontation will only destroy me. The spirit said in a low voice, seeing that the spirit master did not move, and was even preparing to step forward and pull the person back. At first, the spirit master wanted to get angry at the spirit that deserted in the face of battle, but he hesitated when he heard the second half of her sentence. His weapon spirit is a B-grade killing axe, while he is only a C-grade spirit master. The reason the two got together was because the spirit of the artifact had long admired him before the talent test. After testing their talents, the two were found to be close in level, and everything fell into place naturally. If he were to destroy this B-grade artifact spirit here, it wouldn't be easy for him, with his C-grade strength, to forge another B-grade artifact spirit. Moreover, the fact that he, a C-level spirit master, was able to become a reserve expert is precisely because of the combat power of this killing battle axe. Although it is not as agile as a sword spirit, it has the advantage of greater destructive power. After weighing the two options, the spirit master stepped back, took his spirit's hand, and solemnly clasped his hands in a fist salute to the crowd. I'm sorry, that's all I can do for you all. We'll meet again someday. Having said that, he flew away with his artifact spirit. All of this happened very quickly. The remaining reserve experts and Zhang Qing were stunned and hadn't realized what had happened. Only Lin Tian stood still, a barely perceptible look of smugness on his face. The moment that Spirit Master rushed up, he had already activated his innate eye of truth. Upon seeing the true form of the artifact spirit, he knew that this fight would definitely not happen. Joke. His wife is the spirit incarnation of Panga's axe that split the heavens. SSS level, it can be called a divine artifact. What other broken axe spirit can compare to it? This is like a grandson meeting his ancestor. Of course he'd be afraid of that damned killing axe. Who else? Come here. Seeing that no one was paying attention to them, everyone stared blankly in the direction where the spirit master had just fled. Lin Tian adopted the classic taunting stance he had learned from Teacher Shin before his transmigration. He clenched his right fist and hooked his index finger forward. He even had a sly smile on his face. Sure enough, the crowd, once they came to their senses, were furious. Let's attack together. I refuse to believe we can't handle this kid. Outside the secret territory. Seeing that his teammates were about to attack Lin Tian again, the reserve leaders were starting to get restless. Principal, should I just recall them by force? These brats are so unruly. How embarrassing. Most importantly, if anything goes wrong and Qin Xian is seriously injured, he will also be held accountable. The old headmaster stared at the small screen conjured by spiritual energy, his gaze fixed on Lin Tian's figure. No rush, let's wait and see. If anything unexpected happens, I'll take action. Within the secret realm. You all ganged up on us and still couldn't beat us. Stop pretending. Lin Tian curled his lips in disdain and nimbly dodged an attack from a spirit weapon. This blunt truth has once again ignited public outrage. Even Zhang Qing, who had been hiding behind the group of reserve experts, brandished the long sword that Li Yu had conjured and launched a sneak attack from behind. Overestimating one's abilities. Lin Tian released his grip, and the Pango axe in his hand immediately flashed behind him, blocking the attack effortlessly. Zhang Qing was knocked back a few steps. After barely regaining his balance, he felt his tiger's mouth go numb from the shock, and for a moment he couldn't even hold the long sword in his hand. Noticing Zhang Qing's odd behavior, Li Yu transformed back into human form and stood aside with a hint of disdain. Are you sure you can handle this? She also sensed the unusual nature of the spirit that Su Qingga had transformed into. Her body was still aching slightly from that blow. But she didn't want to lose face in front of Zhang Qing, so she could only play the victim and start criticizing Zhang Qing for being incompetent. The two of them were blaming each other. On the other side, the Pango axe that Su Qingga had transformed into had returned to Lin Tian's hands. Seeing several reserve experts attacking him simultaneously, Lin Tian once again used his innate eye of truth. Alright, since you're all using deadly moves, then don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Tian's face darkened. He initially thought these people just disliked him and wanted to teach him a small lesson. But now it seems that this group of people initially gathered together with the goal of crippling him. Lin Tian gripped the Pango axe tightly with both hands and used the limitless innate Dao on himself and Su Qingga at the same time. With a powerful strike, the spiritual energy emitted by Pango's heaven-opening axe instantly burst forth in all directions. Those reserve experts were all sent flying backward by the spiritual energy, collapsing to the ground and unconscious. Outside the secret territory. The reserve leader, who was watching the battle from beside the old principal, unconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Lin Tian was alright, otherwise he would have been the one in trouble. Looking at the reserve experts lying on the ground, the reserve leader's eyes burned with rage. Once these guys get back and their injuries healed, none of them will be able to escape. Severely punish them all. The old principal standing to the side had a rather intriguing expression. Chapter 42 Alien Power. This kid is much stronger than I imagined. The old principal muttered to himself. Within the secret realm. Lin Tian glanced at the several people who had fainted on the ground. They quickly discovered that Zhang Chang and Li Yu were not among them. Two cowards. They want to intimidate, but they're too scared to go up. Lin Tian muttered to himself as he prepared to leave. The Pango axe in his hand vibrated slightly, as if echoing him, or perhaps laughing. Just as Su Qingga was about to transform back into human form, she sensed a strange power approaching. With a forceful struggle, it broke free from Lin Tian's grasp, stopped the Pango axe at Lin Tian's forehead, and cleaved forward with force. It collided with another force in the void, producing a tremendous roar. Lin Tian frowned slightly as he looked at the Pango axe, which had entered a state of alert, and then looked at the giant rock beside him. Come out, you coward. All you can do is hide behind rocks and launch sneak attacks? Zhang Cheng slowly emerged from behind the rock, followed by Li Yu. The expressions on their faces were somewhat unnatural. I don't know if it's because Lin Tian saw through my true thoughts. Having dealt with so many reserve experts, You two must have used up a lot of your spiritual energy, right? Zhang Qing looked at Lin Tian, making no attempt to hide the malice on his face. Lin Tian assumed that Zhang Qing thought he was a C level and Su Qingge was an E level, and that the spiritual power stored in their bodies was far less than that of him and Li Yu, who were both B level. So you were thinking of being the mantis stalking the cicada while you were the oriole. Well then, I'll play along with you for a bit longer and see if you can be the oriole today. Lin Tian responded nonchalantly, not even glancing at Zhang Qing, but instead looking at his own fingernails. Hey, you know what, the manicure his wife did for him yesterday was so perfectly rounded. Lin Tian's arrogant attitude completely enraged Zhang Qing. He roared hysterically, a mere C rank and F rank, their spiritual energy is almost depleted by now, isn't it? Judging from Su Qingge's swaying appearance, she won't even be able to maintain her spirit form for long. And I still have my trump card to use, what do you have to fight me with? The Pango axe, which was swaying in the air nearby, was suddenly called out, leaving Su Qingge speechless. She was just looking around, how could Zhang Qing interpret that as her being on the verge of collapse? Lin Tian listened to Zhang Qing's words and sensed that something was amiss. Just as he was about to think it over carefully, he saw Li Yu transform into a long sword once again. Immediately, a familiar aura emanated from Zhang Qing. Lin Tian was startled and wanted to immediately recall the Pango axe that was blocking his way. But it was already too late. Lin Tian stepped forward, blocking the heaven-opening axe, and simultaneously activated his alien talent and Eye of Truth. B-rank Spirit Master, Zhang Qing. Spirit Fusion Status, Incomplete Fusion. Spirit Master Realm, Level B, Grandmaster Level 1. Skill, Alien Power Damage. Contracted Spirit, Li Yu Rank B Spirit. Status, Unknown. Alien Power. As expected. Zhang Qing also possesses alien talent. Lin Tian frowned. He was able to use his alien talent skillfully without harming himself or Su Qingge. That's because he has a system. So, Zhang Cheng. At this moment, Su Qingge and Lin Tian had become one. Lin Tian activated the limitless path of talent once again, and the power of both of them doubled simultaneously. Lin Tian felt increasingly uneasy. Logically speaking, he and Su Qingge, both SSS-level spirit masters, should have been more than capable of defeating Zhang Qing and Li Yu, both B-level spirit masters, under the blessing of the Wuji Dao and using the same talent. But now, Zhang Qing, wielding the longsword transformed by Li Yu and unleashing the power of the alien race, actually managed to fight Lin Tian to a draw. Lin Tian's brain was racing. What exactly went wrong? I've unlocked the Eye of Truth once more. This time, Lin Tian noticed something was wrong. Why does the Spirit Fusion Status section show failed to fully fuse? Since the establishment of the Contract Hall, which increased the success rate of fusion between Spirit Masters and Artifact Spirits to 100%, there has never been a situation where a Spirit Master and an Artifact Spirit could not fully fuse. Moreover, when he used his Eye of Truth to look at other Spirit Masters, he only saw two states, either combined or not combined. At most, it was unmatched. He had never heard of a situation where the Spirit Masters were not fully integrated. Also, why does Zhang Qing's information panel have an unknown status option that others don't? Finally, Lin Tian's gaze settled on the skills section. What does mean in parentheses? Damaged? Injured? Does that mean Zhang Qing's skill isn't the complete version? A guess gradually formed in Lin Tian's mind. After calculating the remaining time he could use the Wuji Dao, Lin Tian decided to just wait it out with Zhang Qing for now. Su Qingge was a little confused. With a thought, she silently conveyed her thoughts to Lin Tian. Are we unable to beat the two of them? Lin Tian silently thought to himself, I can beat him. But there's something strange about Zhang Qing's strength. I want to confirm my suspicions. Su Qingge was still puzzled. How could he also use the power of other races? Lin Tian, I don't know either. Outside the secret territory. The old principal and the reserve leader both turned pale. Both of them can use alien powers? The two exclaimed in unison. The two exchanged a glance. Could it be related to the alien girl that Lin Tian captured a while ago? The reserve leader asked cautiously, keeping a close eye on the principal's expression. After all, it was the principal's decision to release the girl and stop detaining her. The old headmaster shook his head, indicating that he didn't know either. Let's investigate in detail after the match. The reserve leader nodded. The two turned their gaze back to the small screen constructed of spiritual energy. Within the secret realm.
Lin Tian and Su Qingge were already chatting in their minds, communicating through telepathy. Anyway, Wu Jidao still has an hour and a half of usage time left.
Lin Tian decided to wait it out for now. If Zhang Cheng and Li Yu can hold out for another hour and a half, then we'll talk about it.
Lin Tian and Su Qingge had already started discussing whether their next generation of spirit masters would be male or female, and what names they would give them. Zhang Cheng, sitting opposite him, finally couldn't hold back any longer, his face turning ashen. He realized that Lin Tian had been distracted for a long time and hadn't paid any attention to him and Li Yu at all. Hang in there, I'm about to use all my strength. Li Yu was also quite displeased by the sweet smile on Lin Tian's face. The transformed longsword hummed, as if in response to Zhang Cheng.
With a roar, Zhang Cheng's alien power increased significantly.
Lin Tian, who was chatting with his wife, suddenly became serious and also increased the flow of spiritual energy. The two remained deadlocked. Lin Tian looked at this scene with a sense of helplessness. He was already feeling a bit sleepy. How much longer are we going to have to stand here with these two? Something's not right with Li Yu. Su Qingge suddenly spoke up to remind her. Chapter 43 Alien Power? You have it, I have it too. Why don't you elaborate? Upon hearing Su Qingge's words, Lin Tian appeared calm on the surface, but in his mind, he had already begun to plan his escape route. The two are currently in a state of merging. Su Qingge also sensed the change in Lin Tian's emotions. He comforted her, saying, "Don't be nervous. I sense that she's suddenly becoming weaker and weaker." Su Qingge's discovery indirectly confirmed Lin Tian's conjecture. Instantly, Lin Tian relaxed. Just wait. Not only can they not beat us, they'll probably suffer a backlash from our power, which will damage their very foundation. Just as Su Qingge was about to ask the reason, she saw Zhang Cheng and Li Yu, who were also in a state of fusion, suddenly seem to be forcibly separated by an external force. Li Yu let out a scream and transformed back into human form. He lay on the ground, his facial features contorted in intense pain. After wailing for a while, Li Yu rolled her eyes, tilted her head to the side, and became completely still. Zhang Cheng had no choice but to abandon his talent and squat down to check Li Yu's injuries. Seeing Zhang Cheng back down, Lin Tian also withdrew his talent. Su Qingge transformed back into human form. He quickened his pace, stepped forward, and placed his palms on Li Yu's chest. She's been attacked by the backlash. She needs to be rescued immediately. If she's delayed, something terrible will happen. The spirits of artifacts have their own unique ways of communicating and perceiving each other. Since Su Qingge had said so, Zhang Cheng naturally dared not delay any longer. Picking up Li Yu, Zhang Cheng hurriedly walked back, wanting to return the way he came to find the exit of this secret realm. Lin Tian then took Su Qingge's hand and walked in the opposite direction. As they brushed past each other, Lin Tian whispered, "No matter who taught you that talent skill, it wasn't for your own good. Long-term use of alien power will cause the artifact spirit to suffer backlash first. Once your artifact spirit is completely useless, the backlash will descend upon you, the spirit master." For once, Zhang Cheng didn't confront Lin Tian. They even stopped in their tracks, quietly waiting for Lin Tian to finish speaking. "Didn't you use this power yourself? What are you pretending to be a good person for?" After coldly uttering those words, Zhang Cheng left without looking back. Lin Tian was rendered speechless by the rebuttal. He can't very well say that he's not suffering any backlash because of the system, can he? Since Su Qingge can share the system's enhancement with him, she will naturally not be affected. Touching his nose, Lin Tian felt he had done everything he could. He has already given all the necessary reminders. Whether the other party listens or not is their business. Next, Lin Tian and Su Qingge held hands and strolled around the secret realm. If you encounter someone, just take the opportunity to defeat them. When the match ended, Lin Tian and Su Qingge's team, who had someone rushing to their deaths right from the start, naturally won the match smoothly. After emerging from the secret realm, all the participants learned that the old headmaster and the reserve leader were secretly watching the battle from outside. With those reserve experts being publicly criticized, Lin Tian knew that the old principal and the reserve leader must have found out about him and Zhang Qin using alien forces. Therefore, he was not surprised when the former principal called him in for a talk. They arrived at the old principal's office with practiced ease. The old headmaster's first question was, "Do you have any foreign blood?" Lin Tian carefully searched through the original owner's memories, and finally shook his head firmly, "At least my parents are not aliens." The old principal explained that in ancient times, there were rare cases of successful fusion between humans and other races. The descendants of these spirit masters have a certain chance of being able to use the power of other races. There is a very small chance that the power of both sides can be used.
You've been getting quite close to that girl from another race lately? The old principal asked again, subtly probing. Lin Tian immediately understood what the old principal meant. This is because we're afraid he'll defect to the enemy. He immediately assured her, there's no good or bad to it. We just chat occasionally. And guess what? We got some inspiration from the conversation and figured out how to use the alien power.
The old principal naturally didn't completely believe this explanation. But he found it even more hard to believe that Lin Tian would do something as despicable as defecting to the enemy.
Currently, there is no concrete evidence to prove Lin Tian's betrayal.
Furthermore, human society has only recently restored order, making it extremely difficult to investigate whether Lin Tian has any alien bloodline going back several generations. Finally, Lin Tian's behavior in the secret realm did not seem like his rationality had been consumed by the alien power. On the contrary, he used this talent with ease, as if it were his birthright. After chatting for a long time, the old principal still couldn't get anything out of them. In the end, we can only temporarily classify Lin Tian's situation as a regression to his ancestral form. That is, his ancestors had blood of a different race, and in his generation, a rare mutation suddenly occurred, which allowed him to use the power of both humans and other races. That's why, while chatting with that girl from another race, he awakened his alien powers. Lin Tian naturally followed the old principal's lead. The fact that he possesses a system must absolutely not be known to a third person. Just as Lin Tian stepped out of the principal's office, he bumped into Zhang Qing, who had just come out of the office of the reserve leader. Zhang Qing looked terrible.
As he left the reserve leader's office and closed the door, Lin Tian could still hear the reserve leader's roar.
Although I don't know what happened, since they've already released the people, and all they did was hurl a few insults, it probably isn't a big problem. Zhang Cheng looked up, saw it was Lin Tian, glared at him fiercely, and left angrily.
Lin Tian was completely bewildered by the glare. What the hell? What did I do to him now? Just as I was complaining, my phone rang.
Upon closer inspection, he saw that it was Su Qingge calling him home for dinner. In an instant, Lin Tian forgot all about Zhang Cheng, Li Qing, and Wang Cheng.
Whatever. He's going home to eat the meal his dear wife cooked. Lin Tian won all 3 written tests.
The position of reserve regimental commander naturally belonged to him. The notification came quickly. The reserve members who had already pledged allegiance to Lin Tian were overjoyed, calling out Lin Tian's name repeatedly. The third match was a siege of Lin Tian's reserve experts in the secret realm. Although a few individuals remained unconvinced, most came to apologize to Lin Tian and offer their congratulations. Even the spirit that was scared away by Su Qingge that day, the reserve expert, along with his bloodthirsty battle axe and another reserve expert friend, directly joined Lin Tian's team. At this point, Lin Tian rightfully became the reserve regimental commander, only 1 rank below the reserve leader.
Amid the cheers of the crowd, Lin Tian remained remarkably calm. Some even possessed divine qualities. Just now, a familiar voice flashed through my mind. The system notified him that the task was completed and issued him the task reward. Chapter 44 Another Promotion. The Vanishing Bone Spurs. Congratulations, host. Mission complete, defeat all opponents and become the leader of the guild. The rewards for this mission will now be distributed to the host. This grants the host 3 chances to participate in the system's lottery. 2 Tier 7 Beast Cores. 6 Tier 5 Beast Cores. 1 Treasure Chest Bronze. Alien Clan Technique Experience, 100 Spirit Master Experience, 100. Is there a promotion opportunity? Lin Tian, of course, chose yes without hesitation.
As a familiar warm current spread throughout his body, the system notification sounded again.
Congratulations, host. Your Spirit Master realm has advanced. Your current level is SSS level Lord Stage. Lin Tian was overjoyed.
Before I could enjoy the joy for long, a tearing pain suddenly shot through my body. The intense pain caused Lin Tian to collapse to his knees. His brows were furrowed, and he could feel cold sweat seeping from his pores. Seeing that something was wrong, Su Qingge quickly stepped forward and asked, Lin Tian, what's wrong? What happened? Lin Tian wanted to say that he was fine, but found that his throat felt like it was being squeezed and he couldn't make a sound at all.
Finally, he could only weakly wave his hand to indicate to Su Chinga that he was alright.
The pain lasted for about a minute. At first, Lin Tian thought he was poisoned or that someone had ambushed him, until the pain subsided and the system notification sounded again. Congratulations, host. Your alien cultivation technique has advanced to the next level.
The current level is Advanced F level.
As the system notification ended, the pain I had felt earlier inexplicably disappeared. After standing up and stretching for a bit, Lin Tian belatedly realized what had happened.
Even with a system, the use of alien powers by humans on Earth still has some side effects.
And this side effect is most likely the unbearable pain during the promotion process.
Lin Tian, your shoulder.
Su Chinga looked surprised, covered her mouth, and stared intently at Lin Tian's shoulder. Lin Tian reached out and touched it, and found that the bone spurs that had mutated and grown on his shoulder had disappeared.
I was puzzled. Is there a bug in this system? Why did my original abilities disappear after I leveled up?
Lin Tian was getting anxious and called out to the system in his mind.
System! What's going on?
Where's the ectopic bone spur on my shoulder? After upgrading, the host can now freely release and retract external bone spurs. As your level increases, your body will undergo even more unexpected and delightful changes.
Please strive to level up. Having received a systematic explanation, Lin Tian focused his attention on his shoulders.
As soon as the thought crossed his mind, sure enough, the bone spur that had disappeared suddenly grew back. With another thought, the bone spurs in his shoulders shrank back, making them look no different from ordinary shoulders. After trying a few more times, Lin Tian stopped when he felt he could control the bone spurs quite well. Su Chinga, who was standing to the side, was completely stunned.
What's going on?
Lin Tian looked at her beautiful and serene face, where a rare, silly and cute expression appeared. He couldn't help but reach out and ruffle Su Chinga's hair.
Silly girl, it's okay.
Your husband just leveled up again. Su Chinga knew that Lin Tian's advancement method was different from that of ordinary people, so she didn't ask any further questions. Her pink lips curled slightly. She was genuinely happy for Lin Tian.
Congratulations. You've gotten even stronger.
Lin Tian looked at Su Chinga. Her mouth was smiling, but her brows were still furrowed.
He cupped the woman's face in his hands and asked gently, "What's wrong?" "My dear wife, who made you unhappy?"
Although they had been spending some time together, Su Chinga still felt a little shy when Lin Tian addressed her that way.
Blushing, she pushed Lin Tian's hand away. "Be careful, there are so many people watching." Lin Tian obediently withdrew his hand. "Now you can tell me why you're still unhappy, right?" Su Chinga put on a serious face, trying to appear as solemn as possible. "You didn't experience that kind of situation during your previous advancements. Is it because you broke the rules and were backfired by the power of the alien race, which is why this advancement was so painful?" Lin Tian shook his head and shared his new conjecture after communicating with the system. "I wasn't affected by the backlash. The pain is probably due to changes in my body structure. As you just saw, after my alien cultivation technique level was upgraded, the bone spurs in my shoulders can now be controlled freely." As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice rang in Lin Tian's mind again. "Host is truly clever. You noticed the difference in this promotion so quickly." Lin Tian was taken aback. Is this system a robot or just a disguise? Why does he always suddenly attack me like that? Lin Tian's moment of hesitation seemed to Su Chinga like he was lying. "You swear? What you just said is all true. You're not lying to me?" Su Chinga stepped forward and brought her pretty face close to Lin Tian's. The sudden scent of a woman brought Lin Tian back to his senses. Looking at Su Chinga so close to him, Lin Tian couldn't resist and kissed her on the cheek. "I swear. How could I lie to you? My most important secret is known only to you." Su Chinga gave a soft snort and then gave up. "All right, I'll believe you for now. The matter of the reserve regimental commander has come to an end." Life went back to normal. Cultivation, training, and hunting down alien beasts. This is the daily routine of these spirit masters. Lin Tian and Su Chinga's levels are also constantly improving. However, what the spirit masters didn't know was that the alien forces that Lin Tian and Zhang Qing had summoned had attracted the attention of not only the principal and the reserve leader. This attracted the attention of other races. How could there be fluctuations of our alien power within the human city of Fireseed? A palace of a foreign race. In the main hall, a foreigner dressed in a black robe looked at the crystal ball in front of him and muttered to himself in confusion. The princess's whereabouts have not been found yet?
After studying the crystal ball for a long time, the man in black robes still couldn't figure it out. He rubbed his temples and turned to ask the soldier kneeling on one knee below the steps.
Found it.
Where?
The man in black robes was speechless. Who exactly recruited these soldiers? He only said half of what he meant. At Tianhua Yuling Academy, the school in the city of Human Fire Seed.
The man in black robes looked into the crystal ball and saw the magnificent academy that was displayed there. At the main gate of the academy, the words Tianhua Yuling Academy are prominently displayed.
Is it a coincidence? Or?
The confusion in the black-robed man's eyes deepened.
Dream.
As the man in black robes uttered the name, a tall soldier with a baby-like face stepped out of the ranks and knelt on one knee beside the soldier who had just spoken.
Your subordinate is here. You disguised yourself as a human and infiltrated Tianhua Yuling Academy. Chapter 45, Planting the Restriction. Yes, ma'am. Meng lowered her head and answered respectfully.
Your main task, besides finding the princess, is to find the two humans within the Tianhua Yuling Academy who can use our alien abilities. Try your best to win them over.
Understood.
The dream still kept its head down.
All right, you may all leave.
As the man in black robes gave the order, everyone in the hall dispersed. Soon, only the man in black robes remained in the vast palace. The man in black robes waved his hand at the crystal ball, and the images inside slowly began to rotate.
Tianhua Yuling School has been quite turbulent lately. Numerous serious incidents have occurred on campus. Many students were inexplicably slandered and fell into a coma. However, the school has never known who was responsible for this heinous incident.
The only clue points to the power of the alien race. This clue was revealed by a student who was recently injured, before he fell into a coma. For a time, Lin Tian and Zhang Qing, the only two people in Tianhua Yuling Academy who could use alien powers, became the target of everyone's criticism.
I used to admire these two.
Now it seems the reason they're so strong is most likely because they've sided with a different race. They probably used some kind of evil magic to increase their strength so quickly. If you ask me, these two might both be spies sent by an alien race. Their previous discord was probably just an act for us. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that the alien girl who broke into the school was best friends with them? And, in all of Tianhua, they're the only two who can use alien powers. I've suspected something was off between them for a long time.
Do you remember that alien girl? Lin Tian was the one who captured her. Out of so many people, why did he notice her? There's only one reason: they already knew each other. Later, as soon as the alien girl was released, Zhang Qing rushed over to fawn over her. This makes no sense at all.
If he were on our human side, he'd hate aliens more than anything, so why would he smile at someone from the alien race?
Opinions vary. At first, the former principal overruled all objections.
Based on his understanding of Lin Tian, he knew that Lin Tian would never betray his own kind and slaughter his own kind. But as the rumors became more and more outrageous, even the old principal could no longer suppress the news. Left with no other option and under pressure, the former principal had no choice but to organize school leaders at all levels to launch an investigation. But still, there was no result.
Even during the investigation, several more students were murdered.
All the evidence still points to Lin Tian and Zhang Qing. Public anger was difficult to quell, so the old principal had no choice but to take some measures against the two men. Inside the restricted room, the old principal sighed and looked at Lin Tian and Zhang Qing sitting on the instruments.
We hope you can understand.
The school has done its best to investigate, but all the evidence still points to the two of you.
Until the real culprit is found, we can only ask that you put up with this. Zhang Qing's face was gloomy as he stared intently at the principal. Lin Tian, however, seemed completely indifferent.
The reserve leader stood beside him and patted him on the shoulder reassuringly.
Lin Tian waved his hand. Hey, no need to be so serious. I understand.
The more Lin Tian acted this way, the more guilty the old principal felt.
He let out another long sigh. In a moment, I will place two kinds of restrictions on you.
Before the restrictions are lifted, your levels will temporarily drop by 1 or 2 levels. Your talents will also only be able to exert their lowest level of power.
Fearing the two hadn't understood, the reserve leader added, for example, Zhang Cheng is currently a B-rank spirit master. So, after the restriction is placed, until it's lifted, his rank will drop to C or D.
All his talents will only be able to unleash the power of a C or D rank spirit master.
Do you understand? Lin Tian nodded seriously.
Zhang Qing seemed very impatient. If you're going to plant, then hurry up and plant.
What's with all this rambling?
Anyway, you're just like those people outside, convinced that we're the murderers. After Zhang Qing finished speaking, the old principal and the reserve leader both looked very displeased. The old headmaster patiently explained, I'm explaining all this to you so that you can better assess your own strength after the restrictions are placed, thus ensuring your safety. This time, the reserve leader didn't give Zhang Qing a chance to lose his temper. No sooner had the old principal finished speaking than he immediately added sarcastically, since Zhang Qing is in such a hurry, Principal, why don't you just plant it for him first? Upon hearing this, Zhang Qing immediately glared angrily at the reserve leader.
Yet they dared not speak out against their anger.
After all, the rank of the reserve leader is what it is, and he can't afford to offend someone like that right now. Just as the old principal raised his right hand, gathering his power in preparation to place a restriction on Zhang Qing, there was a knock on the door of the restriction room. The reserve leader and the old principal exchanged a glance, the latter nodding almost imperceptibly. The former opened the door a crack to allow passage and slipped out. After a while, the reserve leader returned to the restricted room with a strange expression. Principal, a very important person has vouched for Zhang Qing, saying he has no problems. They want us to release him immediately. While the old principal was still in a daze, Zhang Qing, who was sitting in the chair, stood up on his own and walked towards the door.
In that case, there's nothing more for me. I'll be going now.
Reaching the door, Zhang Qing pulled the doorknob, turned back, gave Lin Tian a wicked smile, and then leisurely left. Looking at Lin Tian, who was still sitting obediently in his chair, the principal couldn't help but sigh heavily again.
Lin Tian finally couldn't hold back any longer. Principal, please stop sighing and get started. Su Qingge is waiting for me to come home for dinner.
Seeing his nonchalant attitude, the old principal was so angry he laughed.
Aren't you even a little bit wronged? What's there to feel aggrieved about? You're in that position, you have no choice but to do it. It's all understandable.
Lin Tian's words came from the bottom of his heart. The principal raised his hand and finally placed a restriction on Lin Tian.
All right, you should go home and find Su Qingge. Be careful. Seeing Lin Tian's eagerness to leave yet his reluctance to move, the old principal was both amused and exasperated. Okay, see you later, principal.
After receiving permission, Lin Tian darted out of the restricted room in a flash and quickly disappeared from sight.
Now I also think
Lin Tian is probably not the real murderer. The reserve leader standing to the side felt his head buzzing as he watched Lin Tian's actions.
People with this kind of personality probably aren't interested in harming others.
What they didn't know was that there was another reason why Lin Tian was in such a hurry to leave. As the principal placed the restriction on him, the system's voice rang in his mind.
Chapter 46 Home Cultivation. Warning. Warning.
An intrusive force has been detected within the host's body.
Clear?
Lin Tian ran out of the restricted room and all the way to the school gate, the system's warning sound still echoing in his mind.
No. Annoyed by the noise, Lin Tian stopped caring about what others thought. It loudly rejected the system. Okay, host. Please call me if you need anything. The system is always at your service.
After that sentence, the system fell silent.
Lin Tian remained silent.
While he was in the restricted room, he tried to communicate with the system in his mind by silently reciting instructions.
But for some reason, it just didn't work. Shaking his head, Lin Tian dismissed these unimportant thoughts. His talents and abilities are now suppressed, preventing him from hunting exotic beasts. So what?
He hasn't used the crystal cores he got from the system treasure chest last time. He still had those 3 chances to win the lottery. At worst, he can just use the resources rewarded by the system to continue cultivating during this period.
After returning home, Lin Tian and Su Qingge finished their dinner.
While Su Qingge was taking a shower, Lin Tian sat on the sofa and decided to use up his 3 chances to win the lottery.
System, I want to participate in the lottery. Lin Tian tried to communicate with the system in his mind.
This time, the system responded to him very quickly.
Okay, host. Preparing a lottery for you. You have 3 more chances to win a prize. Would you like to use them all? Want.
Lin Tian did not hesitate.
Gambling on luck is the same no matter when you start. Okay, host. A lottery draw is being conducted for you.
Congratulations, host.
You have drawn, thank you for your patronage.
Lin Tian's face darkened for a moment.
How can this system's lottery have such a deceptive option?
Congratulations, host. You have drawn 1 treasure chest common. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 15 tier 2 beast cores. Lin Tian looked at the prize he had drawn. Apart from the first inexplicable thank you for your patronage, the other 2 were neither particularly good nor bad.
Open the treasure chest? There are 2 treasure chests available, 1 common quality and 1 bronze quality. Open it. Anyway, I'm just idling around. The treasure chest normal has been opened.
Congratulations, host. You have obtained 5 tier 3 beast cores, 50 alien ability points, 1 delicious apple can remove various negative status effects, 10 tier 2 beast cores, 20 spirit master experience points, and 1 ordinary apple.
Lin Tian looked at the ordinary apple and fell into deep thought. Is this system malfunctioning? Open a treasure chest and just grab some fruit to make up the numbers? Lin Tian took out the ordinary apple he had just obtained from the treasure chest and took a bite. It's quite sweet. It tasted better than any apple he had eaten since he transmigrated. While munching on an apple, Lin Tian took out all the crystal cores and piled them on the coffee table. There are a total of 2 7th tier beast crystal cores, 6 5th tier beast crystal cores, 5 3rd tier beast crystal cores, and 25 2nd tier beast crystal cores. Lin Tian divided the crystal cores into 2 piles, intending to share half with Suchinga. Lin Tian placed the extra 3rd tier crystal core and the extra 2nd tier crystal core into Suchinga's small pile of crystal cores. I'll just stay home and absorb the crystal nuclei for the next few days. His current level and abilities are restricted, so it's best not to risk taking Suchinga to hunt exotic beasts. When Suchinga came out after taking a shower, she saw 2 small piles of crystal cores on the table. The 2 crystal cores piled on top were enormous, larger than she had ever seen before, and gleamed with a dazzling light. It looks like it contains a lot of energy. This unusual scene left Suchinga completely dumbfounded. She wondered if she was dreaming. He took 2 steps forward, wanting to reach out and touch the crystal core on the table. It wasn't until she touched that familiar feel that Suchinga realized she was indeed in reality. What's going on? Suchinga looked at Lin Tian, her earlier surprise vanished, and her expression became somewhat tense. Did I do something wrong? As she spoke, a layer of moisture quickly gathered in Suchinga's phoenix eyes. It makes her appear even more delicate and alluring. Seeing Suchinga like this, Lin Tian felt his heart melt. He reached out and pulled Suchinga over, letting her sit on his lap. We'll split it in half. Here, this pile is for you. Lin Tian pointed to a small pile of crystal cores on the table. Upon hearing this, Suchinga burst into tears. She wrapped her arms tightly around Lin Tian's neck, tears streaming down her face. Her lips were pursed, and her eyelashes, wet with tears, looked even thicker. You don't want me anymore? Suchinga sobbed, looking utterly pitiful. Lin Tian was startled and quickly reached out to easily wipe away Suchinga's tears. No, who told you that? Then why did you suddenly decide to separate from me? Suchinga huddled tightly in Lin Tian's arms, as if Lin Tian would disappear if she moved away even a little. Separate the family? Lin Tian was both amused and exasperated, realizing that Suchinga had misunderstood. After explaining to Suchinga, the woman finally stopped crying. But she still nestled tightly in Lin Tian's arms. Really? Lin Tian nodded, but his gaze involuntarily fell on the 2 soft mounds nestled against his arms. Suchinga's pajamas were already very loose. After that big commotion, her collar was now loosely open, revealing everything underneath. The hem of her skirt had already been rubbed up to her upper thigh. Then how have you been cultivating all this time? Aren't the principal and the others bullying you? Why did they put such a powerful restriction on you? Suchinga stopped crying, but then began to feel indignant on behalf of Lin Tian. Lin Tian replied casually, "Look at those 2 piles on the table, enough for us to absorb for quite a while." And? Lin Tian didn't continue speaking, but his hand wandered inside Suchinga's pajamas. A soft cry rang out, and Suchinga's face quickly flushed crimson. Lin Tian kissed Suchinga's earlobe and whispered in her ear, "Since we can't go out to cultivate and hunt normally anyway, why don't I stay home and help you advance your cultivation level?" Suchinga didn't say anything, her face was already burning red. Her bright, sparkling eyes looked innocently at Lin Tian. Lin Tian swallowed hard, his heart burning with rage.
Unable to resist any longer, he kissed Su Chinga's pink lips. He picked up the woman and carried her into the bedroom. After their unspeakable lovemaking, Lin Tian held the sleeping Su Chinga in his arms, and the system's voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, you have successfully triggered the skill years. The host's bound spirit weapon, Panga's axe that created the world. Name, Su Chinga. The spirit avatar Su Chinga has advanced in cultivation level. Her current level is SSS rank, level 1 warrior. Chapter 47 Beast Crystal Core, level up. Upgraded level, SSS rank Spirit Master, level 1. Please keep up the good work, host, and continue to increase your level and that of the artifact spirit. The system notification sound disappeared. Lin Tian gently withdrew his hand from behind Su Chinga's head and gently placed Su Chinga's head on the pillow. Then, he walked out of the living room. Looking at the two small piles of crystal cores on the table, Lin Tian decided to absorb the highest level 7th tier alien beast crystal core in his own portion first. He hasn't absorbed the crystal core of a 7th tier alien beast yet. I wonder what effect will occur after this crystal core is fully absorbed. Sitting cross-legged on the sofa, Lin Tian picked up the egg-sized crystal core, examined it carefully for a moment, closed his eyes, and began to absorb it. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Tian finally absorbed the crystal core of the 7th tier beast. When he opened his eyes, he saw that Su Chinga had woken up at some point and was sitting next to him, looking at him with a slightly worried expression. Seeing Lin Tian wake up, Su Chinga visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Why did you come out and absorb the crystal core without saying a word? I woke up and didn't see you, I thought something had happened to you. Lin Tian's abilities are currently restricted, and Su Chinga is really worried about him. Seeing how genuinely caring Su Chinga was for him, Lin Tian felt a warmth in his heart. He sat up straight and explained to Su Chinga, I just absorbed a 7th tier crystal core. I suppose it's because the crystal core is of a higher level that it took longer to absorb it. Just as he finished speaking, Lin Tian heard the system notification sound. Congratulations, host. After absorbing the 7th tier beast core, you have met the advancement requirements. Advance now? Lin Tian naturally chose to be promoted. Promotion complete. Host's current level is SSS level domain level 9. Please keep up the good work, host, and level up. Lin Tian couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. The crystal core of this 7th tier beast is truly extraordinary. It actually allowed him to advance a whole level in one go, even though he was already in the late stage of cultivation. It is said that the higher one's level, the slower one's progress. In retrospect, it was simply that the materials we obtained were not good enough. Lin Tian fans started to compete. It should be noted that even a 7th tier beast requires several spirit masters at the level of a AA grade city lord to defeat. The resulting crystal cores were naturally divided equally among the group. Where else can one live as extravagantly as him? Each of them, along with their spirit, possessed a 7th tier exotic beast crystal core. Lin Tian placed another 7th tier exotic beast crystal core into Su Chinga's hand. This is a complete crystal core of a 7th tier beast. Absorb it quickly. It will greatly benefit you. Seeing Lin Tian's grinning face, Su Chinga felt a little embarrassed. You should keep such a valuable crystal core for yourself. I'll just absorb the lower level ones. Lin Tian has already helped her a lot. A complete crystal core of a high-level alien beast, such a rare and precious thing, she really dared not enjoy it. Lin Tian noticed Su Chinga's concerns and pretended to be angry. What? Are you looking down on me? Do you think I can only get 2 complete crystal cores of such high-level alien beasts? Seeing that Lin Tian was angry, Su Chinga finally gave in. No, that's not what I meant. I'll absorb it now. While Su Chinga was absorbing the crystal core, Lin Tian asked the school for a few days off for both him and Su Chinga. The school's current curriculum is mainly based on practical application. His power was imprisoned, so attending practical combat classes was meaningless. As for the school-organized group hunting of exotic beasts, his power was restricted, and he could only hunt low-level beasts. Killing low-level beasts yields only a pittance in points. He might as well stay home and absorb the crystal cores rewarded by the system first. The gains will certainly be greater than those from killing low-level beasts. Su Chinga goes without saying. She has no system, so she can only honestly improve her level by absorbing crystal cores or by using Lin Tian's skill, the age of the weapon.
With so many crystal cores already piled up at home, why risk hunting alien beasts?
Lin Tian waited and waited, until he accidentally fell asleep and then woke up again.
Suchinga finally finished absorbing the 7th tier alien beast crystal core.
Suchinga slowly opened her eyes, and Lin Tian immediately used his skill, Eye of Truth. The system notification sounded.
SSS level artifact spirit, Pango's heaven opening axe name, Suchinga. Spirit avatar realm, Grandmaster level 3. Contracted spirit master, Lin Tian SSS level spirit master. Lin Tian was overjoyed.
Suchinga was at a relatively low level, but after absorbing the 7th tier alien beast crystal core, she actually leveled up 3 times. He went directly from the 1st level of the Spirit Master to the 3rd level of the Grandmaster. If she absorbs all of this small pile of crystal cores, then the 2 of them will be able to do whatever they want, not only in Tianhua Yuling Academy, but also in Luoli City. The crystal core of a high-level exotic beast is indeed extraordinary, Suchinga exclaimed. I feel refreshed and relaxed all over now, and even the flow of my spiritual energy is much smoother.
I've already asked the school for leave.
These next few days, we'll stay home and focus on absorbing all these crystal cores.
Once we've absorbed them all, our strength will definitely increase dramatically. Suchinga nodded excitedly.
She didn't want Lin Tian to be the one protecting her every time. She also wanted to be able to stand in front of Lin Tian when he was in danger. Suchinga selected a medium-sized, mid-level magical beast core and began absorbing it again. After thinking for a moment, Lin Tian simply piled all the low-level magical beast cores in front of Suchinga.
The crystal cores he lacks can be exchanged for points earned from slaying alien beasts. Moreover, low-level crystal cores are basically useless to him now. Suchinga needs these crystal cores more than he does now.
The 2 stayed at home for 3 whole days, not only absorbing almost all of the crystal cores, but also moving house.
Suchinga has advanced to the SSS level City Lord stage.
Lin Tian broke through the domain realm and reached the Emperor realm. Now, low-level beast cores are no longer of much use to the 2 of them.
I simply took it to the relevant institution and exchanged it for money.
The 2 then quickly moved to a larger and newer rental apartment.
That night, Suchinga and Lin Tian lay in bed, chatting casually. We're going back to school tomorrow. Shall we go test our abilities at the crystal ball again? Suchinga actually knew that Lin Tian had a way of seeing the strength of others and himself.
But she still wanted to go to the crystal ball and see the colorful light emanating from inside it.
Lin Tian naturally agreed. The next day, the 2 got up very early and headed to school.
Just as Lin Tian arrived at the school gate, his phone rang.
He took his phone out of his pocket. The caller ID showed principal. After the call was connected, the principal's voice rang out. Chapter 48. The tragedy reoccurs. Lin Tian, I heard that you and Suchinga both took leave. Is something wrong at home?
The old principal's concerned voice rang out.
It's nothing, I'm just a little tired, I'll rest for a few days.
Lin Tian chuckled.
I see. Is it convenient for you to go back to school now?
At this moment, Lin Tian and Suchinga had already stepped into the school. Lin Tian paused for a moment, then pulled Suchinga to a stop.
What's wrong? What happened? Upon hearing Lin Tian's question, the old principal on the other end of the phone spoke with a solemn tone. Another student has been involved in an incident at the school. The modus operandi is exactly the same as before.
Upon hearing this, Lin Tian's expression also turned serious.
I'll come to your office right now. Lin Tian didn't dare to delay and immediately took Suchinga to the principal's office.
On the way, Lin Tian briefly explained the current situation to Suchinga.
At the entrance to the principal's office, Lin Tian knocked on the door.
The principal's voice came from the office.
Enter. Lin Tian pushed open the door and looked into the office.
Inside the office, besides the principal and the reserve leader, there were others.
There were also 2 old acquaintances, Zhang Chang and Li Yu. Lin Tian walked into the office, with Suchinga following closely behind.
After greeting everyone in the office, the old principal asked Lin Tian and Suchinga to sit in the chairs opposite the desk.
Now that everyone's here, I won't beat around the bush,
the old principal said sternly.
Everyone is now generally aware of the situation.
The old principal looked at Zhang Cheng. Zhang Cheng, a powerful figure, is vouching for you.
We trust the judgment of our superiors.
After all, if even such top-level leaders had been bought off by the alien race, Luoli City would have been in chaos long ago. After speaking, the old principal looked at Lin Tian again. As for Lin Tian, he's been on leave for the past few days and isn't at school at all. Besides, he has a restriction I placed on him. With his D-level talent, he simply can't cause such great harm to anyone. Therefore, the two of you who were originally the prime suspects have now become the least suspicious in the entire school. After discussion, the school leaders have decided to have the two of you work together to investigate this tragedy. After a pause, the old headmaster added, if you have enough trust in your spirit avatars and believe they are unrelated to this matter, you can bring them along during the investigation. It was obvious that the old principal was saying this to Zhang Qing. After all, in everyone's eyes, Su Qingge was just an E-level artifact spirit, and she couldn't cause any harm at all. Moreover, she has been on leave for the past few days and is not at school. After the old principal finished speaking, he looked at the group of people without saying a word, as if waiting for their reply.
I'm fine. Lin Tian was the first to speak.
As soon as the old principal finished speaking, a system notification sounded in his mind.
Ding.
Host has triggered a mission, the culprit behind the tragedy. Mission objective, locate the spies from other races on campus and expose their identities.
Complete the task to receive generous rewards from the system.
The system rewards in the previous few sessions had given Lin Tian a taste of success. Now, the system has issued another task, and he certainly has no reason to refuse. I'll listen to Lin Tian.
Then there's Su Qingge.
Zhang Chang and Li Yu exchanged a glance but neither spoke.
It was obvious that neither of them wanted to take on this thankless and arduous task.
Even a group of school leaders of much higher rank than them couldn't figure out the reason.
What kind of results can they possibly find out? Even if we discover a spy from another race, what if we can't defeat them and get killed? Wouldn't that be a huge loss? However, Lin Tian was placed under a restriction and asked for leave to go home.
Zhang Qing, on the other hand, has been trying to salvage his image in front of his classmates after using alien power.
He kept appearing at various school events and even hunted down several Tier 3 alien beasts.
This time, as soon as the students at the school had an accident, rumors immediately started circulating, and the blame was directed at him.
The reason is that Lin Tian was under a restriction, while he was not.
Lin Tian was not at school, but he was always active in various places on campus.
Therefore, the culprit cannot be Lin Tian, it can only be Zhang Cheng.
The reputation they had painstakingly salvaged over the past few days was on the verge of collapsing again. Zhang Qing thought about it for a long time, and finally agreed.
All right, I'll cooperate with everyone's work.
Upon seeing Zhang Cheng agree, Li Yu's face immediately darkened.
That's what he promised. I didn't promise.
I'll go help them when I have time. But I'm very busy lately, so I probably won't have any free time. Li Yu had no intention of getting involved in this mess.
The contract between spirit masters is automatically dissolved if one of them dies.
If Zhang Qing were to die by accident, she could just find a more powerful spirit master. She had no intention of going to her death with Zhang Qing. The old principal didn't care whether Li Yu went or not. He summoned the two men to investigate, but only to quell the anger of his superiors and appease the students. It was just a side check to see if Zhang Qing really had no problems. Lin Tian was just looking for someone to keep an eye on Zhang Cheng. If the murderer really isn't Zhang Qing, the two of them could at least look out for each other.
All right, it's decided then. Your main task for the next few days is to investigate this matter.
I will distribute the crystal cores obtained from other activities to both of you proportionally. After the old principal finished speaking, he gestured for Zhang Cheng and Li Yu to leave.
Lin Tian, come with me.
Su Qingge wanted to follow, but was stopped by the reserve leader.
It's all right.
The principal is just going to remove the restrictions on him so that his safety can be ensured during the investigation. The reserve leader explained.
Su Qingge then obediently sat back down in her chair. After a while, Lin Tian returned to the principal's office.
After saying goodbye to everyone, Lin Tian led Su Qingge away. He didn't rush to investigate. Instead, he took Su Qingge home first. Throughout the journey, Lin Tian kept a furrowed brow and remained silent.
Once inside the house, Su Qingge finally couldn't hold back any longer.
As soon as she closed the door, she grabbed Lin Tian's hand and started asking him all sorts of questions.
What's wrong? Is there some new development? Tell me about it, maybe I can help you? As Lin Tian watched Su Qingge's pink lips open and close, he thought back to when he first met Su Qingge after he transmigrated here, and how quiet and aloof she was. Lin Tian suddenly burst out laughing. Okay, I'll tell you everything. He pulled Su Qingge to sit down on the sofa. Lin Tian adopted a serious expression and earnestly asked Su Qingge, "Do you think Zhang Qing has any problems?" Su Qingge also began to think about it seriously. After a long pause, he replied, "I think there's something strange about him." Chapter 49. Let's see who's more pretentious. You can use alien power because you have a system. But what about Zhang Chang? Why can he also use alien power? That doesn't make sense. Su Qingge frowned, trying hard to find some reasonable reasons for Zhang Qing. But in the end, it still failed. Although he is our classmate, I can't think of any other reason why he would use alien power except for his collusion with alien races. Su Qingge tilted her head, her eyes still filled with doubt. But if he is a spy from another race, why are the school's higher-ups so determined to vouch for him? Unless... A look of shock appeared on Su Qingge's face. Unless that so-called high-ranking school leader is also a spy from another race. Lin Tian picked up where Su Qingge left off and said calmly, "You knew all along?" Su Qingge was even more surprised. Lin Tian shook his head. "Just a guess." After all, setting aside all the impossible outcomes, the remaining outcome, however unbelievable, is the truth. Su Qingge listened, feeling both confused and impressed. "So what should we do now?" Looking up at Lin Tian, Su Qingge's eyes were full of admiration. "Keep an eye on Li Yu for me. I need to know if she and Zhang Qing are in cahoots." "Shouldn't I go with you?" Su Qingge asked, somewhat puzzled. "If I go with you, I'll have an extra layer of protection in case something happens." Lin Tian shook his head. "I know you're worried about me. But the disparity in strength between us and the enemy is too great. If a conflict really breaks out, it's better for me to escape alone." Seeing Su Qingge's obviously disappointed expression, Lin Tian reached out and patted her head. "Besides, I also need someone I can absolutely trust to keep an eye on Li Yu for me." Su Qingge then stopped crying and started laughing. "Okay. I definitely won't keep an eye on her. Also, if Li Yu or Zhang Qing asks where I went, just say you don't know." "Ha? Didn't the principal want you two to work together?" "Those who are not of our kind will surely have different hearts." Since Lin Tian had already said that, Su Qingge didn't say anything more. The next day, Lin Tian specifically asked Su Qingge to go to school first. It wasn't until almost noon that he sneaked into the school gate. But as soon as I entered the school, I heard a familiar, but annoying voice behind me. "Hey! Lin Tian. What a coincidence. You're here too." Lin Tian slowly turned his head, and then he saw the person he least wanted to see, Zhang Qing. "Divine Metal?" Lin Tian roared inwardly. He's only just arrived at school this late. Did Zhang Qing spend the whole morning here? What grand plan could possibly warrant Zhang Qing going to such lengths? Zhang Qing was covered in sweat, his face flushed red from the sun. Lin Tian knew he had guessed right. "What? Did you need something from me?" Lin Tian's attitude was very cold. Zhang Qing rushed forward and tried to take Lin Tian's arm. Lin Tian quickly dodged. "Get to the point. This is disgusting." Zhang Qing was taken aback, perhaps not expecting Lin Tian to be so blunt. "Well, the principal asked us to cooperate in this investigation." Zhang Qing scratched his head, trying his best to look innocent. "Yesterday, I racked my brains and came up with a plan. Would you like to hear it?" Lin Tian continued walking forward on his own until he reached the shade of a tree before stopping. "Go ahead and tell me. Let me hear your crazy ideas." Lin Tian didn't want to give Zhang Qing any face at all. This guy is definitely up to no good. "Look, Li Yu and I are both double B-level spirit masters. But you and Su Qingge are D-level and E-level respectively. This kind of operation is far too dangerous." Zhang Qing rubbed his hands together, his face flushing even more with excitement. "At first glance, it looks like a ripe tomato." "So what?" Lin Tian glanced at Zhang Qing. "Therefore, I suggest that we temporarily switch spirits. That way, Li Yu can protect your safety, and I can protect Su Qingge's safety. Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds?" Zhang Qing's eyes gleamed, and he swallowed hard, practically wearing the words "lecherous rogue" on his face. "No need." Lin Tian snorted inwardly. Zhang Qing was obviously trying to take advantage of Su Qingge. But he put on a face that looked like he had been bullied. "Didn't you just say we were going to act together? Now that we're all together, Why are we still distinguishing between yours and mine, and why are we exchanging spirits? Or are you saying that you don't actually want to act together with them, don't want to cooperate with them?
After saying that, he clenched his fists and punched Zhang Qing's chest a few times.
Cough. Zhang Qing was so badly hit that he almost couldn't catch his breath.
He took a few steps back, putting some distance between himself and Lin Tian.
No change, okay? Shall we go investigate now? Lin Tian nodded.
Zhang Qing breathed a sigh of relief and took the lead in walking forward. As he passed Lin Tian, the helpless expression on his face instantly turned into a sinister look.
Just you wait. Once we get there, let's see if you're still so arrogant.
Zhang Qing muttered to himself.
Lin Tian suddenly peeked out from beside him. What? What did you just say? I didn't hear you.
Zhang Qing was so frightened that he jumped up and bounced to the side.
No, no, no.
Zhang Qing waved his hands repeatedly. I was just talking to myself. Lin Tian shrugged and walked in another direction.
Zhang Cheng became anxious. Lin Tian. You're going the wrong way. Not that way. This way. Go this way.
Zhang Cheng stood still, waiting eagerly at Lin Tian.
Why go over there? Is there anything there?
Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhang Qing suspiciously. Faced with Lin Tian's sharp gaze, Zhang Cheng broke out in a cold sweat.
He stammered, No.
Just now, before you came, I did a quick search around the campus, and I happened to find that area.
So, let's continue the investigation there. That way, we won't keep going back the same way. Zhang Qing forced a smile, afraid that Lin Tian would discover something amiss.
Fortunately, Lin Tian only stared at him for a while before looking away.
Changing direction, Lin Tian walked towards Zhang Qing. Okay, I'll do as you say.
Zhang Qing breathed a sigh of relief.
Let Lin Tian bloat for a while longer. Once we get there, let's see how cocky he is.
A certain kind of ruthlessness is fleeting. Zhang Qing smiled and led the way. Come on, Lin Tian, this way. Unbeknownst to Zhang Qing, the system had already issued a warning to Lin Tian after he changed direction.
Warning. Warning.
Host, please note, significant alien energy fluctuations detected ahead. Please proceed with caution.
Chapter 50 Senior Leadership. A level alien race may appear in the area ahead. Danger level, 60%.
Lin Tian tilted his head in thought for a moment. The last time the system issued an alarm was when he and Suchinga were acting alone and encountered a fourth-tier beast in the dense forest. If he remembered correctly, the system said that defeating a fourth-tier alien beast required a combination of 2 A-level spirit masters. Furthermore, the danger level of fourth-tier alien beasts is also 60%. The difference between an A-level alien race and a fourth-tier alien beast is that the alien race has a more flexible mind. In short, it won't cause him too much trouble. Lost in thought, Zhang Qing, who was leading the way, had already stopped next to a flower bed.
Lin Tian, this is the place. Lin Tian snapped out of his daze and looked around.
Then he discovered.
There was nothing there. Then what?
Lin Tian frowned and looked at Zhang Qing.
Then, shall we wait a bit? The sun is so strong. I'm a little tired.
Zhang Qing was panting heavily, fanning himself with his hand, when he plopped down on the edge of the flower bed. Lin Tian was speechless as he watched Zhang Qing's exaggerated acting.
Yesterday, after the principal spoke with them, Zhang Qing and Liu left first.
After the principal lifted the restrictions on Lin Tian, he immediately obtained photos of the locations of the recent serious incidents at the school from the principal, as the system had issued a task for him. The place Zhang Qing brought him to is the site of the latest heinous incident. Lin Tian had no idea what Zhang Chang was really planning.
All he knew was that it couldn't be anything good. But since the system had issued the task, Lin Tian didn't want to overlook any detail. It's just acting, isn't it?
Since Zhang Cheng enjoys acting so much, he'll play along for a while. We sat down in a shady spot on the other side of the flower bed.
Lin Tian took out his phone and started scrolling through short videos online.
Zhang Qing waited for ages, her skin practically peeling from the sun. The person he was waiting for still hadn't appeared. Turning around, I saw Lin Qi sitting calmly under the shade of a tree, playing on his phone. Zhang Cheng was immediately furious. He stepped forward and, ignoring Lin Tianla's reluctance, directly reached out and pulled him up.
Lin Tian, since we're just waiting here like idiots anyway, why don't we have a friendly spar?
Without making a sound, he pulled his arm away from Zhang Qing's grip, took a step back, and put his phone back in his pocket.
How would you like to spar?
Zhang Qing was overjoyed to find Lin Tian so easy to talk to. We've already seen the basic skills in class.
They're not very interesting. How about we spar with some alien powers today? Let's see if we've improved since the last battle?
Zhang Qing spoke in a grand and dignified manner.
Lin Tian didn't want to hear any more and simply nodded.
Zhang Qing saw that Lin Tian agreed. His expression immediately changed, and the playful smile from just moments before vanished. Instead, there was a look of disgust.
Take this.
Lin Tian was not given a chance to react, nor was he given any words of advice.
He flew forward and launched an attack using the alien force.
Lin Tian did not avoid it.
Standing still, with a wave of his hand, an even purer alien power surged from Lin Tian's body, easily neutralizing Zhang Qing's oncoming alien power. Again!
Zhang Qing stepped back, mustered all his strength, and charged back. After exchanging a few blows with Zhang Qing, he noticed the little glances Zhang Qing kept giving him behind him. Lin Tian had already guessed about 70–80% of it.
Could this guy be trying to use his and his alien talents to attract aliens? Just then, a stern voice came from behind. What are you two doing here?
Upon seeing that person, Zhang Qing immediately withdrew his strength. Lin Tian almost woke up. Just as the alien power he was controlling was about to collide with Zhang Qing, he forcefully summoned that power back. After coughing twice, Lin Tian, who had forcibly stopped exerting his strength, felt a little dizzy. Zhang Qing, who was originally standing opposite him, had already happily run behind him.
Boss, what are you doing here?
Lin Tian turned around and looked at the leader behind him, feeling that he looked somewhat familiar.
After searching my memory for a while, I found the answer. Isn't this the same high-ranking school leader that the principal showed him yesterday, the one who went out of his way to protect Zhang Qing's innocence? Don't you two know that the use of alien powers is prohibited within the school?
The senior leaders looked Lin Tian up and down, and Lin Tian could clearly see the greed in their eyes.
Lin Tian instinctively felt that something was wrong. He silently used his talent, Eye of Insight. S-rank alien race, Dragon Overlord.
Upon seeing the first pop-up window from the system, Lin Tian already understood. You don't need to read the rest. His guess was correct. Zhang Qing and the aliens are in cahoots. Furthermore, this so-called high-ranking school leader is actually an undercover agent sent by an alien race to Tianhua Yuling Academy.
Who is this?
The senior leader pointed at Lin Tian, but looked at Zhang Qing instead. Oh, he's my classmate, his name is Lin Tian. Zhang Qing introduced the products with great enthusiasm.
Oh, Lin Tian. Not bad, heroes emerge from among the young. The senior leaders looked at Lin Tian with satisfaction. Suddenly, the conversation shifted. Lin Tian, what are your thoughts on alien races? Lin Tian sneered inwardly. These two, working in unison, probably didn't realize that he had already seen through their identities. Lin Tian adopted a righteous and indignant expression. I hate alien races the most. Aliens, those who are not of my kind, their hearts are bound to be different. I must learn my skills well, and then kill them all. Upon hearing Lin Tian's answer, the senior leader's eyes darkened. When he spoke again, his voice was filled with an obvious chill. Good. Young people these days really have lofty ambitions. I see you have such high talent. Why don't you come sit in my office and I'll teach you a few tricks? Upon hearing what the senior leader said, Zhang Qing, who was standing nearby, immediately became anxious. This is different from what they had agreed upon. Didn't we agree that he would kill Lin Tian? How did it turn into going to the office for a visit? What, do you have a problem with that? Noticing Zhang Qing's malicious gaze, the senior leader turned to look at Zhang Qing. With eyes as cold as ice and devoid of any warmth, Zhang Qing felt that the way the senior leaders looked at him was like a hunter eyeing his dinner tonight. No, I have no objection. Whatever you say goes. Shall we go then? Lin Tian stood opposite them, watching their interaction, and felt nothing but disgust. On the surface, they still have to cooperate with the other party in putting on an act. Aren't you leaving? It's so sunny here. Lin Tian looked at the senior leaders and Zhang Qing with an innocent expression. The top leader forced a smile. Let's go now. After saying that, he walked to Lin Tian's side and affectionately put his hand on Lin Tian's shoulder. Chapter 51. An alien spy knows Sichuan opera face changing.
Lin Tian felt a chill run down his spine when he felt the hand of the school's senior leader on his shoulder.
The system was frantically issuing warnings in my mind. Warning! Warning! An A-level alien race has been detected approaching. Danger level, 70%. Please evacuate immediately. Lin Tian was taken aback. Wasn't the danger level just now 60%? How did it suddenly increase to 70%? Lin Tian hurriedly asked the system silently in his mind, System, why has the danger level increased? The system has detected that this Class A alien species has developed a desire to devour the host. Danger level increased. Host, please evacuate immediately. Lin Tian was startled upon hearing the system's reply. Devouring desire? Do alien races possess such murderous abilities? System, what is the desire to devour? At times like these, Lin Tian couldn't help but sigh. Having a system is great. A child with a systematic approach is a treasure. Not only does it provide danger warnings, but you can also ask whatever you want. This isn't a system. This is practically another world's Xiaodu. Ding. A question has been received from the host. The system is searching for an answer for you, please wait. Answer search successful. Devouring is a unique cultivation method of alien races. One can increase their cultivation level and realm by devouring others. The more and more powerful the objects consumed, the stronger the alien race that initiates the consumption will become, and the higher its cultivation level and realm will be. Lin Tian sorted through the system's answer and suddenly understood. Okay. It seems that this high-ranking leader, seeing no way to win him over to the alien race's camp, simply intends to devour him whole and use him as nourishment for his own cultivation. But why didn't you do it just now? There were clearly only the three of them at that spot just now. If Zhang Qing and the top leaders were to take action together, he might not be able to hold out. After that, the higher-ups will devour him. It was completely undetectable. Lin Tian was plunged into a new round of doubts. With many questions in mind, Lin Tian arrived at the office of the senior leader. Lin, please have a seat. The senior leader walked to the chair opposite the desk and thoughtfully pulled out a chair for Lin Tian. Seeing how polite the other party was, Lin Tian became even more curious about what the other party was really up to. Obediently sitting down, Lin Tian thanked him. The senior leader walked to the other end of the desk and sat down in a high-end leather office chair. Zhang Qing felt awkward being left out in the cold. Seeing that the two of them had already taken their seats, he then consciously walked to the empty seat next to Lin Tian. The moment my fingertips touched the seat, I heard a cold, harsh rebuke. What are you doing? Zheng Chang was stunned. Looking up at the senior leader, I met his icy gaze. He abruptly withdrew his hand. Zheng Qing was somewhat at a loss. Lin Tian is exceptionally talented, but I'm no less so. Why? Before he could finish speaking, the cold voice rang out again. Are you trying to teach me how to do things? Zheng Qing shook his head in horror. Since there's nothing wrong, you can go back now. My office doesn't need someone like you getting in the way. The senior leaders were blunt and immediately ordered them to leave. Lin Tian watched this scene with great interest from the side. Zhang Qing, he really deserved it. A perfectly good double B-level spirit master, as long as they cultivate diligently, has a very bright future ahead of them. I don't know what got into him, but he insisted on cooperating with the alien race. Now that's settled, they've achieved their goal and obtained their objective. Zhang Qing, this pawn, can naturally be discarded at will. Thinking about it, Lin Tian found it somewhat ridiculous. Zhang Qing naturally dared not disobey the words of the higher-ups. She silently stepped back, but caught a glimpse of the faint smile on Lin Tian's face. What are you laughing at? Who do you think you are? Having been rebuffed by higher-ups, Zhang Qing was already seething with anger and had nowhere to vent it. Seeing Lin Tian looking at him with a half-smile, he couldn't help but blurt it out. Lin Tian raised an eyebrow, about to speak. Then he heard an angry shout from behind him. How dare you act so presumptuously in my office? Get out of here right now. I can protect you, and I can destroy you too. Hearing this, Lin Tian remained outwardly calm, but his heart was in turmoil. This is what a high-ranking leader said at this time. This was not only a warning to Zhang Tian, but also a warning to Lin Tian. The other party didn't care at all whether Lin Tian knew his true identity.
In his eyes, Lin Tian was nothing more than a mere D-level spirit master, and the spirit he had contracted with was only an E-level one. For him, an A-level alien, crushing these two people would be as easy as crushing an ant. After understanding its meaning, Lin Tian immediately became alarmed.
He regretted his rash decision to follow them onto their territory. Although his true talent is SSS level, he only learned about the alien race's talent techniques from Lian's few words. If a fight were to break out, he might not have the upper hand. Moreover, the other party's age is a factor, and Lin Tian's combat experience is definitely not as rich as that of this alien spy.
Straightening his posture, Lin Tian prepared to escape at any moment. Zhang Cheng had already retreated to the office doorway. She opened the door, glared at Lin Tian with resentment, her eyes seeming to spit fire. With a flick of his wrist, the door slammed shut.
The sound was so loud that even the pen on the desk shook. He withdrew his sinister gaze from the office doorway.
When the senior leaders turned their attention to Lin Tian, their expressions immediately changed.
He asked Lin Tian kindly, "Lin, did I scare you just now?"
"I'll give Zhang a good talking to later."
Classmates should help each other and treat each other with courtesy.
Looking at the performance opposite him, which resembled a Sichuan opera face-changing act, Lin Tian was at a loss for words and could only nod in agreement.
Boss, what's your name?"
Lin Tian felt that remaining passive was not a viable strategy, so he decided to take the initiative and turn the tables.
"Student Lin, you can call me Mr. Meng." "Okay, Mr. Meng. Is there something you need from me?" Lin Tian asked politely.
All he wants now is to get away as quickly as possible. "I heard the old headmaster sent you to investigate the recent tragedy at the school.
It involves an alien race, which is quite dangerous. I want to test Lin's abilities and see if he is capable of handling this investigation. If he is not capable enough, I will personally ask the principal to replace him. After all, there's no need to hurt yourself for the sake of an investigation."
Lin Tian became even more vigilant, judging from what Mr. Meng meant.
"Is it to spar with him?" "System. What is the current danger level?" Lin Tian hadn't felt this nervous since he transmigrated here. Chapter 52 Mr. Meng's invitation to sparring. A Class A alien race has been detected near the host. Danger level, 50%. The host is advised to evacuate as soon as possible. The system's answer left Lin Tian somewhat bewildered. 50%? Didn't it just reach 70%? Why is it decreasing instead of increasing now? Could it be that this Mr. Meng really just wants to spar with me? He meant no harm to me? Lin Tian tentatively asked, "Mr. Meng, how would you like to spar?" "I'll make a move, and you can defend against it using any method you like. If you don't move an inch within 3 minutes, you'll be considered eligible to participate in this investigation." "How about that?" Lin Tian nodded. Since the danger level wasn't high, he also wanted to see just how strong this A-level alien was. The two stood at opposite corners of the office. "Let's begin." Lin Tian adopted a defensive stance. "Your spirit is not here, so be careful." Mr. Meng still wore that kind smile. They even offered friendly reminders. The next second, he raised his hand, and a powerful yet strange energy poured out. Like a surging tide, it swept across the sky and rushed towards Lin Tian. Compared to the pure spiritual power of the spirit masters, the power used by the alien races is filled with a violent aura. Lin Tian immediately mobilized the spiritual power in his body to contend with Mr. Meng's spiritual power. As soon as he made his move, he discovered that even though he had used all his spiritual power, Mr. Meng's spiritual power was gradually pressing him backward. He is an SSS level 9th level domain expert, only one step away from the Emperor level. This Mr. Dream is only a mere A level. But he was almost completely outmatched by the other party. Could it be that the other party has already reached the extraordinary realm? Is the gap between the last two realms really that large? With this in mind, Lin Tian dared not slack off. With a thought, he immediately mobilized the power of the alien race, mixing it with the pure spiritual energy to continue resisting Mr. Meng's power. "Oh? A fusion of alien power and pure spiritual energy? You certainly haven't disappointed me." Standing diagonally opposite, Mr. Meng slowly spoke, his face full of interest in Lin Tian. "Let me see what other tricks you have up your sleeve." Mr. Meng smiled and continued to press his palm down. Lin Tian suddenly felt the pushing force in front of him increase again. Without hesitation, Lin Tian activated his skill, the Way of Limitless.
Instantly, Lin Tian's innate power doubled. Push both hands forward. Lin Tian gritted his teeth and continuously released his spiritual power. He is now using his spiritual power to dispel the oppressive force brought by Mr. Meng's alien power. They were resisting with their bare flesh. Good lad. You withstood my power with your bare body. You've got guts. You're a promising talent. Mr. Meng's expression of appreciation grew even more pronounced. He raised his wrist and looked at his watch. Mr. Meng kindly reminded her, "There's still a minute and a half left, Lin, you have to hang in there." After saying that, he continued to press his palm down. Seeing that Lin Tian's hind feet were beginning to move, Lin Tian gritted his teeth and decided to go all out. With a thought, bone spurs sprouted from his shoulders. A faint purple arc of electricity swirled around the bone spur. Oh? The power of a strange beast? Mr. Meng was genuinely surprised this time. Even the movements of his hands loosened up. He muttered to himself, even among our alien races, very few can wield the power of alien beasts. How did this kid obtain this opportunity? As he spoke, Lin Tian used the power of the strange beast within the bone spur to regain his footing. If Mr. Meng presses down any further, he really won't be able to hold on. Lin Tian regretted not bringing the watch back. He didn't even know how many minutes or seconds were left. Doesn't that mean that whatever time Mr. Meng said it was, that's exactly how long it was? After struggling internally for a long time, I was just about to ask a question. Mr. Meng, however, abruptly withdrew the domineering alien power. You are indeed qualified to investigate this matter. Mr. Meng's expression was very excited. Come visit my office more often in the future. I'm sure I won't treat you badly in other ways either. Lin Tian had just exhausted almost all his strength. He stopped and was panting heavily. He no longer had the strength to speak. He nodded. After resting for a while, Lin Tiankai felt that his strength had returned a little. But he no longer wanted to stay there. Mr. Meng, I'd like to go home and rest for a bit. I'll come see you again tomorrow when I have school, is that all right? Lin Tian spoke haltingly, panting. Mr. Meng resumed his amiable smile. Of course, Lin. Please go back now. See you tomorrow. Lin Tian nodded. He slowly walked out of the office and gently closed the door behind him. After walking a few steps and making sure Mr. Meng wasn't following, she took off running. Lin Tian ran all the way to the school gate before stopping. He had a rough idea of what Mr. Meng wanted to do. Saying they were worried about his safety during the investigation was a lie. This Mr. Dream just wanted to see his true strength. It's just a matter of whether it's good enough to be used as nourishment. Look at Mr. Meng's reaction during their exchange just now. It seems they were very satisfied with his abilities. As for why the risk level suddenly dropped, Lin Tian guessed that this Mr. Meng probably wanted to ascertain his strength first. If he's good enough, we'll fatten him up and then devour him in one last bite. Thinking of this, Lin Tian couldn't help but shudder. This alien race truly lives up to its name. This alien power is not only unpredictable. This alien martial art is truly terrifying. Thinking of this, Lin Tian suddenly recalled the question that Mr. Meng had asked him when they first met. What do you think of other races? Mr. Meng probably wanted to bring him into the alien race's camp first. Unfortunately, his answer at the time was, those who are not of our kind must have different hearts. Mr. Meng then settled for second best, wanting him to become his nourishment. A slight smile suddenly appeared on Lin Tian's lips. Since Mr. Meng wants him so much, why doesn't he just turn the tables on him? Whether you become a member of the alien faction or become nourishment for Mr. Dream. Regardless of the outcome, Mr. Meng will certainly devote all his resources to nurturing him. Since Mr. Meng has already reached such a high position, he was able to save Zhang Qing from the wrath of the entire school and its leaders with just one sentence. They must have a great deal of resources at their disposal. Lin Tian decided to go along with Mr. Meng's plan for now and pretend to give in. After squeezing all of Mr. Meng's resources and connections, they will turn against him. In this way, he can obtain abundant cultivation resources and take the opportunity to expose the alien spies within the campus. Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? In fact, all Lin Tian needed to do to get all this was to put in a little bit of acting skill. Chapter 53 We Humans. Lin Tian was in a great mood. I whistled all the way home.
As he entered the house, Su Chinga was sitting on the sofa waiting for him.
Upon seeing him enter, Su Chinga immediately went to greet him.
Why are you so late today?
Lin Tian changed into slippers, hugged Su Chinga, and kissed her.
Noticing that Lin Tian seemed to be in a good mood, Su Chinga couldn't help but ask. Lin Tian led Su Chinga to sit down on the sofa.
I briefly recounted what had happened today to Su Chinga.
You can't do that again. That's too dangerous.
Su Chinga's face scrunched up as she listened. Knowing he was in the wrong, Lin Tian cupped Su Chinga's face and quickly tried to coax her. I know.
Isn't the outcome a good one? Su Chinga's beautiful eyes widened. Luckily, the result was good. But what if it had been different? Lin Tian quickly backed down. Okay, I promise. I definitely won't do it again next time. I swear. Looking at Lin Tian making a vow gesture with a sincere expression, Su Chinga then gave up.
Taking the opportunity, Lin Tian changed the subject. How's the situation on your end?
Has Li Yu done anything unusual? Su Chinga shook her head.
There's nothing unusual about her behavior. But I always feel that the energy around her is fluctuating.
It's a bit like. It's like being backfired by other energies. Like being backfired by other energies?
The two of them said the same thing at the same time.
You guessed it? Su Chinga was somewhat surprised. Lin Tian always gave her the feeling that he was omniscient and omnipotent. I had a feeling about it when we fought them last time. Su Chinga thought carefully for a moment and asked, was it the first time Zhang Qing used the power of the alien race? Lin Tian nodded.
At that time, the system gave me a notification that their fusion status was not complete.
Su Chinga immediately found the problem. Incomplete integration? With the current technological level of Fireseed City, this shouldn't be happening.
Yes, that's why I suspect that Zhang Qing's use of alien power caused Li Yu to suffer a backlash from that alien power.
Su Chinga was even more puzzled. You also used alien powers. Then why am I unharmed? I have a system.
You can share the power of the system with me.
Naturally, nothing will happen. Lin Tian explained patiently. Su Chinga seemed to understand but not quite, so what should we do next? Just follow me.
I'll take you to mooch off that alien Big Shot's resources. Lin Tian grinned mischievously, picked a strand of Su Chinga's hair, and played with it in his hand.
The next morning, Lin Tian took Su Chinga directly to Mr. Meng's office. After knocking on the office door and receiving permission to enter, Lin Tian led Su Chinga into the office. Good morning, Mr. Meng. I'd like to introduce my spirit to you. You don't mind, do you? Lin Tian smiled sincerely. Sure.
Mr. Meng still had a very kind expression.
Hello, Mr. Meng.
I am Su Chinga, the spirit of the artifact that Lin Tian made a contract with.
The three exchanged pleasantries.
Finally, Mr. Meng extended an olive branch to Lin Tian and Su Chinga.
I feel a strong connection with both of you. Besides, I've seen your past records.
Although you two are not of high rank, your combat record has always been among the best.
I wonder if either of you has any plans to join the Spirit Control Army? Lin Tian's reaction was extremely exaggerated. Huh? Really? We're just reserve members, can we really be promoted directly into the Imperial Guard without any assessment?
Su Chinga wanted to laugh while watching from the side, but she had to try her best to hold it in. He also put on a serious expression and said, if we could have this opportunity, that would be wonderful. Since you're both willing, I'll help you with the paperwork later.
Mr. Meng smiled happily. In his view, anyone with desires can be bought off. If someone can be bribed, they could potentially become one of their alien infiltrators.
After all, it's far more profitable to win over a promising talent like Lin Tian than to devour him.
They can also complete the tasks assigned by their superiors. Wouldn't that kill two birds with one stone? Thank you. If there's ever anything we can do to help you in the future, we'll do anything, even go through fire and water.
Lin Tian looked at Mr. Meng with a determined gaze, as if he could join the party.
Su Chinga nodded in agreement from the side. Upon hearing this, Mr. Meng was overjoyed.
He was still wondering how to bring up the next topic when Lin Tian had already given him a way out.
It's like someone handing you a pillow just when you're about to doze off. Oh, now that you mention it, I do remember something. There's something that's been bothering me for a long time.
Mr. Meng pretended to be in a difficult position. Lin Tian realized it was time to put his acting skills to the test. He immediately took over the role and asked cautiously, "What is it, Mr. Meng? Is there anything we can do to help? I heard that a girl from another race infiltrated Tianhua Academy a while ago. I wonder how she is now." Lin Tian sneered inwardly. This Mr. Meng must know that Lian was the one he captured. This is an attempt to trick him into revealing information. Oh my! What a coincidence! I'm the one who found this alien girl. What, Mr. Meng, do you know her? At Tianhua College, to prevent information leaks, each senior executive has a different scope of information under their control. It seems that Mr. Meng is unaware of the details about the alien girl. Hey! I'm just thinking about the school's safety. Mr. Meng waved his hand, looking somewhat embarrassed. There's something I'm not sure if I should say. Please speak. We're very tight-lipped. Lin Tian and Su Qingge exchanged a glance and spoke in unison. I've always felt that the foreign girl was just a little girl. There was no need to torture her like that. Maybe she's just a girl who snuck out to have fun and doesn't mean any harm? If this little girl causes a conflict between us humans and other races, it would be a huge loss. Mr. Meng's face was filled with heartache and indignation. That statement was made in a very grand and dignified manner. Lin Tian rolled his eyes inwardly. These alien races are truly shameless. A conflict? From the moment alien races invaded the human world, conflict was inevitable. Imagine a human who wanders into the territory of a different race and is captured. Would a non-human be polite to this human? That's what I thought, but what came out of my mouth was, I completely agree with what you said. Lin Tian looked righteous and awe-inspiring. I will take good care of this girl from another race and make sure she doesn't suffer any injustice. Mr. Meng nodded in satisfaction. On behalf of all humanity in Fireseed City, I thank you for your contributions. Chapter 54 Zhangqing the Lackey. To be honest, Lin Tian's face was twitching from trying so hard to hold back his laughter. Mr. Dream finally moved on from this topic. This is a small reward from me to you all. With a flick of his wrist, a small bag appeared in Mr. Meng's hand. It looks bulging. These are some 5th-tier alien beast crystal cores. As he spoke, Mr. Meng handed the small bag to Lin Tian. Then go ahead, this is what you deserve. Wow! Mr. Meng is so generous. Thank you, Mr. Meng. At this moment, the surprise on Lin Tian's face was genuine. Please. 5th-tier alien beast crystal core. A 5th-tier alien beast core obtained without any effort. Who wouldn't love it? If you ever need anything in the future, you can come to me. I still have influence at Tianhua Yuling Academy. Mr. Meng was very satisfied with Lin Tian and Su Qingge's performance. The two nodded hurriedly. Then, I made an excuse and ran away. The two walked briskly forward, hand in hand. They didn't stop until they had walked quite a distance. They all burst into laughter at the same time. My God, these alien races are so stupid. Su Qingge laughed until tears streamed down her face. Who cares? There are plenty of benefits anyway. We won't lose out either way. Lin Tian untied the small bag in his hand and poured out the crystal cores inside. Just to be on the safe side, Lin Tian inquired with the system. System, can you identify the crystal cores of alien beasts? The system responded quickly. A host has been detected and the identification function needs to be activated. The system's identification function is initiating. Detected, 15 pure tier 5 beast cores. It is recommended that the host absorb this as soon as possible to level up quickly. Lin Tian was finally relieved. It seems Mr. Meng has really gone all out. A total of 15 5th-tier alien beast crystal cores, all without any problems. This is almost as good as the system's reward. Su Qingge, standing to the side, was still counting the crystal cores in Lin Tian's hand one by one. 5, 6, 7. A sudden male voice interrupted her counting. What are you two doing here? Zhang Qing could see from afar that Lin Tian and Su Qingge were both looking down, laughing at each other like idiots. In a swift movement, Zhang Qing stepped between the two. 15 strange beast crystal cores, shining with a mysterious light, appeared before his eyes. Zhang Qing's eyes widened in disbelief. He never expected that the two of them were grinning foolishly with their heads down because they had obtained 15 exotic beast cores.
Moreover, look at the luster and the purity. These 15 crystal cores are at least of the 3rd rank or higher. Where did you two get so many mid-level crystal cores? Zhang Qing was so jealous she was almost going crazy. How come so many good things always happen to Lin Tian? The school hasn't organized any beast hunts recently. Did you two steal these crystal cores? Don't make false accusations. Su Qingge couldn't accept others saying that Lin Tian was a thief. You're incompetent yourself, yet you slander others as thieves. Zhang Chun wanted to continue cursing. Lin Tian shielded Su Qingge behind him. He said with a grin, "We were able to get so many crystal cores today, thanks to you." Zheng Chang was stunned. What does this have to do with me? If you hadn't introduced me to Mr. Meng, your powerful backer, how would I have had the opportunity to receive so many cultivation resources from him? Not only do I have these exotic beast cores, but Mr. Meng also said he would recommend us to join the Spirit Control Army. Oh dear, judging from your appearance, Mr. Meng probably didn't give it to you at all, did he? Oh my god, I didn't know, otherwise I definitely wouldn't have shown it to you. I'm so sorry for making you sad. Lin Tian's outburst made Zhang Qing so angry that his face turned pale. You all just wait. After angrily uttering those words, Zhang Qing ran towards Mr. Meng's office. He was the one who surrendered first. Why should all the benefits from Mr. Meng be given to Lin Tian? Zhang Cheng jogged to Mr. Meng's office door, took a deep breath, and flashed what she thought was a perfect smile. Then, I gently knocked on the office door. Mr. Meng? I'm Zhang Cheng. Enter. A completely emotionless voice rang out. Zhang Qing carefully pushed open the office door. What do you need me for? Mr. Meng's expression didn't look very friendly. Zhang Cheng swallowed hard, mustered his courage, and asked, "How did you manage to give Lin Tian such good cultivation resources? Do I need to report to you when I do things?" Mr. Meng coldly swept his gaze over Zhang Cheng and then spoke again. What other nonsense do you have to say? I'm very busy. Then you. Zhang Cheng asked cautiously, could you also give me some cultivation resources? I'm excellent too. And I'm even more loyal than that Lin Tian. As long as you tell me to go east, I'll never go west. Mr. Meng found Zhang Qing's obsequious manner utterly repulsive. What can you do? Tell me. Although Zhang Qing doesn't seem very smart. But he really needs someone to keep an eye on Lin Tian. Mr. Meng, whatever you want me to do, I can do it. She noticed that Mr. Meng's attitude was no longer so resistant. Zhang Qing walked to Mr. Meng's desk. The empty water glass on the table was refilled with water at a comfortable temperature. Mr. Meng flipped his wrist again, and another cloth bag appeared in his hand. However, this time the small cloth bag was extremely shrunken. I need you to keep a close eye on Lin Tian for me. Can you do that? Zhang Cheng nodded repeatedly. My gaze was as if it were glued to the small cloth bag. Take it. If you do a good job, I'll give you a reward. Mr. Meng threw the cloth bag at Zhang Cheng. Zhang Qing caught it awkwardly. But the expression on his face was one of joy. Thank you, Mr. Meng. Thank you, Mr. Meng. I will definitely keep an eye on Lin Tian for you. None of his little tricks will escape my notice. Zhang Qing kept bowing to Mr. Meng. Remember to report to me regularly. Mr. Meng remained expressionless. Now you can go out. Okay. Zhang Qing smiled obsequiously, faced Mr. Meng, and left the office. Close the office door. Zhang Qing couldn't wait to open the cloth bag and pour out all the crystal cores inside. There are only 5. Although it looks like a 3rd tier or higher exotic beast core. However, compared to what Lin Tian received, it was a full 10 fewer. Even if he wanted to comfort himself, it was because Lin Tian was still with Su Qingge. But 5 is less than half of what others have. Zhang Qing's face gradually contorted with jealousy. He was screaming why, in his mind. Why is Lin Tian, who is so much lower in rank than him, favored by so many people? Chapter 55, Another Upgrade. Zhang Qing gets tricked. Lin Tian and Su Qingge were unaware of Zhang Qing's inner thoughts. At this moment, they have both returned home. The two sat cross-legged on the bed, preparing to absorb the 5th-tier alien beast crystal core. So, how do you plan to complete the investigation into the heinous incident that the principal entrusted to you? Su Qingge looked at Lin Tian, who was carefully allocating crystal cores, and asked curiously.
Lin Tian glanced at Su Qingge with a mischievous smile, then lowered his head to continue fiddling with the crystal core.
Have you forgotten? I have a system. If I want to, alien races will have nowhere to hide in front of me in no time. Su Qingge finally breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, then you should be careful. Lin Tian nodded. I've already divided the crystal cores. You get 8, and I get 7. This time, Su Qingge did not refuse. She obediently nodded, sat up straight, and began to absorb the crystal core. Lin Tian also cleared his mind of distractions, regulated his breathing and began to absorb the crystal core. Strange lights flickered in the room. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Tian slowly opened his eyes. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Lin Tian mentally called upon the system. System, open my personal panel. Host, Lin Tian. Age, 18. Height, 185 centimeters. Spirit Master Talent, SSS rank. Spirit Master Realm, SSS rank, 2nd level of the Emperor. Looking at the information on the panel that he had upgraded again, Lin Tian was overjoyed. If he continues to grow at this rate, he should reach the maximum level very soon. Lin Tian rolled out of bed and poured himself a glass of water. Then he brought a chair and sat down on the edge of the bed. Watching Su Qingge still absorbing the crystal core, Lin Tian admired the woman's beauty. For some reason, I suddenly thought of that alien girl, Lian. He hadn't visited Lian for several days and didn't know how the little girl was doing lately. Lost in thought, Lin Tian saw Su Qingge slowly open her eyes. Seeing that Su Qingge had successfully absorbed the crystal core, Lin Tian had already put the matter of the alien girl Lian out of his mind. Activating his eye of truth, Lin Tian looked at Su Qingge. Name, Su Qingge. Age, 17. Height, 173 centimeters. Spirit weapon, Panga's axe that created the world. Spirit talent, SSS rank. Spirit Master Realm, SSS level Grandmaster level 1. Congratulations, Qingge. You've leveled up again. Lin Tian looked at the pop-up message and sincerely congratulated Su Qingge. Su Qingge asked in surprise, really? What level am I at now? SSS level Grandmaster level 1. Lin Tian replied with a smile. Su Qingge happily threw herself into Lin Tian's arms, bursting into tears of joy. That's great. That's great. Lin Tian, thank you. Su Qingge never imagined that she, a useless F-rank artifact spirit, could achieve such success today. If it weren't for Lin Tian, she couldn't imagine what a terrible situation she would face in this world where strength reigns supreme, given her appearance and the fact that she was a useless spirit. Lin Tian hugged Su Qingge, and although he didn't know why she suddenly started crying, he patiently comforted her. Why are you crying? This is a good thing. From now on, we'll join forces. What's that saying again? We'll be frighteningly strong. Su Qingge burst into laughter through her tears at Lin Tian's arrogant and boastful tone. You're such a chatterbox. Su Qingge gave Lin Tian a push. Taking the opportunity, Lin Tian cupped Su Qingge's face and used his fingertips to wipe away her tears. Okay, stop crying. I have a task for you to do tomorrow. Sure enough, Su Qingge's emotions immediately calmed down when she heard that there was a mission. What mission? Su Qingge crawled out of Lin Tian's arms, sat up straight, and asked earnestly. You need to keep an eye on Liu and see if she makes any unusual moves. Su Qingge nodded and then instructed, then be careful by yourself. Don't be as reckless as you were with Mr. Meng last time. Lin Tian nodded and assured him, okay. I swear. The next day, the two split up. Su Qingge went to the training room and looked at Liu. Lin Tian, on the other hand, activated his eye of truth and wandered around the campus. As he walked, he realized something was wrong. It seems he's being followed. System, I want to know the current danger level of the environment. Lin Tian mentally called out to the system. A rank B Spirit Master has been detected nearby. Danger level, 10%. B rank Spirit Master? There were very few B-level Spirit Masters in the school to begin with, and the only one he had a grudge against was Zhang Qing. The risk level is so low. It seems they're just following him, with no other intentions. Lin Tian reviewed the currently known information. Although he didn't know why Zhang Qing was following him. But since Zhang Qing poses no threat to him, he might as well follow him. In a critical moment, he might even be useful as a shield.
Lin Tian continued walking forward. After wandering around the campus for most of the day, I finally discovered something amiss when I used my Eye of Truth on a student.
Name, Wang Huijie. Age, 18. Height, 180 centimeters. Alien talent, C rank. Alien race. He finally found one. Without hesitation, Lin Tian used his alien power to attack Wang Huijie.
Then it quickly disappeared from the spot. Wang Huijie was sitting on a bench reading a book. Suddenly, I felt a familiar force approaching. Before he could even dodge, he was thrown to the ground. He got up and looked around, muttering angrily, "Who? Who attacked me?" Zhang Qing followed behind Lin Tian, but in the blink of an eye, Lin Tian disappeared without a trace.
As he was searching around inexplicably, he heard Wang Huijie's angry shouts from not far away.
Zhang Chang went forward to check. Wang Huijie heard the commotion and immediately unleashed a burst of alien energy towards Zhang Qing. Meanwhile, Lin Tian, who was hiding to the side, had already recorded the whole scene using the spiritual energy image stone that the old principal had given him. The spirit image stone can not only record videos, but also identify the source of the power in the images. It is a very useful tool for distinguishing between different races and spirit masters. However, due to their high cost, they are generally not used.
Zhang Qing was suddenly attacked by the alien forces, which was even more inexplicable.
He assumed that Lin Tian had discovered he was following him, which was why he made his move. Zhang Qing walked forward angrily, about to start yelling. But he discovered that the person in front of him was not Lin Tian, but a student he had never seen before.
You also possess alien powers? Zhang Qing was taken aback. Wang Huijie was also taken aback.
He never imagined that it was Zhang Qing who attacked him. He thought it was a colleague from another race.
You're from another race?
Zhang Qing finally realized what was happening. Wang Huijie, however, was arrogant and showed no fear of Zhang Qing.
So what if I am? Do you have any proof? I'm going to tell the principal. I'm going right now.
Zhang Qing was furious.
Go ahead and sue me. I'm not the only one in the school who can use alien powers. Chapter 56 Storytelling. You can also use alien powers. Lin Tian can too.
Wang Huijie still maintained her indifferent attitude. You have no evidence now. If you take this to the principal, I'll just say that the alien energy fluctuations here are from a fight between you and Lin Tian. In the end, Wang Huijie completely ignored Zhang Qing's presence, slowly gathered the books on the bench, and turned to leave.
If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. Go ahead and complain.
Zhang Qing was furious, but he had to admit that Wang Huijie was right. But Zhang Qing simply couldn't bring himself to let him get away. Just as Zhang Qing was gritting his teeth, not knowing what to do, the bushes beside him suddenly moved.
Lin Tian, covered in leaves, emerged from the grass.
Amid Zhang Qing and Wang Huijie's surprised gazes, Lin Tian greeted them. What a coincidence, you're here too. Wang Huijie was the first to come to her senses. Zhang Qing, it just so happens that Lin Tian is here.
Now, the excuse I made up is even more convincing.
Zhang Qing was trembling with rage, wishing he could rush up and tear Wang Huijie's face to shreds.
Lin Tian. He's from another race. Grab him. Don't let him get away.
Zhang Cheng shouted at Lin Tian. He was furious. Lin Tian usually seems so smart, so why does he start to falter at crucial moments?
Can't you see the tense atmosphere right now?
Why is he still so calm and collected, as if the whole thing has nothing to do with him?
Yes, I know. Lin Tian's answer left Zhang Qing even more bewildered. Did Lin Tian know? What do you know? Did you know that Wang Huijie was a member of a different race? Knowing that he's still standing here indifferently, not caring about anything?
Zhang Qing felt the anger that had been spreading from his heart begin to spread throughout his body, rushing straight to the top of his head. He was furious. Wang Huijie laughed even more heartily. Zhang Qing, you should learn from Lin Tian.
Knowing there's no evidence, just let me go and pretend nothing happened. Unlike you, you get into a fit of impotent rage over the slightest thing. Getting angry is bad for your health, you know?
If you keep this up, you'll make yourself sick sooner or later. Seeing Wang Huijie's smiling eyes, Zhang Qing clenched his fists, his knuckles making a cracking sound.
He really couldn't hold back anymore. Anyway, this kid is from another race. If he kills someone, he will not only be blameless, but he will also be credited.
Just 1 second before Zhang Chang was about to sprint forward,
Lin Tian spoke up. Who told you I was going to let you go?
Zhang Chang and Wang Huijie were stunned again. Lin Tian shook the spiritual energy stone in his hand, and mimicking Wang Huijie, he also looked at Wang Huijie with a smile. When Wang Huijie saw clearly what Lin Tian was holding, his expression changed immediately.
How could you have this? You're just an ordinary student. How could you have a spirit energy shadow stone?
Seeing Wang Huijie's vulnerable state, Lin Tian was in a great mood.
I recorded it all.
Now we have both physical and witness evidence.
I wonder how you're going to argue with the old principal when you get to his office.
Wang Huijie, who had just been full of vigor, was now like a deflated balloon. His legs felt weak and his face turned pale, as if he was about to collapse to the ground at any moment. Zhang Cheng is a B-level spirit master, and Lin Tian is a D-level spirit master. He was already at a huge disadvantage.
Both of them can use alien powers. If a fight breaks out, the outcome is obvious.
Wang Huijie knew that he couldn't escape today. Lin Tian shoved Zhang Cheng, who was standing there in a daze, and said in a teasing tone, "What are you thinking about?
Hurry up and grab him and take him to the principal's office."
Zhang Cheng hadn't yet recovered from the dramatic plot twists and the fluctuating emotions.
Hearing Lin Tian's words, he nodded blankly. He stepped forward, put Wang Huijie's hands behind her back, and held her down. Together with Today, the three of them walked towards the principal's office.
It took Zhang Cheng quite a while to realize what had happened.
Wait a minute, Lin Tian. Why should I be the one to do the physical work of escorting him? Why don't you escort him yourself?
Zhang Cheng vaguely felt that something was off about the whole thing.
But he couldn't quite put his finger on what was wrong.
Lin Tian looked at Zhang Cheng with a righteous expression and a very serious expression.
All right.
I'll hold him hostage. You take the spirit energy shadow stone.
Be very careful. The principal specifically warned us that this spirit energy stone is extremely precious. The raw stone alone is worth a fortune. You absolutely mustn't break it. If you do, you'll have to pay for it.
Lin Tian's words startled Zhang Cheng.
Compensation at cost?
If his parents find out, they'll scold him to death.
All right. I see you're tired, Lin Tian.
I'll take charge of him. You hold onto the spirit energy stone carefully, and be extra cautious.
Zhang Cheng didn't want to take the blame.
After saying that, he deliberately led Wang Huijie a few steps forward, putting distance between himself and Lin Tian. Upon arriving at the principal's office, the two pushed the door open and went inside. The old principal was about to get angry at the impolite behavior of someone suddenly breaking in. Upon looking up and seeing who it was, a look of delight immediately appeared on his face.
You two are so fast? You've already caught an alien spy?
Zhang Cheng was about to ask for credit. Lin Tian, who was closing the door behind him, squeezed in and interrupted Zhang Cheng's train of thought.
Yes, Principal. I have recorded the entire process of this alien spy using alien power with the spirit power recording stone. Zhang Cheng and I were both present when he used alien power. It is confirmed that he is an alien spy without a doubt. Lin Tian told Zhang Cheng everything he wanted to say.
Zhang Cheng opened his mouth, but could only say, "That's right, that's how it is."
The former principal made a phone call.
A short while later, the reserve leader came in with several staff members and took Wang Huijie out. Before leaving, he didn't forget to give Zhang Cheng and Lin Tian an approving look.
After the reserve leader left, the old principal smiled and looked at Zhang Cheng, asking, "How did you two discover that he was an alien spy?"
This time, Lin Tian did not rush to answer.
Zhang Cheng really wanted to answer. The problem is, he doesn't know what happened either. To put it bluntly, it was pure luck the alien spy suddenly and inexplicably gave him a skill.
Seeing that Zhang Cheng remained silent, the old principal turned his gaze to Lin Tian. Lin Tian pondered for a moment. He vividly described the scene at that time. He and Zhang Cheng walked together on the beautiful campus.
Yesterday's fruitless efforts put him and Zhang Cheng under considerable pressure.
Suddenly, they noticed that at one of the sites where the previous heinous incident had occurred, a student was sitting quietly reading a book.
Chapter 57 Rewards from Both Sides.
As Zhang Cheng listened to Lin Tian's description, his mouth gaped wider and wider.
Is this even possible? If he hadn't been there. He was almost convinced. Lin Tian was still describing it vividly. Picking up where we left off. They found a student quietly reading a book in a place on campus that should have been a place of fear for everyone. So they felt something was very wrong. After discussing it, the two decided to hide first. Then suddenly they used alien powers to attack that student. When faced with sudden danger, normal people will always use the most familiar methods to defend themselves, let alone being suddenly attacked by the most familiar force. Lin Tian explained. Finally, Zhang Qing will act as bait to lower the opponent's defenses. Use the other person's arrogance to lure them into revealing the truth. Zhang Qing played an indispensable role in the entire arrest process. Whether it was our tacit cooperation or his flawless acting skills, they were all essential elements in this arrest. Lin Tian said solemnly. Zhang Qing finally realized what was happening. Damn it! He's been made a fool of by Lin Tian. But now, Lin Tian is constantly touting his achievements. Suddenly, Zhang Qing was left speechless with bitterness. He wanted to glare angrily at Lin Tian, but when he looked up, he met the old principal's admiring gaze. For a moment, Zhang Qing was neither happy nor angry. His facial expression froze, looking completely strange. You did a great job. We hope you can keep up the good work. We will compensate you double for the loss of cultivation resources caused by your absence to capture alien spies. Following that, the old principal praised the two of them while handing them 2 cloth bags that were full. Each of these 2 bags contains 15 crystal cores of 5th-tier exotic beasts. Go back and absorb them well, and strive to advance your level as soon as possible. Amid the old principal's proud expression, the 2 men accepted their respective cloth bags and nodded with differing sentiments. As soon as they left the principal's office, Zhang Qing grabbed Lin Tian by the collar, disregarding the inappropriateness of the occasion, and roared, "Lin Tian? You dare to play me?" Lin Tian remained unmoved, only secretly channeling his power into his legs. With the advancement of his cultivation level, his current power value is at least over 10,000. No matter how hard Zhang Qing tried, Lin Tian's legs remained motionless, as if they were rooted to the ground. Zhang Qing felt a little embarrassed, so he opened his eyes wider and stared at Lin Tian with what he thought was a very fierce expression. Just tell me, did you profit or not? Lin Tian shook the cloth bag in his hand and asked casually. Zhang Qing was speechless when asked the question. But in order to maintain his momentum, he raised his voice again, "So what? You may lack a brain, but I do. Didn't the principal want us to cooperate? Tell me, without me, could you have access to these resources?" Lin Tian spoke these sarcastic words with utmost seriousness. Undeniably, Lin Tian was telling the truth. If it were just Zhang Qing on his own, he probably wouldn't have been able to figure out that Wang Huijie might be of a different race. So? We're going to cooperate? Lin Tian looked at Zhang Qing. After weighing the pros and cons, Zhang Qing finally let go of Lin Tian's collar. Just this once. The tone was still unfriendly, the eyes fierce, but the imposing manner had weakened considerably. Lin Tian twisted his stiff neck and shrugged, "Whatever." In the following days, the two repeated the same method. Lin Tian was responsible for using the Eye of Truth to find the target. Then hide. Then Zhang Qing would use various reasons to lure the other party into making a move, or deceive the other party into admitting it themselves. It's unclear whether the spy sent by the alien race was a bit dim-witted, or whether Lin Tian's method was just ridiculously despicable. In short, in just 3 days, Lin Tian and Zhang Qing managed to uncover 5 or 6 alien spies. Several of them were school teachers. The old principal couldn't stop smiling. The number of exotic beast cores given to Lin Tian and Zhang Qing also increased, and they were mostly of medium to high level. During the few days without classes, the two of them spent their time searching for alien spies and delivering them to the principal's office. It meant running towards Mr. Meng's boss's office. The difference is that Lin Tian was invited there by Mr. Meng. Zhang Qing took the initiative to come to Mr. Meng's house to report on Lin Tian's situation. Lin Tian and Su Qingga have been directly promoted to the Imperial Spirit Army by Mr. Meng. Lin Tian revealed a lot about Lian's recent situation to Mr. Meng. In exchange, Mr. Meng also generously provided Lin Tian with cultivation resources. As for the undercover agents that Lin Tian and Zhang Qing had uncovered, Mr. Meng didn't care at all. The fact that 2 students were able to identify the alien race is a waste of the organization's efforts to train them as spies. It doesn't matter if they die, since they're all worthless anyway. As long as he remains in power, he can continuously send alien spies into Tianhua Academy. If Lin Tian couldn't find a single undercover agent, he would find it strange. After all, both the organization and he himself had a very high opinion of Lin Tian. Zhang Cheng, on the other hand, was trying every day to smear Lin Tian in front of Mr. Meng. You didn't see the face he had in front of the principal. He's one of the old principal's men. Only I am truly loyal to you. His methods for dealing with those alien races are incredibly cunning and treacherous. He's definitely not an easy subordinate to deal with. Every word Zhang Qing uttered was an attempt to elevate himself while belittling Lin Tian. Mr. Meng didn't care at all. He just casually gave Zhang Qing a few mid-level crystal cores and sent him away. Whoever is more capable is his good baby. At least for now, Lin Tian's abilities seem to be much stronger than Zhang Qing's. With the help of the cultivation resources provided by the principal and Mr. Meng, Lin Tian and Su Qing's strength increased significantly. In just a few days, Lin Tian has advanced to the 5th level of the Emperor realm, while Su Qingga has advanced to the 8th level of the Grandmaster realm. Everything was developing according to Lin Tian's plan. The only drawback is that the system's task is to expose the identities of all the alien spies on campus. He had repeatedly confirmed that there were no longer any foreigners among the students and teachers. However, the system did not display that the task was completed. There's only one possibility: he hasn't revealed Mr. Meng's identity to the public yet. But this matter is somewhat tricky. When I first exchanged ideas with Mr. Meng, he had clearly placed some kind of restriction on the office space. No one noticed the alien energy fluctuations at that time. At that time, Mr. Meng acted swiftly and ruthlessly, leaving him no chance to take out the Spirit Shadowstone. If he were to rashly tell the principal about this, even if the principal believed him, the higher-ups wouldn't accept that explanation. Lin Tian racked his brains. He had to come up with a way to get Mr. Meng to reveal his identity. Chapter 58 Spirit Incarnation, Lin Lianlian. Although Mr. Meng is arrogant, he is very meticulous in his work. It's virtually impossible to find any evidence against him. Unless, of course, someone he absolutely trusts is arranged to make him voluntarily admit his identity. Lin Tian looked at Su Qingga, who was happily trying on her new clothes. I'm a bit conflicted. He does have candidates in mind. I just don't know if Su Qingga will agree. Facing the newly added full-length mirror in her home, Su Qingga happily tried on the new clothes Lin Tian had bought for her. Lin Tian, do you think I look better in this white one, or that light yellow one? Su Qingga held a dress in one hand, turned to face Lin Tian, and alternately held the dress up against her body with her left and right hands. They both look good. But I think the yellow one matches your hairstyle better today. After careful observation, Lin Tian came to a conclusion. Su Qingga turned around again and looked in the mirror. Okay, I'll do as you say. I'll wear yellow today. Su Qingga took the yellow dress and headed towards the bedroom. Lin Tian's voice suddenly came from behind. Qingga, would you be willing to sign another artifact spirit avatar? Lin Tian asked very seriously. Su Qingga keenly grasped the key information in that sentence. Lin Tian wasn't referring to its spirit of the artifact, but rather to its spirit incarnation. In other words, what he wants to sign again is not a spirit artifact like the spirit control scepter. Instead, she is like herself, a woman who possesses the avatar of a spirit. From the moment Su Qingga learned that Lin Tian was able to sign multiple artifact spirits, she had imagined that this day would come. But she never expected that day would come so soon. Stiffly turning around, Su Qingga forced a smile. Lin Tian, is there something I didn't do well enough? Seeing Su Qingga like this, Lin Tian felt heartbroken. He immediately got up and stepped forward, pulling the lovely girl in front of him into his arms. No, how could you not do well enough? In my eyes, you are the best. These are Lin Tian's honest thoughts. Even if he were to sign contracts with other artifact spirit avatars, he could never reveal all his secrets to Su Qingga in the same way. Then why do we need to contract another artifact spirit avatar? If you feel that the Pango axe isn't handy enough, we can go find other artifact spirits together. Seeing Su Qingga's almost pleading eyes, Lin Tian still softened. But judging from the current situation, the tasks assigned by the many children, many blessings system can only be completed one at a time. In other words, if a task is not completed, the system will not ignore the unfinished task and issue a new task. Lin Tian sighed. I decided to tell Su Qingga the truth. If she still refuses, Lin Tian will have to think of another way. He told Su Chinga the whole story. Lin Tian looked at Su Chinga's pretty face with a slight nervousness. Su Chinga burst out laughing. I thought you didn't like me anymore. Turns out you just wanted to complete the mission through the contract? Lin Tian nodded. Would you also use the age of weapons on her? Su Chinga suddenly stopped smiling and looked intently into Lin Tian's eyes.
Lin Tian thought for a moment and replied very seriously, I can't guarantee that. His system, after all, is a system that believes in having many children and many blessings. The more descendants he has, the more powerful he becomes.
Once the contract is signed, they become one.
The passage of time can make the spirit form of an artifact even more powerful.
The power of the artifact spirit is the power of Lin Tian.
In a world where strength reigns supreme, he couldn't possibly pass up the opportunity to become stronger.
Su Chinga lowered her eyes. Just when Lin Tian thought she wouldn't agree.
Su Chinga suddenly looked up, smiled, and punched Lin Tian.
He truly is the man I've chosen.
In the apocalypse, if we still only talked about love and romance like before, humanity would have perished long ago. Only someone as clear-headed and strong as Lin Tian could survive to the end.
As a survivor of the apocalypse, Su Chinga naturally understood this principle.
But you have to promise me that even if you fall in love with other new spirit incarnations in the future, you will still love me the most.
Su Chinga pouted and said somewhat indistinctly. Looking at his wife's pink lips, Lin Tian couldn't help but kiss them. I promise you. You'll always be my first wife. They'll all have to listen to you.
Su Chinga blushed, pushed Lin Tian away, and said with a laugh, hurry up and get out of here.
You're always so irresponsible. He turned around, went back to his room, and closed the door.
Unconsciously, Su Chinga touched her lips and licked them with her tongue.
The warmth of Lin Tian still lingered on it. After returning to school, Lin Tian went straight to the principal's office. Apart from Su Chinga, no one knew what they talked about. The very next day, a new transfer student appeared in Lin Tian's class. This is a transfer student who came to our Tianhua school from another spirit master school.
Please introduce yourself to everyone. The homeroom teacher gathered all the students in the classroom. At this moment, the transfer student and the homeroom teacher were standing together on the podium.
Hello everyone, I'm Lin Lian. From now on, we'll be classmates.
I hope you'll all take good care of me.
Lin Lian has a very lively personality and is not shy at all.
The whispers from the audience did not affect her confidence at all. This girl looks familiar. I feel like I've seen her somewhere before.
Yes, I think so too. I remember now. Look.
Doesn't she look like that alien spy Lin Tian captured that time? As soon as these words were spoken, the students in the classroom erupted in a frenzy.
The discussions grew louder and louder. No way? Has Tianhua gone mad? They're letting alien spies attend classes with us now? So, if we encounter other races in the future, should we kill them or not?
I think it's because Luo Liqing didn't have enough spirit avatars for spirit masters to contract with, so in desperation, he grabbed spirit avatars from other races to make up the numbers.
Your idea is the most outrageous. The homeroom teacher was trying to maintain discipline in the class.
But no one paid any attention to him even after he shouted at the top of his lungs for a long time.
Lin Lian didn't care.
He stood straight on the podium, looking at the audience below without saying a word. It was as if the whole thing had nothing to do with her. Lin Lian only smiled slightly when a familiar figure walked into the classroom.
Lin Tian. Lin Lian waved enthusiastically to the boy who had just entered. Lin Tian is here. Let's stop guessing. He's the one who caught the undercover agent.
Just ask him, and we'll know whether this new woman is really that alien spy.
I don't know who it was, but they were shouting very loudly. Everyone immediately chimed in. Yes. How could we not have thought of that? Chapter 59's rank artifact spirit avatar.
Everyone looked at Lin Tian.
Clearing his throat, Lin Tian said loudly, "What are you all thinking? How could Tianhua Yuling Academy possibly recruit alien spies as students? Lin Lian is just an old friend of mine. Stop making wild guesses." Su Chinga added from the side, "I can testify that Lin Tian told me a lot about Lin Lian."
Seeing that the person in charge had already spoken, everyone stopped discussing and shut their mouths. Since you all know each other, Lin Lian, you can sit next to Su Chinga and Lin Tian for now.
Okay, teacher.
Lin Lianlian obediently agreed and skipped over to Lin Tian and Su Qingge, who were already seated. Now that they knew Lin Lianlian wasn't an alien spy, the group began to observe the new transfer student.
Lin Lianlian is actually very beautiful.
Unlike Su Qingge, who has a rather aloof appearance that makes people hesitant to approach her.
Although Lin Lianlian looks thin and small, she has a round face.
Coupled with her gaunt figure, which was the complete opposite of Su Qingge's curvaceous body.
Surprisingly, it aroused the impulse in others to protect her. If Su Qingge is a high and mighty, untouchable, aloof goddess, Lin Lianlian is an innocent, lively, and adorable girl next door.
As the embodiment of a spirit, Lin Lianlian traveled to the school all by herself.
It's obvious that she hasn't yet formed a contract with a spirit master. Seeing Lin Tian surrounded by two beautiful women, many people showed expressions of jealousy.
There are also a few spirit masters who have not yet found a suitable contract partner, and their eyes are fixed on Lin Lianlian. He looked as if he couldn't wait to rush forward and find out exactly what Lin Lianlian's talent and level of cultivation were.
Lin Lianlian pretended not to see it.
They called him Brother Lin and Sister Su repeatedly. The three of them got along quite well.
There is a harmony that no one else can penetrate. Finally, get out of class ended. As soon as the bell rang, the few spirit masters who still hadn't formed a contract rushed to Lin Lianlian's side.
The group completely ignored Lin Tian and Su Qingge. They surrounded Lin Lianlian and started asking her all sorts of questions.
Lianlian, why did you come alone? Where is your contracted spirit master? Lianlian, you haven't signed the contract yet, have you?
Lianlian, which Fireseed city did you transfer from?
Lianlian, what kind of talent do you have as a spirit? What level have you reached?
Lin Lianlian remained silent.
Only after the chattering group finally stopped did Lin Lianlian smile and answer them one by one. I am currently a level 3S rank spirit master. Upon hearing this, the spirit masters all tensed up. S rank?
In previous years, the highest talented spirit weapon produced by Tianhua Yuling Academy was only an A level.
By their generation, the most talented artifact spirit tested this year was only AB level. Several people were itching to make a move. Lin Lianlian is beautiful and has a high level of talent.
These spirit masters couldn't even imagine how lively and cheerful they would be if they could sign a contract with Lin Lianlian.
I already have a contracted spirit master.
While the group was still lost in their fantasies, Lin Lianlian suddenly said something like that.
The smiles on their faces froze instantly. Some refused to believe it and persisted in asking, are you lying to us? If you've already signed the contract, why didn't you transfer to Tianhua Spirit Master Academy with us?
Lin Lianlian maintained her polite smile, this is my private matter, it has nothing to do with you.
Regardless of whether Lin Lianlian's words were true or false, the implication of rejection was already very clear. The group returned home dejectedly. Lin Lianlian spoke again, wait. The group turned around, their eyes gleaming with obvious hope. I don't like people calling me Lianlian. Please don't call me that anymore.
Lin Lianlian's expression remained unchanged, but everyone sensed a clear distance between them. The group opened their mouths, but ultimately no sound came out. He turned around and returned to his seat.
Lianlian, let's go fetch water.
Lin Tian's voice came through clearly.
Everyone heard clearly what Lin Lianlian just said.
Everyone turned around and looked at Lin Tian, waiting for him to be rejected by Lin Lianlian and make a fool of himself.
Which one? Lin Lianlian took out the thermos from her school bag. A happy smile spread across his face. Here I am.
Watching Lin Tian, Su Qingge, and Lin Lianlian walk away. Almost every boy started gritting their teeth. Because Liu was sitting right next to her, Zhang Qing controlled herself from beginning to end and didn't pay attention to Lin Tian's situation.
Now I finally couldn't hold back anymore. He gave a disdainful humph. It's just a woman.
She's already signed a contract, and I don't know what you're all staring at like that for. As he spoke, Zhang Qing couldn't help but glance at Liu, who was sitting next to him and had an ordinary appearance.
He's starting to regret it.
He regretted his impulsive decision to sign the contract with Liu so quickly.
If it weren't for Liu, he might have been able to find a more talented spirit incarnation. The matter has come to an end. For the next 6 months, Lin Lianlian studied, cultivated, and hunted strange beasts with her classmates. Soon, everyone noticed. This Lin Lianlian seems to know a lot about alien races and beasts. A beast that even other B-level spirit masters can't defeat.
She was a lone S-class artifact spirit, yet she could kill someone in just 3 moves. Lin Lianlian explained that the 3 places she struck were the areas where the beasts had the lowest defense, but which could still cause them significant damage. She, Lin Tian, and Su Qingge worked together. These 3 always managed to obtain the largest and best exotic beast cores whenever they went out for a group hunt.
Everyone believed it without a doubt.
After all, in the written tests related to different races, Lin Lianlian always handed in her paper early. In this situation, you can easily get full marks every time. The only drawback is that, in the past 6 months, no one has ever seen Lin Lianlian's true spirit form. Her reason was, she was too ugly to show off, so she wouldn't reveal her true form to scare everyone.
This minor flaw did not deter Lin Lianlian. After only half a year at Tianhua Yuling Academy, he was elected as the student council president by teachers and students from all sides. Everyone was cheering for Lin Lianlian. Congratulations on setting the most impressive record for a transfer student. The teachers and students, caught up in the revelry, did not notice.
At this moment, in Mr. Meng's office,
Mr. Dream was standing by the bed, staring intently at the reveling crowd. Chapter 60 Lin Lianlian or Lian?
Mr. Meng stood by the window, watching Lin Tian standing next to the revelers, his hands in his pockets.
He would occasionally look down and chat with Su Qingge beside him. Speaking of which, it seems like it's been a long time since Lin Tian last visited his office.
Mr. Meng blinked and turned his gaze to the main character at the center of the carnival, Lin Lianlian. Stroking his chin, Mr. Meng instinctively sensed that something was amiss. But if you ask him what's wrong, he doesn't seem to be able to answer for a while. Mr. Meng opened his phone and sent a text message to Lin Tian. Downstairs, Lin Tian slowly took out his phone. He pressed it a few times, and his expression changed slightly. Then, she looked up and gazed in the direction of Mr. Meng's office. The moment Lin Tian looked up, Mr. Meng had already completely hidden himself behind the curtains.
Lin Tian naturally didn't see anything.
Noticing that Lin Tian had suddenly lost in thought, Su Qingge squeezed his hand and asked with concern, "What's wrong?
Are you feeling unwell?" Lin Tian shook his head, but did not look away from Mr. Meng. The real show was about to begin. Keep a close eye on Liu's situation. Clear. Seeing Lin Tian's expression, Su Qingge also became serious. After glancing at the invitation from Mr. Meng on his phone, Lin Tian avoided the crowd. When we arrived at Mr. Meng's office, the door was already open.
It seems Mr. Dream has been waiting for a long time.
I adjusted my facial expression and stepped into the office. Mr. Meng, it's been a long time.
Lin Tian put on a very enthusiastic demeanor and greeted Mr. Meng.
Lin, have you been very busy lately? I haven't seen you come to visit me much.
Mr. Meng still wore that same kind expression he never showed.
Lin Tian sensed a hint of danger in it. Any new developments regarding that imprisoned alien girl?
As soon as Mr. Meng asked the question, Lin Tian nervously put his index finger to his lips, making a shushing gesture. Lin Tian peeked out of the office door, and after confirming that no one was around, he closed the door.
He even locked it from the inside. Mr. Meng watched Lin Tian's smooth and effortless movements, a rare look of doubt appearing on his face. This is? Lin Tian walked to the desk, lowered his voice, and said mysteriously, "Mr. Meng, haven't you heard anything about this?" Mr. Meng was even more confused by Lin Tian's question. What's going on? Mr. Jianmeng was completely following his own train of thought. Lin Tian then spoke again, saying, "That alien girl is gone." Upon hearing this news, Mr. Meng's expression changed instantly.
His eyes were wide open and his mouth was slightly agape. He looked utterly surprised. If Lin Tian hadn't noticed the corners of his lips that couldn't be stopped from turning up, he probably would have thought that Mr. Meng was simply surprised.
Disappeared? Did it run away? Mr. Meng asked these 2 questions with some caution. I don't know.
Lin Tian frowned, making a troubled expression.
To be honest, I shouldn't be telling you these things.
But since you asked, Mr. Meng, I can't hide it from you. After all, you've always been so good to me and to Qingge. Mr. Meng nodded perfunctorily, his eyes fixed solely on Lin Tian.
I couldn't wait for the other person to continue. Then you must keep this a secret. You absolutely mustn't tell anyone else. Lin Tian gave the instructions again. Mr. Meng nodded, noticing that Lin Tian's expression hadn't completely relaxed. He then raised his right hand and swore, I swear, I will never tell anyone. Lin Tian saw Mr. Meng's determined gaze. He suppressed a laugh and nodded solemnly.
All right. I'll tell you the truth. I haven't come to see you during this time because of the disappearance of this alien girl.
I've been extremely busy.
Ever since she mysteriously disappeared, the old headmaster has sent many people to search for her everywhere.
But nothing came of it. Just when we were about to give up.
At this point, Lin Tian waved to Mr. Meng, signaling him to lean closer.
Mr. Dream did as instructed. Lin Tian leaned close to his ear and whispered, "A few days later, a transfer student came to our class. That transfer student looks almost exactly like the missing alien girl." This time, Mr. Meng was genuinely surprised. "Is this really true?"
Mr. Meng suddenly raised his voice. He noticed Lin Tian suddenly shrink back, nod, and stare at him with some fear. Only then did he realize he had lost his composure. He quickly softened his voice, put on a smile, and asked, "Which student is it? Could you point them out to me?" Lin Tian nodded, still pretending to be very scared, and walked tremblingly to the window. Pointing downstairs, he saw Lin Lianlian still surrounded by a crowd. "Mr. Meng, it's that girl." The moment Mr. Meng saw Lin Lianlian, he could no longer maintain the calm and kind expression on his face. Clenching his fists, Mr. Meng's face darkened as he stared at Lin Tian, who was still looking out the window.
"Lin, thank you. You can leave now." I sensed Mr. Meng's sudden change in attitude.
Lin Tian turned his head and looked at Mr. Meng. His mouth moved, but ultimately no sound came out. Under Mr. Meng's sharp gaze, Lin Tian showed none of the high spirits he had when he first entered the office.
Trembling and terrified, she walked out of Mr. Meng's office. After Lin Tian left, Mr. Meng locked the office door again.
Walking to the window, Mr. Meng repeatedly recalled what Lin Tian had just told him.
"Lin Lianlian, Lin Lianlian."
Mr. Dream muttered to himself. If he remembered correctly, the princess he was looking for this time was named Lotus. I looked down again at the girl surrounded by the crowd downstairs. I don't know if it's psychological or a memory revival. Mr. Meng felt that the more he looked at this girl named Lin Lianlian, the more familiar she seemed. On the other side, Lin Tian, who had just walked out of Mr. Meng's office, heard the office door close behind him. The fear on his face vanished instantly. Lin Tian took out his phone, found Lin Lianlian's phone number, and sent her a text message.
"The fish has taken the bait."
After doing all this, Lin Tian returned to the playground.
Standing next to Su Qingge, the two chatted casually. The crowd, engrossed in the revelry, did not notice that anyone had left.
Zhang Qing also disappeared without a trace.
Su Qingge giggled, wrapped her arms around Lin Tian's neck, and whispered in his ear. "Zhang Qing and Li Yu just had a fight. As soon as you left, Zhang Qing was about to follow you, but Li Yu stopped him." Chapter 61 Dreams in Lotus. To outsiders, Su Qingge and Lin Tian's interactions appeared to be nothing more than playful banter between a young couple. Who would have thought that their whispered conversation was actually a way of passing on intelligence? During this time, Li Yu accidentally glanced in their direction. Seeing Su Qingge so affectionately hugging Lin Tian's neck, the two looked like a perfect match. Lin Tian looked at Su Qingge with a face full of doting affection. She no longer resembles her former self when she was her devoted admirer. Thinking of the past, Li Yu felt saddened. I turned my eyes away, unwilling to look anymore. Why is Li Yu still here? Where is Zhang Cheng? Lin Tian moved closer to Su Qingge. What appears to be a kiss on the woman's face is actually a whispered question in her ear. Lin Tian knew that at this moment, Mr. Meng must be watching from upstairs. The plan has reached a critical moment. They absolutely cannot reveal their true colors at this moment. I don't know. Zhang Qing was delayed by Li Yu for a while, and seeing that you had already gone far away, he headed in another direction. It seems that the two of you had an argument. So Li Yu didn't go with him. The show is about to begin. Lin Tian said in a low voice, and parted ways with Su Qingge. When Lin Tian turned his head, he met Li Yu's gaze. The woman's gaze towards him was filled with complex emotions. There was resentment, pleading, and even fear. Lin Tian didn't think much of it, looked away, and stopped looking at Li Yu. That's life sometimes. Some opportunities, once missed, will never come again. After the party ended, Su Qingge and Lin Tian deliberately made an excuse to leave first. Lin Lianlian, who usually left school with the two of them, was left behind. Sitting alone in the classroom, Lin Lianlian turned on her phone. Looking at the text message section, there was a chat box labeled Lin Tian.
A minute ago, Lin Tian sent a message, be careful. Just 4 short words.
Lin Lian watched it several times within those 60 seconds. Lin Lian waited and waited.
After all the students had left.
The sun is almost setting.
Even the school's cleaners have packed up their tools and gone home.
Lin Lian still didn't get to see Mr. Meng.
After packing her school bag, Lin Lian figured that Mr. Meng wouldn't be coming to see her today. So, with her school bag slung over her shoulder, Lin Lian walked toward the school gate.
Student Lin. I walked down to the teaching building.
A man's voice suddenly came from behind. Lin Lian pretended not to hear and continued walking forward.
Lin Lian?
The voice behind me sounded again. Lin Lian then turned her head, feigning surprise, and looked at the man behind her.
Are you calling me? Mr. Meng emerged from the shadows and looked at Lin Lian's innocent face.
Smiling, she introduced herself. Hello, Lin Lian.
I'm Meng. At Lin Tian's home. Su Qingge remembers wandering around the living room.
Lin Tian was dazzled by her spinning around. He had no choice but to step forward, take the woman's hand, and coax and pull her to sit down on the sofa.
Why do you seem so restless?
Lin Tian held Su Qingge in his arms and asked softly.
Lian still hasn't come back. Aren't you worried at all? Su Qingge asked with a stern face, seemingly a little angry. Lin Tian chuckled, they say women are fickle. And it's true. Just a while ago you were fighting over this. Now you're worried about him? As he spoke, Lin Tian didn't forget to reach out and pinch Su Qingge's cheek.
Su Qingge blushed slightly at Lin Tian's words, brushed his hand away, and said seriously, that's different.
You've already signed a contract with them. So we're family now.
All right, Lin Tian said indulgently, we're family.
Don't worry. She'll be fine. Mr. Meng's office. Student Lin, please have a seat.
Mr. Meng courteously led Lin Lian to the high-end business chair behind his desk.
He even thoughtfully pulled out a chair for her. Isn't this against the rules?
Lin Lian raised her small face, looking puzzled.
How is this against the rules? In terms of status, you should be much higher than me, right? Mr. Meng smiled, his eyes crinkling. Your Highness. Perhaps I may be so bold as to address you by your given name, Lian. Mr. Meng's statement is a declarative sentence.
Lin Lian rubbed her face.
He casually sat down in the swivel chair.
The look on his face had long since lost its previous confusion and naivety.
Who sent you? Why did it take you so long to contact me?
Lian had a cold face as she glanced sideways at Meng, who stood respectfully to the side. Before the other party could answer, Lian spoke again, but this time it was a reprimand.
A bunch of useless trash. I have to figure out how to show up on my own initiative.
It was the high priest who sent his men. We received news of your highness's capture quite late.
We have been searching for your highness as quickly as possible. Upon hearing Meng's report, Lian flew into a rage. You call this fastest? If I waited for you to rescue me, would I ever escape this wretched place in my entire life? Meng quickly knelt down. Princess, please calm your anger. Now that I have recognized you, shall we begin our plan?
Seeing Lian looking at him coldly, Meng assumed that the princess wanted to hear his plans. Then, Meng lowered her head again and continued, I predict that the corruption of Luoli City will begin with Tianhua Yuling Academy. At the same time, notify the alien spies in other Fireseed cities so we can strike simultaneously and catch humanity off guard. Once chaos erupts within the city, the High Priest will lead troops to attack from outside. With our combined efforts from within and without, we will surely be able to completely conquer the human territories this time. Meng's voice was strong and clear, but Lian seemed somewhat disgusted.
Why are you speaking so loudly? Do you want the whole school to hear our plan?
No need to worry, Your Highness.
I have already set up a barrier outside this office.
No news from the outside can get in, and no news from the inside can get out, let alone sound.
Meng Jianlian frowned again and quickly explained. Lian was startled. Is there a barrier?
Then this message cannot be sent to Lin Tian for the time being.
Who are the alien spies within Tianhua Yuling Academy?
Lian tried her best to appear nonchalant, as if she had asked the question casually.
I only have a partial list. Meg Yi explained in detail.
To prevent defection or identity leaks, The undercover agent list is divided into several copies, which are kept by different people.
Lian nodded. I was a little distracted. Now, what can she do to get the list of alien spies out of them? Meng then went on, babbling on and on. I finally stopped and wanted to have a drink of water. He then realized that Lian wasn't listening to him at all. Your Highness? What should we do next? He kept a close eye on Lian, eagerly wanting to get new instructions from her. Let's hold back for now. Chapter 62 Commendation Conference. Upon hearing Lian's answer, a hint of doubt flashed in Meng's eyes. But, Your Highness, this plan cannot be delayed. I said hold back for now. Didn't you understand every single word? Seeing Lian's cold gaze sweep over her, Meng finally nodded. Wait for my instructions. I'm heading back now. Be careful not to give yourself away. As Lian spoke, without giving Meng a chance to answer, she picked up her school bag and walked out of the office. Lian did not go directly to Lin Tian's house to tell him about the current situation. To make sure she hasn't betrayed him, Meng will definitely follow her. Back in her simple rented room, Lian locked the doors and windows and drew the curtains. He immediately sent a text message to Lin Tian. At Lin Tian's home. Su Qingge frowned as she looked at the message Lin Tian had just received on his phone. What do we do now? Lin Tian reached out and smoothed Su Qingge's brows. Lian definitely won't be back tonight. Let's go to sleep first, and go see the principal tomorrow. That's the only way. Su Qingge couldn't think of a better solution for the time being. Lin Tian pulled her along, and she reluctantly went to bed to rest. The next morning. As dawn broke, Su Qingge dragged Lin Tian out of his sleep. Hurry to the school. The sooner we catch these alien spies, the safer Lian will be. Lin Tian reluctantly got up, quickly washed up, and followed Su Qingge to school. Upon arriving at the school, the two went straight to the principal's office. After briefly explaining the situation to the principal expressed great shock. Is Mr. Meng a spy from another race? Lin Tian nodded, that's right. I can bring the evidence to you later. Upon hearing that there was evidence, the old principal sighed deeply. I never imagined that the alien races had infiltrated our academy to this extent. Even a high-ranking leader like Mr. Meng is an alien spy. Lin Tian did not respond. Humans already occupy very little territory. The alien races have now penetrated Fireseed City so deeply. It's no wonder that alien races have the ambition to completely invade human territory. Back in the classroom, Lian took advantage of class time to slip the miniature camera she had clipped to her collar the day before into Lin Tian's hands. As soon as get out of class ended, Lin Tian took the miniature camera directly to the principal's office. After exporting the video, the former principal looked grave. This matter, along with the list of undercover agents that you and Zhang Qing uncovered last time, should be released as soon as possible. Lin Tian thought for a moment, isn't there an award ceremony tomorrow? City leaders and some of the best spirit masters will be there. Why don't we announce this information at tomorrow's awards ceremony? The old principal nodded. All right, I'll call the reserve leader over in a bit. The two of you work together and make sure you have enough manpower to set up defenses. We can't let these alien spies escape. Everything was agreed upon. We'll just have to wait until the next day. Personnel were stationed at each exit of the school. They even bypassed the Imperial Guard. They were afraid that someone in the team would inform Mr. Meng. The commendation ceremony was held as scheduled. After the former principal read out the names of teachers and students who had recently achieved outstanding results and accomplishments. Afterwards, the leaders presented them with certificates and trophies. The leader's speech was secretly replaced by the reading of a list of undercover agents from other ethnic groups. Next, I have something very serious to announce to everyone. The old principal, who was pretending to give a speech, suddenly uttered these words. Then, a long list of names, along with photos that popped up on the big screen on the stage, was read out by the old principal. As one name after another was read out, Mr. Meng, who was sitting on the platform, could no longer sit still. Even if he were slow to realize it, he would have noticed by then that the names the old headmaster had read out were all spies from their alien race. Mr. Meng's expression grew increasingly grim. He made an excuse and left early. At the end of the list, Mr. Meng's name was read out. Mr. Meng's photo appeared on the large screen on the stage. These are the alien spies we discovered within Tianhua Yuling Academy.
These words caused an uproar in the audience.
The spirit masters who were just wondering stood up. Alien spy, get out of Tianhua Yuling Academy. Alien spy, get out of Luoli City. Alien spy, get out of Fireseed City. Angry shouts rose and fell from the audience. The spirit masters present, regardless of their cultivation level or rank, spontaneously organized themselves to go and wipe out the alien spies. Mr. Meng had already sensed something was wrong. I wanted to sneak out through the back gate of the school. However, they discovered that the back exit was already guarded by spirit masters. Mr. Meng did not want to force his way in. So, we turned to another exit. However, they discovered that each exit was guarded by a spirit master. Mr. Meng then realized that Yuling Tianhua School had been prepared all along. The so-called commendation ceremony was nothing but a facade. He finally realized that this matter was not as simple as he had thought. We must retreat. Mr. Dream murmured softly, watching the spirit masters guarding the exit. Mr. Meng made a rough estimate. At most, it's a combination of 2A grades. However, there are 3 groups of spirit masters stationed at each exit. If it really came down to a fight, he might not have the upper hand. After a moment's hesitation, Mr. Meng finally decided that getting away was the priority. He took a few steps forward, trying to force his way in. As expected, they were stopped by the 3 groups of spirit masters. Now that things have come to this, Mr. Dream has been exposed. With a determined heart, he directly used the power of the alien race. Soon, one group of spirit masters was defeated. Before he could even feel happy for a moment, the fight escalated. Mr. Dream gradually discovered the remaining 2 groups of spirit masters are very troublesome. The 2 groups launched a pincer attack on Mr. Meng. For a moment, Mr. Meng found himself at a disadvantage. Let me out. You'll all get your share of the benefits later. Seeing that he couldn't break through, Mr. Meng resorted to offering bribes. However, it had no effect. Just as Mr. Meng was anxious to escape Tianhua Yuling Academy as soon as possible, but could not find a breakthrough. Just as they were concentrating on preparing to attack Mr. Meng's back, another alien force suddenly attacked. There was no time to dodge, and I took the hit head-on. The 2 collapsed to the ground. Mr. Meng seized the opportunity and, taking advantage of the other group of spirit masters' surprise at their companion's fall, knocked them down with a single palm strike. Mr. Meng clapped his hands, looked at the corner where the alien power had suddenly emanated, and asked with some dissatisfaction, "Why is it so slow?" A figure emerged from behind the big tree and quickly walked to Mr. Meng's side. There were too many people, and I was afraid of giving myself away. I finally waited until they had all left, and then I rushed over to find you. Clearly, Mr. Meng was not satisfied with this explanation. But at this critical juncture, he didn't want to get entangled with them. I'll go first, then you go and save the others. Chapter 63 Liu's plea for help. The dream departed hastily. The time between the 2 feet. 2 groups of spirit masters who came to provide assistance spontaneously arrived. Zhang Cheng? What's going on? Coincidentally, the visitors were students from Tianhua Yuling Academy. I don't know either. When I got here, they were already like this. He glanced at the 3 groups of spirit masters who had been severely injured and unconscious after he struck them several times. Zhang Cheng said slowly and deliberately, I'm going to find a doctor. You all continue to provide support to other areas. One of the groups of spirit masters spoke up. Zhang Cheng nodded. This approach was exactly what he wanted. Zhang Cheng and the spirit master separated. Using the same method, they released several more members of the alien race. Liu did not go with Zhang Cheng. After their argument last night, she had been waiting for Zhang Qing to come and coax her. But after waiting and waiting, Zhang Qing didn't see him. Instead, he saw a chaotic scene on campus. Liu did not want to get involved in these struggles. She had a vague feeling that something was wrong with her body. As Zhang Qing used alien energy more and more frequently, Liu felt the pain spreading from her heart, gradually eroding her internal organs. The pain was so intense that she wanted to roll on the ground, but she could only curl up in a ball and couldn't move. Liu? A familiar voice rang out. Liu struggled to lift her head. All she saw was Su Chinga looking at her with concern. Help me! Help me! Liu only vaguely saw that Su Chinga seemed to be holding a man's hand. Without time to think,
Li Yu felt that the person Su Qingge treated so intimately must be Lin Tian. With her last bit of strength, Li Yu grabbed Lin Tian's trouser leg. Actually, when Lin Tian walked over, he didn't notice that there was someone in the corner at all. If Su Qingge hadn't spoken up, Lin Tian would have walked straight past. Lin Tian took a step back with some disdain. "Let go of my hand first." Su Qingge tugged at Lin Tian's sleeve. "Why don't you take a look at her? She seems a bit off." Since Su Qingge had spoken, Lin Tian reluctantly squatted down. "I only saved you because of Qingge. Please don't take it personally." Lin Tian pretended to take something out of his pocket, but actually took out the delicious apple he had previously drawn from the treasure chest from the system. Lin Tian pulled his hand out of his pocket. "Good heavens! It really is an apple, and a green apple at that." He recalled that the description given by the system at the time for this apple was that it can eliminate any negative effects. "Eat this." Lin Tian handed the green apple to Li Yu. A clear look of confusion appeared on Li Yu's face, which was contorted with pain. Lin Tian himself felt somewhat embarrassed. "This system is terrible. Wouldn't it be better to just give us a pill or something? Does it have to be an apple?" Now he seems like some kind of crazy charlatan. "Eat it or don't, it's up to you. If you don't want it, I'll take it away." Lin Tian admitted that there was an element of anger and embarrassment involved. "Li Yu, just eat. Lin Tian won't play tricks on you at a time like this." Unlike Li Yu, Su Qingge trusted Lin Tian completely. Even at this moment, in this situation, Lin Tian took out an incongruous green apple. She completely believed that Lin Tian had his reasons. Li Yu seemed to have made up her mind. Just before Lin Tian was about to take the green apple back, he took a big bite out of it. Then, completely disregarding his image, he wolfed down the entire green apple. "I ate a whole green apple." Li Yu felt a cool, yet not cold, force slowly spreading from her stomach into her meridians. It relieves the pain in the internal organs. 2 or 3 minutes later, I felt no discomfort at all. Li Yu tried circulating her spiritual energy. To his surprise, he discovered that some of the hidden injuries he had sustained from Zhang Qing forcibly using alien power were gradually healing. Li Yu stood up and stretched her body. Then he looked at Lin Tian again. The ordinary face she had seen since childhood was gradually becoming handsome and imposing. "See, I told you Lin Tian wouldn't lie to you." Seeing that Li Yu's complexion had returned to normal, Su Qingge smiled sweetly and said. Li Yu suddenly knelt down in front of Lin Tian with a plop. Within seconds, tears were streaming down her face. "Lin Tian, I was blind before. I looked down on you. I was wrong, I really know I was wrong. Please. Take me in. I really don't want to follow Zhang Qing anymore. He's a monster. If this continues, he's going to ruin me. As long as you're willing to sign a contract with me, I'll be your slave and do anything you want." Lin Tian and Su Qingge were both startled. Su Qingge wanted to squat down to help Li Yu up, but Lin Tian stopped her. "Don't cry. It's too noisy." Lin Tian's cold words silenced Li Yu instantly. "I will not sign a contract with you." As you know, each spirit master can only sign a contract with one spirit avatar. Su Qingge and I are on good terms. I will not break the contract with her. Tears streamed down Li Yu's face as if a dam had been opened. "We grew up together, how can you bear to watch me be tormented like this by Zhang Qing? Do you want me to save you?" Lin Tian squatted down and looked at Li Yu, whose face was covered in snot and tears from crying. Li Yu nodded vigorously. "Then what value do you have to me?" I. Li Yu stammered for a long time, but couldn't come up with a reason. "Since you have no value." Lin Tian prepared to get up. But Li Yu grabbed his arm. "Don't go. I'll do anything you want. Please save me." "I'll do anything you say." Li Yu had completely given up hope. When he uttered those words, his eyes were filled with madness. "Remember what you said. As long as you obey, I will naturally spare your life." Lin Tian got up and straightened his clothes. Looking at Li Yu, who was nodding vigorously. Lin Tian's voice was devoid of any emotion. "I want you to go back to Zhang Qing's side and monitor his every move. Then, report back to me." Li Yu hesitated for only a moment before nodding firmly. "Okay. I promise you. If he asks you how you recovered, just say that you were in a lot of pain, but after you got through it, you found that you were immune."
Good. Lin Tian waved his hand. Don't mention you saw me today. I'll contact you when the time comes. Remember, your life is in my hands. Take care of yourself. After saying this, Lin Tian put his arm around Su Qingge and left without looking back. Li Yu watched as Lin Tian and Su Qingge's figures gradually disappeared into the distance. Finally, unable to hold on any longer, he collapsed to the ground. After a while, Li Yu stood up and fiercely wiped away the tears on her face. His eyes were filled with hatred. Zhangqing. Chapter 60 for the Fall of Luoli City. Zhangqing. Li Yu murmured softly. These two short words reveal endless hatred. On the other side, Lin Tian brought Su Qingge to the principal's office again. How is the situation now? The two originally intended to join the encirclement together. Unexpectedly, he ran into Li Yu halfway there, which completely delayed him. The principal shook his head with a solemn expression. Mr. Meng has successfully escaped, and several alien spies have also broken through the encirclement. How could this happen? Su Qingge exclaimed in disbelief. There are so many of us here, how could they have escaped? There's a mole inside. Lin Tian said firmly. Weren't all the undercover agents exposed? Su Qingge didn't understand. Someone among our spirit masters has betrayed us. Lin Tian's certainty stemmed from the system. Just now, at the commendation ceremony, when the former principal finished reading the last name on the list, the system had already issued a task completed notification. Therefore, he was 100% certain that all the alien spies lurking on campus had been found. The only remaining possibility is that the spirit masters on campus have betrayed them. A brief silence fell over the principal's office. Immediately, the three exchanged glances and simultaneously uttered the same name, Zhangqing. No wonder I saw him hurriedly leave the table following Mr. Meng. The old principal seemed to be deep in thought. Lin Tian and Su Qingge remained silent in tacit agreement. It seems that Li Yu's sudden deterioration was a result of Zhang Qing's frequent use of alien powers. Let's go and bring him back now. Su Qingge spoke angrily. How could such a scoundrel be eliminated from the ranks of spirit masters? It's too late. He must have already escaped. Lin Tian had barely finished speaking when his phone beeped with a text message notification. Zhang Cheng has defected. The message was sent by Li Yu. It seems the two have successfully reunited. Lin Tian flipped his phone over and showed the information interface to the old principal. What a tragedy. We took so many precautions, but in the end, we had to guard against our own people. The old principal sighed deeply. Be prepared, this defeat will likely make things difficult for you from now on. The next day, news arrived that the alien races had launched a full-scale war against Fireseed City. For a time, everyone in Luoli City felt insecure. The school also announced a temporary suspension of classes for one day. Lin Lianlian gave up her cheap rental and rented the house across from Lin Tian's house. At this moment, the three of them stood in Lin Tian's living room, looking down at the bustling crowd below, and couldn't help but sigh. The city of Luoli was orderly yesterday, but today prices have suddenly risen, and everyone is on edge. A trace of sorrow appeared on Su Qingge's face. It was as if she had recalled some unpleasant memories. Lin Lianlian looked ashamed. I never agreed with the alien race's so-called plan to invade Earth. I was unwittingly assigned to be an undercover agent, and after meeting you, I felt even more strongly that this plan was a huge mistake. Everyone has the right to live. I apologize to my people on your behalf. Lin Lianlian spoke sincerely, and Lin Tian felt embarrassed to blame her. He waved his hand and said, "It's not your fault. Fortunately, I still have the identity of a princess from another race. I'll go back and talk to them to see if there's any room for maneuver in this matter." Looking down at the pregnant woman who had been knocked to the ground by passers-by rushing to grab supplies, with no one helping her up, Lin Lianlian seemed to have made up her mind. Su Qingge did not speak. Lin Tian did not stop him. Lin Lianlian gave the two of them a deep look, then bowed to them. "Thank you for taking care of me during this time. We'll meet again. Take care of yourself." Lin Tian really couldn't think of anything else to say. Lin Lianlian turned and left. The moment the door closed, Su Qingge threw herself into Lin Tian's arms and burst into tears. Lin Tian didn't ask why, he just patted Su Qingge's back gently again and again. Perhaps she knew that Lin Lianlian's departure would most likely be her last. Or perhaps she was reminded of the scene when her parents died. But none of that matters anymore. all of that is in the past. At least for now, he and Su Chinga still have each other. After the chaos at Tianhua Yuling Academy, the alien races no longer concealed their ambitions. Luoli City quickly fell. Everyone felt insecure. Located in the city center, Tianhua Spirit Academy, with its reserve legion and spirit army, has become the last line of defense for Luoli City. Lin Tian and Su Chinga are extremely busy every day. The reserve leaders were directly transferred to the front lines to confront the alien races outside the city and prevent more alien races from flooding into the city. The reserve corps was then completely handed over to Lin Tian, the regimental commander, for management. Lin Tian led the group to defend the territory in Luoli City that still belonged to humans. They repelled wave after wave of attacks by alien races and seized the remaining human territories within the city. After killing what seemed to be the umpteenth alien beast, Lin Tian skillfully tossed the low-level crystal core in his hand to the team members behind him. At his current level, low-level crystal cores are no longer of much use. Thank you, Brother Tian. Following behind Lin Tian, a dark-skinned but tall and muscular boy, resembling a real-life King Kong, thanked him. His voice was booming, which suited his image quite well. Luo Yifun. How many times have I told you? Keep your voice down. You're so noisy. Standing next to the dark-skinned man was a petite girl with pale, almost sickly skin. She wore a cake skirt and a simple cream-colored fitted t-shirt on top, with a cute little lamb in the center. I was wrong. Sister Mimi, please don't be angry. Luo Yifun immediately squatted down and lowered his head to coax the girl. If you want to show off your love, go away. You're disgusting me. As Lin Tian heard the long-lost system notification in his mind, he casually tossed another low-level crystal core onto Luo Yifun's head. Congratulations, host. Your experience points are full. You meet the promotion requirements. Promote now? Hearing this voice feels like stepping into another world. The changes happened very quickly. After Luoli City fell, Lin Tian spent the entire week fighting without end. The last time I heard the system's voice was at the commendation ceremony a week ago. Promotion. Lin Tian silently recited in his heart. The next second, a familiar yet strange feeling filled my whole body. A warm current flows into every meridian. Congratulations, host. Your Spirit Master realm has advanced. Your current level is SSS level Emperor level 1. We've made a breakthrough. Lin Tian did not feel relieved. The alien forces were tyrannical and domineering. Within the same level, its power is at least 2 levels higher than that of a Spirit Master. Not enough. To fight against the alien race, he needs to become even stronger. System, I'd like to check the rewards for completing the last mission. Chapter 65 Reunion with Lotus. Checking the rewards earned from the last completed task. Query successful. Mission, locate the spies from other races on campus and expose their identities. Task progress, completed. Reward, 3 chances to win a prize from the system. 1 treasure chest silver. Alien Clan Technique experience points, 300. Is there a promotion opportunity? Lin Tian was overjoyed to see that the ore directly added 300 points of alien cultivation experience. His Spirit Master talent allows him to gain experience points by killing exotic beasts, thus leveling up. However, techniques from other races are not acceptable. Since obtaining the alien cultivation technique, he has only leveled up once. Last time, it was also a reward from a system task, which added 100 experience points. Thinking back to the last time, Lin Tian couldn't help but recall the excruciating pain he felt when upgrading the alien race's cultivation technique, as if 1,000 ants were gnawing at his heart. Looking around, he saw that the members of the reserve squad were all looking at him. Lin Tian silently chose no. I'll upgrade it when I get home later. Don't scare these team members. Just as Lin Tian was about to open the treasure chest, a loud shout interrupted his interaction with the system. Boss! There's a woman over there. She's covered in blood. She looks like she's from another race. Loi Fan roared loudly from a short distance away. Let's go take a look. Lin Tian snapped out of his daze, took Su Chinga's hand, and walked towards Luo Yifun. A girl of medium build lay in the ruins. His face and body were covered in blood. Her face was no longer clearly visible. The only way to identify the girl was by her distinctive elven ears, a trait unique to this race. What should we do with them? Kill them? Luo Yifan scratched his head, waiting for Lin Tian to make a decision. Just as Lin Tian was about to speak, Su Qingge spoke first.
Lin Tian, I have a strange feeling of familiarity with this girl.
Shall we take her back? Lin Tian rarely disagreed with Su Qingge's requests.
He immediately said, all right, take him back as a prisoner.
Let's see if we can get anything out of him. Okay.
Upon receiving the order, Luifan reached out, ready to hoist the alien girl onto his shoulder.
Luo Yifan. Are you some kind of god? Even if you don't mind the filth, you should at least consider whether she might ambush you if she wakes up halfway through. Is your head made of wood?
The voice sounded weak, yet it continued to output power relentlessly.
I was wrong, Sister Mimi. Don't be angry. I'll find someone to help me carry you on a stretcher.
Despite being scolded, Luo Yifan showed no anger on his face.
Instead, they smiled broadly and even put on a fawning expression. Su Qingge couldn't help but laugh out loud. Look how good their relationship is. Lin Tian touched Su Qingge's slightly protruding belly and lowered his voice, saying, don't we have a good relationship? Su Qingge blushed instantly.
She gently pushed Lin Tian's hand away. Stop fooling around.
There are so many people here. Lin Tian took the opportunity to grasp Su Qingge's other hand, placed it in his palm, and gently squeezed it.
Turning her head, she called out to someone standing not far away on the other side, Su Han.
Come help Luo Yifan.
The tall, slender boy, wearing rimless glasses and a seemingly refined yet roguish appearance, turned around upon hearing Lin Tian's voice. Luo Yifan glanced at Luo Yifan, who was half squatting on the ground, coaxing Mimi, and shook his head. But he still walked in Lin Tian's direction.
Sister Han, we're done for the day. Let's go together.
Su Qingge pulled her hand out of Lin Tian's and called out in Su Han's direction. The girl who had just been standing next to Su Han, scribbling in a notebook, looked up when she heard Su Qingge's voice and replied, coming. The girl quickened her pace and caught up with Su Han, who was walking ahead. As they approached Lin Tian's side, the medics brought a stretcher. Su Han secured the stretcher and gestured to Luo Yifan to place the alien girl on it. The girl who walked over with Su Han went straight to Su Qingge's side. Su Qingge shook off Lin Tian's hand and then affectionately took the girl's arm. Sister Han, you and Su Han look like a one-to-one copy and paste. Su Qingge sizing up the girl with a mischievous grin. Like Su Han, the girl wore rimless glasses, had bangs and long, straight black hair, and had a charming and attractive appearance, but she was also dressed in sportswear. You two are truly the most compatible spirit masters I've ever seen. And your names are the same too. They're only one character different. Su Han blushed slightly as she listened to Su Qingge's teasing, but she said seriously and pointedly, don't think I didn't see your little interactions with the leader. I'll record them next time and show them to you directly. Su Qingge immediately raised her hands in surrender. Okay, I won't say anything more. The group, chatting and laughing, returned to Tianhua Yuling Academy with the alien girl. Tianhua Yuling Academy. Inside the medical room. Looking at the cleaned-up alien girl, Su Qingge couldn't help but exclaim, Lian. Lin Tian also looked solemn. Since Lian parted ways with them half a month ago, saying that she was going back to the alien race to try to stop their invasion of human territory, she has been out of contact with them. Everything that followed happened too quickly. Alien races have conquered Luoli City, and strange beasts roam freely within its walls. Lin Tian also truly accepted the Reserve Legion, and every day he had endless tasks and an endless stream of alien beasts to deal with. We must also be constantly on guard against sneak attacks from foreign tribes. He and Su Qingge simply assumed that Lian had not succeeded. But then I thought, no matter what, she is still a princess from a foreign race. Even if we fail, nothing serious will happen. Furthermore, Lian did not leave them any way to contact her before she left. The two naturally assumed that Lian had gone back to be a princess. And now, they thought she was a princess. Wearing tattered clothes, he lay unconscious on the hospital bed in front of me. Without even the slightest disguise, they appeared in Luoli City. Could it be that she came with those attacking alien tribes and was then injured by our legion? Su Qingge became wary. If that's the case, then she has no choice but to disregard all sentimentality and kill Lian. Lin Tian shook his head. He had a feeling that things weren't that simple. He could understand why the princess would volunteer to go undercover after escaping. But was the princess sent to the battlefield, or even the front lines? That doesn't make much sense. Unless, Lian escaped on her own initiative. Just ask her and you'll find out.
Lin Tian gestured to Su Qingge to close the door to the infirmary.
Su Qingge knew that Lin Tian's system contained items that could heal and save lives.
He immediately understood what Lin Tian wanted to do. Close the door to the infirmary and then lock it from the inside. Su Qingge moved a stool and sat down at the door.
You do the work, I'll stay here and watch over things.
Lin Tian nodded. Chapter 66 The Homeless Girl.
Lin Tian called upon the system in his mind.
System, I want to participate in the lottery. Preparing your lucky draw.
The system has detected that the host has 3 unused lottery draw chances.
Should all be used? Lin Tian chose yes without hesitation. A lucky draw is currently underway.
Congratulations, host. You have drawn a delicious apple which can eliminate all negative effects. Congratulations, host. You have extracted 100 points of alien cultivation technique experience. Congratulations, host.
You have drawn, thank you for your patronage. Lin Tian's lips twitched.
As expected, I couldn't escape the thank you for your patronage response.
However, he has already obtained the item he most wanted to draw. Take out the delicious apple you just drew from the system.
A familiar green apple appeared in Lin Tian's hand. Lin Tian looked at the apple in his hand, then at Lien, who was lying unconscious on the hospital bed. His face was grave.
How can he get Lien to eat this green apple? Or, how about juicing it? If it can be juiced, will it retain its original medicinal properties? Lin Tian tried asking the system in his mind.
Received a question from the host.
Analyzing. Searching. Search complete. Result, unknown. Lin Tian was speechless. Unknown? What does unknown mean? Is this system broken? After thinking it over, juicing is still the only option.
After all, he had already tried to bring the green apple to Lien's lips. It didn't transform into a warm current or any other kind of light or energy body as described in the novel.
Qingge, can you help me find a juicer? Su Qingge, who was sitting at the door, was taken aback. What do you need a juicer for? We have one at home. I can go back and get it.
Lin Tian looked at Su Qingge and shook the green apple in his hand.
We need to juice this and find a way to feed it to Lien. Su Qingge saw the green apple in Lin Tian's hand and immediately realized what was going on. Last time, when Liu was attacked by the alien force, Lin Tian also gave her this. How about we take Lien home and do it there?
There are too many people at school, and it would be hard to explain if someone saw us.
Su Qingge said. Lien was eventually taken home by the 2 men. With Lin Tian feeling uneasy, Su Qingge squeezed the green apple that the system had rewarded her with into juice. Looking at the green apple juice that Su Qingge was holding in her hand, which was no different from the juice extracted from ordinary apples, Lin Tian took a deep breath.
He gestured for Su Qingge to lift Lien's head slightly. Then, he took a spoon, scooped a spoonful of green apple juice from the quilt, and put it into Lien's mouth.
Then Su Qingge tilted Lien's head back slightly. This simulates the normal action of swallowing water.
Soon, Lin Tian fed Lien the entire half-cup of green apple juice.
Lay the lotus flat. Lin Tian muttered, life and death are predestined. Whether you can wake up or not depends on your luck. He really wasn't confident about the green apple juice. After all, the effects started to take hold right after Liu ate the green apple. As for Lien, she had finished drinking quite a while ago, but there was still no movement from her. Lin Tian shook his head. Well then, this alien girl probably won't wake up.
Thinking this, Lin Tian took out his phone, preparing to call his teammate and ask Luo Yifan to come and collect Lien's corpse. We've known each other for a while, so let's not let her die such a horrible death. The call had already been made, and Luo Yifan had already answered it. In fact, Luo Yifan's strong voice could be heard from the other end of the line. Just as Lin Tian was about to speak, he heard a barely audible cough. Immediately following was Su Qingge's shout, which was a mixture of joy and nervousness.
She's awake. Lin Tian. She's awake.
On the other end of the phone, Luifan was still saying, hello, hello, hello.
Lin Tian, wrong number.
After hanging up the phone, Lin Tian went to Lien's side and found that she had actually sat up on her own.
It seems that the green apples provided by the system, when juiced, are effective.
Lin Tian was thinking to himself, completely ignoring the fact that Lien, who had just woken up, had tears welling up in her eyes when she saw him.
How did you find me? Seeing that Lin Tian was distracted, Su Qingge stood guard to the side.
Lian felt somewhat superfluous, and an awkward feeling arose spontaneously.
Su Qingge gave a brief explanation of how the members of the Reserve Corps discovered her. He then countered with, "When did you return to Luoli City?"
The name Luo Liqing seemed to have triggered some kind of switch for Lian.
Upon hearing those 3 words, Lian's expression gradually turned terrified.
Then he kept muttering, "We need to come back and warn them, and we can't trust Zhang Cheng." Lin Tian squatted down, turned Lian's head to face him, and forced her to look directly at him.
"Tell me slowly, what happened?"
Feeling the warmth from Lin Tian's palm on her cheek, Lian slowly calmed down. "I am no longer a princess of a foreign race. I have been banished by the foreign race forever." Upon hearing these 2 sentences, both Lin Tian and Su Qingge's expressions changed.
Su Qingge resisted the urge to help Lian up.
I turned and went to the kitchen, where I poured myself a glass of warm water. It was handed to the homeless girl.
Lian took the water glass and whispered a thank you.
Under Lin Tian's probing gaze, she recounted, in fits and starts, what had happened after she left Luoli City.
After returning to the alien territory from Luoli City, the various alien races all shouted that Lian should lead them to completely conquer human territory. But Lian was unwilling. She even attempted to delay the plan by using her status as a princess. Just when Lian was about to succeed,
Meng and Zhang Cheng appeared. Zhang Qing also brought his artifact spirit avatar with him.
Su Qingge and Lin Tian spoke at the same time. "Li Yu." Lian nodded. Li Yu didn't say anything.
But it was Zhang Cheng. As soon as he entered the main hall, he accused me of being a traitor from another race. As Lian spoke these words, the expression on her face rose and fell with the content, and she looked very unwilling. She went on to tell her story. Zhang Qing reported to the alien race that Lian had already signed a contract with humans when she was in Luoli City. And she insisted that Meng's identity was exposed because of Lian's denunciation. Therefore, the high priest immediately verified Lian's contractual status. The alien race has a very large crystal core. It can be used to verify, in your terms, whether the spirit master and the spirit avatar have signed a contract. If no contract is signed, the crystal core will not react. But if a contract is signed, the crystal core will emit a red light. However, this only applies to contracts between different races. When I was testing it, the crystal core emitted a white light. Clearly, this is a sign that I have made a pact with humanity. Lian chuckled self-deprecatingly as she finished speaking. The story that follows is that everyone immediately concludes that Lian betrayed her compatriots.
Chapter 67 Zhang Qing, the Foreign Prince. And then you got kicked out?
Looking at Lian's hesitant expression, Lin Tian sensed that things were likely to develop in more ways than they appeared.
Really? Lian first shook her head. Then he nodded. What's the meaning? Su Qingge couldn't help but ask as well.
After the high priest abolished my identity, Zhang Qing became a prince of another race at the recommendation of the dream.
After Zhang Qing took power, he immediately sent people to secretly expel me from the alien territory. I ran back and overheard their conversation.
I learned that Zhang Qing was going to help the alien race and start by taking down Luo Liqing. I wanted to come back and inform you as soon as possible, but I accidentally made a noise and was discovered by Zhang Qing and the others.
They beat me up badly and threw me out of the alien territory. Relying on my memory of the last escape, I headed towards Luoli City.
I don't remember much about what happened after that. This passage contains a tremendous amount of information.
Lin Tian and Su Qingge remained silent, trying to process what Lian had just said. This alien race is truly hungry. Even Zhang Qing can become a prince? Lin Tian found it utterly absurd. Believe me, what I'm saying is true.
Moreover, Zhang Cheng has already gathered young people from other races and established a reserve legion for them. It's similar in nature to your reserve legion. He said himself that he would use this reserve legion to fight against you. Seeing that Su Qingge and Lin Tian were not speaking, Lian assumed that they did not believe what she said.
We believe you.
But I also have responsibilities to the others in the reserve corps. I need to lock you up until I can verify the truth of what you've said.
Lin Tian looked at Lian and said earnestly.
Lian nodded. No problem, I accept. Also, since you no longer belong to the alien race's camp, from now on you'll be called Lin Lian.
Don't use your old name anymore.
Lin Tian said calmly. I always felt it was strange to only use one word.
Lin Lian nodded again.
After locking Lin Lianlian in the academy's solitary confinement room, Lin Tian immediately reported the situation. Lin Lianlian explained to the old principal. A week later, Lin Tian received a reply from the former principal.
The situation described by Lin Lianlian is basically true.
And so, Lin Lianlian was released again.
From now on, you don't need to pretend to be human anymore.
Just stay by my side as Lin Lianlian. Lin Tian brought Lin Lianlian to the group of reserve soldiers.
Let me introduce you. This is my other spirit incarnation, Lin Lianlian. Among the reserve corps were some of Lin Tian's former classmates. Upon hearing this name and seeing Lin Lianlian's familiar yet unfamiliar face, then, someone uttered a holy shit. The reserve corps was in an uproar. Lin Lianlian? Is this the Lin Lianlian I'm thinking of? Holy crap!
Lin Tian kept this from us for so long.
Lin Lianlian really is an alien. She must be the alien girl that Lin Tian captured before. Wait a minute. Another artifact spirit avatar? Boss can contract 2 artifact spirit avatars? Holy crap! Does Su Qingga know about this?
Everyone started talking at once, and the way they looked at Lin Tian became somewhat strange.
I know. I agreed to it. A gentle female voice rang out. Su Qingga appeared before everyone. I hope everyone will not be prejudiced against Lianlian because of her alien bloodline.
In order to help us all, she gave up her status as an alien princess and completely broke with the alien race.
Su Qingga walked to Lin Lianlian's side and took her hand. The crowd was still whispering among themselves. Although his gaze towards Lin Lianlian softened considerably, he still maintained a clear wariness. Okay. I just wanted to let everyone know about this.
This isn't the focus of today's meeting.
As soon as Lin Tian spoke, everyone immediately fell silent.
After all, in this near-apocalyptic situation, strength is everything.
Lianlian, tell everyone what's going on. Lin Tian intentionally wanted Lin Lianlian to speak. This is the first step that will allow her to take a stand and integrate into the group.
Lin Lianlian then recounted to everyone what she had overheard about the alien race's next actions. After he finished speaking, Lin Tian continued, therefore, our top priority now is to consider how to deal with the alien reserve army established by Zhang Cheng.
Everyone fell silent. At the same level, alien races are at least 2 minor levels stronger than spirit masters. Not to mention that the enemy has a spirit master who knows them so well. Don't be discouraged, everyone. We have a Lin Lianlian here too.
That Zhang Cheng is a real scoundrel.
If he can be a prince, then I can be a king.
The silence didn't last long before the crowd started arguing again.
Some cheered us on, some angrily cursed Zhang Cheng, and others offered a barrage of bad advice. Lin Tian knew that everyone was under a lot of pressure. So they just let them make a fuss. Boss! Something terrible has happened. Amidst the banter, a sudden shout broke the silence. Everyone looked towards the doorway.
The vanguard soldiers, who had been sent out to gather information, rushed in with great fanfare.
Many young people in Luoli City have betrayed us. Lin Tian's expression immediately changed. What's going on?
The vanguard soldier, panting heavily, tried to explain the current situation to everyone as quickly as possible. The alien race posted notices in the city at some point, saying that they have a way to quickly increase one's strength. Anyone who joins some alien reserve army can obtain this method. Upon hearing this, those who had just been skeptical of Lin Lianlian's words felt much less hostile towards her. The students who were eliminated before due to insufficient talent or aptitude have all gone to the alien race and are trying to join their reserve army. Inside the palace of a foreign race, Zhang Qing sat on the throne, wearing a magnificent crown that signified his status. The high priest stood respectfully to one side with his hands at his sides. Your Highness, you have recently made considerable progress in your cultivation through secret techniques. Isn't it time to let the reserve army show its true colors? Li Yu sat on a slightly lower throne, looking at the soldiers kneeling on the ground below the stage. This life of enjoying power and money did not bring Li Yu any satisfaction. As Zhang Qing's cultivation improved, he used his alien abilities more and more frequently. This led to Li Yu being even more severely affected by the backlash from the alien forces. But she lied again, saying that she was immune to the backlash from the alien power. After becoming a prince of a foreign race, Zhang Qing used the power of that race without restraint. Even just sitting down, Li Yu could feel his internal organs aching. Chapter 68: The Schemes of the Alien Race. Li Yu wished he could kill Zhang Qing right now. As time went by, she regretted more and more that she hadn't signed a contract with Lin Tian back then.
Li Yu, your strength has improved rapidly during this time.
I told you, I'm no worse than Lin Tian. Zhang Qing's smug voice rang in my ears. Li Yu tried hard to suppress the urge to turn around and slap him. Offering a smile as natural as possible, she said, of course.
It's all thanks to you. How can he be compared to you?
Zhang Qing found these words very helpful. He immediately squinted his eyes in satisfaction. Seeing this, Li Yu felt disgusted from the bottom of her heart. It is true that her strength has improved through the secret techniques of other races. But most of it was used to defend against the backlash caused by Zhang Qing using alien power.
She'd rather not accept such an advancement. Your Highness, what I just said.
Standing to the side, watching the interaction between the two, the High Priest couldn't help but speak again.
No rush. The previous phase of the plan hasn't been finished yet.
I really want to see for myself what expression that old, immortal principal has after seeing so many young people betray him. Zhang Qing, with a wicked look on his face, disregarded the many soldiers still in the hall and raised his head, laughing wildly in a slightly manic manner. After listening to the vanguard's report, Lin Tian immediately led his men to the central square of Luoli City. Sure enough, the propaganda leaflet that the vanguard had mentioned was on the bulletin board. The bulletin board was already surrounded by people. Most of them are young spirit masters or incarnations of artifact spirits. Men and women alike crowded around the bulletin board, discussing it intensely.
Is someone really going? That would be treason. What do you high and mighty spirit masters know? Do you know how we feel, those of us who are unable to enter the Spirit Academy or cultivate because of our poor talent or insufficient aptitude? Exactly. If you were in their shoes, would you want to rely on others for protection your whole lives? In this apocalyptic world, everyone is living in fear. Can you guarantee that you would sacrifice your lives to protect us when alien races invade? The atmosphere froze for a moment.
Although, in Fireseed City now, the strong are respected. But there is no rule that says the strong must protect the weak. In short, if you go, you will be betraying humanity. The sound rang out again, but it sparked a new wave of discontent.
The prince from another race, wasn't he a graduate of our Tianhua Yuling Academy? If he could become a prince among other races, why can't we go to other races to improve our strength?
The alien races have all made humans princes.
Maybe next, the alien races will all make peace with humans. Why say so much?
What's the difference between us going to seek refuge with a foreign prince and going home?
Young people were already heading out of Luoli City. Lin Tian stood to the side, quietly listening to everyone's conversation.
It seems that Zhang Qing arranged for someone outside Luoli City to pick up and drop off spirit masters and artifact spirit avatars who were willing to surrender to the alien race and join the alien race's reserve army.
Boss, shouldn't we go and stop them? The vanguard soldiers following Lin Yang and his group were already pacing anxiously when they saw the scene. Lin Tian shook his head. It's no use.
The leaflet clearly states that if they want the alien race to help them improve their strength, they must first join the alien race's reserve legion.
We've already explained it so clearly, do you think they still don't understand? Joining the Legion means that one day in the future, they will be enemies of humanity.
But they still made their choice. There was no stopping them. They had 1,000 reasons to justify their actions.
So we're just going to leave it like this? The vanguard frowned. Let's report the situation first. This is beyond our capabilities. Are we supposed to fight our own people and arrest everyone who wants to go there? Lin Tian's expression was also very unpleasant. The vanguard soldier fell silent.
Lin Tian took a picture of the notice on the bulletin board and sent it to the old principal.
The former principal replied quickly.
This means that the matter should be handled by higher-ups, and Lin Tian and the others should not get involved for the time being.
Humanity's superiors quickly intervened.
War broke out in all the Fire City. There are many skilled individuals among the alien races. However, humans directly concentrated all the best spirit masters in a few Fireseed cities. The alien race was already small in number. At this time, the vast majority of the troops were focused on attacking Huazhong City. All the spirit masters were recalled.
They've even stopped guarding the border. They were simply relentlessly attacking the alien races that wanted to besiege the city.
It suggests a fight to the death, a fight to the bitter end. The foreign leader looked at the borderline, which was almost deserted. They wanted to make a breakthrough, but unfortunately, they lacked the manpower. The two sides are deadlocked.
Ultimately, the two leaders held talks.
The alien races stated that they could stop destroying Fireseed City, but humanity had to agree to legalize their reserve legions within the Human Spirit Academy.
Especially the Tianhua Spirit Master Academy in Luoli City.
Our prince graduated from this academy. Now, most of our alien race's reserve army are human spirit masters. I can't think of any reason why you would refuse us.
These are the exact words of the foreign leader, as broadcast on television. Humanity's leaders eventually agreed. Although the alien race is small in number, its strength is indeed formidable.
If this fighting continues, humanity will definitely not have the upper hand. Due to the meeting between the leaders of the two sides, both alien races and humans have been in a state of truce for the past few days.
Lin Tian gave all the reserve troops a leave of absence. At this moment, he was at home holding Su Qingge while watching TV.
There was a knock at the door.
Lin Tian got up and opened the door. Lin Lianlian stood outside the door.
She moved back to the house opposite Lin Tian's and continued to be neighbors with Lin Tian and Su Qingge.
Have you seen the news reports?
Lin Lianlian's delicate face was now filled with worry.
This is the first step in the alien invasion of humanity.
Next, they will gradually erode human spirit masters through their so-called reserve legions. Those who submit will be brought under their command, while those who disobey will be killed on the spot. Lin Tian stepped aside, gesturing for Lin Lianlian to come in.
There's no need to worry so much.
They have reserve legions, and we have reserve legions too.
Lin Tian had a very good attitude. At the same level, the power of alien races is indeed stronger than that of spirit masters. However, there are also many spirit masters among humans who are extremely talented. Lin Tian has a system.
He knew that a major reason why humanity was at a disadvantage was that many of humanity's spirit incarnations were ancient weapons.
Humans, however, do not know how to activate it. Chapter 69 Avenging the Shame.
Lin Tian rested at home for 2 days before reconvening the Reserve Legion. Zheng Cheng is ambitious and cunning. Although on the surface the alien races and the human race have coexisted peacefully, dangers lurk beneath the surface, and one cannot be too complacent. The Reserve Corps received Lin Tian's orders to protect Luoli City. As for other humans wanting to join the alien race's Reserve Legion, that's no longer Lin Tian's concern. He and Lin Lianlian discussed it for a long time, but they couldn't find any flaws in Zhang Qing's story. Just as he was at his wit's end, Zhang Qing and his men came to his door. Now Zhang Qing is a prince of a foreign race, and he has many followers wherever he goes, making him look very impressive. It's been a long time, Lin Tian. He held his head high, a smug look on his face. Lin Tian felt nauseous at the sight of him, but the best way to figure out his flaws was to meet him in person.
Isn't this a prince from another race? What a rare guest.
Zhang Qing simply smiled indifferently at Lin Tian's sarcastic remarks. Now you are just the leader of the Human Reserve Legion, while I am already a prince of another race.
Things are not the same as before. Lin Tian scoffed. You came to Luoli City just to show off, didn't you? How childish. You. I think you're just jealous of me.
Such words had no effect on Lin Tian. He simply didn't bother with empty talk when it came to someone like Zhang Qing. In any case, when it comes to trash talk, no one can beat Zhang Qing. Lin Tian turned his gaze to Liu beside Zhang Qing, noticing her worried expression and feeling somewhat puzzled.
Lin Tian, you're far too arrogant. Can't you see that many humans in the city have joined my rear guard? So what?
Lin Tian raised an eyebrow and gave a mocking smile. Can a defeated opponent like you lead a good legion?
Zhang Qing's face turned ashen from the retort. Even after so long, Lin Tian's mouth was still so foul. Don't be so smug. My cultivation level has improved considerably since then. Why don't you give me a try? Lin Tian snorted, just what he wanted. Once you've exchanged blows, you'll know the truth. Liu, who was standing next to him, changed his expression drastically and couldn't help but interject. Prince, this is Luoli City. It's probably not appropriate for you to fight here. After all, the peace treaty has just been signed. It's just a friendly spar, nothing serious. It'll be a good opportunity for these humans to see how I defeated the leader of the reserve group, so they'll join us more quickly. Zhang Cheng was full of confidence and had already made her decision. I'm here today to avenge this humiliation. Lin Tian looked at his opponent with great interest. After being a defeated opponent for so long, why is he still thinking about turning the tables? Since the prince is so interested, why don't we have a duel in the square and let everyone watch? Come and see how you got slapped in the face. Lin Tian silently complained about the last sentence in his mind. What if I tell them and they refuse to compete? However, his worries were obviously unnecessary, as Zhang Qing was already very confident in his abilities. Before long, news of the two's impending duel spread throughout the city. Many humans came to watch. After all, the people fighting were men of high status in both the alien race and the human race. This battle will make many humans decide whether or not to join the reserve legions of the alien races. The former principal also heard the news but did not stop it. Lin Lianlian and Su Qingge ran over to support Lin Tian. Go, brother Tian. Beat Zhang Qing to a pulp. Lin Lianlian waved her fists, wishing she could rush up and punch Zhang Qing herself. It's not like we haven't won before. Calm down, brother Lin Tian won't lose. Compared to Lin Lianlian's excitement, Su Qingge appeared much calmer. Lin Tian stood in front of the two of them, looking completely calm and composed. After all, it was in Luoli City, so Lin Tian obviously had more people supporting him. Zhang Chang looked at Lin Tian's arrogant appearance and sneered disdainfully. He won't be laughing anymore in a minute. I'll make him beg for mercy on his knees. Li Yu's lips twitched. She wondered if she could endure the physical pain today. Zhang Qing was clearly about to use a secret technique from another race, which would cause her backlash. But now that things have come to this, she can no longer persuade Zhang Qing to stop fighting. This was tantamount to rubbing his face in the ground, especially in front of humans. It was a huge blow. For both public and private reasons, Li Yu dared not stop it anymore. She secretly took a painkiller pill, hoping it would help her endure the pain. It's almost time, Zhang Qing, let's begin. Lin Tian didn't want to waste any more time. People who had rushed over had already surrounded the square. It was time. Lin Tian, I hope this time you can have a clear understanding of me. I am a prince from another race. My name is Zhang Cheng. As soon as he finished speaking, he pounced on Lin Tian with such speed that it surprised the humans present. The crowd quickly dispersed, giving the two more space to avoid injuring innocent bystanders. Lin Tian calmly dodged the attack. Although the opponent was fast, he didn't think it was a problem. After dodging twice, Lin Tian began to make his move. His body was extremely hard throughout, making it a natural weapon. Zhang Cheng's attempt to engage in hand-to-hand combat was a result of his overconfidence. After several rounds of fighting, neither side showed any signs of weakness, and the onlookers were already cheering loudly. As expected of the leader of the reserves, he can fight the prince to a standstill. This prince used to be Lin Tian's defeated opponent. Now his strength is on par with Lin Tian's. His progress is incredibly rapid. This alien race's cultivation technique is so profound, it's far superior to the techniques developed by humans. The two were fighting while simultaneously listening to the sounds from the sidelines. Zhang Cheng chuckled, didn't expect that, did you? Lin Tian, your current strength is no longer enough to suppress me. No sooner had he finished speaking than Lin Tian seized the opportunity and tugged at his foot. The imprint of Lin Tian's size 43 shoe was on his chest, which looked somewhat comical. This alien prince's strength is nothing special. It's not as amazing as people say. It's been a while, but Zhang Cheng is still a defeated opponent of our boss. I knew this would happen, boss, take him down already. In close quarters combat, Lin Tian was clearly superior. The reserve team behind him cheered, and sarcastic remarks about Zhang Qing were heard everywhere. Lin Tian waved his hand, and the people behind him quieted down. He raised an eyebrow and smiled, still looking very relaxed. Is this all you've got? You haven't improved much at all. Lin Tian's sarcasm was like a knife stuck into Zhang Qing's chest, making the other man's face even more gloomy. It's not over yet, Lin Tian. I advise you not to be so confident, or you'll be crying your eyes out when the time comes. Zhang Qing snorted and then began to use the alien race's secret technique, letting all the humans present see the true strength of the alien race. Chapter 70: The Backlash of the Secret Technique. After the complex incantation ended, Zhang Qing's body emitted a dazzling light. Lin Tian observed intently and knew that Zhang Qing was finally going to leave no room for maneuver. Lin Lianlian exclaimed in surprise, Brother Tian, he's using a secret technique from another race. This kind of technique is very treacherous, you have to be careful. Even without Lin Lianlian's reminder, Lin Tian already knew what was going on. He immediately cast a spell,
first creating a protective barrier for himself.
He wouldn't move unless the enemy moved. He wanted to figure out the enemy's tactics first. Liu suddenly felt a sharp pain in her chest.
She looked at Zhang Qing in surprise, who was still muttering to himself, clearly serious.
This move was extremely powerful, and Liu was naturally severely affected by the backlash. Her behavior also caught Lin Tian's attention, arousing the man's curiosity. Lin Tian, prepare to die.
Zhang Qing suddenly shouted and disappeared from the spot. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Lin Tian and smashed down directly into his chest. Lin Tian was prepared. He retreated rapidly as soon as the other party made a move against him. Even so, Zhang Qing still managed to pierce her shoulder, and blood flowed out. Lin Tian frowned, not expecting Zhang Qing's move to be so powerful. He had underestimated his opponent. The crowd gasped. No one had seen how Lin Tian got injured, but everyone knew that the horrific wound was inflicted by Zhang Qing.
Zhang Qing chuckled arrogantly. Lin Tian, you finally met your match. Does your wound hurt? Let me tell you, this is just the beginning. I'm going to toy with you like a cat playing with a mouse, and make you die in agony. As he spoke, he attacked Lin Tian again. It was so fast that even the afterimage was hard to see clearly. Everyone then realized that Zhang Qing's speed was almost godlike, and they couldn't help but feel worried for Lin Tian. Lin Lian also became worried. What should we do, Qingge? If this continues, Brother Tian will really be in big trouble. Su Qingge shook her head. Don't worry, Lin Tian will have a way. Lin Tian has always managed to overcome countless crises, and this time will be no different. Although she said she wasn't in a hurry, Su Qingge's hands clenched tightly, clearly showing that she was still worried. With a thought, Lin Tian began to summon the ancient spiritual artifact within his body. He had never summoned a magical artifact in front of so many people before. Now that he was at a critical moment of life and death, it was time to use his trump card. The magical artifact was quickly activated, and Lin Tian's speed increased rapidly. Zhang Qing was taken aback, but remained confident. This is more fun. Lin Tian, you better hide well, or you're dead if I catch you. The entire venue was filled with Zhang Qing's terrifying laughter, a sound like a nightmare. Lin Tian remained silent, dodging back and forth, with drops of blood from his shoulder occasionally falling to the ground. While he was hiding, he took the hemostatic medicine, and soon felt much better. Now that we're ready to fight again, there's nothing to worry about. With a thought, Lin Tian brandished his magical weapon and pounced forward. The two fought in mid-air, their movements so fast that it was almost impossible to see what was happening. Su Qingge stared intently at the figure in mid-air, feeling a growing anxiety. I wonder how the wound on your shoulder is doing. Lin Lian was already amazed. Brother Tian's strength is so great. This is a secret technique of an alien race, with serious side effects, capable of causing a person to unleash 200% of their damage. What side effects? Su Qingge turned her face around, pulled Lin Lian aside, and wanted to ask her for clarification. There will be a backlash, which is equivalent to injuring the enemy by 1,000 while losing 800 of your own. So it's a time-limited period? Logically speaking, that's how it should be. Su Qingge's face lit up with joy. Ignoring whether the rules allowed it or not, she directly used a secret voice transmission to tell Lin Tian about it. Lin Tian's eyes flashed, and he shouted loudly. Let's see how long you can hold out. All secret techniques have side effects. His voice was loud enough for everyone in the room to hear clearly. Side effects? What do you mean? It means that during cultivation, some unpleasant things may happen that could harm your body. Do you understand? Do you really think that the cultivation techniques of other races are all easy to learn? Don't you even think about it? If cultivation were really that easy, how could there be so few people of other races? The Reserve Legion seized the opportunity to explain the disadvantages of the alien cultivation techniques, hoping to dissuade these people from having such an idea. Some people still didn't believe it. After all, the two had been fighting for so long, and Zhang Qing still showed no signs of defeat. You must be talking nonsense. The prince is still very much in love with you. That's right, Chief Lin Tian was injured just now, we all saw it. Alright, we'll see the results soon, won't we? If there are really side effects, the prince definitely won't last much longer. Everyone was watching the final result, and even Zhang Qing heard it. Lin Tian, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. The secret technique I cultivate has virtually no side effects. At the same time, Liu could no longer bear the pain in his internal organs and clutched his chest, wailing in agony.
She was in so much pain that she was barely conscious, her face was pale, and she was covered in cold sweat. She looked like she was about to die. Everyone in the arena noticed this situation, and the aliens were all busy treating Liu, but to no avail.
What's going on? What's wrong with her? Su Qingge looked at Lin Lianlian with some doubt, hoping that she could give her some explanation. After all, the other party was once a princess of a foreign race and knew a lot. Lin Lianlian's face paled, and she took 2 steps back. Almost instantly, she understood what was going on. Sister Qingge, I understand. I understand. What's going on? Tell me quickly.
Zhang Qing must have used Liu. He cultivated a secret technique, causing Liu to suffer the backlash. The two of them progressed rapidly, but Liu would suffer a lot of pain, just like now.
Su Qingge's eyes lit up. So that's how it is. Lin Tian. Liu.
Su Qingge shouted, but didn't have time to explain the specific reason. Lin Tian understood perfectly and immediately rushed to Liu's side, scooping her up in his arms. This unexpected turn of events left several of the alien races bewildered, unable to understand the significance of Lin Tian's actions. Zhang Qing was also furious.
Lin Tian, what do you mean by this? You can't beat me, so you're resorting to kidnapping my people to threaten me? There are so many people watching.
Lin Tian stopped and patted the face of the person in his arms, but there was no reaction.
Liu had already fainted from the pain.
Zhang Qing, you really are ruthless. In order to cultivate your secret technique, you make others suffer the pain of the backlash.
No wonder you haven't shown any signs of weakness even after fighting for so long.
Lin Tian's words caused an uproar among the people in the square, who began to discuss Zhang Qing.
What? There's such a cruel secret technique? Isn't Liu someone close to him? How could he be so heartless?
That woman screamed so pitifully. This prince certainly enjoyed beating her, making a woman suffer.
Chapter 71 Beast Transformation. External Bone Spikes. Lin Lianlian's face was full of surprise. Brother Lin Tian, you've turned into a beast. Beast transformation?
From Lin Lianlian's tone, Lin Tian couldn't tell whether it was a good thing or an ominous sign. But it does sound rather scary. Lin Lianlian nodded affirmatively.
That's right, it's beast transformation. Does that mean I'll turn into a monster in the future? Lin Tian asked with some curiosity.
Lin Lianlian covered her mouth, shaking her head with a smile.
That's not what I meant.
There's a legend among the alien races.
It's said that some incredibly powerful humanoid aliens, if they're lucky, can transform into beasts. Some parts of your body will show characteristics of strange beasts. For example, the black bone spurs that grow on your back.
I've heard that the body parts that have transformed into beasts have maxed out defense.
This is the first time I've ever seen someone in beast form. As Lin Lianlian spoke, she became excited again.
He took a few steps forward, reached out his hand, as if he wanted to touch the black bone spur. After thinking about it, he still withdrew his hand.
In short, beast transformation is a very powerful phenomenon.
Brother Lin Tian, don't worry.
Lin Lianlian spoke with absolute certainty.
Lin Tian finally felt relieved.
Brother Lin Tian, what does it feel like to have a bone spur growing on your body?
Lin Lianlian was also a little curious. After all, she had only ever seen this possibility in books.
There's nothing special about it, it just feels like having your hands and feet on your body. Do you feel pain when you retract the bone spur? No.
Releasing and withdrawing bone spurs is like raising your hand and then lowering it. Lin Lianlian asked several questions in a row, and I could feel her still burning gaze fixed on the bone spur.
Lin Tian turned around. Would you like to touch it?
Lin Lianlian was overjoyed, and even somewhat incredulous.
Me? Can I really do it? Looking at Lin Lianlian's hesitant expression, wanting to touch but not daring to, she was taken aback.
Lin Tian simply grabbed her hand and pressed it onto the bone spur on her back.
Brother Lin Tian, these bone spurs look sharp, but how come they don't prick your hands at all? Lin Lianlian carefully stroked the black bone spurs on Lin Tian's back.
It works on the same principle as the quills on a hedgehog. Lin Lianlian studied them for a while before reluctantly withdrawing her hands. I've never seen a spirit master with such high talent as Brother Lin Tian before. Lin Lianlian sighed. But there was one thing she didn't say. Perhaps, the alien race's rule over humanity over the years will finally come to an end in Lin Tian's hands. The alien race and humanity signed a ceasefire agreement.
For a moment, the members of the Reserve Corps were all idle.
However, Lin Tian received a secret instruction from the old principal to arrange for people to patrol the school every day to prevent Zheng Qing and his gang from making any trouble. At first, Zheng Qing and the others behaved themselves. But just a few days later, Zheng Qing started causing trouble for Lin Tian again. That day, Lin Tian was happily enjoying some precious time alone with Su Qingge at home.
A text message notification sounded on my phone.
Lin Tian took the phone and glanced at it. His face immediately darkened.
The text message was sent from an unknown number.
The text message roughly said, "Meet Lin Tian alone in the school's back garden at noon." The other party stated that he had 2 reserve members under his command. Finally, he added a threat: "If you don't come, you can expect to collect these 2 people's corpses."
Lin Tian checked the time. It was already 11:30.
He didn't have time to explain to Su Qingge, who had just finished cutting fruit and came out of the kitchen. Lin Tian grabbed his coat and rushed out the door. He only had time to say as he passed by Su Qingge, "There's an emergency at school, I'll be right back."
Despite his hurried pace, Lin Tian finally managed to arrive at the back garden of Tianhua Yuling Academy before noon.
Upon arriving at the agreed location, I looked around.
Lin Tian discovered that the back garden was completely empty. Just as Lin Tian was half on guard and half wondering if he had been tricked by someone,
a rustling sound came from the grass behind me. Lin Tian suddenly turned his head, the energy ball in his hand ready to be thrown at any moment. But then, 2 reserve members emerged from behind the bushes. Both of them were among the weaker members of the team.
"What are you doing here?" Lin Tian was somewhat surprised.
These 2 people didn't look like they were being held hostage.
"Huh? Didn't you, boss, send us?"
Both of them seemed completely oblivious to the situation.
"Me? When did I call you here?" Lin Tian was baffled. Lin Tian didn't even touch his phone all morning.
The only time I came into contact with a communication tool was right after receiving the threat message.
"We were on duty today, and when we came back from the canteen at noon, we saw your handwritten note in the duty room. They told us that the 2 of us absolutely had to arrive here before noon." Seeing that Lin Tian's expression was off, the 2 quickly offered an explanation.
The more Lin Tian listened, the more he felt something was amiss.
Why does he feel like he's been set up?
Just as he was about to tell the 2 to retreat, he heard a sinister laugh coming from behind him. "Lin Tian, I thought you were so smart, but you're still just a fool." Upon hearing that familiar voice, Lin Tian couldn't help but frown.
Turning around, Lin Tian looked at Zheng Qing, who was slowly emerging from the shadows, and said irritably, "What are you trying to do now?"
Zheng Qing appeared here at this time, muttering some incomprehensible words to others. It's obvious to anyone with a brain that Zheng Qing was behind all of this.
"What do I want to do?"
"My wish is very simple.
I want to ruin your reputation and destroy your reputation."
Zheng Qing uttered each word slowly and deliberately, speaking through gritted teeth.
"Right now, there are only the 4 of us here. Do you think if those 2 die, the suspicion will fall on us?"
Zheng Qing laughed eerily and continued, "I'll kill them both first, then frame you through the note in the duty room. At that time, not only will the alien reserve legion be mine, but even your current reserve legion will be mine." Zheng Qing looked up at the sky and laughed loudly. Lin Tian stood opposite him, his face indifferent, looking at Zheng Qing's daydreaming expression, and simply replied, "If you think so, then so be it."
Seeing Lin Tian's nonchalant and indifferent demeanor, Zheng Qing's anger flared up again. He immediately shouted, "What are you waiting for?"
2 tall, muscular foreign youths suddenly sprang out from the bushes on the other side. They headed straight for Lin Tian.
"Just watch as I slowly drain the life force from your teammates." Lin Tian was pinned to the ground by 2 alien youths. Chapter 72: The Trump Card. Lin Tian was pinned to the ground by 2 strong alien youths.
He was forced to raise his head and look at the 2 reserve members who were huddled together, trembling. Zheng Qing gradually approached them.
"Lin Tian, look this through. This is the price you pay for provoking me."
Zheng Qing raised his right hand, and a black energy ball spun and condensed in his right palm. The 2 reservists had already closed their eyes tightly, awaiting their death.
2 piercing screams rang out.
This perfectly aligns with Zheng Qing's plan for this moment and this situation.
Only.
Zheng Qing belatedly realized that the 2 screams did not seem to come from the 2 people in front of him. He turned his head abruptly. The 2 strong alien boys had been knocked to the ground. One of the alien youths had blood streaming from his palm, staining a small patch of soil on the ground a reddish-brown. It appears that the tendons in his hand have been severed. Another boy from another race had his forearm cleanly severed right in the middle. He was lying on the floor of the bed, in so much pain that he couldn't make a sound. Lin Tian shook off the dirt from his clothes and looked at Zhang Qing, who had an incredulous expression, with disdain.
This is your plan? Let's rewind 3 minutes. Lin Tian was pinned down by 2 alien races.
He used the power of ancient martial arts, but he could only struggle weakly in their hands. Astounded by the difference in physical strength between humans and other races, Lin Tian watched Zhang Qing getting closer and closer to his teammates, his heart filled with anxiety. Suddenly, an idea struck me. A bone spur suddenly popped out from the shoulder and instantly pierced the palm of one of the alien boys. The other alien boy reacted faster, and in his haste to raise his hand, he only suffered a cut on his palm from the bone spur. The alien youth, who barely dodged Lin Tian's attack, avoided Lin Tian's shoulder and reached for Lin Tian's waist, attempting to control him again. Just as his hand touched the soft flesh of Lin Tian's waist,
in an instant, the black bone spurs on Lin Tian's back sprang out, and the sharp spikes and extremely fast impact immediately severed the alien boy's arm.
After doing all this, Lin Tian quickly retracted the bone spur into his body. At first glance, apart from a few holes in his clothes, he didn't look much different from before. Looking at the 2 alien youths lying on the ground groaning in pain, Zhang Qing's expression became somewhat unnatural.
He couldn't understand why Lin Tian's body was so strong, even though they were both human. Even 2 alien races couldn't control him for long?
Burning with rage, Zhang Qing felt as if she were going crazy with jealousy.
Why shouldn't this talent be his? Lin Tian. Our 2 clans just signed a ceasefire agreement, and you've already acted so lawlessly, injuring 2 of my clansmen. What do you mean? Do you want to continue the war?
Jealousy and anger clouded Zhang Qing's judgment. Without a second thought, he slapped a huge accusation directly onto Lin Tian's head. Lin Tian glanced at Zhang Qing indifferently. He quickly stepped forward and blocked the way for the 2 reserve members. Then he spoke, saying, "My team and I agreed to meet here.
We have a note to prove it. What does it have to do with me if something happens to your men?"
When the 3 of us arrived, we found that 2 of you were already lying in pools of blood.
Then it's obvious who the murderer is, isn't it?
After all, those who are not of our kind are bound to have different intentions.
Don't you think so, Prince?
After Lin Tian finished speaking, he didn't forget to smile at Zhang Qing. In Zhang Qing's eyes, this was clearly a blatant mockery.
But he had no way to refute it.
After all, he was the one who ended up losing more than he gained by trying to steal a chicken. In this kind of 3-on-3 match between different teams, without any outsiders present, there is simply no way to determine who attacked whom.
Consider yourself lucky. You'd better pray that the god of fortune will always be on your side.
Zhang Qing had nowhere to vent her frustration. Finally, he walked up to the 2 alien boys who were lying paralyzed on the ground.
One person gave him a kick. What are you still lying there for? Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Get up and get on my heels.
After saying that, Zhang Qing didn't care whether the 2 could keep up with him or not, and turned around and strode away.
Lin Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief after watching Zhang Qing walk away.
He originally intended to use the bone spur as his trump card in the upcoming heavenly ranking tournament. Now, things have gotten out of hand beforehand, with Zhang Qing finding out in advance.
If I had known, I should have killed those 2 aliens just now.
Lin Tian, who was lost in his own thoughts, was finally brought back to his senses by the shouts of the 2 reserve members.
"Boss, we'll head back now."
The 2 of them were very submissive. It's unclear whether he was frightened by Zhang Qing or afraid of making a mistake and being punished.
Remember this, think before you act next time. When have I ever given a notification?
It's always either in a group chat or a private message.
When have I ever used handwriting?
Lin Tian was not in a good mood because his trump card had been seen by someone beforehand. After reprimanding the 2 students and receiving their promises to think twice before acting in the future, Lin Tian left the school. On his way home, Lin Tian kept thinking about how to continue upgrading. It wasn't until he got home that Su Qing's joyful voice pulled him out of his less than ideal mood.
"Lin Tian. The announcement just came out.
The heavenly ranking competition will start in 3 days.
Should we participate?" Seeing Su Qing's enthusiastic expression, Lin Tian nodded indulgently. "Of course I'll participate. This ranking competition is a selection contest held every 3 years in Luwali City. The top 10 spirit masters can go to the higher level Fireseed City to further their studies at a more prestigious academy. Lin Tian now hopes that his abilities will become stronger and stronger. He was naturally not going to let such a good opportunity for further study slip by. The two were discussing preparations for the heavenly ranking competition 3 days later. Suddenly, the news anchor's voice came through the television. Emergency announcement, a news segment is about to be broadcast. The two of them turned to look at the television at the same time. On the television screen, one could see familiar high-ranking officials from both alien and human races. The two were having a heated discussion about whether the Alien Reserve Army currently at Tianhua Yuling Academy was qualified to participate in the heavenly ranking tournament. Since your Luwali City, and even the Tianhua Yuling Academy within the city, have accepted the existence of the Alien Reserve Army. In the reserve team, every child meets the age standard for participation. Now that they're part of your Luwali City, why can't the children of our Alien Reserve Legion participate in this heavenly ranking tournament? The representative from the foreign race pressed on relentlessly, speaking one sentence after another. The human representatives didn't even have a chance to interject. The camera begins to focus on close-ups of the faces of the human representatives. Chapter 73 Heavenly Ranking Competition. The representatives of the foreign race pressed closer and closer. The camera focused on a close-up of the human representative's face. The human representative looked somewhat nervous. Even in front of the camera, she couldn't quite control her expressions. He kept glancing down at his phone, as if waiting for someone to call. Just as viewers in front of their televisions were beginning to criticize the human representative for being at a loss and not representing humanity at all. The phone placed next to the human representative vibrated very noticeably. Then, everyone watched as he turned on his phone with a look of relief on his face. After frowning slightly and looking at it for a while, the human representative put down his phone and looked at the alien representative with a determined gaze. Since you wish for us humans to defeat your alien race openly and fairly in front of everyone, we can certainly grant your request. Ignoring his rude expression just now, what he said was indeed well said. In a short while, the expressions on the faces of the alien representatives changed repeatedly. They, as alien races, have indeed achieved their goal. However, in this situation, faced with the open provocation from the representatives of humanity, he had no way to retaliate. After a long pause, the representative of the foreign race angrily retorted, "We'll see who wins and who loses." Then, he left the scene directly. The live stream was cut off at that point. Lin Tian and Su Qingge looked at each other in bewilderment. The fact that the Alien Reserve Legion would also participate in the heavenly ranking tournament was something neither of them had expected. Lin Tian guessed that this move was intended to give the human side confidence. But he always felt that the alien race's request was definitely not as simple as it seemed on the surface. You shouldn't go to the heavenly ranking competition this time. Lin Tian looked at Su Qingge and told her his decision. Su Qingge is currently pregnant, and now, the Reserve Legion of the alien race is also going to participate in the heavenly ranking competition. Unlike other human spirit masters, they at least don't kill each other. However, if the opponent is a different race, the variables become much greater. Su Qingge understood Lin Tian's concerns, so she did not argue. She looked at Lin Tian with some concern and asked, "What about your artifact spirit? Why don't you take Lin Lianlian with you?" Once a spirit master loses their spirit avatar, their strength will drop significantly, and Su Qingge is also worried about this. Lin Tian shook his head. "Have you forgotten that I still have the spirit control scepter?" Su Qingge then nodded. With this SSS-level ancient spiritual artifact, Lin Tian's strength can indeed be guaranteed. Lin Lianlian should stay home and take care of you. Things are not peaceful in Luwali City lately. It's good for the two of you to stay together and look after each other. Su Qingge agreed. Lin Tian then told Lin Lianlian about it, and Lin Lianlian immediately said that there was no problem. 3 days later, Lin Tian packed his bags and left home under the watchful eyes of Su Qingge and Lin Lianlian. Tianhua Yuling Academy. On the playground. All the groups have arrived. Without prior arrangement, everyone divided into 3 groups on the playground according to their respective factions. The first group was naturally led by the Reserve Legion, consisting of students from Tianhua Yuling Academy. The second group consisted of members of the Alien Reserve Legion, led by Zhang Qing. Then there are the promising talents cultivated by the various forces in Luwali City.
Among them were young masters and ladies from various families, as well as elite young men carefully selected by powerful figures from all walks of life. What they all have in common is that none of them have publicly tested their talents. Faced with these students from ordinary backgrounds at Tianhua Yuling Academy, these young masters, ladies, and elite teenagers naturally felt superior to others to varying degrees. As for Zhang Qing and his group, although they were of a different race, Zhang Qing was a prince. At least in terms of status, they are compatible with each other. Therefore, the way they looked at Zhang Qing and his group was relatively friendly. Lin Tian looked at the disdainful looks the young masters and ladies were giving him, and remained silent to himself.
Isn't it precisely because of these self-righteous fools who can't distinguish the importance of the situation that humanity is repeatedly at a disadvantage?
Thinking this, Lin Tian glared back fiercely at a fat, big-eared young master who was rolling his eyes at him disdainfully. It was easy to see from the fat pig's expression that Lin Tian's glare had successfully enraged him. Just as he raised his hand, angrily preparing to walk towards Lin Tian, a strong middle-aged male voice suddenly rang out from the high platform. I am very pleased that everyone has come to participate in our Luoli City's triennial heavenly ranking competition. It was the city lord of Luoli City who spoke. To demonstrate the importance that the higher-ups attach to this year's heavenly ranking competition, they specially invited the city lord of Luoli City to personally preside over the competition. The fat, big-eared young master stopped abruptly in his tracks. He mouthed, "You just wait," to Lin Tian, then turned his head with dissatisfaction to look at the city lord of Luoli City on the high platform.
Lin Tian shrugged, pretending not to see it.
Let me first tell you about the selection requirements for participants in our heavenly ranking competition. The city lord of Luoli City pressed his hands down, signaling the crowd below who were clapping passionately to calm down a bit.
All young people under the age of 25 are welcome to participate in the heavenly ranking competition in Luoli City.
The top 10 winners, whether they are students of Tianhua Yuling Academy, young people who have been eliminated by the academy, or young people who choose to study and cultivate at home, can go to a higher academy for further study.
Standing on the high platform, the city lord of Luoli City looked around and, seeing that no one raised any questions, continued, "So, before the competition officially begins, we need each contestant to come up on stage in turn and have their abilities and age tested on the energy crystal. This is to ensure that no one exceeds the age limit and tries to cheat the competition."
After the city lord of Luoli City finished speaking, the crowd quickly lined up under the guidance of the staff. Then, one by one, they went on stage to be tested on their age and abilities. Those at the front of the line were mostly young masters and ladies, and elite teenagers.
Everyone's rank is not low. It's either B or A. Only a few Class CS appeared.
Lin Tian was at the back of the line, feeling drowsy. Just a second before his eyelids were about to stick together, a fierce argument erupted on the platform, jolting him awake.
Why can't I celebrate? I'm only a year over the age limit. I haven't even celebrated my birthday yet. I'm still 25. Looking up at the high platform, the one shouting and yelling next to the energy crystal was none other than Fatty Pig, who had just told Lin Tian to just wait and see. Excuse me, contestant. You are indeed over the age limit for the competition. Please cooperate with us and leave. Lin Tian watched the farce unfold without showing any emotion. Chapter 74 Shen Yuan Sword.
The audience members below the stage all looked up at the stage one after another.
The fat, big-eared young master on stage was still shouting relentlessly, "Let's see who dares to make me go back? Do you know who my father is?"
In the midst of the argument, a burst of energy struck the young master.
After letting out a cry of pain, the young master was too injured to speak. "Take him away. I don't care who your father is. If he's got the guts, make him come find me."
From the high platform, the voice of the city lord of Luoli City rang out, authoritative without being angry. Security personnel stepped forward, lifted the unconscious young master, and dragged him off the stage.
First, this fat, big-eared young master was made an example of. The people who went up to test later were much more obedient. Lin Tian even saw several young people secretly leaving the audience. They must be of different ages. The teams of young masters, ladies, and elite youths have basically all completed their testing.
Only one short-haired girl remained at the back of the line. When it was her turn, the staff called her several times before the girl slowly walked onto the stage. Lin Tian was once again drawn to the commotion on the stage and looked up. The girl had short, black hair that reached her ears. Her hair appeared to be naturally curly, loosely and naturally curled into small curls, lying quietly on the girl's head. The girl's vibrant curly hair contrasted sharply with her malnourished and frail figure. Coupled with the girl's terrified and helpless expression, she seemed very disjointed. The girl carefully placed her hand on the energy crystal.
A moment later, the staff announced the girl's age and level, 16 years old. E-rank spirit incarnation.
Upon hearing this, the young masters and ladies below the stage burst into laughter, except for one lady who was an A-level spirit incarnation.
She looked arrogant and shouted at the stage, "Lily, what are you doing here, an E-level spirit? You don't even have a spirit master willing to form a contract with you. Are you here specifically to embarrass the Lee family?"
The young lady, an A-level spirit incarnation, wore a red dress, her hair was tied up high, and she had outstanding features.
At this moment, a furious shout drew the attention of many boys.
Lin Tian glanced at the girl in red, then at the curly-haired girl on the stage.
Actually, that curly hair isn't bad looking.
Her nose was small and high, and her lips were small and full. Paired with her almond-shaped eyes, which looked even bigger on her small face, she was both cute and pitifully charming. It looks just like a cute golden-shaded dog. Unfortunately, her pretty face was now filled with worry, completely obscuring her original beauty. Seeing the curly-haired girl's appearance, Lin Tian suddenly thought of the time before he signed a contract with Suchinga. Back then, when her talent was measured at level F, she also had this expression of utter despair.
As if by some strange twist of fate, Lin Tian activated his Eye of Truth. Name, Li Li. Age, 16. Height, 163 centimeters. Spirit weapon, Xianyuan sword sealed. Spirit talent, E rank.
Lin Tian suppressed his joy and forced himself to remain calm. The Xianyuan sword, now sealed away.
Another ancient artifact. Moreover, it is the most powerful sword-type weapon spirit. Lin Tian was itching to make a move.
I just heard the girl in red say that Lily hasn't signed a contract with the spirit master yet. That's why the good stuff was saved for him.
While Lin Tian was overjoyed, the argument between the woman in red and Lily continued on the other side. "Sister, it doesn't say in the rules that spirit avatars without a contract aren't allowed to participate."
Lily's voice is like a lark's, or like a clear mountain spring. It's very pleasant to listen to. Unfortunately, the sound was too soft, and the people around couldn't hear it clearly. Even after Lin Tian transformed into a beast and his 5 senses were enhanced, he could only barely hear clearly.
The girl in red became even angrier upon hearing Li Li's barely audible voice. "What are you stammering about? Don't think you're so great just because your father is being merciful and letting you participate in the heavenly ranking competition. Today, if no spirit master signs a contract with you, you still can forget about participating." The woman in red put her hands on her hips. Although he was in the audience, he had the air of someone looking down on someone else. Lily on stage was almost in tears. He ran off the stage, pleading with everyone, "Please, make a contract with me. Once I qualify for the competition, we can immediately terminate the contract." I begged for ages, but no one paid any attention. Let's not even talk about how powerful and influential the Li family is in Luwali City. It is said that after a spirit master and a weapon spirit form a contract, the contract can only be dissolved if both parties are willing. Li is an E-level artifact spirit incarnation, which makes everyone a little afraid. After forming a contract, they are entangled with her. After all, the level of the spirit incarnation directly affects the level of the spirit master after becoming a spirit tamer. Get your ass back home right now. Stop crying and sobbing. What kind of behavior is this? You're bringing shame to the Li family. The woman in red saw that Li had begged around a lot, but no one was willing to form a contract with her. The arrogant expression on his face now carried a hint of schadenfreude. Stop daydreaming. You'll never find a spirit master willing to form a contract with you in your entire life. As you watch, large tears, like those of Li Lidu, fell one after another to the ground. She stood there helplessly, her hands clasped together, biting her lower lip tightly. She dared not stay, but she was truly unwilling to leave just like that. Just as everyone was enjoying the show, and some were even lamenting that there was one less beautiful woman among the contestants this time, a voice rang out from the crowd who says it's impossible for a spirit master to sign a contract with her? I'm willing. Upon hearing the youthful male voice, Lily looked up with great joy. She was mentally prepared that even if the person who came was an ugly, fat loser, she would still willingly sign the contract. As soon as she looked up, Lin Tian's handsome face came into Lily's view. Looking further down, you see broad shoulders and a narrow waist. A muscular physique and long, shapely legs. Lily saw Lin Tian's mouth opening and closing, as if he was saying something.
But she could no longer hear anything. All she could hear was her own heart pounding wildly. From childhood to adulthood, all the touching and joyful moments cannot compare to this moment.
Really? You're really willing?
Lily jogged forward a couple of steps and grabbed Lin Tian's arm tightly, afraid that he might change his mind and turn back to the crowd.
Lin Tian nodded firmly.
I thought to myself, you are the embodiment of the Xian Yuan sword.
I don't want to sign a contract with you? I'm not an idiot. But Lili didn't know any of this.
At this moment, in her eyes, Lin Tian was like a god who had descended from the sky and saved her from this dire situation.
And what are you?
The girl in red raised her head and looked at Lin Tian with disdain.
You formed a contract with an E-rank artifact spirit avatar. I think you're just as useless as her, aren't you? The girl in red glanced at Lin Tian and Lili. Chapter 75 Another Contract. He met the gaze of the girl in red.
Lin Tian remained neither humble nor arrogant.
My level will be revealed in a short test. As for you, what right do you have to shout like this?
Lili, standing to the side, tugged at Lin Tian's sleeve and whispered, "She's my sister."
Before Lin Tian could reply to Lili, the girl in red shouted, "I, Li Man, am the eldest daughter of the Li family. I am her older sister. Why can't I scold her?"
Lin Tian frowned at Riman's matter-of-fact attitude.
The Li family?
If the Li family can raise a young lady like you who doesn't know any manners, they probably aren't a prominent family. Riman wanted to throw another tantrum, but her little follower, who seemed to be her spirit master, secretly tugged at her sleeve, signaling her to look around. Riman glanced impatiently to the side and realized that everyone was looking at him with different expressions. Unlike the gloating expressions on everyone's faces when she scolded Lili earlier. Now, everyone's attention has turned to her.
The emotions conveyed in that gaze included mockery, disdain, and even pity.
It seems that Lin Tian's words just now stirred up everyone's emotions.
Then go up and test me now. I refuse to believe that a spirit master willing to be with this brat can be a high-level spirit master. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Riman became somewhat embarrassed and angry.
After saying that, she stared intently at Lin Tian, waiting for his next move.
Lin Tian walked straight onto the stage and placed his hand on the energy crystal.
To show off, he relaxed his control over his abilities a little this time.
Age, 18. Talent, rank as spirit master.
The staff member standing next to the energy crystal shouted loudly.
The crowd below the stage erupted in uproar. A rank spirit master.
This can be considered top-tier talent.
Oh my god. Handsome guy, can you take a look at me? I can cancel the contract right now. This second young lady of the Li family really hit the jackpot.
A Miri-level talent spirit avatar has actually been chosen by an A-level spirit master.
Sigh, what a pity.
Such high talent, but not very bright.
Pairing an A rank with an E rank is no different from being demoted to D rank. Among the crowd, opinions were divided.
Only the members of the reserve corps smiled without saying a word.
Lin Tian is able to contract with more than one artifact spirit avatar. It seems that as long as their leader is willing, contracting several artifact spirit avatars should not be a problem.
Riman, sitting in the audience, had turned completely black-faced. Even as an A-level spirit incarnation, she finally managed to find an A-level spirit master to form a contract with.
Why is it that Lili, that good for nothing, can hook up with an A-level spirit master without doing anything?
Let me remind you, everyone only has one chance to form a contract. You're an A-level spirit master, it's not worth it for you to form a contract with a piece of trash like my sister just to save face by playing the hero.
Li Man looked at Lin Tian as he walked down from the stage and said resentfully. It's none of your business.
Lin Tian replied with 4 words.
Riman became even angrier.
She thought that she was prettier than Li Li in terms of looks. In terms of strength, she is stronger than Li Li.
Why does this boy treat her and Li Li so differently? Just keep pretending. You've already formed a contract with Su Qingge, and you still want to get another beauty?
Suddenly, Zhang Cheng, who had been watching silently from the sidelines, spoke up with a sarcastic remark.
I bet you just want to pick up girls. Zhang Cheng was unaware that Lin Tian could contract with multiple spirit masters.
The crowd, which had finally quieted down, began whispering again.
This guy looks like a gentleman, how could he do such a despicable thing? What's the big deal? She's just an E-rank artifact spirit avatar. It's already pretty good that someone is willing to stand up for her.
At this moment, Lin Tian had already walked back to Li Li's side. You don't need to worry about me, I'm very grateful to you no matter what. Li Li blushed and spoke softly, not forgetting to bow 90 degrees to Lin Tian.
Since your highness thinks I'm lying, why don't you all come with us to the contract hall to be our witnesses?
As he said this, Lin Tian looked at the city lord of Luoli City on the high platform. After all, he's the one in charge now. If he says no, no one can leave the playground. The heavenly ranking competition has no time limit. It's good for young people to broaden their horizons. The voice of the city lord of Luoli City came through. The crowd erupted in cheers as if they had received a pardon.
Let's go. Let's take a look together. Luo Yifan roared and took the lead in walking towards the contract hall.
He had disliked Zhang Qing for a long time. This gave him a chance to embarrass Zhang Qing. Once the boss and that curly-haired girl successfully form a contract, he's already figured out how to mock Zhang Qing. With Luifan's shout, the others also started to move. Li Li stood still, but Lin Tian took her hand and led her toward the contract hall. Now, Li Li's already slightly flushed cheeks turned even redder.
Inside the contract hall,
Zhang Qing, standing at the very front, and Li Man, standing silently at the back of the line, had identical expressions. Both of them sincerely hoped that Lin Tian was just putting on a brave face. The two of them placed their hands on the energy stone together. A flash of white light.
The contract was successful. Li Li herself hadn't even realized what was happening yet.
I felt a spiritual energy, different from any I'd ever felt before, slowly coursing through my body.
Li Li looked at Lin Tian in surprise.
Lin Tian smiled and nodded at her.
Li Li's mind stirred.
An ancient-looking greatsword immediately appeared in Lin Tian's hand.
Although the sword is covered in rust, both its broad blade and the exquisitely engraved hilt speak of the ancient sword's former glory.
Zhang Qing's face had turned as black as the bottom of a pot.
Riemann turned around and left the contract hall.
Sigh. Some people, even if they become princes, their hearts are still dirty, so they see everything as dirty. Seeing that Zhang Qing was trying to slip out of the contract hall while everyone was not paying attention, Luo Yifan made a sarcastic remark without any politeness, and then brazenly turned his gaze to Zhang Qing. She noticed that more and more eyes were on her. Zhang Qing practically covered his face and fled in panic. He cursed Lin Tian and the reserve army in his heart.
Just wait. One day, you will all have to kneel at my feet, Zhang Qing. Li Li transformed back into human form. Overwhelmed with emotion, she didn't know what to do and just kept thanking Lin Tian.
After everyone had finished watching the excitement, they gradually walked back towards the playground.
All right. No need to thank me. In the heavenly ranking tournament, you and I are partners. Lin Tian supported Li Li's shoulder. Chapter 76 Zhang Qing's Progress. Lin Tian held Li Li's shoulder, stopping her from bowing and thanking him any further. All right, signing a contract is a voluntary thing, so why thank me?
But Li Li hesitated, as if she wanted to say something but then stopped.
Lin Tian had already guessed what she wanted to say.
There's no such thing as but or no. People say that making a contract with a human whose talent is lower than one's own will affect one's own rank.
But I don't think so. After the contract is formed, the influence between the two is mutual. What if you also become a level under my influence?
Li Li assumed that Lin Tian was just trying to make her happy. She blushed and answered.
She let Lin Tian take her hand again and walk back to the playground.
Zhang Cheng had already returned to the parade ground and was standing at the head of the reserve corps. His face was full of bewilderment.
Lin Tian clearly had a D-level talent, so how did he suddenly become an A-level talent today? Moreover, isn't it said that each spirit master can only contract one spirit avatar? How come Lin Tian can contract two? Moreover, both of them are top-tier beauties. How come Lin Tian gets all the good things?
Just then, Lin Tian, holding Li Li's hand, returned to the group. Lin Tian felt two resentful gazes fall upon him. Without even turning around, he knew that those two gazes were most likely from Zhang Qing and the eldest daughter of the Li family, Li Man. The participants continued to go on stage one by one to have their age and talents tested. When it was Zhang Qing's turn, he glanced at Lin Tian with an arrogant air, and then strode confidently onto the stage.
Age, 18. Talent, S-rank Spirit Master. Cheers erupted from the audience.
They were members of the Alien Reserve Legion, supporting Zhang Qing. The others were also quite shocked. Although, in the group of young masters and ladies from prominent families, there were also those whose talents were tested to be S level.
But there is only one.
Now, the first person to step forward from this team representing the alien race is actually an S rank. Previously, those contestants who looked down on the other races have begun to re-evaluate this reserve legion. He saw the provocative look Zheng Qing was giving him. Lin Tian remained unmoved.
Divine gold. Is it possible that a mere S rank title could excite Zheng Qing like this? Those nostrils are practically pointing skywards. If he knew that his true talent level was SSS level Spirit Master, he would be in trouble. Wouldn't he be furious? Lin Tian couldn't help but laugh out loud.
As Zheng Cheng walked off the stage, he taunted, "All you can do is laugh.
Don't think you're something special just because you've been promoted to a level.
Compared to me, you're still far behind."
Lin Tian did not want to pay any attention to Zheng Qing's remarks.
After all, people tend to show off what they lack most. Zheng Qing was so angry he jumped up and down, but he was helpless against Lin Tian.
Testing continues. The average level of the final test results for the members of the Alien Reserve Legion was basically above C.
This made Lin Tian take this legion seriously again. Originally, he thought that the so-called secret methods of the alien race that could enhance abilities were most likely Zheng Qing's evil method of cultivating alien power at the cost of burning the backlash of the artifact spirit avatar. But now it seems that not only have the strength of the spirit masters in the Reserve Legion improved significantly, but the strength of the weapon spirit avatars has also been rising steadily.
Moreover, they don't seem to use alien powers. The sky was gradually darkening. Testing is ongoing. It was the students' turn at Tianhua Yuling Academy.
Unlike the young masters and ladies of noble families and the reserve legions of foreign races,
the test results from the students of Tianhua Yuling Academy were somewhat mixed.
The lowest can reach grade D, and the highest can reach grade A. Luo Yifan, Mini, Su Han, and Su Han are all a level.
Apart from them, the other members of the Reserve Legion are mostly at level C, with only one occasionally appearing at level B. The testing was finally completed as darkness fell completely.
The voice of the city lord of Luoli City came from the high platform once again.
"Thank you for your cooperation today, fellow contestants. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Meet here on time.
At that time, staff will lead everyone to a large secret realm in Luoli City for trials.
Tonight, we have prepared a sumptuous dinner and a cozy dormitory for everyone at Tianhua Yuling Academy. A staff member will lead everyone there shortly. Alright, have a nice evening everyone. See you tomorrow." After saying that,
the city lord of Luoli City waved his hand. The person simply vanished from the spot.
Everyone was amazed by the high level of spiritual power of the city lord of Luoli City.
Only Lili huddled behind Lin Tian, trembling. Noticing Lili's unusual behavior, Lin Tian quickly pulled her into a tighter embrace.
"When I touched those slender little hands, they were ice cold. Are you cold?" Lin Tian lowered his head and asked.
I glanced at the denim overalls Lili was wearing, with a loose long-sleeved shirt printed with little rabbits underneath. He thought to himself, this shouldn't be happening.
He's wearing shorts and a short-sleeved shirt today, and he's sweating buckets.
Sure enough, Lili shook her head, but her face quickly turned red with the movement. Lin Tian raised his hand to feel the temperature of the girl's forehead in his arms.
"You don't have a fever, why is your face so red?"
Lin Tian muttered softly.
Hearing Lin Tian say that, Lili's face turned even redder. I don't want to live with them."
As Lili said this, her voice grew softer and softer. Towards the end, Lin Tian practically had to put his ear to her mouth to barely hear her.
"Who?" "Riemann."
Lili lowered her head and played with her fingers, the blush on her face spreading to the tips of her ears.
"Hey! Don't worry about that. The boss arranged our accommodations for tonight."
Luo Yifan suddenly appeared out of nowhere and said in a very casual manner. Looking at Lili, who was nestled in Lin Tian's arms, she visibly trembled upon hearing her own voice. Luo Yifan then realized that he had been too loud and might have frightened the person. Scratching his head sheepishly, Luo Yifan lowered his voice. The higher-ups are afraid of disputes between the contestants. We've arranged for the contracted spirit masters and their spirit avatars to share a room, based on the standard of a pair of spirit masters. In fact, the higher-ups were afraid that the alien reserve army would take advantage of the separation between the two sides of the spirit masters and cause trouble.
"Don't be afraid. You'll stay with me tonight."
Lin Tian stroked the girl's fluffy hair in his arms and comforted her. Lily nodded slowly, finally stopping her trembling. But her face grew increasingly red. Even though Lin Tian had already let go of her, he was still holding her hand. Lin Tian slowed down, afraid that Lily behind him wouldn't be able to keep up with his pace. But he discovered that no matter how fast or slow he was, Lily always followed half a step behind him.
Chapter 77 I'll Slap You.
Lin Tian noticed that no matter how fast or slow he went, Lily always followed him at a distance of half a step behind, neither too close nor too far.
After several attempts, Lin Tian finally couldn't help but ask, "Don't you want to get too close to me?"
Lily shook her head frantically. "My mother taught me from a young age that we, the second branch of the family, were born inferior to others. We were not allowed to walk side by side with our masters, nor could we sit on equal footing with them."
Hearing Lily's explanation, Lin Tian almost laughed in anger. This so-called Li family instills this kind of thinking in their children from a young age.
No wonder she could raise a spoiled brat like Riemann.
We have a contractual relationship, not a master-servant relationship.
Fearing that Lily might not understand, Lin Tian added, "We are partners fighting side by side, and there is no such thing as one being of higher status than the other." Upon hearing this, Lily obediently nodded. "Sir, your talent is so high that after I form a contract with you, my status will naturally be different from before."
Lin Tian was completely bewildered by Lily's words.
This child has been brainwashed since childhood, and this erroneous idea is deeply ingrained.
For the time being, Lin Tian didn't know how to correct it. He could only pretend to be angry and said, "My name is Lin Tian, you don't need to call me sir. Also, from now on, when you're by my side, you must not mention anything related to our different statuses." Seeing that Lin Tian was angry, Lily finally gave up. She nodded obediently.
Seeing that Lin Tian was still looking at her with displeasure,
Lily quickly stepped forward and walked alongside Lin Tian. When the two arrived at the restaurant, almost everyone had already arrived. After choosing their favorite foods, everyone gathered around a round table. After sitting down in an orderly fashion, Lin Tian was just about to start eating. But he discovered that the seat next to Lily was empty. Lin Tian turned around to look for her, only to find Lily standing to his side and behind him, holding a plate and already eating small bites.
"What are you doing?"
Lin Tian was surprised.
"Let's eat."
Lily looked even more surprised than Lin Tian.
"Why don't you sit down?"
Lin Tian asked again. "This is how I eat at home. There is a distinction between legitimate and illegitimate children, and between elders and juniors. I cannot sit at the same table to eat with everyone." Lin Tian was even more surprised.
No wonder this little girl is so cautious and timid, always on edge whenever something happens.
What kind of life did they live in the Li family before? "Sit down." Lin Tian used a commanding tone. Lily wanted to say something more.
Lin Tian's eyes widened.
Lily immediately shut her mouth. "Sit down obediently and continue eating."
Su-han, standing to the side without looking up, said, "Boss, the task ahead is arduous and the road is long."
Lin Tian was speechless. This pair is completely stubborn and won't respond well to gentle treatment. If you want to treat her well, but you act like a fierce demon, she won't accept it. Dinner ended in this eerie atmosphere.
The incident occurred just before everyone was about to get up. A bowl of leftover food, without warning, drenched Lily from head to toe. Some of it even splashed onto Lin Tian. This table is mostly occupied by members of the Reserve Corps. All eyes were focused on what was behind Lily. Lin Tian slowly turned his head. Li Man looked down at Lily, who was covered in dirty water. Holding the plate in his hand, he maintained the tilted position of the plate.
"A bitch is a bitch. Who gave you permission to sit down and eat? Have you forgotten all the rules we taught you at home?"
Looking at the dirty Lily, Lyman's eyes were filled with enjoyment and pride. She wanted to let Lily, this illegitimate daughter, know that even if they were bound by a contract, she would still be trampled under her feet. The spirit masters they all contracted with were all a level, but how could Lily, an E-level spirit incarnation, compare to her, an A-level one?
Lily did not move.
He just sat there with his head down and eyes lowered. It seemed that as long as one was patient enough, this matter would soon pass.
Lin Tian stood up. "Fight back." These three concise words were not spoken to Riemann. Lily finally reacted.
She looked up and saw a boy whose gentle expression was evident in his eyes and brows, staring intently at her. Only then did Lily dare to believe that the boy's words were really directed at her. At this moment, Riemann finally realized what was happening and started shouting.
You bunch of arrogant fools. Do you know what status the Lee family holds in Luoli City? Let's see who dares to lay a hand on you today.
Lily shrank back. Li Man's words had an effect on her.
Fight back.
Lin Tian remained gentle and soft-spoken, but his tone carried a newfound firmness. Seeing that Lily was still blinking her big eyes and looking at him hesitantly,
Lin Tian issued his final ultimatum. Fight back, fight hard. Otherwise, we'll terminate the contract.
Clearly, compared to the Li family, the words termination of contract are far more threatening to Lily at this moment. Riemann looked at the girl in front of her, whose curly hair was soaked through and stuck to her face, and stood up shakily. She was muttering to herself, "I'm sorry, sister."
For some reason, Riemann suddenly felt like running away.
Even though she knew in her heart that with Lily's speed and strength, even if she hit her, it wouldn't hurt her at all. Just as she was debating whether to run away, Lily in front of her suddenly showed a terrified expression.
Immediately afterwards, Riemann felt a gust of wind brush against his cheek. Immediately afterwards, a burning pain came from my left cheek.
Lin Tian saw that Li Man looked incredulous, yet was also wincing in pain. Satisfied, he withdrew the spiritual energy that had just been controlling Lily's right hand.
He doesn't hit women. But that doesn't mean his women don't hit other women. You. All of you.
Riemann covered her swollen left cheek, feeling both ashamed and angry, and for a moment, she was speechless. Our Tianhua Academy is more than capable of protecting a mere girl.
If your Li family has any problems, feel free to come to me.
Lin Tian pulled the stunned Lily into his arms. After leaving behind a single sentence, he led the members of the reserve corps away triumphantly.
The young masters and ladies around them, and even the elite teenagers, looked down on the students of Tianhua Yuling Academy.
However, some time ago, there was a riot of strange beasts in Luoli City, and the members of the Reserve Legion repeatedly made meritorious contributions in killing the strange beasts, which is common knowledge. Today, during Lin Tian's interaction with the Reserve Legion, everyone could clearly see that he was the leader of the Legion. At this time, no one was willing to make an enemy of the leader of the Reserve Legion for the sake of Riemann. After Lin Tian and the others had gone far away, the young masters and ladies who were usually on good terms with the Li family rushed over, pulled Li Man aside, and comforted her. The spirit master who had made a pact with Riemann arrived late.
Chapter 78. I don't mind. Riemann was furious to see her contractor arrive so late.
Every time I confront someone, you're always late.
Are you doing this on purpose, or have you defected to someone else?
He frowned upon hearing her words.
I was just a little late. That's all? I'm the eldest daughter of the Li family, an A rank.
You're my contractor, and you should be fighting alongside me. But every time I confront Lin Tian and that good for nothing, you're always late, making me lose face.
And now you're telling me it's just because I was a step late?
Do you know that because of you, I've lost all face?
Roaring and howling, Riemann unleashed his fury.
Seeing her mouth opening and closing repeatedly, his face turned cold. He was at least in A level, yet Riemann publicly reprimanded him. How could he possibly save face?
Is her face, but other people's faces aren't? Raging anger, he yelled, "Shut up!" Upon hearing his words, Riemann's eyes widened in disbelief. Do you know who you're talking to? Riemann, I'm talking about you.
Hearing him name names, Riemann nearly ground his back teeth to powder.
You're the one who made me lose face, yet you dare to rebuke me? You've gone too far. Riemann, please know your place.
I am merely your spirit master, not your servant.
If you have anger, take it out on someone else, not me. So what if I sprinkle it on you?
I have no responsibility to bear your anger. He gave Riemann a cold look, then turned and left. Watching his resolute back, Riemann stomped her feet in anger.
With countless eyes fixed on him, Riemann's rage reached its peak. It's all that damn Lin Tian's fault. If it weren't for him protecting Li at every turn, I wouldn't be the one who lost face.
Clenching her teeth, Riemann blamed all the mistakes on Lin Tian, harboring a deep hatred for him. At this moment, Lin Tian and Li were walking back. Subconsciously, Lin Tian put his hand on her shoulder.
Feeling his touch, Li trembled and instinctively tried to push him away.
Noticing her movement, Lin Tian frowned slightly.
What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? No. Then why did you push me? I'm dirty.
Lily wanted to push Lin Tian away, but she didn't dare to touch him. For a moment, her body stiffened, like a wooden board. Upon hearing those two words, Lin Tian's expression instantly turned cold, and he tightened his grip. You are not dirty, you are cleaner than anyone else. Upon hearing this, Lily immediately shook her head. No, I was born inferior. No matter how much I wash myself, I am still dirty. You'd better not touch me, lest you get dirty too. Frowning, Lin Tian pulled her into a tight embrace, his arms wrapping around her halfway, their skin pressed tightly together. Feeling his actions, Lily's eyes welled up with tears of grievance. That will make you dirty. Holding her tightly, Lin Tian looked into her eyes and said, all beings are equal. No one is born dirty. You think you are dirty because they have instilled this idea in you. In that case, it is their thoughts that are dirty. But. No buts. Your skin is fair and flawless, and you have a faint fragrance. You are like a flawless piece of jade. Where is their dirt? They are only belittling you in this way to elevate their own status. In my opinion, you are cleaner than any of them. Upon hearing his words, Lily's tears flowed uncontrollably. When she looked up, her eyes were filled with gratitude. Sensing his emotions, Lin Tian smiled and pinched her nose. The intimate touch made Lily stiffen for a moment, but her reaction wasn't as strong as before. Lin Tian smiled and walked with his arm around her all the way. Lily felt a strange warmth filling her heart. Back in his dorm, Lin Tian took out the artifact of time, intending to upgrade its level. Upon hearing this, Lily instinctively flinched. Seeing her like this, Lin Tian was somewhat puzzled. I'm leveling you up, why are you hiding? With her arms crossed over her chest, Lily pursed her lips and remained silent. Seeing that she was not in a good mood, Lin Tian reached out and touched her arm. It was just a simple touch, but it elicited a strong reaction from Lily. This reaction was completely different from his reaction when he held her before. This time, she seemed somewhat scared and embarrassed. Taking in all these emotions, Lin Tian frowned deeply. Taking advantage of her unpreparedness, he grabbed her arm, and as her sleeve slid, Lin Tian saw a shocking patch of bruises. Lily bit her lower lip tightly, trying to pull her hand away. Lin Tian used some force to firmly hold her wrist down. Lifting up the sleeves, all that could be seen were shocking bruises. Lin Tian raised his hand and unbuttoned her clothes, revealing a dense array of wounds that came into his view. Her face was flawless, but there wasn't a single spot on her body free of bruises. Seeing the injuries on her body, Lin Tian was filled with rage, and his face turned as black as lightning. Who did this? Perhaps it was because his voice was too cold, but Lily shivered and her gaze became somewhat evasive. Grabbing her chin, Lin Tian looked directly into her eyes. I'm asking you who did this. Clutching her clothes tightly, Lily tried to turn her head away. Don't ask. Lin Tian's voice was as cold as frost, his anger blazing. Answer me, who did this to you? Lily had never seen Lin Tian like this before, and for a moment she was at a loss. Under his persistent questioning, she closed her eyes tightly, and a tear slid down her cheek. It's Riemann. Upon hearing this name, Lin Tian's pupils constricted, and his face turned ashen. It's her again. He pulled the person into his arms and said through gritted teeth, Don't be afraid, I'll get justice for you. Upon hearing this, large tears streamed down Lily's face. After calming her down, Lin Tian used the artifact for many years to upgrade its level. Due to the time constraints, Lily's Xianyuan sword only recovered half of its power. After exhaling a heavy breath, the two opened their eyes together. Looking at her, Lin Tian said softly, Activate your spiritual energy and feel it. Upon hearing his words, Lily did as he instructed. Feeling the changes within her body, her eyes lit up with delight. She never imagined that she could improve to this level. In an instant, she was completely captivated. At this moment, her heart and eyes were filled with Lin Tian. Seeing the changes in her, Lin Tian smiled and gently stroked her hair. After composing himself, he revealed that there were 2 other spirit incarnations in his home. Lily, do you mind? He originally thought Lily would care a lot, but to his surprise, she just obediently pressed her face against his palm. I don't mind, as long as you don't dislike me, I don't mind anything. Chapter 79 Lily's Determination. After being tempered by the passage of time, Lily's realm has significantly improved. Not only that, she also vaguely felt that using spiritual power was smoother than before. Unlike before, when I used to mobilize my spiritual energy, I no longer felt a blockage in my body. Because she was not allowed to train her spiritual power while she was in the Li family, she could only look for those obscure and difficult ancient books that the young ladies and gentlemen of the family did not want to read. Therefore, although she lacked practical experience, she had a wealth of theoretical knowledge. According to the book, D rank to F rank spirit incarnations and spirit masters often experience blockages and stagnations when using spiritual power due to their low talent. However, just now, after having sex with Lin Tian, Lily felt completely refreshed when she circulated her spiritual energy again. It was as if the spiritual energy within his body had completely merged with his internal organs.
First, Lin Tian.
Having just finished their lovemaking, Lily's face was still flushed. Lily looked up and blinked her big eyes at Lin Tian.
The years of vessels you just mentioned, is that some secret technique you've been practicing? How?
Halfway through her sentence, Lily hesitated and refused to continue. Lin Tian leaned close to Lily's ear, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe.
What are you trying to say? Lily's face flushed even redder in an instant.
Her long, curled eyelashes fluttered rapidly, and she blinked more frequently.
She shrank into Lin Tian's arms like a quail.
After a long silence, he spoke the second half of the sentence in a very soft voice.
How can doing that kind of thing increase your level?
Lily mustered up all her courage to say those words.
The second half of the sentence was spoken very quickly.
Looking at Lily curled up in his arms, Lin Tian felt a surge of desire to tease her.
What is it? I don't understand what you're saying.
Lin Tian said this in a very serious tone. If he hadn't been able to feel the corners of his mouth turning up wildly, he would have almost believed it himself.
It's. With each two words Lily spoke, she burrowed even deeper into Lin Tian's arms.
It's things between men and women. Lily was practically curled up into a ball in Lin Tian's arms, but in the end, she still didn't say those two words. Looking at Lily in his arms, who was trying so hard to hide herself like a little animal, Lin Tian found her both cute and funny. Patting Lily on the shoulder, Lin Tian said seriously, "All right, I'm not teasing you anymore."
Lily looked up, half reproachfully and half shyly, and said, "It's all right. If it makes you happy, Lily is happy too."
Lily's shy and easily bullied appearance made Lin Tian unable to resist pulling her into his arms and kissing her several times.
Then he continued, "So, do you trust me?" Lily nodded firmly.
Since birth, Lin Tian has been the only person who has ever been kind to her, so how could she not trust him?
You must promise that you will not reveal a single word of what I am about to say to any outsider. Lin Tian's expression was serious. He thought about it carefully. In the trials to come, he will have to spend every day with Li. To secure a spot in the top 10, it's inevitable that you'll need to utilize the system's assistance. Under these circumstances, he would definitely not be able to hide it from Li. Instead of trying to lie, it's better to tell Li the truth from the beginning. Lily sat up straight, and her expression became serious. Making a swearing gesture, Lily immediately swore a fierce oath, "I will absolutely not tell anyone. If I break this oath, may I be struck by lightning and die a horrible death." Lin Tian knew, of course, that such an oath was just a formality and had no real use. But seeing Lily's nervous, serious, and somewhat frightened expression, Lin Tian couldn't help but laugh again. Pressing down Lily's raised hand, Lin Tian flicked her forehead, "All right. If you leak this out, I'll forcibly terminate the contract with you, then destroy the cultivation I helped you improve, and finally throw you back into the Li family." Lin Tian spoke earnestly, and that was also what he thought in his heart. With the system in hand, he believed he could do it. The terror on Lily's face intensified as she frantically shook her head, "I really won't tell anyone. Please don't leave me." She had no status in the Li family to begin with. Despite being called the second young lady, even the lowest-ranking servants in the mansion dared to lay a hand on her. Her daily life in the mansion was filled with hunger and cold, and she was disliked and bullied by others. When Riemann was in a good mood, he would hit her a few times. When he was in a bad mood, he would hit her more often. The thought that she had just slapped Riemann hard was unbearable. Given Riemann's vengeful nature, if she were to return to the Li family and not be beaten to death, that would be a very good ending. Seeing that Lily was so scared that she was about to cry, Lin Tian finally softened his expression. "I briefly explained that I have a system and its general functions." Lin Tian looked at Lily's slightly open cherry lips and incredulous expression, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. "What? Are you scared?" Lin Tian pinched the other person's little face. "It feels great. Soft and slippery." Just as I was about to pull my hand back,
I felt a drop of cold liquid hit my finger. Lin Tian looked closely and realized that Lily had started crying at some point. He frantically wiped away Lily's tears, but the more he wiped, the more tears she shed.
You're amazing.
What incredible luck did I have to be able to form a contract with you? Lily spoke through sobs as she cried.
Lin Tian was both amused and exasperated. Isn't it a good thing that I'm capable? Why are you crying?
Lily cried and laughed at the same time, her face streaked with tears, looking just like a little kitten.
I'm just so happy.
She was happy that she had found a way to become stronger and that she had a spirit master who would protect her. She was happy that she would no longer have to live the life of being the fish on the chopping block and others the butcher. Lily secretly vowed in her heart that she would follow Lin Tian for the rest of her life.
No matter what happens, she can never leave again.
As for Lin Tian's secret about having a system, she would never reveal it to anyone else, even if it meant her death. Thinking this, Lily suddenly threw herself into Lin Tian's arms.
Thank you. I will definitely keep quiet. Lin Tian patted Lily's back and comforted her. Okay, I know. As long as you don't betray me, I will definitely treat you well. After a while, Lily raised her tear-stained face. Tears still lingered on her thick eyelashes. The competition officially starts tomorrow. Since you have such a powerful skill as the Age of Artifacts, why don't you improve Lily's strength tonight? After saying that, fearing Lin Tian might misunderstand, he quickly added, that way, I won't hold you back too much during the competition. Chapter 80 Trial begins.
Lily tilted her head back, her face neither flushed nor her heart skipped a beat, and asked Lin Tian to use the artifact.
Lin Tian couldn't help but laugh again. You look so cute and innocent. How come you have such a strong addiction to that kind of thing? Lin Tian looked at Lily with a smile.
Lily then realized what she had just said.
Her face turned bright red again, but she still kept shaking Lin Tian's arm relentlessly. Give it to me, please give it to me. Just help me improve my strength.
Lily did want to improve her skills quickly, but more than that, she was afraid that she would hold Lin Tian back in the competition. Lin Tian, at his wits' end, activated his Eye of Truth, feeling both amused and exasperated.
Name, Li. Age, 16. Height, 163 centimeters. Spirit weapon, Xian Yuan sword. Spirit talent, S rank.
Seeing that the word sealed was no longer in Lily's spirit status bar, and that her talent had been upgraded to S level,
Lin Tian felt that this level was more than enough. He gestured for Lily to look at the clock on the wall.
It's already past midnight, and we have to assemble at 8 o'clock tomorrow. If we don't conserve our energy, we won't be in good spirits during the competition tomorrow, and our strength will still decline.
Lily then stopped shaking Lin Tian's arm. She pouted and said, but I'm only at the E rank. I'm really scared that you'll lose the game tomorrow because of me. You are now an S-class artifact spirit incarnation.
Lin Tian said calmly.
Did you use the technique you just mentioned, the Eye of Insight? Lily was overjoyed. Lin Tian nodded. What? You don't believe me?
Lily shook her head frantically. I believe it.
Lin Tian also gave Lily a brief explanation of the difference between ordinary weapon spirits and ancient weapon spirits. This time, Lily was even more shocked. You mean, this sword of mine is the ancient weapon Xian Yuan sword? In other words, I'm actually more powerful than most of the Li family? Lin Tian nodded.
Lily's eyes gradually reddened, and it looked like she was about to shed tears again. Lin Tian quickly stopped him. Stop crying. If you cry again, your eyes will be swollen like 2 big walnuts tomorrow morning.
You'll look awful. I won't want you anymore. Lin Tian scared her. This trick really worked. Lily immediately held back her tears.
I felt that I had just taken a shower and made love with Lin Tian, and I was covered in a light sweat. Afraid of smelling bad, Lily got up, wanting to take a shower again.
Where did you go?
Lin Tian watched as Lily got up and put on her shoes, thinking to himself, what kind of trick is this little girl up to now?
I'm going to take a shower. Lily was a little embarrassed.
No need to wash, just wash your face.
Hurry up, I'm sleepy, come and sleep with me.
Lin Tian kept a straight face, pretending to be impatient.
Sure enough, Lily fell for it.
I quickly washed my face, turned off the light, and climbed into bed using both hands and feet. In the darkness, Lin Tian pulled Lily into his arms and led the little girl into bed. With the sweet fragrance emanating from Lily lingering around his nose, Lin Tian was quickly overcome by drowsiness. Lily was held tightly in Lin Tian's arms, not daring to move. Only when she heard even breathing above her head did Lily relax her body slightly. My mind is filled with the events of today. Her experiences today were richer than the 16 years she spent with the Li family. As she thought about it, she felt the warmth emanating from Lin Tian's skin press tightly against hers. Before she knew it, Lily had also fallen asleep. I slept without any dreams. The next day, Lily was woken up by Lin Tian. Lily slowly opened her eyes and saw Lin Tian sitting on the edge of the bed, looking at her tenderly. Get up! You'll be late if you don't get up now. Lily jolted awake and immediately got up. How could she get up later than her benefactor? I'm so sorry. I haven't had such a good night's sleep in ages. I overslept. Lin Tian looked at Lily and said that even getting up at 7 a.m. was late. A pang of heartache suddenly welled up in my heart. What kind of miserable life did this child endure in the Li family before? Lin Tian secretly made up his mind that as long as Lily did not betray him, he not only wanted to help her get back all the unfair treatment she had suffered over the past 16 years, but also to treat her even better. To make up for the happiness she hadn't experienced in the past 16 years. Lily's movements were very nimble. In no time, he not only tidied himself up, but also packed all the luggage he would need for the trial. Let's go. Lin Tian heard the sound and looked up. Then I saw Lily standing at the door of the room. He had a large bag slung over his left shoulder and another large bag slung over his right shoulder. Her small figure was almost completely hidden from view. Lin Tian hurriedly stepped forward, trying to take the backpack from Lily's shoulder. But Lily dodged it with a quick movement. The bag was too heavy, and Lily's movements were too large, so she almost stumbled and fell to the ground. Lin Tian reacted quickly and steadied her. What are you doing? Lin Tian was both amused and exasperated, watching Lily struggle to sway her backpack, which was about to fall off her shoulder. How could I let you carry it? It's all right. I always help everyone carry their luggage when we travel at the Li family's place. No, give it to me. You have to listen to me. Lin Tian glared at her, and Lily finally obeyed. Tianhua Yuling Academy. Men and women carrying backpacks had already gathered in the playground. The clock hand points to 8 o'clock. On the high platform, the voice of the city lord of Luoli City rang out right on time. Good morning, fellow contestants. Now, I will briefly introduce the trial rules. Shortly, staff members will guide you to the secret realm. Everyone held their breath, afraid of missing any crucial information. The secret realm contains various levels of exotic beasts and rare treasures of heaven and earth. Slaying different levels of exotic beasts, from 1st tier to 10th tier exotic beasts and rare treasures, will accumulate points from 1 to 10. The crystal cores obtained from slaying exotic beasts in the secret realm will be obtained by the spirit master who slays the exotic beast. The rare treasures collected will also belong to each participant. Please ensure your personal safety while striving to gain points. The organizers will not be responsible for any injuries or deaths that occur within the secret realm. Once you enter the secret realm, you cannot leave. The player with the highest score in this level will win. These are the rules for this first round of the competition. If anyone cannot accept them, they can withdraw now. The entire room fell silent. However, a few people still managed to sneak away from the group when no one was looking. 10 minutes later, the voice of the city lord of Luoli City rang out again. All right. Everyone can now follow the staff's instructions to head to the secret realm and begin the trial. Lily was a little nervous and gripped Lin Tian's arm tightly. Chapter 81 Trial of the Secret Realm. Lily took a deep breath and gripped Lin Tian's arm tightly. She was a little nervous. Lin Tian noticed the change in the emotions of the person next to him and patted Lily's hand reassuringly. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Guided by the staff, the group arrived at a large teleportation array. The students of Yuling Academy all stared wide-eyed, looking around with curiosity. Teleportation arrays, they had only learned about them in textbooks before. TCH, country bumpkin. Disdainful jeers erupted from the group of young masters and ladies. Building a teleportation array requires not only a large amount of spiritual energy, but also a large amount of manpower and financial resources. In Luoli City, larger families generally have their own small teleportation arrays. The Spirit Academy has a large teleportation array. but they are usually used for escape or for use by school leaders.
Students do not have access rights. Even Lin Tian had never seen this teleportation array before.
He glanced at Zheng Cheng.
Lin Tian noticed that the other party did not show any surprise.
It seems that they have already seen teleportation arrays among the alien races. Attention all contestants. In a moment, please form groups of 6 and line up to pass through the teleportation array. The staff's voices came through the loudspeaker. After passing through the teleportation array, please proceed directly to the entrance of the secret realm without lingering.
Li had seen the teleportation array at the Li family home.
At this moment, he was explaining to the participants from the Reserve Legion in a low voice, 6 people is the safest number of people that a large teleportation array can carry at one time. As they were talking, Li felt a chill down her spine and instinctively turned around, only to see Li Man standing across the crowd, staring at her fiercely.
Li shrank her neck.
Upon closer inspection, Riemann had already followed the group and entered the teleportation array.
Seeing that Li suddenly stopped talking, Lin Tian poked her cheek. What's wrong? What are you looking at so intently?
Li then came to her senses. Meeting Lin Tian's concerned gaze, Li finally shook her head. It's nothing. Soon, it was Lin Tian and his group's turn.
Perfect timing.
Lin Tian, Li, Luo Yifan, Mimi, Su Han, and Su Han formed a group. Upon reaching the teleportation array, the group exchanged glances and then went inside.
After a brief feeling of weightlessness, a colorful tunnel appeared before them. Loi Fan ran up curiously and poked it. As everyone crowded forward, they saw Luo Yifan's fingertips disappear into the colorful expanse. This must be the entrance to the secret realm.
Su Han pushed up her glasses and said calmly.
Then what are we waiting for? Let's go in.
Loi Fan rubbed his hands together, ready to rush into the passageway.
Etc. Lin Tian's words successfully brought Luo Yifan to an abrupt halt.
He stumbled, and if Su Han hadn't pulled him back from behind, Luo Yifan would have fallen headfirst into the secret realm and landed flat on his back.
What's your rush? Sister Mimi slapped Luo Yifan across the face in annoyance.
Luo Yifan scratched his head sheepishly, about to speak, but was interrupted by Lin Tian.
Alright, we can't linger here any longer. Listen to me, I think we should split up once we enter the secret realm. Try to get as many points as possible.
When it comes to the final score, if any team has fewer points, we can distribute them among everyone.
Everyone nodded.
Lin Tian gestured with his eyes, and Li immediately took out several signal flares from the bag on his back and handed them to Lin Tian.
3 per team. Once inside the secret realm, we don't even know if there will be cell phone signal.
Bring spares.
If there's any emergency, use flares to contact each other.
The group took the signal flare. They encouraged each other and entered the secret realm together. The passageway looked very long, but after stepping in, it opened up into a bright and spacious area after only a few steps. Modern-style buildings have disappeared, replaced by towering trees reaching into the clouds, dense forests stretching as far as the eye can see, and all sorts of strangely shaped and eerily brightly colored vegetation. The group of people were stunned for a long time before they came to their senses.
Alright, let's split up.
Looking at the boundless forest, Lin Tian added, be careful.
The group nodded and then chose different forks in the road to leave.
Since entering the secret realm, Li has clung tightly to Lin Tian, never leaving his side. The two chose the road directly ahead. Even after walking a short distance, Li was still very nervous.
What's wrong?
Lin Tian found it strange, but assumed that she simply had no practical experience.
I always feel like someone is following us.
Upon hearing Li's words, Lin Tian's heart tightened. He held his breath and focused his mind for a while, but he couldn't sense any unusual aura.
Are you too nervous? Lin Tian tried to comfort Li.
Li, however, looked up with a serious expression and stared intently at Lin Tian.
The Li family possesses magical artifacts capable of concealing one's aura. It cannot be ruled out that other families also possess similar treasures.
Lin Tian was about to offer some words of comfort when the system suddenly issued an alarm in his mind.
Warning! Warning! Multiple spirit masters detected approaching.
Highest level, rank A, danger level, 50%.
Please evacuate immediately. Lin Tian was startled. Li was right.
Since the system has issued an alert, the visitor must be up to no good.
Lin Tian silently shielded Li behind him. This action confirmed Li's suspicions. I suddenly became even more nervous. You've been following me for so long, aren't you going to come out? Lin Tian shouted loudly. The several pairs of spirit masters hiding in the shadows couldn't figure out how Lin Tian had discovered them. But since they had already been exposed, they removed the artifacts that concealed their presence and emerged from the shadows. You're not entirely unskilled, you managed to spot us. The girl in the lead stood arrogantly with her arms crossed. The look in their eyes as they looked at Lin Tian and Lily was full of disdain. Riemann? Lin Tian was somewhat surprised. At first, he thought Zhang Qiang and his men were lying in ambush on him. After all, there are quite a few spirit masters in the alien race's reserve army. Looking behind Riemann, there were at least 7 or 8 pairs of spirit masters. Lin Tian roughly guessed what the other party wanted to do. Are you sending people to ambush us? What? You want to fight? Lin Tian met Riemann's eyes with neither humility nor arrogance. Li Man felt embarrassed as Lin Tian stared at her so intently. To regain her composure, Riemann raised her voice and said loudly, "Yesterday, you humiliated me in public. You have to give me an explanation for that, don't you?" Seeing Riemann's matter-of-fact expression, Lin Tian sneered. I'll give you an explanation? I haven't even asked you to give me one yet. On the playground, you insulted me first. In the canteen, you were the one who threw the first liquid at me. Excuse me, I was merely acting in self-defense. How could I have embarrassed you in public? If you're not as skilled as others, go home and practice more. Chapter 82 Trial. Riemann's face turned pale and then red after Lin Tian's words, and she couldn't utter a word for a long time. You're talking nonsense. A girl who looked like a lackey stepped forward from behind Li Man. You're the one who bullied Man, and you're still trying to deny it. Lin Tian was so angry he laughed. Before he could even speak, Lily couldn't help but blurt out, "Are you guys being reasonable? So many eyes were watching yesterday, who was bullying whom?" Exactly. You people from the Spirit Control Academy can't accept defeat, can you? You lose and then send people to ambush us, have you no shame? Suddenly, Mimi's voice came from the bushes nearby. Immediately afterwards, Luo Yifan, Su Han, and Su Han also emerged from the bushes nearby. Seeing the 4 people who had suddenly appeared, Riemann's expression turned even more unpleasant. She hadn't expected that Lin Tian and his group would split into 2 groups. Originally, she planned to take her men and deal with Lin Tian and Lili first. Then turn around and look for other people. In this way, even if the people from the Spirit Control Academy realize what's happening, they will have already earned enough points. But to my surprise, Lin Tian and his group were so cunning. Looking at Riemann's ever-changing face, Lin Tian sneered inwardly. Want to fight him? Riemann is still too green. What? Scared because there are more of us? Beside Riemann, a burly man who looked menacing stepped forward with a fierce expression. Lin Tian didn't even glance at him, but looked at Li Man and said calmly, "The Spirit Control Academy and the Alien Reserve Army have always kept to themselves. Are you sure you want to ruin the peace between the 2 sides because of your own selfish desires?" Lin Tian's words contained a great deal of information. The expressions of everyone behind Riemann changed. They assumed that Lin Tian and his group were simply students of the Spirit Control Academy. Unexpectedly, the other party was also connected with the reserve army of the alien race. If what Lin Tian said is true, and they helped Riemann vent her anger, then when they return, they will surely face joint suppression from both sides. Thinking about it this way, the crowd that was just moments ago indignant and determined to seek justice for Riemann has now begun to quietly back away. Riemann also noticed the others' hesitation. He cursed Lin Tian in his heart. On the surface, however, she still had to put on a magnanimous appearance. "Since you've put it that way, then this young lady will let you off the hook today. Let's go." Watching Riemann and his men leave, Loifan spat, "Pa. Shameless." The tense atmosphere from just moments ago eased immediately after Riemann and the others left. Unexpectedly, it was the name of the Alien Reserve Army that saved us in the end. Su Han felt a pang of emotion. Although they were a reserve force of a foreign race, frankly speaking, they were just in name only. They haven't even received their most basic salary yet. Yes. Lin Tian looked in the direction Riemann had left, lost in thought. From this day forward, it seems that Lin Tian's name will be known throughout the Yuling Academy and even the entire Luoli city. Thinking about it this way, Lin Tian suddenly realized that his ordeal yesterday wasn't all bad. At least now, no one in the Spirit Academy should dare to openly bully Lili anymore. Okay, stop thinking about it. Lily shook Lin Tian's arm, pulling him back from his thoughts. Let's hurry up and find some points. Lin Tian nodded, just about to tell everyone to split up. Suddenly, an alarm sounded in my mind. Warning! Warning! An A+ rank spirit master has been detected approaching. Danger level, 80%. Please evacuate immediately. Lin Tian was startled. A+ level spirit master? He remembered that Zhang Qing was an A-level spirit master yesterday. An A+ level spirit master? That means he's even more powerful than Zhang Qing. Furthermore, looking at the risk level given by the system, Lin Tian didn't have time to think. He grabbed Lili and ran back the way they came. Run! As Lin Tian ran, he shouted to the crowd who were still clueless. Although the crowd didn't understand why, they still instinctively followed Lin Tian and started running. Just kidding, Lin Tian is their captain. The captain ran away, why aren't they? Are they just going to stay there and wait to die? They hadn't run far when they heard a loud bang coming from where they had just been standing. Immediately afterwards, the ground shook violently. The group looked back and saw that the spot where they had just stood had been blasted into a huge crater. At the center of the pit stood a man dressed in black, whose face was obscured. The man seemed not to have expected that his target would escape. Right now, I'm standing still, sniffing something. Seeing the man's series of actions, Lin Tian's heart tightened. He knew that the man was tracking them by scent. Run separately. At Lin Tian's command, the group immediately scattered. The man in black didn't seem to be in a hurry, he simply chose a direction at a leisurely pace and gave chase. Lin Tian watched the man's departing figure and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the other party did not choose to pursue them. What do we do now? Lili looked at Lin Tian with lingering fear. She almost died just now. Lin Tian glanced back at the now deserted dense forest and said in a deep voice, "Let's find the others and rendezvous first." They narrowly escaped that attack. But Lin Tian couldn't be sure that the man in black was acting alone. If the other party has accomplices, then their current situation is extremely dangerous. The two dared not linger and immediately headed to the agreed meeting point. Throughout the journey, Lin Tian used his spiritual energy to sense the movements around him. Only after confirming there was no danger did they dare to continue walking forward with Li Li. Soon, the two arrived at the agreed meeting point. Looking at the empty grassland, Lin Tian's heart sank. It seems they were too late. Some people have already met with misfortune here. What do we do now? Lili looked at Lin Tian with a sense of helplessness. She is now completely dependent on Lin Tian. Lin Tian didn't say anything, but simply held Li Li's hand tightly. He doesn't know what to do now. The enemy is in the shadows, while they are in the light. Moreover, the opponent was an A+ level spirit master whose strength far surpassed theirs. They are now in a very difficult situation. But Lin Tian knew he couldn't panic. If he panics, then Li Li and the others will truly be doomed. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian forced himself to calm down. He quickly analyzed the current situation in his mind. First of all, the most serious problem right now is obviously that A+ level spirit master. His appearance is something that Lin Tian never even considered in his many plans, and it is something that cannot be dealt with. Chapter 83: Zhang Qing's Abnormality. Rimon's spirit master knelt on the ground, his shoulders trembling, his knees weak, and his fingers unconsciously digging into the soil. Please spare my life." Hearing this, Lin Tian raised an eyebrow. The energy ball spun in his palm as he played with it carefully, a half-smile playing on his face. "You want me to spare your life? You can't do it by begging me alone." Subconsciously, the spirit master's gaze fell on Rimon's face. Their eyes met, and Rimon almost bit his back teeth to pieces. She never expected that her A-level spirit master would actually kneel down and beg for mercy. "I don't." Before Rimon could finish speaking, a burst of aura erupted from the spirit master. "Rimon, if you want to die, don't drag others down with you." The two were bound by a contract, and with a little manipulation by the spirit master, Rimon was forced to lower his head by a powerful surge of spiritual energy. Although she was resentful, she was unable to break free. Lili stood right in front of her, looking at those toes, and she felt extremely embarrassed. The spirit master didn't care about that. Seeing him lower his head, he begged for mercy again. His gaze swept between the two men, and a sarcastic smile curled up on Lin Tian's thin lips. He dispersed the energy cluster and put his hands behind his back.
Lily, take a good look at her. Upon hearing this, Lily immediately turned her gaze over and stared intently at Li Man.
Feeling her gaze, Riman's face turned pale. After a long while, Lin Tian patted Lily's head. Have you seen enough? That's enough. Was it good? That felt great. If you've had your fun, let's go.
As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Tian led his men away. Watching his figure disappear into the distance, the spirit master let out a long sigh of relief and collapsed to the ground. Riman's fingers gripped the soil tightly, his face turning from blue to purple, then from purple to red, his expression extremely complex. After getting rid of the two of them, Lin Tian went directly to another place. Just as the two regained their footing, the aliens, led by Zhang Qing, swaggered in. None of them bothered to look at the rules of the heavenly ranking competition. Instead, they focused their attention elsewhere, their eyes filled with hostility. Seeing their strange appearance, Lin Tian frowned slightly. Zhang Cheng has always been cunning.
Now he is openly acting strangely, but what tricks is he planning to play behind the scenes?
Lin Tian narrowed his eyes, a thought forming in his mind. After careful observation, and confirming that Zhang Cheng and his group were not following the rules but had other motives, he quickly organized a team to follow Zhang Qing. Zhang Qing and the others continued forward, with Lin Tian following closely behind. As they passed through a dense forest, Zhang Qing suddenly used a little magic to clear away the low-lying, dense clouds. Seeing his methods, Lin Tian's expression changed. When did Zhang Qing become so skilled? Suppressing his surprise, Lin Tian cautiously took a few steps forward. Just then, Zhang Qing suddenly turned his head and his gaze fell directly on him. His steps came to an abrupt halt as Lin Tian concealed his face with spiritual energy, lying in wait in the shadows. Zhang Qing's gaze remained unchanged. After pausing for a while, he suddenly strode towards the side. Zhang Qing kept waving his sword, his eyes fixed on one spot. Just as the distance between the two was gradually closing, he suddenly spoke up, "Lin Tian, you get out here." Hearing his words, Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. Logically speaking, given Zhang Qing's cultivation level, he shouldn't have been able to discover his presence so easily. Yet, not only did he discover him, he even called out his name, which is clearly illogical. As Lin Tian seemed to be deep in thought, Zhang Qing coldly curled her lips. Relying on his powerful trump card, he quickly approached Lin Tian, his eyes filled with killing intent. "Ha, Lin Tian, I never thought you'd be a coward one day." Upon hearing this, Lin Tian ground his back teeth. He shifted his feet and stepped back slightly. Zhang Qing seemed to sense something and quickened his pace as he chased after her. As he ran, his aura surged, affecting even the surrounding spiritual energy. Lin Tian carefully sensed it, still feeling incredibly surprised. He narrowed his eyes and chose to back down. In the dense forest, Lin Tian kept his body low and chose a curved route to retreat. Following the scent, Zhang Qing chased after Lin Tian, but when Lin Tian deliberately led her down another path, Lin Tian straightened up and quickly fled. Seeing his figure appear from the other side, Zhang Qing was so angry that he almost ground his back teeth to powder. "Lin Tian, you're despicable." Upon hearing this, Lin Tian did not react, but ran all the way and quickly escaped from the dense forest. Zhang Qing had already been left behind by him, and by the time he realized what was happening, Lin Tian's figure had quickly disappeared. Missing such an opportunity, Zhang Qing punched the tree, snapping the two men's waist-thick branches in half. Hearing a loud bang, Lin Tian did not turn around and his figure completely disappeared. Once in a safe place, he sat down with his knees supported, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Zhang Qing is a completely different person now, which greatly shocked him. He didn't know how he got to this point, but he knew that Zhang Qing becoming stronger would not benefit them at all. The fact that he dared to provoke him in the dense forest showed that he had some confidence. As for where this confidence came from, he had to find out. Besides that, he was even more curious about Zhang Qing's purpose. If he doesn't aim to follow the rules, then what is his purpose? Turning his head to look at the other side, Lin Tian's gaze held a hint of inquiry. With a wave of his hand, a stream of spiritual energy flew out, heading straight in that direction. He needs to keep a close eye on Zhang Qing. With utmost concentration, Lin Tian slowly got up. Seeing that his expression had softened, Lily asked cautiously, "Are you all right?" Hearing this, Lin Tian smiled and patted her head. "I'm fine, don't worry." After carefully examining his expression and confirming that he was all right, Lily breathed a sigh of relief and rubbed her cheek against his palm like a kitten. Feeling the softness in his palm, Lin Tian felt a tickle in his heart. When the system notification suddenly sounded, Lin Tian paused for a moment. According to the system prompts, the seed players of the major forces in Luwali City already have very high scores, while they have been left far behind. Upon learning of this, Lin Tian turned to look at everyone. The scores of the major factions are already quite high, we need to hurry. Hearing his words, Sister Mimi and the others nodded repeatedly. They had been prepared for a long time and were just waiting for his order. Seeing the serious expressions on everyone's faces, Lin Tian's team also began to take action.
Wandering around, they continuously slayed demonic beasts.
Lin Tian led the group in charging into battle, and their journey so far has been relatively smooth. As their points continued to rise, they became increasingly motivated. Sensing the atmosphere within the team, Lin Tian began leading them to lie in wait in dangerous locations. The more dangerous the location, the higher the score they must obtain a high score in a short period of time.
Chapter 84 Seizing Points.
After several twists and turns, and after slaying a giant monster, Lin Tian led the team to rest. Taking advantage of this moment, he opened the leaderboard and took a closer look. He couldn't help but frown when he saw his team's score. Apart from his high individual score, the scores of the other team members were relatively poor. Although it wasn't at the very bottom of the class, it was far from what he had expected. They are a team, and it's unacceptable for him to have such a large lead in points alone. Loi Fan sat beside him, sighing repeatedly.
The gap, that's the gap. It's an insurmountable chasm.
Hearing his words, Lin Tian didn't know whether to laugh or cry.
How can mere points become such a chasm? Please, the difference in our scores is so huge, isn't that a huge gap?
Looking at the list, Lin Tian said softly, "You don't need to chase after me. You can find a way to surpass the other alien races. This matter sounds simple, but it's incredibly difficult to do."
Do you think I don't want to?
Lin Tian pursed his lips and stared at the list without saying another word. Seeing that he remained silent, Luo Yifan nudged him.
Hey, are you angry? He had just asked the question when Sister Mimi pulled him aside. Quiet down, can't you see Lin Tian is thinking?
As she spoke, Sister Mimi squeezed between the two of them, preventing Luo Yifan from saying another word. He pursed his lips, and Luo Yifan could only remain silent. Because Lin Tian didn't speak, the atmosphere in the whole team was a bit strange. Lily looked at them with a completely bewildered expression, her big eyes wide open.
Nini looked at her and winked at her.
Lily was still completely confused, but she deliberately kept her presence to herself, afraid that her aura would affect Lin Tian. After a long silence, a glint flashed in Lin Tian's eyes, and he finally raised his head.
I've discovered something.
As soon as he spoke, everyone's eyes fell on his face.
What's up? We can earn points. What did you say? Steal points?
Yes, the rules do allow for scoring points, but it's expressed somewhat subtly, so no one might notice. Upon hearing this, Sister Mimi and the others began to study it carefully.
After a long while, everyone's faces lit up with joy. Lin Tian, you're a genius. What's our next step?
Looking into the distance, Lin Tian revealed a wicked smile.
Aren't there a lot of people who dislike us and often stab us in the back? Let's take them down first.
Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Lin Tian's goal was excellent. It would both vent his anger and earn him points, killing two birds with one stone.
They acted immediately, without hesitation.
Lurking in the shadows, they quietly observed everything before them. When a genius from another race joined the game, Lin Tian slightly curled his lips.
Loi Fan looked at him with shining eyes and asked softly, "Shall we take action?"
With a slight smile, Lin Tian nodded.
They have always been arrogant and haughty, trying to trample us into the mud.
This grudge must be avenged. After saying that, Lin Tian waved his hand, and a burst of spiritual energy suddenly appeared. Before anyone could react, he darted around and charged into the enemy ranks. The alien geniuses never expected anyone to block their way here. Sensing the presence, they panicked and fled in all directions, completely forgetting to fight back. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Tian raised his hand and grabbed one person, pressing his palm directly onto the other person's crown.
His spiritual energy suddenly pressed down and instantly merged into the other person's body.
Sensing something amiss, the man's expression changed, and he raised his hand to retaliate. Lin Tian's hand was right on the top of his head. How could he give him that chance? Lin Tian's 5 fingers transformed into claws, and with a forceful hook from his fingertips, the person's body immediately underwent a change. As he watched a cloud of mist emerge from himself, he desperately tried to snatch it away, but he couldn't move at all.
Lin Tian successfully obtained the opponent's points. Lin Tian's success greatly encouraged Luo Yifan and the others.
Under Lin Tian's leadership, they snatched a lot of points in one game. The alien genius never expected that the points he had painstakingly accumulated would be taken away by someone else. Just as they were about to retaliate, Lin Tian had already ordered them to leave. The others escaped first, while he stayed behind to cover their retreat.
Faced with overwhelming power, the alien genius dared not make any rash moves.
After confirming that the rest of his team was safe, Lin Tian left with a contemptuous smile and quickly disappeared. They came and went in a hurry, but in that one trip, all the efforts of the alien genius over such a long time were in vain.
In an instant, they could no longer maintain their dignity, stomping their feet and cursing loudly.
Elsewhere, Lin Tian and the others excitedly gathered together, each telling the others how many points they had collected.
Seeing his points increase, Luifan was overjoyed. If we had known we could steal points, why would we even bother fighting monsters? We could have just played passively in the early game and then fought for points later. Hearing his words, Lin Tian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If I hadn't discovered the rules that allowed you to earn points, and you had just given up, wouldn't you have gone home empty-handed? Didn't you discover that? Didn't I only discover this recently? Okay, you're right, you're absolutely right. As long as I can get some points, I'll be satisfied. As he spoke, Luifan flashed a set of white teeth, clearly very satisfied. Just then, Lin Tian's ears twitched, and he gestured for everyone to be quiet. Upon seeing his action, everyone immediately held their breath. Upon closer listening, Lin Tian heard a slightly familiar voice. He curled his lips into a smirk, his face full of ill intent. I didn't expect them to come to us of their own accord. Upon hearing his words, everyone showed a hint of curiosity. Who is Lin Tian? Those who don't like us, let's go and rob them. At Lin Tian's command, everyone, regardless of who it was, immediately followed in his footsteps. The group approaching them was not from another race, but a team that had always disliked Lin Tian. Although they had never clashed directly, they had used all sorts of underhanded tactics behind the scenes. Lin Tian had no intention of lowering himself to their level, but he never expected to run into them here. He couldn't possibly turn away someone who offered themselves up to him. In a flash, Lin Tian appeared before them. The other party had just sensed the change in aura and hadn't even had time to react when a human face loomed large in front of them. In their terror, many people screamed. When their eyes met, Lin Tian instantly flipped his wrist and placed his hand on the other man's forehead. Suddenly being restrained, the man was so frightened he almost wet his pants. However, Lin Tian did not give him a chance to react. He grabbed hard with his right hand, tearing through his spiritual energy with his fingertips. His aura instantly merged into his body, taking all his points away and into his own body in an instant. Chapter 85 Something's Wrong. In just half an hour, Lin Tian and his group robbed the team of all their points. Seeing their pale and sickly appearance, Lin Tian and the others didn't even bother to glance at them before turning and leaving. When Luo Yifan and the others opened the leaderboard again, they were filled with excitement. My god, our points are rising way too fast. Looking at the list, Lin Tian gently curled his lips. Although he is currently the only one with a significant lead in points, the rankings of Luo Yifan and others are steadily rising, and they are on track to surpass him. With a smirk, Lin Tian said to the group, "Let's go, I'll take you guys to do something big." Upon hearing his words, everyone's eyes lit up. Lin Tian, who is the target? You'll find out when you get there. Lin Tian led the way as usual, with the others following behind him. After wandering around for quite a while, Lin Tian finally sensed a familiar presence. Seeing him stop, Li was the first to react. Lin Tian, are you referring to Riemann when you say this big deal? Hearing this, Lin Tian raised an eyebrow. Do you want to kick them out? Without hesitation, Li nodded directly. Seeing her reaction, Lin Tian smiled and patted her head. Good. After the two finished speaking, Luo Yifan and the others understood what was going on. Riemann's team was still advancing slowly and did not sense the impending danger. Just as the two sides were getting closer and closer, Lin Tian took the initiative and went straight for Riemann's spirit master. A powerful surge of spiritual energy rushed towards them, startling Riemann's spirit master, who instinctively launched a counterattack. However, Lin Tian used a clever trick, and Riemann's spirit master fell for it. Although he launched a counterattack, it was all a deception. Seeing that he had missed, Lin Tian coldly curled his lips, grabbed him from behind, and instantly extracted the points from his body. Upon sensing the disappearance of his points, Riemann's spirit master panicked. Just as he was about to retaliate, the opportunity had already passed. Lin Tian stood aside and collected the points for himself. When everyone saw his face clearly, they were both angry and afraid. Riemann glared at them with a sinister look, so angry she almost ground her back teeth to powder. She originally thought the two sides would never meet again, but she didn't expect Lin Tian's team to be plotting to steal their points. Lin Tian, you've gone too far. Give us back our points. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian coldly curled his lips. I earned this through my own strength, why should I give it back to you? As soon as he said this, everyone's faces darkened. Riemann's spirit master opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but was intimidated by Lin Tian's aura and ultimately chose to cower. When has Riemann ever suffered such injustice? Her team was ranked high in points, but now they have plummeted. She simply cannot tolerate this. She stepped forward and pointed directly at Lin Tian's nose. Lin Tian, return our points right now. Otherwise, I'll expose what you did today and let everyone see your true colors. After saying that, she suddenly changed the subject and pointed directly at Li Li. Did you instigate him to do this? Li Li, you little bitch. Make him return the points to us right now. Otherwise, I'll make you die. I'll make sure you suffer a terrible fate. Upon hearing her threat, Li Li's expression changed. The smile on Lin Tian's face vanished, and he turned to look at her directly. If she insults you, are you angry? Li Li nodded, pursing her lips. I'll back you up. Do you dare to make a move with the intention of killing her? Clenching her fists, Li Li glared angrily at Li Man and nodded forcefully. Seeing her nod, Lin Tian smiled. Bring your palms together in a mudra. Li Li quickly transformed into an ancient greatsword, her ancient aura surging forth, even shocking Luo Yifan and the others. Lin Tian pushed forward slightly with his right hand, and Li Li's figure flew out quickly. Feeling the powerful aura emanating from him, Riemann was afraid. She instinctively tried to grab the spirit master, but was violently thrown away. When life is in danger, everyone will do their best to protect themselves. Riemann was alone, with nowhere to hide. Seeing Li Li approaching rapidly, she had no choice but to grit her teeth and fight. Seeing that she was isolated and helpless, fighting alone, Lin Tian coldly curled his lips, pointed his finger, and sent a slash of spiritual energy straight into Li Li's body. Feeling Lin Tian's support, Li Li's aura grew even stronger. The two magical artifacts collided heavily, causing ripples throughout the entire land. However, Li Li was not intimidated by this. With Lin Tian backing her up, she pressed forward and launched a series of attacks against Li Man. Faced with these unprecedented tactics, Riemann was completely panicked. In her eyes, Li Li was nothing but scrap metal, a good-for-nothing. How could she be so powerful now? Shocked and filled with hatred, Li Man's men had failed one after another. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Li Li launched a fatal blow, aiming straight for his chest. Upon seeing her action, Riemann's eyes widened instantly. No sooner said than done. As Riemann desperately tried to dodge, Li Li suddenly changed direction and went straight for his vital point. With a loud bang, spiritual energy exploded, and everyone except Lin Tian was blasted so hard they couldn't open their eyes. And Riemann lay there in a pool of blood. As the stench of blood gradually spread, Li Li transformed back into human form and walked step by step to Lin Tian's side. Looking at him, her eyes inexplicably welled up with tears. Lin Tian, I did it. At this point, her voice choked with emotion. Lin Tian pulled her into his arms and patted her head. Well done. Today you not only defeated her, but you also defeated yourself. Understanding what he meant, Li Li nodded vigorously. No one turned to look again after grabbing the points, they left immediately. As she walked down the street, Li Li's back was straighter than before. Seeing her like this, everyone was happy for her. As they pressed on, constantly vying for points, Lin Tian suddenly spotted Zhang Qing, who was accompanied by members of the alien race. At this moment, those alien races are disguised as ordinary people, seemingly using treasures to trigger something. If it weren't for the aura emanating from them and their presence beside Zhang Qing, Lin Tian would never have noticed. Startled, he quickly led his team to hide in the shadows. With a wave of his hand, a formation was created that brought them all together to help each other. Just then, the aliens seemed to have succeeded, and the surrounding aura fluctuated continuously. In a short while, all the seated players in Luoli City were trapped. Fortunately, Lin Tian had set up an array in advance, which saved them from disaster.
Just then, a smug voice rang out. Luoli City is nothing special. Today, I will have all the experts of Luoli City sacrifice their blood for our alien race. These words struck a chord with everyone, and a smug laugh rang out. Zhang Chang stood in the middle of the crowd, a wicked smile on his face. Lin Tian then realized where his confidence came from.
Chapter 86, the finale.
Hearing all this, Li Li's face turned slightly pale.
Lin Tian, Zhang Qing has brought in the alien race.
All the top players in Luoli City are trapped.
What should we do?
Looking ahead, Lin Tian gritted his teeth and said, save them.
Although those who enter the heavenly ranking tournament are both friends and enemies, they also share another common identity: they are people from Luoli City. In the face of other races, they are one.
As for those petty grudges, they can be completely set aside at this moment.
After quietly dispelling the formation, Lin Tian and his men were able to follow.
After searching for a while, they finally spotted Luo Liqing's team.
Seeing that he was trapped, Lin Tian did not hesitate to take action.
The other party never expected Lin Tian to save them, and they were extremely grateful. Lin Tian, I really didn't expect you to lend a helping hand. Lin Tian glanced at him and said calmly, when it comes to matters of great importance, I still know how to make a choice.
You all try to hide yourselves well and don't alert the enemy.
I'll deal with the alien races. Hearing his words, everyone was extremely grateful.
Lin Tian, we'll go with you.
Frowning, Lin Tian stopped them.
The alien race is on high alert right now.
If the force grows larger, it will be easy to alert them. You should stay here and remember, no matter what happens, do not make a sound. After leaving those words, Lin Tian led his team onward.
Following closely behind the alien race, they quietly rescued many people.
These people never expected Lin Tian to lend a helping hand at this time, and they were all extremely grateful to him. However, Lin Tian remained indifferent, seemingly not taking their words to heart. Realizing that their previous actions had been truly excessive, many people showed a hint of embarrassment on their faces. Lin Tian didn't glance at them, focusing instead on the situation of the alien race. Just as they had rescued most of the people, the alien race actually triggered a formation. No one knows when they set up the formation.
Now that the formation has been activated, everyone in Luoli City is in danger. Startled, Lin Tian quickly followed. At this point, he no longer cared about maintaining a safe distance, he only wanted to drive away the alien races and protect Luoli City. Just as he was relentlessly following behind, the formation was activated.
Zhang Qing stood among the alien race, his face full of arrogant laughter.
In this secret realm, only this item is related to the core defense of Luoli City.
As long as we destroy this, the alien races will be able to enter Luoli City on a large scale.
In 1 hour, the secret realm will begin to collapse, and then this place will be ours.
Looking around, Zhang Qing's expression was extremely arrogant, as if he were also a different race and not a person of Luoli City. Seeing his expression, Lin Tian felt so angry he could bite his teeth.
For his own selfish gain, he actually made the entire population of Luoli City pay with their lives. Absolutely shameless.
Luo Yifan and the others heard these words and sweat dripped down their foreheads in anxiety.
Lin Tian, what do we do? If we don't drive away the alien race soon, we'll all die.
Gritting his teeth and staring ahead, Lin Tian said coldly, with me here, I will never let them succeed.
Follow me.
As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed forward. While hidden in the shadows, he had already pinpointed the center of the alien race's formation.
Now, his goal was to destroy the formation and protect Luoli City.
The alien race was caught off guard, assuming everyone was trapped.
When Lin Tian suddenly appeared, their expressions turned grim.
Zhang Qing, in particular, looked extremely grim when he saw Lin Tian.
Lin Tian, I didn't expect you to not be trapped.
Hearing this, he gave a cold, curt smile. I never expected you to be a traitor, Zhang Qing. Your death is near. As soon as he finished speaking, Director Lin Tian turned to Li Li. Li Li immediately transformed, and the ancient greatsword landed in Lin Tian's hand.
Sensing his imposing aura, the aliens were extremely wary.
Zhang Qing was filled with hatred and raised his sword to attack Lin Tianzhong.
Lin Tian's killing intent surged forth. How could he tolerate such provocation? He leaped forward, the tip of his sword aimed straight for Zhang Qing's vital point. The two auras collided heavily, causing even the formation to tremble slightly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Luo Yifan, Sister Mini, and the others quickly stepped forward and fought the aliens with all their might.
The two sides clashed fiercely, and Lin Tian unleashed tremendous power, refusing to yield an inch of the land he had just occupied. Sensing his domineering presence, Zhang Qing gave a cold, curt smile.
Lin Tian, you think you can succeed against me? Dream on.
Upon hearing this, Lin Tian's eyes changed, and his aura suddenly turned cold.
Zhang Qing, I told you, today is your death day. I always keep my word.
Their gazes met across the distance.
Lin Tian flicked his wrist, sending sword energy soaring up, but his figure vanished in an instant.
Seeing him disappear right in front of him, Zhang Qing panicked instantly. Just as he was searching around, Lin Tian seized the opportunity to appear behind him and thrust out his sword, stabbing it directly into his right shoulder.
At the moment when blood splattered, Zhang Qing couldn't believe it. Lin Tian, you deserve to die.
Unleashing his full power, Zhang Qing charged forward without regard for anything else.
Lin Tian faced off head-on, and after a few rounds, the ancient aura severely suppressed Zhang Qing.
His entire body soared into the air, Lin Tian's eyes filled with extreme coldness.
All the energy was suppressed, and the weapon that Li Li had transformed into stabbed heavily into his heart. With a bang, Zhang Qing was reduced to ashes by this move. Without lingering in the fight, Lin Tian turned and headed straight for the formation.
Just then, all the seated players from Luoli City arrived one after another, and everyone stood behind Lin Tian, looking at him with sincere and eager eyes.
Lin Tian, you go break the formation, leave this to us.
Lin Tian glanced at them and nodded. For the first time, they cooperated so unitedly. Ignoring the storms outside, Lin Tian headed straight for the center of the formation. He entered the formation alone, and his clothes were instantly torn to shreds. The spiritual energy in the formation cut into his body like blades, but he paid no heed.
He mobilized the stimulating energy in his dantian and instantly entered berserk mode. In just a few moves, he broke the formation. Once the formation was broken, the alien race was immediately affected. Taking advantage of this opportunity, everyone in Luoli City united as one and slaughtered all the alien races with their swords. Without exception. Amidst the pool of blood, Lin Tian stood at the center, crushing the remaining power of the formation with a single hand, single-handedly saving the entire Luoli City. In an instant, everyone knelt down on one knee and bowed before him. As Lin Tian lowered his eyes, the secret realm disappeared, and they returned to the distance. Before he could move, a voice came from afar. Lin Tian, congratulations on passing the test. From this day forward, you are the king of this glazed city. A stream of 7-colored spiritual energy entered Lin Tian's body, causing an instant change. At this moment, Lin Tian saved Luoli City and finally ascended the throne.